The story begins at Thuong No Mountain, part of the Min Thuong sect, a place of picturesque beauty, almost ethereal. Perched atop the mountain, Yukong Peak bustled with activity, a vibrant marketplace teeming with traders. Zhang Yin, a disciple of the Tianyin Abbey, sat leisurely at a stone table, engrossed in a Taoist scripture. One gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, three gives birth to all things. He possessed the distinct air of a scholar. Those around him, observing his studious focus, couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. He looks ordinary enough, his cultivation seems shallow. How could he possibly comprehend true script? It's as complex as the heavens, an ancient language passed down through the ages. How could he grasp its meaning? He must be a charlatan. Despite his apparent concentration, Zhang Yin heard every whispered word. He placed the book down on the table, a sigh escaping his lips. Life is truly not easy. Picking up a luminescent jade piece, he continued his internal monologue. It's been over 10 days since my rebirth, and not only has my cultivation not progressed, but even making a living is a struggle. The original owner of this body shared his name, Zhang Yin, and it was the name by which everyone still addressed him. 10 days prior, behind Thuong No Mountain, the earth had quaked and the heavens roared. His past self, the Zhang Yin of his previous life, had stumbled upon a jade fragment that fell from the sky. The result was a mysterious backlash, a force that swept him away, his body feeling as if it were plummeting through the 8 levels of hell. As for the Zhang Yin from Earth's future, he had perished after 7 arduous years searching for an evacuation base, a heroic end in its own way. 2 souls, each driven by the will to survive, had merged. Zhang Yin was reborn in this young man's body, without background, without fortunate encounters. He could only rely on his meager talent for translating ancient texts to survive, the path to enlightenment a distant dream. As Zhang Yin immersed himself in his studies, Zhao Yuan, a disciple of the Duktu Abbey, happened to pass by. Zhao Yuan approached, his tone laced with mockery. Your cultivation is weak. How could you possibly understand true script? Zhang Yin responded calmly. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to test me. Intrigued, Zhao Yuan placed a book on the table. As it happens, I have a Taoist scripture here. If you can understand it, I'll reward you handsomely. Accepting the scripture, Zhang Yin replied softly, rest assured. I've had the good fortune to read this eternal flowing water scripture before. Its contents are etched in my memory. There's no need for me to review it. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhao Yuan's face. True script is notoriously abstruse. You claim to have memorized it? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Zhang Yin didn't bother responding to Zhao Yuan's taunt. He simply dipped his brush in ink, preparing to write. Before he began, he discreetly retrieved the jade piece from his chest, thinking to himself, this jade can accelerate my thought processes. I must use it wisely. Zhao Yuan watched as Zhang Yin seemingly scribbled random characters on the paper. He couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Normally, one would need bamboo slips to decipher true script. This man is reading it directly. Within the jade's realm, his thoughts raced at 100 times their normal speed. Without needing much time, Zhang Yin began to write, his brush flowing effortlessly across the page. Finished, he rolled up the scroll and presented it. Here you are. Please take a look. The eternal flowing water scripture contains the eternal flowing meridian technique, a rare and powerful method. Zhao Yuan unfurled the scroll and scanned the first few lines, his praise effusive. Excellent, truly excellent. He looked at Zhang Yin, a plan forming in his mind. Such insightful interpretation, a masterpiece. This man possesses extraordinary talent. He's definitely not ordinary. I must befriend him. Acting on his impulse, Zhao Yuan bowed respectfully. I am Zhao Yuan, a disciple of the Duktu Abbey. May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? Zhang Yin returned the courtesy. I am Zhang Yin, a disciple of the Tianyin Abbey. Zhao Yuan continued. We are both disciples of the 3 lower abbeys here, so we can be considered fellow disciples, brothers in the same sect. Zhao Yuan suddenly placed a small bottle on the table. I was in a hurry today and didn't bring any treasures with me, he said. This is Jade Koi Sa, one of the 5 elemental divine sands. It's worth 2 taels of silver. Please accept it, junior brother. Zhang Yin nodded. Thank you, brother Zhao. Your temperament is unstable. Remember not to cultivate true script. Zhao Yuan immediately nodded in response. Thank you for your concern, junior brother. That afternoon, Zhang Yin packed his belongings, preparing for a pilgrimage. The reason was easy to guess. Now, apart from Zhao Yuan, no one else came to him. He would have to find another way to make a living. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. A young woman named Zhao Ying suddenly appeared before Zhang Yin. Her voice, clear as a silver bell, inquired, "You are Zhang Yin, are you not?" Zhang Yin nodded solemnly. "That is I." Zhao Ying suddenly drew her sword, shouting, "My brother cultivated true script today. After you explained it to him, he vomited blood and fainted. It must have been you, you charlatan, who harmed my brother." Zhang Yin frowned upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "It seems Zhao Yuan didn't heed my advice. He's truly a stubborn one." Despite the accusation, Zhang Yin calmly replied, "Whether or not I am a charlatan will be clear if you come with me to the Duk-Tu Abbey to see Zhao Yuan." Zhao Ying finally sheathed her sword. "If anything happens to my brother," she warned, "I will hold you accountable." Then, the two of them returned together to the Duk-Tu Abbey disciples' quarters. Zhang Yin sat by Zhao Yuan's bedside, examining his condition. After taking his pulse, Zhang Yin began his diagnosis. Brother Zhao's temperament is unstable, and he hastily cultivated true script, leading to a disruption of his qi. Fortunately, it's not too serious. He should awaken soon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying threatened, "If my brother doesn't wake up, you won't be leaving this place." At that moment, they suddenly heard someone forcefully push open the door. It was Bian Xiao, the steward of the Duk-Tu Abbey, accompanied by several subordinates. He sneered at Zhang Yin. "You have some nerve." Zhang Yin pondered. "If I remember correctly, this man is Bian Xiao, the steward here. Besides managing affairs, he also has authority over disciple discipline." Bian Xiao stepped forward, mockingly stating, "You are a disciple of the Tinyuan Abbey, an outsider. Yet you use the pretense of interpreting true script to deceive others and harm our disciples. Your crime deserves 10,000 deaths." Zhao Ying observed the situation, silently thinking, Bian Xiao is not someone to be trifled with. Let's see how Zhang Yin handles this. Zhang Yin, naturally, remained calm. Brother Zhao's coma is due to improper cultivation and has nothing to do with me. The Duk-Tu Abbey and the Tianyuan Abbey belong to the same lineage, both lower abbeys of the Min Thuong sect. Why do your words sow discord within the sect? Bian Xiao trembled with anger upon hearing this. This scoundrel Zhang Yin, I can't believe he's picking apart my words. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his prior preparations. With that thought, he reached into his chest as if to retrieve something. Bian Xiao calmly produced 3 Taoist scriptures and declared, "I always act justly and will not wrongly accuse anyone. Here are 3 true scriptures. If you can understand them, I will drop all charges." Zhang Yin not only didn't refuse, but audaciously agreed. "Very well, as you wish." Zhao Ying was astonished by the scene unfolding before her. To comprehend 3 true script texts, where did Zhang Yin get such confidence? Bian Xiao stroked his beard, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Let's see what you're capable of." Zhang Yin remained supremely confident. "Today, I vow to clear my name." Bian Xiao commanded, "Follow me outside. Let's see what you've got." With that said, Zhang Yin and Zhao Ying followed steward Bian Xiao out to the stone table. News of this spread like wildfire through the disciples' quarters, prompting them to rush out one after another to witness the commotion. Which clueless fool dared to trifle with Bian Xiao? A registered disciple of the Tianyuan Abbey, rumored to have deceived the sect, now wanted to prove his innocence. Steward Bian had challenged him to interpret 3 true scriptures on the spot. The other disciples' eyes widened at the news. 3 scrolls? As the crowd gathered, Bian Xiao announced in a loud voice, "Let everyone here bear witness." He added, wanting to avoid accusations of bullying, so there could be no talk of unfair treatment. The eager disciples responded, Right. Observing Bian Xiao's demeanor, Zhang Yin deduced that the steward had undoubtedly memorized the 3 true scriptures and their corresponding incantations. Bian Yao, nidi no pramting, nadith. Indeed, Zhang Yin picked up one of the scrolls. In that case, for the first scroll, I will recite it aloud. There's no need for ink and brush. Steward Bian can determine the accuracy of the true script. This declaration caused the surrounding disciples to gasp in astonishment. Recite it aloud? Is he mad? Bian Xiao inwardly cursed. Such arrogance. Let's see what you do if you don't understand it. Without further ado, Zhang Yin began to recite the DQ-Do, a cultivation technique belonging to a higher level discipline. It spoke of manipulating time and tempering one's own meridians. Zhang Yin continued, his voice clear and steady. Next, I will explain the oral incantation of the DQ Do. Zhao Ying, standing beside him, noticed Bian Xiao's trembling hands with surprise. Bian Xiao was flustered. If this truly is a high-level technique, and Zhang Yin grasps it, he's a prodigy. Zhang Yin continued, the oral incantation of the DQ Do is as follows. Q Thong then Quan, Dike Dang Lin Dan. The surrounding disciples urged each other. True or false? Quickly find paper and brush. Who knows? This might be a genuine secret incantation. Zhang Yin continued reciting the true script as if he had committed it to memory. At the precise moment, temper body and mind, delay will waste the fusion. Zhao Ying began to feel a strange sensation in her body, circulating her inner energy according to Zhang Yan's incantation. She felt a warm current flowing through her, as if entering a mystical realm. It was truly wondrous. At this point, the surrounding disciples also began to cultivate alongside. Bian Xiao, witnessing this, wore a dumbfounded expression, fearing that everyone would be swept up in Zhang Yan's performance. Bian Xiao interrupted loudly. Enough! Stop reciting. There's no issue with this scroll. He fumed inwardly. He must have read this scroll before. That's why he's so familiar with it. The next scroll contains a new true script. Let's see how he handles that. Just then, a disciple rushed over. Down below. You're late. Heavens! Fearful of further embarrassment, Bian Xiao carefully instructed Zhang Yin. For the next true script scroll, I want you to translate it. Zhang Yin, naturally, wouldn't be easily deterred. Zhang Yin glanced left and right, then thought, the Mandarin Kin appears simple, with only 60 refined bamboo script characters. However, it contains 64 principles, requiring immense effort to study. Moreover, missing even one principle renders the whole thing useless. Seeing Zhang Yan's sudden silence, Bian Xiao sneered. Don't tell me that with a mere 60 bamboo script characters, junior brother Zhang can't even read them. Zhang Yin snorted, thinking the jade tablet can enhance my thinking, making anything possible. 1 day outside is equivalent to 10 days within the jade. Secretly taking out the jade tablet, Zhang Yin calculated, with the jade tablet's power, I have more time to think and can accurately comprehend the true script. Seeing Zhang Yin sit down at the table, Bian Xiao grew anxious. Zhang Yin isn't even using the bamboo slips. Could he have some secret method? Zhang Yin wrote for a while, then slowly put down his brush. He opened his mouth to speak. I've completely studied the Man Dian Jing, all 64 precepts. Steward Bian can examine it himself, or I can recite it for everyone. The disciples, not waiting for Bian Xiao's reply, erupted in excited shouts. Recite it! Recite it! Bian Xiao, however, snatched the stack of papers directly, snapping, let me see. His eyes darted back and forth across the pages, affecting an air of intense scrutiny. A moment later, the precious porcelain jar in Bian Xiao's hand slipped from his grasp, shattering on the stone floor. Goose flesh erupted across Bian Xiao's skin. Astonishment choked his voice. How is this possible? How could a low-ranking, registered disciple comprehend the Mandianjing? It's even clearer than the translations I've studied. Even the most obscure passages are explained with such clarity. But if I admit defeat to him, where will my face be? Zhang Yin spoke, his voice calm. What is Steward Bian's opinion? Bian Xiao, unwilling to concede, hedged. Unexpected. Truly unexpected that you possess such skill. However, there remains the final scroll. If you can comprehend that, then Bian Xiao will be utterly convinced. Zhang Yin calmly opened the final scroll. He read for a moment, then closed it, his next word a sharp blade. This Lian Kai Chan Kin is nothing more than a patchwork of borrowed techniques. Isn't it just something you scribbled down in your idle time for amusement? Laughter rippled through the assembled disciples. Bian Xiao's face burned with shame. At that moment, Zhao Yuan pushed open the door and strode out, calling, Brother Zhang Yin. Zhao Ying cried out in surprise. Brother, you're awake. Zhao Yuan walked over to comfort his sister. I'm fine, sister. Don't worry. Zhang Yin approached Zhao Yuan, offering a gentle reminder. Brother Zhao, remember this. An unstable mind can hinder the cultivation of esoteric techniques. Shame colored Zhao Yuan's face. Don't call me brother. You should be called brother. I've caused so much trouble today. I'm truly ashamed. Zhang Yin replied, You think too much of it, Brother Zhao. How is your cultivation of the Vin Shuyan meridian circulation technique progressing? Zhao Yuan answered honestly. The Vin Shuyan meridian circulation technique you deciphered is truly a profound method, though my cultivation of it was flawed. But after waking, my cultivation base has surged, as if I've been reborn. Zhang Yin immediately offered his congratulations, his face bright with genuine pleasure. Overhearing their conversation, the surrounding disciples murmured in admiration. Zhang Yin is truly remarkable. To think such a talent existed within the Tian Yuan Abbey. The Duk Tu and Tian Yuan Abbeys are of the same lineage, fellow disciples all. We should seek out Brother Zhang for guidance in the future. At this point, Zhang Yin turned and addressed Bian Xiao directly. Steward Bian, am I now cleared? Bian Xiao hastily backpedaled. Today's events were merely a misunderstanding. Cultivators shouldn't dwell on such trifles. Consider our acquaintance a fortunate encounter. Then, fearing further repercussions, he hurriedly produced a small bottle. This is Jihe Dan. It can strengthen your foundational essence and clear your meridians. Consider it a meeting gift. Zhang Yin considered this silently. Jihe Dan is a priceless treasure. Accepting it wouldn't be so bad. With that thought, he let out a sigh. He decided to let the matter rest. Steward Bian acted reasonably, entirely within his rights. We are of the same sect. Harmony should be our priority. Bian Xiao, relieved, chimed in, Exactly. Harmony is paramount. But inwardly, the older man fumed. This brat is certainly not lacking in boldness. Immediately, Zhang Yin was surrounded by disciples clamoring for his attention. Brother Zhang, please help me. Brother, do you have a Tao companion? I have this scroll, brother. Could you take a look? Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Zhang Yin made his escape. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Bian Xiao watched Zhang Yan's retreating figure, his mind buzzing with unease. He's only a registered disciple, he thought. How could he understand such profound techniques? Could he possess some extraordinary innate talent? Perhaps a descendant of a hidden cultivation family? Or worse, a spy from the demonic sect? Bian Xiao's brow furrowed. This is highly irregular. I must visit Tin Yuan Abbey tomorrow and investigate Zhang Yan's background. This idle fellow is stirring up trouble. 3 days later, early in the morning, within Zhang Yan's cave dwelling, he finished some unseen task, letting out a long, slow breath. Gazing at his slender hands, he mused, I've often heard that after reaching the bamboo foundation stage, a cultivator gains the strength of 1,000 pounds in each arm, eyes that can pierce through dense fog, and ears that can distinguish the calls of even the smallest insects and birds. Zhang Yin gently closed his eyes. It seems the rumors are true. My predecessor was merely an introductory disciple of the Heavenly Mountain Abbey, possessing only the most rudimentary cultivation techniques. He pondered, without a superior method to guide me, my path of cultivation would have ended here. Zhang Yin suddenly recalled the surge of stagnant energy he felt a few days prior while translating the Eternal Flow Meridian scripture for Zhao Yuan. He had then used this method to cultivate, coupled with the Jihe pill and the Jade Koi Sa, stabilizing my vital essence. The process wasn't overly strenuous. 3 years of arduous cultivation, and I've finally ascended from the fish leap manifestation stage to the bamboo foundation stage. Just one step away from essence integration. A sense of satisfaction washed over Zhang Yin. I've finally stepped onto the true path of cultivation. If I had continued toiling away in that stone cave, waiting for fate to bestow opportunities, where would I be now? The path of cultivation is like scaling the heavens. The higher you climb, the more treacherous it becomes. There will be countless petty individuals seeking to obstruct my progress. Zhang Yin silently reminded himself, the road ahead is long. The bamboo foundation stage is but the first step on this grand path. I must not become complacent or arrogant. Zhang Yin settled into a meditative posture, his gaze distant. Cultivation is like 10,000 horses charging across a single plank bridge. There is no retreat, only the path forward. Even amidst peril, I must treat it as level ground. A long while later, just as Zhang Yin was fully immersed in his cultivation, a knock echoed from outside his cave. A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Yan's face. He'd received few visitors since entering seclusion. Who could it be? Which senior brother is it? He called out. A familiar voice responded, Young master, it's me, Zhang Shi. Surprise softened Zhang Yan's features. Uncle Shi, it's you. This kind-hearted old servant had been with his family for years. In his predecessor's memories, Zhang Shi held the respect of an elder. He quickly rose and opened the door. "Uncle Shi, it's been a while. What brings you up the mountain at this hour?" Zhang Shi replied earnestly, 3 months have passed without seeing you, young master. The weather is turning colder, and knowing your frail constitution, I grew worried and came to check on you." Ushering Zhang Shi inside, Zhang Yan said, "Your timing is perfect, Uncle Shi. Tell me, what interesting things have been happening down the mountain? It would be a welcome distraction from the monotony of these past few months." Zhang Shi sighed. "Young master, before your father passed, he placed great hope in you, wishing for you to study and take the imperial examinations. How can you waste your precious time in this place?" Disappointment etched itself onto his face. "You are the only one left in the family with such potential. Why must you endure such hardship?" Zhang Yin looked towards the sky and began to recite a poem. "Golden halls, dry bones, seeds of millet sown, / half a cup of juju, to the ancestors shown, / this morn, I dreamt of golden millet bright, / asked the immortals, not of worldly plight." His voice resonated with conviction. "My heart yearns for the great Tao. How could I covet worldly riches and glory?" An unwavering resolve hardened Zhang Yan's gaze. "Having witnessed the apocalyptic calamities of my past life, I know the utter helplessness of mortals in the face of plagues and disasters. In this life, I am determined to achieve immortality." Zhang Shi's face crumpled further with worry after hearing this. "Young master, your talent is limited. Cultivation is a hopeless endeavor. Why torment yourself so?" The old man's heart ached. The young master has read far too many fantastical tales of immortals. His mind is poisoned by these fanciful stories. Zhang Yin, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes, turned to Zhang Shi. "Limited talent? Where did you hear such a thing?" A voice cut through the air. "From me." Zhang Yan's face hardened. Chu Zishang, flanked by his attendants, strode to the entrance of Zhang Yan's dwelling. A mocking laugh escaped his lips. "A few years on the mountain, and you've actually managed some meager progress." His tone dripped with condescension. "The path of cultivation is arduous. With your mediocre aptitude, wouldn't you be better off returning home, following in your parents' footsteps, and living a peaceful, mundane life? Surely, that would be more enjoyable." A cold smile played on Zhang Yan's lips. "Parents? Whose parents? Whose home?" Zhang Yan's mind raced back, piecing together the bizarre circumstances of his predecessor. 3 years prior, his predecessor had taken Chu Yusua, the young mistress of the Ding Yang Chu family, as a concubine. On their wedding night, as they consummated their marriage, she had glowed with an ethereal light, proclaiming herself a celestial maiden reborn. She claimed she was about to ascend to the heavens and tasked him with caring for her parents in the mortal realm. In return, she promised to bring him to the celestial court after 100 years to share in her eternal bliss. His predecessor, utterly convinced, had dutifully cared for the Chu family, enduring their arrogance and hostility without complaint. Then, a wandering Taoist had shattered the illusion, revealing that Chu Yusua was merely an ordinary cultivator, a disciple of the Jade Flute sect under the tutelage of spiritual master Ling Nai. Unable to care for her parents while pursuing the Tao and fearing karmic retribution, she had sought out Zhang Yan's predecessor. Using a soul-controlling technique, she had enslaved the young dandy to fulfill her filial duties, thus balancing her karmic debt. Fortunately, Zhang Yan's predecessor had been guided to seek refuge and cultivate at the Bright Spear sect's Tian Yuan Abbey, narrowly escaping this manipulative scheme. It had been a truly close call. Chu Zishang, Chu Yusua's younger brother, was here to force him back. Clearly, after his departure, the Chu family had failed to find another suitable patsy. His thoughts coalescing, Zhang Yan's voice rang with defiance. "I am now dedicated to the path of cultivation. I will not be a pawn in your family's games." Chu Zishang sputtered, rage choking his words. "You!" A tremor of fear ran through him. Zhang Yan's aura was potent, radiating the strength of the bamboo origin stage, even more stable than his own. Has he been guided by some master? Chu Zishang wondered. "I am a disciple of the Jade Flute sect. If I force him away, the Bright Spear sect will not stand idly by. It seems I cannot touch him." The thought simmered into a furious resentment. Defeated, Chu Zishang turned to leave. "Very well. Pray for your own good fortune then." A satisfied smile spread across Zhang Yan's face. "The Chu family will undoubtedly increase their pressure after today," he mused. amused. Fortunately, my cultivation has reached a sufficient level. Had Chu Zishang arrived a few days earlier, I would have been in a precarious position. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, 3 figures engaged in lively conversation. Among them were Steward Bien and Senior Brother AI. Zhang Yan's background isn't simple, is it? AI Wenzhong, a disciple of Tian Yuan Abbey, sighed. I've investigated 3 times. His identity is confirmed as a resident of Dingyang, Donghe, an ordinary registered disciple. His registration date is the 57th year of Cheng'an. Bien Xiao replied, "Thank you for your diligence, Senior Brother AI. It seems I was overthinking things." Beside them, Lin Tong couldn't resist a snort of disdain. Just a small fry who somehow learned the bamboo script divination technique. He's been making quite a name for himself amongst the lower ranks lately. We need to put him in his place. AI Wenzhong stepped forward cautiously, his voice soft. Then let us go and investigate a bit. I hear Zhang Yin is at the bamboo foundation stage. Junior Brother Lin, don't be careless. Lin Tong, ignoring the warning, laughed loudly. I've been on the mountain for 9 years and only reached the silver origin manifestation of the bamboo foundation stage 2 years ago, thanks to my elder brother's guidance. I suspect Zhang Yan's strength is mostly hearsay. And so, AI Wenzhong began to lead the way, with Lin Tong following towards Zhang Yan's dwelling. According to the sect records, AI Wenzhong said, Zhang Yan's residence should be just ahead. Lin Tong replied excitedly, "Good." As the two walked along, they suddenly encountered Chu Zishang descending the mountain. AI Wenzhong, sensing something amiss, trembled slightly. "This man's aura is stronger than ours," he whispered fearfully. "He's likely reached the meridian opening stage. Best not to provoke him." But before he could caution Lin Tong, the latter had already barged forward, spewing vulgarity. "Who are you, blocking the path? Tired of living? Get out of the way, for Master Lin." AI Wenzhong, unable to stop him, cried out, "Junior Brother Lin, wait." As expected, Chu Zishang responded with a swift slap to Lin Tong's face, sending him sprawling. His mouth twisted in pain as he tumbled several times down the stone steps, landing in a heap. AI Wenzhong cried out in dismay, "Brother Lin, I told you to hold your tongue. Why didn't you listen?" He rushed forward, pleading, "This was our fault, sir. Please show mercy." Chu Zishang didn't reply, only letting out a cold snort as he stepped over AI Wenzhong. AI Wenzhong hurried to help the dazed Lin Tong to his feet. "Brother Lin, get up quickly." Once the other man was gone, Lin Tong cautiously spoke. "His cultivation is so high." "Senior Brother AI? Who was that? I've never seen him on the mountain before." AI Wenzhong replied in a low voice. "Judging by his appearance, it seems to have been Chu Zishang of the Dingyang Chu family." Lin Tong, clutching his face, groaned, "Damn him." AI Wenzhong turned back to him, cautioning, "Brother Lin, that man strikes hard. Be careful, you might have internal injuries. You should go back and rest. I'll handle the matter with Zhang Yin." Lin Tong replied, "Then I'll trouble you, junior brother." He hurried off. Once Lin Tong was gone, AI Wenzhong began to ponder seriously. Judging by the direction he was coming from, Chu Zishang must have just been at Zhang Yan's place. Chu Zishang is a disciple nurtured by the Jade Peak sect. Why would he have dealings with Zhang Yan? He furrowed his brow in thought. This is definitely not simple. Then, AI Wenzhong quickly arrived at Zhang Yan's dwelling. He knocked on the door, calling out, "Senior Brother Zhang, are you home?" A creak sounded, and Zhang Yin gently opened the door, asking cautiously, "Who is it?" AI Wenzhong calmly replied, "It is I, AI Wenzhong. Senior Brother, you are indeed as rumored, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, handsome and refined." Zhang Yin paused for a moment, appraising AI Wenzhong. He knew this man had wide connections and, like himself, was at the Bamboo Foundation stage. He usually managed the sect's disciple registry. But his visit today, could it be that he'd heard about the conflict with Bien Xiao and had come to investigate? At the same time, AI Wenzhong was also carefully observing him. Although Zhang Yin appeared ordinary, his features and physique were remarkably striking. Moreover, his sharp gaze seemed to carry a certain pressure. It appeared his cultivation was definitely no less than his own, perhaps even stronger. Zhang Yin quickly regained his composure, replying, "Senior Brother flatters me. I am Zhang Yin, and I have long admired your great name. Please come in and have a seat. My humble dwelling is a bit cold. Please forgive me." Not at all, replied AI Wenzhong. He accepted Zhang Yan's invitation to enter and share some tea, but a strange expression flickered across his face. He subtly slipped a hand into his sleeve, thinking to himself, Zhang Yan possesses an extraordinary air. He must have true ability. I initially planned to challenge him with a difficult text, but now it seems better to turn foe into friend and offer him a favor. Seeing AI Wenzhong suddenly produce a Taoist text, Zhang Yan spoke, I've heard that senior brother is skilled in deciphering true script. AI Wenzhong immediately replied, I recently acquired a copy of Lin Miao's questions on the Tao. I'd like to gift it to senior brother for us to study together. I would be grateful for your guidance. Zhang Yin accepted the Taoist text, breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed that AI Wenzhong's visit was merely for the sake of building a connection with him. AI Wenzhong continued, Then, many thanks, senior brother. By the way, I came across an acquaintance here, seemingly the third young master of the Chu family. Does senior brother know him? Zhang Yin calmly replied, Know him? That third young master is my wife's younger brother. AI Wenzhong was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He could hardly believe it. Zhang Yin and Chu Zishang were actually brothers-in-law. The Dingyang Chu clan held a prominent position in Manhwa Prefecture. In the last century, no fewer than 10 cultivators who had reached the nascent Soul realm had married daughters of the Chu clan. Zhang Yan's background was clearly not simple. An alliance with him was essential. Thinking this, AI Wenzhong asked, Is senior brother aware of the profound script assembly? Zhang Yin replied, Of course. It's held every 3 years. He sighed, adding, I had intended to attend, but I've been preoccupied with my cultivation and haven't made the necessary connections. I haven't been able to gain entry. Zhang Yin fell silent, his gaze fixed on the Taoist text, thinking to himself, this region is called Manhwa Prefecture. Manhwa Prefecture has a total of 16 sects, with countless smaller branches spread throughout. Every 3 years, the sect academies hold a profound script assembly. Outstanding cultivators from the outer academies of the major sects, whether initiated disciples or registered disciples, gather to exchange their cultivation experiences. The assembly is named after profound script because of the legends surrounding true script. Since the creation of heaven and earth, after piercing through the earth's surface and enduring the erosion of wind and rain, a vast and magnificent tapestry has formed, concealing the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. Through the contemplation and organization of ancient sages, these mysteries gradually took shape as the unique written scriptures of cultivators. Legend has it that in ancient times, cultivators could achieve enlightenment and ascend in broad daylight simply by comprehending true script. Even if it's just a rumor, it's enough to prove that true script is the foundation of the great Tao. Those who understand true script have the hope of attending the profound script assembly, where they can exchange and compete using true script. It's considered a grand competition of Taoist discourse among cultivators. AI Wenzhong suddenly suggested, the profound script assembly is about to begin. With senior brother's skill in true script, how could you not showcase your talent at the assembly? Come with me. Zhang Yin pondered for a moment. The profound script assembly was an opportunity to learn from his peers and enhance the reputation of his sect. Since he could attend, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse. Since senior brother has extended the invitation, this junior disciple will not decline. AI Wenzhong produced a token, explaining, this token serves as proof of admittance to the assembly. With this, you can enter the mountain gates. He added, these are Jinyuan pills, used to regulate qi and meridians. There are 12 in total. Conflicts are inevitable at the assembly. Please accept these, senior brother, to help stabilize your strength. Zhang Yin accepted the pills, bowing his head in gratitude. Many thanks, senior brother AI. AI Wenzhong returned the bow. There's no need for such formalities, senior brother. I have sect matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. 5 days passed quickly, like a dog running across a field. During this time, Zhang Yin remained at home, deciphering true script. To his surprise, Lin Miao's questions on the Tao turned out to be one of the 10 volumes of Heart Inquiries. It contained insights into the final step of advancing from foundation establishment to true essence. Every word as precious as a pearl. Zhang Yin slowly closed his eyes, striving to comprehend each character of the true script. This was not a feat that just anyone could accomplish. Zhang Yin mused to himself. Every time he encountered a new esoteric text, the Jade Shard helped him decipher the cultivation techniques and analyze their strengths and weaknesses. His mental projection could even practice within the Jade Shard's world, preventing him from learning incorrect techniques that might lead to chi deviation. Opening his eyes, he said aloud, "Using the Jade Shard does take a toll on me, but thankfully, I took a Jinyuan pill earlier, so I'm not overly exhausted." After consuming the Jinyuan pill, Zhang Yin closed his eyes, feeling his body gradually revitalize. His internal chi surged, his primal energy replenished, and his vitality soared, even surpassing the benefits of a full night's meditation. A flicker of delight crossed Zhang Yan's face. The effects of this pill are truly extraordinary. Disciples of the Shinmin sects are indeed nurtured with the finest resources. Besides superior Taoist texts, they likely have access to miraculous elixirs and medicines as well. It's a pity I have so few pills. I must gather more. Such opportunities mustn't be missed. Meanwhile, within the inner grounds of the Shanyuan Abbey, Chu Zishang stood perched on a nearby tree, his gaze fixed intently on something within the abbey. He was contemplating Zhang Yan's feat of deciphering the esoteric text on Thuong No Mountain. The news had spread far and wide, and Chu Zishang suspected that Zhang Yan must have a powerful mentor guiding him. A sinister smile crept across his lips. As a disciple of the Jade Flute sect, I can't forcibly take Zhang Yan away. However, by leveraging the Shanyuan Abbey's abbot, there might be another way. Just then, the abbot's attendant emerged and announced, "The abbot invites the esteemed guest to enter." Chu Zishang, his face impassive, gestured for the attendant to lead the way. Standing before the abbot's residence, Chu Zishang paused, his mind still calculating. As he stepped inside, a voice echoed, "You are from the Jade Flute sect. Incense burns here year-round, in reverence to our ancestors," the voice continued. The abbot then inquired, "Why have you come to Shanyuan Abbey?" Chu Zishang bowed respectfully. "This humble one is Chu Zishang from Dingyang, and I am the brother-in-law of Zhang Yin, a registered disciple of this abbey." He began to fabricate a story. "He has come to the mountain due to family troubles, and I am here to bring him back down." The abbot responded calmly, "The disciples here cultivate based on their own volition. This old Taoist never forces anyone. As a disciple of the Jade Flute sect, you should not interfere with his Taoist heart." Chu Zishang inwardly sneered, having anticipated this response. He reached inside his robe and said, "The matter is like this." Producing a Taoist text, he presented it to the abbot. "Please pass this text on to my brother-in-law. Surely, the Taoist priest won't refuse such a request." The abbot glanced at the esoteric text and replied without hesitation, "Very well, this humble one will pass it along." A triumphant smile spread across Chu Zishang's face. "Many thanks, Taoist friend." The abbot then declared in a loud voice, "See our guest out," while gesturing with a brush in his hand. As he was escorted out, Chu Zishang couldn't contain his laughter, pleased with his flawless plan. Meanwhile, the abbot examined the text Chu Zishang had given him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Looking at the title, he murmured pensively, "The Profound Mysteries of the Internal Essence." This is considered an ancient classic, originally belonging to Taoist Tea of the Southern Blossom sect. It's a high-level method for opening the immortal meridians. However, the techniques within are incredibly complex and fraught with peril. Without proper guidance, it could easily damage the internal meridians, ruin one's Taoist foundation, and render a person incapable of cultivation. The abbot's curiosity was piqued. He wondered what grudge Chu Zishang held against Zhang Yin to want to sever his path of cultivation so ruthlessly. At the same time, at Zhang Yan's dwelling, a group of people had gathered, feasting and carousing. Lin Yuan, a lower courtyard disciple, suddenly bellowed, "Zhang Yin, do you know your transgression?" Zhang Yin emerged, listened to the question, and stood dumbfounded for a long moment, utterly bewildered as to what offense he could have possibly committed. Lin Yuan erupted in fury, his voice laced with venom. "You dared to duel with a disciple of the Guanyin school, vying for superiority. Such a transgression is punishable by death." Zhang Yan's brows furrowed, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Yet he maintained a semblance of composure as he replied, "Senior brother Lin, that Mo Yuan fellow blocked 3 of our Mingshang sect disciples from reaching the summit for 3 whole days. Though I am but an obscure disciple, I still understand the meaning of humiliation. I challenge the Guangyuan school because I refuse to let them tarnish the reputation of the Mingchong sect as they please. Lin Yuan clearly had no interest in hearing his reasoning. He barked silence. The senior brothers have already formulated a plan. How dare a junior like you disrupt it? Sees Zhang Yin. AI Wenzhong, standing beside Zhang Yin, couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. They had just been conversing moments ago, and now this spectacle of accusations and threats unfolded before him. Suddenly, Hu Xingyu gripped AI Wenzhong's arm, his voice a low hiss. If you don't want to share Zhang Yan's fate, don't move a muscle. To AI Wenzhong's utter shock, his body was paralyzed, locked in place. The lower courtyard disciples began to close in on Zhang Yin, preparing to apprehend him. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the resounding clang of a golden bell echoed through the air, its vibrations so intense that the three men felt a sharp pain lance through their heads. A figure appeared above them, his voice booming. "Where is Zhang Yin?" The newcomer continued. "By order of the Grandmaster, registered disciple Zhang Yin of the Shanyuan Abbey is summoned to the abbey for an audience." Zhang Yin, Lin Yuan, and the surrounding disciples were all momentarily stunned. Of all times, why now? The man's voice boomed again. "Here is the Grandmaster's token. Where is Zhang Yin? Come forth at once." He held aloft a large calligraphy brush. Lin Yuan's hands trembled at the sight of it. "That's Grandmaster Shi Shoujing's personal life-extinguishing divine brush." Lin Yuan quickly and quietly ordered his disciples to stand down, lest they invite disaster upon themselves. They reluctantly obeyed, not daring to provoke such a powerful figure. Zhang Yin stepped forward. "I am Zhang Yin," he declared. "You are Zhang Yin?" the man asked. After Zhang Yin nodded, the man descended the steps and addressed Zhang Yin directly. "Follow me to the abbey." As Zhang Yin and the messenger walked away, the disgruntled disciples turned to Lin Yuan. "Are we just going to let him go?" Murmurs of discontent rippled through the group. "What else can we do? We can't defy the Grandmaster's orders. We should have just killed him instead of wasting time with words," one grumbled. "The situation is unclear. We'll discuss this later and see how the Grandmaster handles it." AI Wenzhong suddenly let out a cold snort, turning to leave. Rubbing the angry red marks on his arm where he'd been gripped, he muttered, "I'll remember this favor, senior brothers." Meanwhile, at the Three Purities Hall, Zhang Yin had been escorted to the entrance by the messenger. The messenger paused before the doors. "Senior brother, please wait here. I will announce your arrival." A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhang Yan's mind. I repelled a renowned sect like the Guangyuan school. It seems only natural that the upper courtyard would want to accept me as a formal disciple. But every opportunity comes with a price. My future path might not be as smooth as I'd hoped. Just as he finished this thought, the messenger reappeared. "Senior brother, the three Grandmasters invite you to enter." Without hesitation, Zhang Yin stepped inside and knelt, bowing respectfully. Registered disciple Zhang Yin greets the three Grandmasters. Seated before him were Xia Shouxian, the head of the two Guan Abbey. In the center was Shi Shoujing, the head of the Shanyuan Abbey, and to the right Sajin Shouzhong, the head of the Taiyan Abbey. Shi Shoujing spoke first. "Zhang Yin, you've been on the mountain for over 3 years. Where did you learn your cultivation methods?" Zhang Yin replied respectfully, half from natural talent and half from others. Xia Shouxian listened, a sardonic twist to his lips. "Half from natural talent, half from others?" A clever turn of phrase. But nature precedes nurture. If one cannot cultivate oneself, what use is inherent talent? Shi Shoujing stroked his beard, chuckling softly. "You have a keen understanding of such matters." He suddenly produced a Taoist text from within his robes, offering it to Zhang Yin. "Take this," Shi Shoujing explained. "This Taoist text details a superior method for opening the meridians. It's a path fraught with diversions. A single misstep could ruin your foundation." He continued, "Yet, it's a premier immortal text, a true classic of antiquity. It would be a shame to let it gather dust. Whether you choose to cultivate from it is entirely your decision." His veiled words were a clear attempt to avoid mentioning Chu Zishang directly. Zhen Shouzhong frowned abruptly, dismissing Zhang Yin. "You may leave now." Zhang Yin bowed his head in deference. Thank you, masters, for your generosity. I take my leave. He turned and swiftly departed, leaving the three masters to their private discussion. Zhenshou Zhong spoke gravely. Zhang Yan's temperament is indeed exceptional, but his aptitude is ordinary. I fear his future achievements will be limited. Furthermore, he's already offended a number of the incoming disciples. I worry this will do more harm than good. Sure, Shoujing shook his head, offering reassurance. Don't worry, junior brother Zhen. I've given Zhang Yin that jade suppression cauldron. Let him serve as a cauldron-bearing strength cultivator for a while. We'll see how he fares. Zhenshou Zhong stroked his beard, a flicker of approval in his eyes. A sound plan. Zhang Yin, meanwhile, had exited the headmaster's residence, his mind awash in contemplation. As he reached the gate, the guide from earlier greeted him with uncontainable excitement. Congratulations, senior brother. Just before entering seclusion, the Grandmaster issued a decree. You are now the 13th registered disciple of Shanyuan Abbey. Surprise washed over Zhang Yin. A registered disciple. All that effort, all that scheming, and this was the culmination of his grand design. He pressed a small pill into the guide's hand. Thank you, junior brother. Please accept this medicinal pellet. The junior brother quickly concealed the pill within his sleeve, glancing furtively around, wary of prying eyes. Leaning closer, he whispered in Zhang Yan's ear. There are also some miscellaneous items the Grandmaster instructed be delivered to your dwelling. I've already dispatched someone to take them there. Don't worry. Zhang Yin smiled inwardly. Transporting these miscellaneous items was no small feat without that pill. He would likely have had to retrieve them himself. I appreciate your diligence, junior brother. The junior brother beamed. Not at all, senior brother. Farewell. Zhang Yin quickly returned to his dwelling. Upon opening the door, he saw a bronze cauldron sitting in the center of the room. He slowly approached, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. So, this is the peculiar item the attendant mentioned. He murmured, the jade suppression cauldron. The Grandmaster gave me a cauldron. Could this be a veiled message about my future? Is he suggesting I should embrace the path of a strength cultivator? Is this his way of urging me to yield, to avoid competing for cultivation resources with the other registered disciples? The thought sparked a surge of anger within him. He clenched his fists. If I resign myself to being a cauldron-bearing slave, what's the point of cultivating immortality? What's the point of seeking the Tao? His gaze hardened, a steely resolve taking hold. My path of cultivation will not be dictated by others. He lightly touched the rim of the cauldron, a thought forming in his mind. Still, the jade suppression cauldron is a valuable artifact. It can store vital essence. It would be foolish to let it go to waste. With newfound purpose, he quickly gathered firewood and placed it beneath the cauldron, then filled it with water. He shed his robes and climbed inside, ignoring the scalding heat. Xianmen disciples undergoing primordial reversion have masters to protect them, but I can only rely on myself. Such is my fate. He gritted his teeth against the searing temperature of the jade suppression cauldron, his sweat turning from white to black. The water quickly turned completely black. Zhang Yin thought to himself, I've swallowed no less than 26 true essence pills. More than half of the vital essence within my body has been refined, but no matter how hard I try, a trace of unrefined essence remains within my origin aperture. I can't seem to break through. A profound contemplation suddenly settled over Zhang Yin, his expression calming. At this moment, the essence of his mind was active, yet his spirit returned to a state of tranquility. Refining vital essence to this level, it should have flowed smoothly like a river. But my thoughts are too fixated, losing the true meaning of the natural Tao. This, in turn, obstructs the flow of Tao Qi, causing the inner vital essence to stagnate and preventing further progress. In this situation, even accumulating more vital essence is futile. It's better to disregard that trace of unrefined essence. Keep the three treasures of the elixir aperture tranquil and abandon all anxieties. Time passed until the firewood beneath the cauldron burned to ash. At this moment, Zhang Yin suddenly opened his eyes, as if struck by a sudden realization. He exclaimed excitedly, I've finally broken through primordial reversion and entered the realm of essence integration into truth. Zhang Yin quickly grabbed a towel, thinking, with a little more time to cultivate true essence and solidify my realm, I can enter the meridian opening stage. It seems that cauldron was given to me as if it feared my cultivation was progressing too slowly. It was meant to lend me a hand. Zhang Yin leaped out of the jade suppression cauldron, wrapped in the towel, and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha! As he walked, he pondered. Others use the cauldron as a warning against competition, but I use it to refine my essence and integrate it with truth. Mortal minds try to interpret the secrets of the Tao, but their calculations miss the mark. That afternoon, as the sun neared its zenith, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, locked in a chase. One was a serpent demon, desperately fleeing. The other, Ning Zhongshuan, a disciple of the Bright Spear sect's upper courtyard, relentlessly pursuing. You dare flit about before me? The serpent demon suddenly spewed a reddish-black cloud to obstruct Ning Zhongshuan's path. Confidently, Ning Zhongshuan thought, such paltry tricks. Two beams of light shot from Ning Zhongshuan's eyes, piercing through the dark cloud and startling the serpent demon. Ning Zhongshuan swiftly drew his sword, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He thrust his sword into the serpent demon's back, eliciting a shriek of pain. One strike wasn't enough. Ning Zhongshuan slashed along the demon's spine, leaving a long gash. However, to his surprise, Ning Zhongshuan discovered the creature, desperate to escape, was shedding its skin. The serpent demon writhed in the air for a moment, then began to descend towards the ground, hissing and searching for an escape route. Ning Zhongshuan landed on the ground, quickly scanning his surroundings. That serpent demon shrunk itself and slithered into the mountain, he deduced, frustrated. I can't very well shatter the mountain. Suddenly, he noticed a figure sitting on a distant cliff face. There's a cultivator here, he mused. That aura, could it be a lower courtyard disciple? The figure was Zhang Yin. Ning Zhongshuan approached directly, demanding, Who are you, and why are you here alone? Zhang Yin slowly opened his eyes and looked at the newcomer, politely introducing himself. I am Zhang Yin, a disciple of the Bright Spear sect's lower courtyard. May I ask how I should address senior brother? Ning Zhongshuan replied coldly. I am Ning Zhongshuan, a disciple of the upper courtyard. I pursued a serpent demon to this location. This demon has slain several direct disciples of the upper courtyard. Its crimes are heinous. Have you seen any trace of it? Zhang Yin shook his head. I haven't. Ning Zhongshuan spun around, not forgetting to call out a warning. Be careful then. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Zhang Yin watched him go with a mixture of awe and envy. When will I reach such a realm? He murmured, then sighed. Well, he has his path and I have mine. There's nothing to envy. He reaffirmed his resolve. With a steadfast Tao heart, I too will eventually soar freely through the heavens. With renewed determination, Zhang Yin began his climb back up the mountain towards his dwelling. Just as he reached his doorstep, he stopped abruptly. A prickle of unease ran down his spine. Something's not right, he thought, his senses on high alert. There's an unusual aura here. Approaching the jade suppression cauldron, a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Could that serpent demon Ning Zhongshuan mentioned have actually come here? He swallowed nervously. That demon was strong enough to kill an upper courtyard disciple. I'm no match for it now. Despite his fear, he steeled himself and cautiously lifted the cauldron's lid. He peered inside. Two eyes, reptilian and cold, stared back at him. The serpent demon flicked its tongue, a silent, chilling greeting. Seeing the creature coiled within, Zhang Yin didn't hesitate. He slammed the lid shut, trapping the demon inside. The serpent, about to slither out, struck the heavy lid. The impact sent vibrations through the cauldron. Zhang Yin remained wary, listening to the sounds of the demon thrashing within. Its cultivation is difficult to gauge, he thought grimly. A cold sweat slicked his palms. If it breaks free, I'll have no choice but to run. An hour crawled by. The sounds of struggle gradually subsided. The demon, seemingly exhausted from its frantic attempts to escape, fell silent. Zhang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, some peace. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the cauldron. Fellow Taoist, it called. Why have you imprisoned me here? Zhang Yin responded calmly. You snuck into my dwelling and slaughtered 5 disciples of the Bright Spear sect, and you dare ask why you're imprisoned? The demon's voice was laced with alarm. He knows my origins. Escaping this predicament will be difficult. It quickly shifted tactics, adopting a pleading tone. Fellow Taoist, I was desperate. I sought refuge in this cauldron. I had no intention of harming you. Please release me. Zhang Yin tossed some firewood beneath the cauldron, his voice even as he replied, Senior brother Ning hasn't gone far. If you emerge from my dwelling and are caught, how am I supposed to prove my innocence? Hearing the rustling sounds below, The demon's voice was tinged with panic. What are you doing? Zhang Yin stood up, dusting off his hands. This cauldron, he explained, is called the Jade Suppression Cauldron. It's used for stewing delicacies, allowing their essence to permeate and enhance the flavor. It seems perfect for a pot of serpent soup. The demon's pleas became frantic. No, please. What must I do to earn your forgiveness? Amused, Zhang Yin asked. Tell me, what were you doing at the Bright Spear sect? The demon stammered. I was just pursuing those 5 disciples. There's no other reason. Zhang Yin chuckled. Do you take me for a fool? You think such a flimsy lie will deceive me? He continued. The Bright Spear sect and the 3 White Fox demons have been at war for years. Though there have been casualties on both sides, neither has ever encroached upon the other's territory. His eyes narrowed. You risked infiltrating our sect's blessed grounds just to kill a few disciples whose cultivation is inferior to yours. He lit the fire beneath the cauldron. They must have discovered some secret of yours, a secret you couldn't allow them to reveal. Fear gnawed at the demon. How can a mere junior of the Bright Spear sect be so difficult to deal with? He's deduced the truth, it thought despairingly, and I'm too wounded to resist. Survival is paramount. Finally, the serpent demon could only plead, don't burn me, don't burn me. I'll tell you everything. It then confessed, my name is La Tu. Some time ago, while fighting a Bright Spear sect disciple, I accidentally discovered an unclaimed oyster bed. Unfortunately, a few other Bright Spear sect disciples were also tracking it, and we ran into each other. La Tu continued, wanting the oyster bed all to myself, I infiltrated the Bright Spear sect's territory, intending to kill them all. It added, but I was incredibly unlucky and ran into Ning Zhongshuan. Hearing this, Zhang Yin thought, oyster beds can produce spirit pearls. The pearl itself is essential for alchemy, and the ground-up shell can be used as a material for refining ordinary talismans. He suddenly realized, so that's what the Bright Spear sect disciples have been fighting over for decades, an oyster bed. Zhang Yin probed further. Does anyone else know about this besides you? La Chu hastily replied, no, no one else. And besides me, no one else can find it. Zhang Yin considered for a moment, then said, I can let you go, but you must swear a primordial blood oath to me. La Chu was instantly furious. Are you joking? Once I make a primordial blood oath, our blood and fates will be intertwined. If you die, I die too. It roared. I'd rather die here. Zhang Yin said softly. You think knowing the location of the oyster bed will stop me from killing you? The fire beneath the cauldron grew stronger. Adding more firewood, Zhang Yin continued. That oyster bed is too far away. You, on the other hand, are a fragrant pot of serpent soup right in front of me. Only what's in my belly truly belongs to me. La Chu cried out in agony from within. Stop burning, stop burning. I can't take it anymore. My skin is melting. Finally, unable to endure the torment any longer, La Chu gritted its teeth and agreed. All right, I agree. With that, it quickly drew a blood oath circle with its own blood. Zhang Yin also drew a drop of his own blood. A strange sensation washed over them both, as if they were merging into one, each within the other. Zhang Yin thought to himself, it seems the blood oath has taken effect. He slowly lifted the cauldron's lid. Come out. La Chu scrambled out, gasping for fresh air, having nearly suffocated inside. It crawled out and looked curiously around. Suddenly, it slithered onto the table, its gaze falling upon the mysterious essence in her exploration record. Someone wants to harm you, it said. Startled, Zhang Yin asked, what makes you say that? La Chu replied, the techniques in this book are of the orthodox, primordial style, capable of opening meridians and breaking through to the next realm within a month. There's only one flaw. It makes one susceptible to heavenly tribulation. It continued, within a month of opening your meridians, you cannot hear the sound of thunder. Otherwise, it will cause your nascent yuan to fluctuate, damaging your immortal veins and severing your connection to the Tao forever. La Chu, its head covered in cold sweat, added, if it weren't for this primordial blood oath linking my life to yours, I wouldn't be telling you this. Zhang Yin was speechless with shock. Even with the jade slip, cultivating according to this book would be a disaster waiting to happen. Why would Shojing want to harm him? After hearing La Tu's explanation, Zhang Yin became deeply troubled. If Shi Shoujing wanted to harm him, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths. He could have simply refused to accept him as a disciple and given him the Jade Suppression Cauldron, hinting at a future as a mere laborer. So where did this mysterious essence inner exploration record come from? Zhang Yin then asked La Qiu, "How do you know all this so clearly?" La Qiu replied, "Our demonic cultivation differs from your human Tao cultivation. We face countless major and minor tribulations from the very beginning. From a young age, we must learn how to avoid these calamities. I only know about this Taoist text from what my elders have told me." Zhang Yin asked curiously, "Although this book carries risks, it seems worth a try. Do you know how to avoid these tribulations?" La Qiu answered frankly, "After you open your meridians, simply dig a hole. When the heavenly tribulation is about to strike, immediately cover your eyes, nose, and mouth, hide inside, and fill the hole back in. Stay inside for 7 days, and you can avoid the tribulation." Zhang Yin pondered. The method seemed bizarre, but La Qiu was bound by a blood oath and likely wouldn't deceive him. Suddenly, a rapid knocking came from outside. "Senior Brother Zhang, are you in there? It's Zhao Yuan, here to pay you a visit." La Qiu broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Zhang Yin and gulping nervously. It quickly slithered back into the Jade Suppression Cauldron to hide. Zhang Yin quickly went to open the door, finding a group of people outside. "What brings Senior Brother Zhao here today?" Zhao Yuan hastily introduced the others. "This is Lady Lin Nai, the Chao Commandery Princess and daughter of the Duke of Song. She has come specifically to visit Senior Brother Zhang." Lin Nai bowed respectfully. "This humble woman greets Senior Brother Zhang." Zhang Yin replied softly, "There's no need for such formality, Princess. Please come in and have a seat." After the three of them were seated, Zhang Yin asked directly, "What brings you two here today?" Lin Nai replied, "I heard that Mr. Zhang has become an initiate disciple. This humble woman wishes to offer you 1,000 caddies of 5 elements divine sand, which will be delivered to your residence tomorrow." Zhang Yin was taken aback. He had only ever heard of 5 elements divine sand being traded by the tael. This woman was offering him 1,000 caddies. 1,000 caddies, but the territories of nobles were vast, and such heavenly and earthly treasures were probably nothing to them. Lin Nai continued, "The upper reaches of the Long River have frozen over this year, making river travel difficult and the collection of divine sand challenging. That is why there is only 1,000 caddies for now." Lin Nai added anxiously, "Another 1,000 caddies will be added in early spring next year, making a total of 2,000. What do you think, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Yin asked bluntly. "With such generous gifts, Princess, I assume you have a favor to ask." Lin Nai sighed, her face etched with worry. "To be honest, I've been harassed by an initiate disciple of the Northern Deity sect. He's cruel and unreasonable and wants to take me as a concubine." Lin Nai lowered her voice and made her request. "Nobles cannot touch those in the immortal sex, and I'm at my wit's end. If Mr. Zhang could become my retained scholar, that villain would certainly not dare to act so recklessly." Zhang Yin didn't hesitate for a moment. "So that's it. Since Senior Brother Zhao has spoken, I agree." Lin Nai immediately stood and bowed. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. If you have any errands in the future, please do not hesitate to command us." Zhao Yuan added, "Thank you, Senior Brother Zhang." Zhang Yin then rose and saw them out, not giving the matter much further thought. After everyone had left, La Qiu crawled out of the Jade Suppression Cauldron, chuckling. "The initiate disciples of the Bright Spear sect are truly impressive. A single word from you is enough to make the descendants of nobles do your bidding." Seeing Zhang Yan's silence, La Qiu continued to tease. "Once you enter the upper courtyard, won't even the regional lords and the emperor be at your beck and call?" Zhang Yin simply smiled. La Qiu blushed at this, flattered by Zhang Yan's polite address of Taoist. Suddenly, La Qiu seemed to remember something. "Right, when the divine sand arrives, you can trade some of it with your fellow disciples for medicinal herbs." Zhang Yin replied in surprise. "Medicinal herbs? Taoist La, do you know alchemy?" La Qiu raised its head at this. "I can't refine top-grade elixirs, but ordinary healing and beneficial pills are child's play for me." Zhang Yin casually asked, "So, the tool used for alchemy would be this bronze cauldron of mine, right?" La Qiu slithered to the lip of the cauldron. "Naturally. However, this cauldron isn't made of bronze. It's cast from the finest dragon spear stardust." Zhang Yin exclaimed. Isn't dragon spear stardust a high-grade material essential for refining magical artifacts? La Qiu peered into the cauldron's depths. The cultivator who refined this cauldron possessed exceptional skill. If you hadn't boiled me in it, allowing me to sense the strange transformation of its qi, I would never have realized it. Zhang Yin began to speculate. Only an ancient cultivator could afford to use dragon spear stardust to cast such a large cauldron. It seems Shi Shoujing didn't know its true origin, which is why he gave it to me so readily. La Qiu, noticing a flicker of melancholy in Zhang Yan's eyes, quickly offered comfort. Don't be upset. Since I can refine healing elixirs, I can bring you even greater benefits. You'll need quite a few pills for meridian opening, and I can refine them for you. Zhang Yin waved his hand dismissively and smiled. Don't mention it. Use it as you need, Zhang Yin explained. I'm about to reach the meridian opening stage and urgently need a spiritual location to nourish these mortal meridians. But with so many disciples in the sect and so few resources, there's nowhere suitable. Taoist La Qiu, do you have any suggestions? La Qiu answered without hesitation. There's definitely a space beneath where the spiritual herbs grow. That's where the Herb King resides. If you can absorb the true essence there, you can definitely cultivate high-grade meridians. La Qiu added, I can lead you to the Herb King, but you must swear an oath that after opening your meridians, you'll dissolve my primordial blood oath and give me back my freedom. Zhang Yin agreed without hesitation. All right, once my cultivation is stable, we'll set off. Several days passed, the mountain where Zhang Yin resided cycling through day and night. The jade suppression cauldron continued to billow with smoke. La Qiu toiled within, diligently refining pills. An uninformed observer might have thought it was stewing itself. Zhang Yin sat in quiet meditation, cultivating his Tao, surrounded by a growing collection of finished pills. Clutching the broken jade shard and the mysterious essence, inner exploration record, Zhang Yin continued his diligent cultivation within the jade pendant's world. Suddenly, a strange light emanated from his body, and his face became slick with sweat. His face was covered in sweat. Moments later, Zhang Yin abruptly opened his eyes, the beads of perspiration on his forehead gradually turning crimson. Inside the jade pendant's world, Zhang Yin suddenly collapsed, but his cultivating spirit seemed to slowly rise, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy. The old Zhang Yin was discarded into a pile, awaiting incineration. The first Taoist formula had been practiced, fraught with countless perils, resulting in 150 deaths. Finally returning to the real world, Zhang Yin let out a long sigh. My consciousness within the jade shard died over 100 times. I've finally found the correct cultivation method. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder La Qiu said the mysterious essence inner exploration record invites heavenly jealousy. By the time I've mastered it, I'll probably be a grandmaster of qi deviation. At this moment, his gaze fell upon the jade suppression cauldron. The fire had gone out. Zhang Yin approached, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. La Qiu borrowed my jade suppression cauldron for refining pills and practicing techniques, saying it was dangerous. It's been so long without any donjing activity. Could he have died inside? Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yin lifted the lid to peer inside. Before he could get a clear look, a voice from outside interrupted him. Zhang Yin, are you there? Come out. I need to speak with you. A wave of unease washed over Zhang Yin. Could Ning Zhongshuan have discovered La Qiu? Despite his apprehension, he gritted his teeth and opened the door, knowing that hesitation would only arouse suspicion. Ning Zhongshuan stood outside, his entire body radiating spiritual energy, an aura of imposing majesty surrounding him. Zhang Yin bowed his head respectfully. Senior brother Ning. Ning Zhongshuan clapped Zhang Yin on the shoulder, his expression serious. It's not convenient to talk here. Follow me. With that, Ning Zhongshuan led Zhang Yin away, flying towards an unknown destination. They landed on a towering rock, high above the mountains below. Zhang Yin waited in silence for Ning Zhongshuan to speak, unsure what grave matter required such secrecy. Ning Zhongshuan suddenly began to praise him. Brother Zhang, You are truly composed. Excellent. A cultivator should cleanse themselves of worldly distractions. Only then can one's true self remain. Remember, all obstacles and illusions stem from the mind. If the mind is not steadfast, the spirit cannot be born. Zhang Yin bowed his head in response. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. He couldn't help but wonder if Ning Zhongshuan was using this opportunity to test the firmness of his cultivation. Ning Zhongshuan turned outwards and began to speak. I've searched the mountains for many days, but haven't found any trace of the demon serpent. It likely didn't die from its injuries, but has instead found a place to hide. He continued, I must return to the sect in a few days and won't be able to attend to this matter any longer. To protect you from the demon serpent, I will give you something that will safeguard your life. Zhang Yin quickly accepted the offered item, though he didn't understand what it was. Ning Zhongshuan spoke again, his voice booming. Go now, and remember to maintain a steadfast heart. We both come from humble beginnings, so consider this a fortunate connection. Before flying away, Ning Zhongshuan added, if the opportunity arises, I will recommend you to a true immortal master. A burst of white smoke suddenly enveloped Zhang Yin, lifting him into the air. His body then began to move on its own, carrying him back towards his dwelling. After a short flight, Zhang Yin found himself standing before his door. As he looked up, he saw Ning Zhongshuan beginning to depart. Zhang Yin thought to himself, I will remember this kindness. While Zhang Yin was occupied with his conversation with Ning Zhongshuan in the distance, the lid of the jade suppression cauldron slowly lifted. La Qiu cautiously poked its head out, inhaling the lingering smoke. La Qiu slithered to the ground, and a flash of violet light suddenly emanated from its body. La Qiu rejoiced inwardly. After 3 alchemical refinements, I can finally transform. A hazy human form materialized within the smoke. It was La Qiu, having taken on a human shape. The transformation revealed a bewitching beauty, captivating and alluring. Just then, La Qiu heard a strange rustling sound from outside. Lin Tong peered into the room, his mind scheming. To secure a place as an initiate disciple in the lower courtyard, I need the suppression cauldron for the exchange. A sinister thought crossed his mind. While Zhang Yin is away, I'll steal it. Because the main door was wide open and no one seemed to be home, he dared to entertain such an audacious thought. Before Lin Tong could act, La Qiu, hands on her hips, challenged him. Who are you? Startled, Lin Tong blurted out. Weren't you supposed to be Zhang Yan's? Isn't Zhang Yan supposed to be without servants? But as he took in La Qiu's breathtaking beauty once more, a lascivious grin spread across Lin Tong's face. You're Zhang Yan's servant girl, are you? Quite the little beauty. Interested in coming with me? He didn't get to finish his sentence. La Qiu's eyes flashed dangerously. Are you courting death? Lin Tong's pathetic cries soon filled the air as La Qiu unleashed a flurry of blows. A short while later, Zhang Yin returned home, oblivious to the recent commotion. Suddenly, La Qiu appeared before him, affecting the demeanor of a demure young lady. She took his arm, feigning tears. After all these years of searching, I've finally found you, young master. Zhang Yin glanced at her, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. Without hesitation, he shrugged her off, taking La Qiu by surprise. Seeing him turn to walk away, seemingly uninterested in her identity, La Qiu felt a pang of disappointment. She rushed forward and embraced him again. Have you forgotten me, young Master Zhang? Whether intentional or not, her breast pressed against his back, causing him to swallow hard. It was a strangely unsettling sensation. Finally, Zhang Yin spoke, his voice cold. Fellow Taoist La, there's no need for this charade. We share a room every day. How could we not know each other? Her plan exposed, La Qiu stepped back, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I forgot this little thief can distinguish auras. Who shares a room with you, you little rascal? She snapped. Don't you dare tarnish my reputation. Zhang Yin played along with feigned enthusiasm. Indeed. Fellow Taoist La, your resentment has reached its peak. Congratulations. La Qiu crossed her arms. I've only managed to transform for now. My cultivation needs time to recover. Zhang Yin, ever the skeptic, pressed her. Your cultivation hasn't recovered? Then explain the person inside the cauldron. It turned out that Lin Tong, beaten half to death by La Qiu, had been tossed into the jade suppression cauldron. La Qiu offered a serious explanation. This little punk snuck in while you were gone, trying to steal the cauldron. I caught him red-handed. Zhang Yan's eyebrows shot up. Steal the cauldron? Peering inside, he recognized Lin Tong. La Qiu, standing beside him, puffed up her chest. "Well, aren't you going to praise me?" Just then, a group of people approached from outside. Zhang Yin and La Qiu exchanged a knowing glance, preparing for another act. La Qiu quickly ducked behind the door as they entered. Zhang Yin stepped forward. "Who are you?" A stern-faced elder addressed him. "I am the steward of the lower courtyard." Today, the head disciple of the lower courtyard, Du Yuan, summoned all disciples to the front hall for a meeting. "Everyone is present except you." The steward concealed a glowing disciplinary ruler behind his back as he boomed. "I've been sent by the young master to reprimand you." "Kneel." Zhang Yin considered this. Du Yuan, the new head disciple. He must be trying to establish his authority. And with no backing, I'm an easy target. Curious to see how this would play out, Zhang Yin slowly knelt. "Guilty or not," he said, "I am an initiate disciple. You are but a servant. How dare you try to arrest me?" The steward brandished the disciplinary ruler. "Less talk. Are you going to bind your own hands, or shall I do it for you?" A cold sweat slicked Zhang Yan's brow. He was taken aback. "This ruler, it's no ordinary thing." Quietly, Zhang Yin retrieved something from his sleeve. "I wonder if the bead senior brother Ning gave me will be of any use." The steward raised the disciplinary ruler high. "This is what you asked for," he bellowed. But just as he was about to bring the ruler down on Zhang Yin, La Qiu's hand shot out, intercepting the blow. With effortless grace, she snatched the disciplinary ruler from the steward's grasp, a playful grin spreading across her face. The steward's face flushed with rage. "You wench, I am the Du family steward. Return my magical treasure." La Qiu stuck her tongue out at him, mockingly. "Such a low-grade magical tool, and you dare call it a treasure?" Zhang Yin sighed inwardly. This serpent demon is a truly remarkable actress. Then, in a sudden move, he sprang to his feet and kicked the steward squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling. The steward landed with a pathetic yelp, the picture of injured innocence for all to see. As two of his companions helped him up, he shot a venomous glare back at Zhang Yin. "You arrogant whelp, you'll pay for this." La Qiu, meanwhile, was still gleefully examining the disciplinary ruler, as if seeing it for the first time. A new idea sparked in her eyes. She strode over to the unconscious Lin Tong and grabbed him by the collar. Then, she slipped the disciplinary ruler into Lin Tong's robes. Zhang Yin watched, bewildered. "What are you doing?" La Qiu grinned. "If I'm not mistaken, this ruler has a twin. Just sit back and enjoy the show." A short while later, in the lower courtyard's main hall, the steward, now supported by his companions, knelt before a young man, his head bowed low. "Young master, forgive me. It was my negligence." Zhang Yin stole the magical treasure, he added, his voice trembling. The young man seated in the center erupted in fury. "Lies! Zhang Yin is nothing but a foundation establishment cultivator. I am Du Yuan, head disciple of the lower courtyard. My magical treasure can even defeat those at the spirit illumination stage. How could he possibly steal it from you?" Du Yuan scowled, his eyes narrowed. "Useless fool! What good are you without my magical treasure?" Without a second thought, he drew his blade and swiftly decapitated the steward. The assembled disciples gasped, stunned into silence. Another magical treasure, identical to the first, materialized in Du Yuan's hand, its power palpable. Du Yuan slowly formed a series of hand seals, his movements strange and intricate. His hand began to glow. But then, a frown creased his brow. "Strange, the tool isn't responding. It seems Zhang Yin really did take it. He can't escape me." He produced another disciplinary ruler, identical to the first. "Zhang Yin," he sneered, "you think my magical tool is so easily stolen?" He quickly issued a command to the treasure, sending it to seek out its twin, now in Zhang Yan's possession. 15 minutes later, both disciplinary rulers rested in Du Yuan's hands, not one missing. "Bring me Zhang Yan's corpse," Du Yuan commanded, his voice ringing with authority. He turned to address the assembled disciples. "Just a moment, my fellow disciples. As head disciple of the lower courtyard, I will deal with this arrogant Zhang Yin appropriately." The disciples exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether to believe Du Yuan's words. Half an hour later, two subordinates arrived at the hall's entrance, their voices loud and clear. "Young master, we've brought Zhang Yin." Du Yuan's face lit up with triumph. "Bring Zhang Yan's corpse forward." He preened inwardly. Once they see Zhang Yan's corpse, they'll finally understand the extent of my power. A body, laid out on an ice bed, was carried into the hall. Unfortunately for Du Yuan, the body on the ice bed wasn't Zhang Yan. It was Lin Tong. The disciples who had never met Zhang Yan before believed without a doubt. What a pity. Zhang Yan was considered a talent. Such bad luck. Du Yuan, seeing him for the first time, called out joyfully, "So this is Zhang Yan." However, Zhang Yan entered from outside and said, "No, I am Zhang Yan." He stepped inside and explained the entire situation. The person killed is Lin Tong, junior brother Lin Yuan's younger cousin. Du Yuan began to panic. "You're Zhang Yan?" He cursed inwardly, 2 failures in a row. Lin Yuan, upon hearing the news, immediately rushed to his cousin's side and asked Zhang Yan, "What in the world happened?" Zhang Yan remained silent, only bowing respectfully to Du Yuan. Glancing at the steward's corpse, his head separated from his body, Zhang Yan assessed Du Yuan. Ruthless, definitely not an ordinary person. I can't act rashly. He quickly recounted the story he and La Qiu had concocted. Just now, young Master Lin and I were chatting pleasantly in my dwelling. Suddenly, someone appeared and tried to apprehend me. Young Master Lin rushed forward and snatched the person's jade pendant, tucking it away. He said he would return the treasure to its owner. But not long after that person left, a disciplinary ruler came flying out of nowhere. It struck young Master Lin directly in the head, killing him unjustly. It's fortunate that both individuals involved are dead, allowing me to tell this story so smoothly. Zhang Yan stepped to the side, looking at Lin Tong with feigned grief. Young Master Lin and I have always been on good terms. I've always admired his character. I never imagined he would die at the hands of a villain today. What a tragedy. Du Yuan, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. "How dare you, Zhang Yan? You have the audacity to mock me, calling me a villain?" He flung 2 disciplinary rulers toward Zhang Yan, their speed suggesting they were peerless magical weapons. Zhang Yan scoffed. "You think you can deal with me with these trifling artifacts?" He rolled up his sleeves, thinking, it's time to use Ning Zhongshuan's protective treasure. Just as the disciplinary rulers were about to injure Zhang Yan, he tossed out a jade orb, intercepting them. Zhang Yan caught the orb, watching as the 2 disciplinary rulers clattered to the ground, cracked. The surrounding disciples gasped. A spirit artifact. Whispers rippled through the crowd like waves in a marketplace. This kind of spirit artifact can be controlled at will. It's far superior to Du Yuan's magical weapons. Could it be that this Zhang Yan is actually a secretly nurtured disciple from some powerful clan? Seeing his magical weapons destroyed, Du Yuan's eyes bulged with fury. Zhang Yan! He reached inside his robe, seemingly to retrieve something, determined to end Zhang Yan's life then and there. However, at that very moment, a booming voice stopped him. "Yuan, cease." The man was Du Yuan's uncle, Du Ba. Du Ba took a single step, appearing instantaneously between Zhang Yan and Du Yuan. By some unknown power, Zhang Yan seemed stunned. "What?" He turned to look at the uncle and nephew, thinking, a single step, yet the distance between them was like heaven and earth. The lower courtyard disciples erupted in another wave of murmurs. That man must be a 3rd-level Mystic Radiance realm expert. Only they can manipulate Mystic Radiance, shrinking 1,000 miles to a single inch. Du Yuan cried out in frustration. "Uncle, why are you stopping me?" Du Ba ignored his nephew, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yan. Then, Du Ba turned to him and said, "Zhang Yan, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault. You may leave." He radiated an overwhelming aura as he spoke. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yan's forehead. This man's aura is similar to senior brother Ning's. He must be a cultivator of the same realm. Standing opposite Du Ba, Zhang Yan felt it most acutely, though the aura was different from senior brother Ning's. It was like relentless waves crashing against a lone boat, ceaselessly pounding against him. Sweat poured down Zhang Yan's face as he swallowed hard. Naturally, Zhang Yan dared not disobey. "In that case," he said, "I'll take my leave." Du Ba's gaze remained fixed on him, even carrying a hint of disdain. Zhang Yan turned and left, berating himself as he walked. "I was too careless. I didn't expect such a powerful expert to be at Du Yuan's side. The pressure radiating from Du Ba was so intense that Zhang Yin coughed up a spatter of blood. He wiped the blood away discreetly, thinking, I may be weaker than him today, but that doesn't mean I'll always be. A steely resolve hardened his gaze. I will remember this humiliation. One day, I will have my revenge. The sun began to set, and the lower courtyard disciples returned to their dwellings. Only then did Du Yuan speak. Uncle, he asked, why did you stop me today? Du Ba changed the subject. Yuaner, he said, do you know of the 12 immortal seats? Du Yuan looked surprised. Isn't that the magical treasure the sect master used in his youth? Du Ba nodded. Indeed. If I'm not mistaken, he continued, what Zhang Yin used just now was the as-you-wish divine seat. It originally belonged to Elder Ji Yin, the sect master's 9th disciple, and was crafted based on the 12 immortal seats. Du Ba explained further to his obtuse nephew. For Zhang Yin to possess such an item, he must have an unusual connection to the sect master. Killing him just now would have been unwise. Du Yuan ground his teeth. So that's how it is, he seethed. As long as I remain the head disciple of the alchemy cauldron, that righteous magical tool bestowed by the upper courtyard will never fall into Zhang Yan's hands. To be replied coldly, are you forgotten, Yuan? Your position as head disciple is only temporary. The sole purpose is to allow you entry into the Bay Fields, to utilize the Bay King's true path to open a superior meridian network, no less than the sect master's disciples. At this, Du Yuan's face lit up. Like a child, he exclaimed excitedly, Uncle, does that mean the sect master has agreed to let me borrow the Bay King's power to open my meridians? Du Ba replied, yes. This was decided even before you ascended the mountain. I simply didn't tell you, fearing your impulsive nature. Refrain from causing trouble during this period. Don't give anyone a reason to exploit your weaknesses and jeopardize the plan. Du Yuan puffed out his cheeks in frustration. Doesn't that mean Zhang Yin gets off scot-free? Du Ba sighed, exasperated by his nephew. He stepped forward and patted Du Yuan's shoulder consolingly. Yuaner, there's no need to rush in dealing with Zhang Yin. With the Du clan backing you, once you've condensed a superior meridian network, dealing with a mere lower courtyard disciple will be as easy as flipping your hand. He added, if you truly can't stomach this insult, I'll teach you a method. Without lifting a finger, you can make his life on this mountain a living hell. Darkness fell swiftly, and Zhang Yan's dwelling remained shrouded in shadows. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew open Zhang Yan's door, and something flew inside. Zhang Yan quickly snatched it, his eyes widening in surprise. It was the Mao Ze golden sword. He unfurled the note attached to the sword and read its contents. Du Yuan requests that you relocate from Wangxing Peak to Zhuyu Peak for cultivation. Zhang Yin tossed the note onto the table with a cold snort. He pretends to care, suggesting I move to Zhuyu Peak with the other disciples from influential families. But in reality, he's stealing my dwelling, forcing me, a poor nobody, to endure their scorn. Zhang Yin scoffed. What a clever trick, smashing my rice bowl. He crossed his arms in thought. But I've been vexed about not having a reason to descend the mountain to seek the Bay King's true path for meridian opening. This has come at just the right time. La Qiu finished reading the note, and Zhang Yin turned to her. Fellow cultivator La Qiu, he said, it seems I must descend the mountain today. La Qiu immediately launched into the role of a forlorn wife, seeing her husband off on a long journey, wailing dramatically. This humble servant is now homeless. I beg you, kind sir, have pity and don't abandon me. Zhang Yin couldn't help but laugh. Fellow cultivator La Qiu, he chuckled, your method of consolation is truly unique. Do you really think I'm being forced down the mountain? Zhang Yin then explained the true situation. For the past 2 months, I've diligently studied the profound primordial secret text and have grasped its mysteries. This descent is to reach the Bay Fields and find the true path, borrowing its power to enter the meridian opening realm. La tia suddenly understood. So that's it, she said. I thought you were despondent. Zhang Yin smiled. Why would I be despondent, he asked. The lower courtyard is merely a stopping point on my cultivation journey. Only by opening my meridians and reaching the peak can I take the next step. When I return, I'll make the gates of the lower courtyard open for me automatically. La Tu showered him with praise. Fellow cultivator Zhang truly possesses great spirit, she said, and your words ring true. She lowered her voice, adding, obsessing over external matters only muddies one's goals. Holding fast to your will allows you to see your true spirit. Hearing this, Zhang Yin began to suspect La Tu's words were echoing those of senior brother Ning. It seemed they were both hiding something, but if neither wished to speak plainly, he wouldn't trouble himself with it for now. He clasped his hands together. I'll have to trouble fellow cultivator La Tu to guide me on the road to the Bay Fields, he said. Lati Ismail. Leave it to me, she replied. That night, Zhang Yin and La Tu ventured deep into the forest, taking the opportunity to bury the peak-suppressing urn. La Tu said regretfully, leaving such a treasure here is truly a waste. If my cultivation was at its peak, carrying it would be a trivial matter, but now I'm powerless. Zhang Yin brushed the dirt from his hands, offering reassurance. No need for regrets, he said. We'll hide it here and retrieve it upon our return. Zhang Yin then asked, I wonder how we should proceed. The Bay Field's yellow clouds are occupied by the Bright Spear sect, and there are bound to be many disciples guarding it. Does fellow cultivator La Tu have a plan? La Tu replied confidently, don't worry. There's a large lake ahead of that cave. If there are Bright Spear sect disciples guarding it, we can dive into the water first, then swim across the middle of the lake. They certainly won't discover us. La Tu patted herself, adding proudly, that day, fearing I wouldn't find my way back, I left a drop of blood there. Finding it through blood resonance won't be difficult. Zhang Yin enthusiastically agreed. That's excellent, he said. I wonder how many days it will take to reach the Bay Fields. La Tu curled her lip. Why walk, she asked. If I use the profound light technique, we can arrive in just 6 days. After conjuring a misty fog, La Tu said, fellow cultivator Zhang, come and take my hand. Don't open your eyes when we ascend. Zhang Yin replied softly, all right, please excuse my boldness. Then, he placed his hand on La Tu's waist, not her hand. This intimate gesture sent a shiver through La Tu, leaving her slightly flustered. La Tu announced loudly, rise. Immediately, a pinkish column of light enveloped them. The column of light carried them swiftly into the air, easily soaring over the towering mountain peaks. Several days later, in the Yinzhou Prefecture's Crane Dragon Wild Goose Lake, bordering the Bay Field's yellow clouds, Bright Spear sect disciples stood guard as expected. However, Zhang Yin and La Tu followed their plan, slowly swimming underwater. They swam forward together, their breaths synchronized. Suddenly, La Tu turned her head and grabbed Zhang Yan's hand, pulling him along. The two stopped before a large cave at the bottom of the lake, from which a substantial amount of spiritual energy poured forth. La Tu gestured for Zhang Yin to dive in with her. Then, they followed the cave downwards, swimming deeper into its depths. At the end of the tunnel, a faint light flickered. After swimming for a while, La Tu and Zhang Yin finally surfaced, gasping breaths of fresh air. La Tu and Zhang Yin quickly crawled ashore, their bodies dripping wet. They stood before a cave, and Zhang Yin, looking up, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This place is filled with Spirit Bay. How magnificent! These Spirit Bay resembled pearls, constantly opening and closing. La Tu spoke, fellow cultivator Zhang. The Bay King resides in a cave several hundred feet below. Please follow me. Zhang Yin naturally nodded in agreement. The two slowly entered the cave, sharp rocks jutting out all around them as they made their way deeper. Finally, La Tu stopped and declared, this is the place. Zhang Yin reached out and touched the viscous fluid beside him, while La Tu cried out in surprise, strange. This is clearly the Bay King's lair, but why isn't it here? La Tu wondered aloud. Could it be a Yang Bay? Zhang Yin responded surprised. A Yang Bay? I've never heard of such a thing. La Tu explained. Bay are divided into Yin and Yang. Yin Bay are quiet and dislike movement, like the Bay King guarded by the Bright Spear sect in the yellow clouds of the Bay Fields. Yang Bay, on the other hand, prefer to move around and won't stay in a single cave for more than 6 months to a year. They'll change to a different lair. La Tu looked around again, speculating. The true path expelled by the Bay King has likely solidified for about a day now. It can still be used for meridian opening, but the fresh essence has already dissipated. Zhang Yin touched the true path, saying in astonishment, only a day? Then it must not have gone far. Zhang Yin pushed his hand deeper into the true path, demonstrating that it hadn't fully hardened. A look of surprise spread across Zhang Yan's face. La Qiu, beside him, seemed to notice his unusual reaction. Zhang Yin suddenly whispered, "Fellow cultivator La Qiu, did you say there was another realm behind this cave?" It turned out that Zhang Yin had quietly pierced through the true path, revealing a passage. Zhang Yin and La Qiu passed through the viscous true path fluid from before, entering another space within the cave. After walking for a while, Zhang Yin exclaimed, "There's light ahead!" Zhang Yin and La Qiu stopped simultaneously. Before them were two Bei Kings, a yin and a yang, illuminated by the light from outside, their bodies shimmering even more brilliantly in the darkness of the cave. La Qiu cried out joyfully, "The yin-yang Bei Kings are breeding offspring. What a passionate scene!" She continued excitedly, "Your luck is truly extraordinary. The yin-yang Bei Kings are gestating a Bei child profound pearl. The Earth's vital essence where the Bei child nests is incredibly rich. If you devour it before it hatches into a demon, you can definitely condense your meridian form and reach the pinnacle of the world." Suddenly, the two heard a noise coming from somewhere, sounding like voices. La Qiu whispered, "Quickly hide." Zhang Yin nodded in agreement. After the two concealed themselves in a shadowy corner, they suddenly heard the rapid approach of footsteps. Looking closely, they saw Du Ba and Du Yuan leading more than 10 tall, burly men. "Hidden," Zhang Yin murmured. "This Yin Bei must have escaped from the yellow clouds of the Bei fields." He turned to La Qiu, speculating, "Du Ba must be here for Du Yuan's meridian opening." La Qiu said worriedly, "That man is a third-level mystic radiance realm expert. His cultivation is no lower than Ning Zhongxian's." La Qiu strongly advised, "Fellow cultivator Zhang, you have no chance of winning. Retreat now." Zhang Yin let out a cold laugh. "Retreat? This thing I must have." His stubbornness was absolute. Pulling La Qiu closer, he pointed towards the scene before them. "The Yin and Yang Bei Kings are both here, guarding the profound pearl. They will fight to the death. Du Ba may be strong, but capturing them won't be easy. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for." By now, Du Ba and his men had stopped in front of the Yin and Yang Bei Kings. Having finished mating, the two Bei Kings slowly separated. Du Ba seized the moment, unleashing his spiritual energy. "The Bei Kings are suppressed," he declared. Just as they were about to exit the cave, the two Bei Kings found themselves suddenly immobilized. The tall, swarthy men surged forward, attempting to subdue the Bei Kings. Piling on top of each other, they gave the Bei Kings no chance to escape. Suddenly, they felt the Bei Kings' light intensify. In a coordinated burst of power, the two Bei Kings bucked, throwing the men off in all directions. Some coughed up blood, others sprawled on the ground, completely taken by surprise. "Take this!" Du Ba roared. His spiritual energy surged towards the Bei Kings, who huddled together defensively. Du Yuan, his eyes gleaming as if he'd spotted something, rushed forward recklessly. "Yuaner!" Du Ba shouted. "Wait!" The Bei Kings began to rotate their shells, emitting a mesmerizing, ethereal sound that echoed through the cave. Upon hearing the sound, Du Yuan stumbled, his head swimming, and collapsed unconscious. "Listen up," Du Ba commanded. "When I lure the Bei Kings deeper into the cave, seize the opportunity to block the rear entrance." Following his own plan, Du Ba began to drag the struggling Bei Kings further in. After a long while, Du Yuan finally stirred, drool still clinging to his chin. "Don't panic, Yuaner," Du Ba soothed. "The Bei King's miraculous sound won't harm you." He gritted his teeth. "Once I pulled the Bei Kings away, you rush in and swallow the profound pearl." He continued to drag the trapped Bei Kings deeper into the cave. Once inside the cave, Du Ba's voice echoed again. "Block the rear, Yuaner. Quickly, take the Bei child profound pearl. Now's our chance," Zhang Yin thought to himself. Du Yuan, still unsteady on his feet, stumbled towards the Bei child profound pearl. Unaware that he was being watched, he reached a deeper part of the cave where a faint light emanated, revealing the Bei child profound pearl nestled between two sharp rocks. He snatched the pearl. Then, he let out an involuntary chuckle. "Uncle, I've got it. Good." Du Ba's voice boomed back. "Swallow it quickly and refine the true path to open your meridians and break through. I'll guard the entrance for 3 days." Just as Du Yuan was about to swallow the profound pearl in one gulp, a sudden force knocked it from his grasp and struck the back of his neck. The pearl landed in Zhang Yan's hand, while Du Yuan slumped back into unconsciousness. La Qiu whispered urgently, "Fellow cultivator Zhang, we have the profound pearl. Let's retreat now. Zhang Yin countered. Why retreat? La Qiu explained. There's a mystic radiance realm expert guarding outside. And this place, with the true path, the profound pearl, and medicinal pills, is clearly an excellent location for meridian opening. Yielding to Zhang Yan's will, La Qiu stayed and began searching Du Yuan's belongings. What tumbled out were brushes, ink, books, and a storage pouch. La Qiu unceremoniously tossed Du Yuan into a nearby chicken coop. He was of no further use to them. Picking up Du Yuan's possessions, La Qiu exclaimed, "The Du clan is truly wealthy and generous, giving even a disciple who hasn't opened his meridians a universe bag like this. Luckily, this girl acted quickly," she muttered. "Otherwise, I would have truly fallen for your trap." La Qiu began rummaging through the bag. "Let's see what's inside this universe bag." Cloud-soaring pills, profound golden steel, so many grand origin pills, and this is malignant flame powder. After a while, La Qiu's eyes landed on the Tai golden scripture. "This is the renowned cultivation method among human cultivators," she breathed. "It's said that after mastering the techniques within the Tai golden scripture, a cultivator at the nascent soul realm can melt metal and transform qi into metal." "Astonishing," Lati exclaimed. "If one could cultivate it directly to the mystic radiance realm," she mused, "the resulting mystic radiance could rival even flying sword magic treasures." La Qiu glanced at Zhang Yin, who was cultivating, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. "But the Tai golden scripture requires at least a mid-grade meridian structure to cultivate. I wonder if fellow cultivator Zhang will have this opportunity after opening his meridians." Meanwhile, Zhang Yin remained immersed in his cultivation, his blood and qi surging powerfully within him. A strange wind seemed to ripple through each strand of his hair as his meridians grew increasingly full. The two streams of red and green qi began to show signs of merging into a warm, golden qi. Simultaneously, within Zhang Yan's spiritual world, he felt himself bound by countless chains. As if imprisoned, a fundamental question suddenly arose in his mind. Who am I? Of course, only Zhang Yin could answer this question. I am me. I am not me. I am also me. I am still me. As Zhang Yin affirmed his identity, the chains began to crack, then shatter into pieces. Zhang Yin opened his eyes, a blazing fire burning within them, his body radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the entire cave. La Qiu, having witnessed the entire process, smiled with pride. Clapping her hands in admiration, she declared, "Profound Yin emerges. Golden locks break themselves. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on completing your meridian opening." The radiant light surrounding Zhang Yin began to coalesce, like wisps of smoke, finally settling on his forehead as a small golden, a mark of his successful cultivation. Suddenly, La Qiu gasped, "Your meridian structure?" A puzzled expression crossed her face. Meridian structures are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, and the qi aura behind fellow cultivator Zhang resembles the mist-like form of a lower-grade structure. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. A meridian structure formed with the purple profound primordial record and the Bay Child profound pearl couldn't possibly be only lower grade. Unless fellow cultivator Zhang's open meridian structure has transcended even the uppermost grade, returning to its primordial state. Seeing La Qiu's silence, Zhang Yin asked curiously, "Fellow cultivator La, how is my meridian structure?" La Qiu replied, "I can't say for certain what its quality is." La Qiu began to contemplate. If Zhang Yan's meridian structure truly was of the highest possible grade, what heights would he eventually reach? Should she dissolve the blood essence oath that bound her, so she could follow him in the long term? Zhang Yin, observing La Qiu's expression, seemed to understand something. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. Once we return to Thuong No Mountain, we can ask a master to assess my meridian structure. But before leaving, we should eliminate any future trouble." Zhang Yin pointed at Du Yuan. Du Yuan's meridian opening failed. He will definitely seek revenge, and I just happened to succeed. Suspicion will inevitably fall on me. He continued gravely. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, they must die here. That makes sense, but Du Ba and his 10 guards, along with the 2 Mystic Radiance Realm cultivators, are too much for the 2 of us to handle. Zhang Yin paused, then spoke cryptically. What if it were only Du Ba alone? Lachu picked up her brush, nodding. Du Ba must be exhausted. If we can drain his strength for another 2 days, and with the 2 new magical treasures we have, perhaps we can risk a fight. A spark of inspiration ignited in Zhang Yan's mind. I have a plan. We can use Du Ba to eliminate his 12 subordinates first. Zhang Yan beckoned. Fais-le cultivator là, come closer. I'll explain it to you. He quietly revealed his entire plan to La Chu, who listened intently. After hearing it, La Chu sounded dubious. Is that possible? Zhang Yin replied with conviction. Just do as I say, fellow cultivator, and it will surely work. La Chu reluctantly agreed. Very well, I'll trust you this once. At worst, we'll become a pair off-fated lovebirds. Zhang Yin chuckled. Lovebirds sound appealing, but not as much as the carefree life of an immortal. Don't worry, fellow cultivator, I wouldn't do anything to harm myself. With that, La Chu went over and picked up Du Yuan like a rag doll, slapping him repeatedly. Wake up, wake up! Then, without a shred of mercy, she tossed Du Yuan to the ground, jolting him awake. Where am I? Suddenly, La Chu pressed a blade against Du Yuan's throat, draining the color from his face. Du Yuan stammered. Who is this honored one? Please speak calmly. The Du clan can give you anything you desire. La Chu asked with a smirk. Tell me, does the Du clan possess any secret meridian opening techniques that are not widely known? Du Yuan's mind raced. Secret techniques are orally transmitted within the clan and cannot be revealed lightly. I should make something up, but La Chu seemed to anticipate his thoughts. She lightly grazed his skin with the blade, her voice menacing. Tell me one lie, and I'll carve another mark on your body. Terror seized Du Yuan, and he thrashed. No, I'll talk. He began to spill everything he knew. The secret technique is like this. I don't know anything else. La Chu continued her interrogation. Who is your mother? Du Yuan answered without hesitation. Du Ming of the Du clan. Which sect and courtyard do you belong to? The lower courtyard of the Bright Spear sect. Having gathered enough information, La Chu struck the back of Du Yuan's neck, rendering him unconscious once more. Go back to sleep. Zhang Yin spoke. Du Yuan fear this. We can use that to our advantage. He added, now let's see how long Du Ba can endure. He's a seasoned cultivator, after all. 2 days later, outside the cave, empty pill bottles littered the ground around Du Ba. He poured another bottle into his mouth, thinking this was the last one. After swallowing it, Du Ba continued to sit and guard the Bay King. As he noticed his guards growing weaker, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Du Yuan has been opening his meridians for 2 days now. Why hasn't there been any sign of progress? He called out, Yuaner, how is it going? A voice responded from within. Uncle Ba, my cheeks are burning and my legs are stiff. I can't move them. I don't know why, but this voice was definitely not Du Yuan's. Du Ba called back. Perhaps the profound pearl's medicinal power is too strong, disrupting your qi and blood. Use the qi technique your mother taught you. A voice drifted out from within the cave. When mother taught me, I wasn't paying much attention. I only vaguely remember a bit. Du Ba fell silent, thinking, can this truly be the expert sent by the Grandmaster? He patiently coaxed, Yuaner, don't rush. Your uncle will tell you the secret technique passed down by your father. You must remember it carefully. Not a single word can be wrong. At this point, the guards began to sense something amiss. We're doomed. The Du clan's secret techniques are never revealed to outsiders. If we hear them, won't we be silenced? They scrambled to escape. Run, we're going to die. But Du Ba naturally wouldn't let any of them get away. He unleashed his aura, a wave of oppressive force that pierced the guards' vital organs, killing them instantly. Du Ba thought to himself, I had planned to deal with you after seeing Yuaner. Might as well die together now. The sounds of the slaughter outside reached La Chu and Zhang Yin within the cave. La Chu spoke excitedly. Fellow cultivator Zhang, your plan to borrow a knife to kill was truly brilliant. Zhang Yin responded modestly. I merely borrowed the existing circumstances. Du Ba's reasons for killing them weren't solely because of the secret technique. He explained, Du Yuan initially intended to use the Bay King only for meridian opening, but now he has taken the profound pearl, which should have been given to sect leader Ming Shang. This is considered embezzlement. Du Ba fears this incident will implicate his elders if exposed, so he'll certainly eliminate all outsiders present. Those guards were simply unlucky. Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would be hunted down. As Du Ba pursued the fleeing guards, the suppressing force on the Bei King gradually dissipated. The Bei King, regaining its freedom, began to glow and grow in size. But Du Ba quickly returned, his voice laced with menace. "You can't escape, little treasure." Du Ba thought nervously. "Besides me and Yuaner, no one knows about today's events." He called out loudly, "Yuaner, do you remember the incantation I just told you?" A voice came from within the cave. "Uncle Ba, I still have some medicinal power I haven't refined yet." Du Ba, sweating profusely, replied, "I'll give you one more day, but it can't be delayed any longer." Anxiety gnawed at him. "I'm out of pills. I can't suppress it for much longer on my own." The voice from within continued, "One day is too short, Uncle Ba. Calm down. Wait for me a few more days." Du Ba nearly coughed up blood in frustration. "This brat." An hour later, Du Ba anxiously called out, "Yuaner, how are things progressing?" However, there was no reply, only a chilling silence. Now, Du Ba truly began to feel that something was wrong. Worried about his nephew, he quickly abandoned suppressing the Bei King, intending to rush into the cave to check on Du Yuan. But just as he was about to enter, a voice rang out. "Du Ba, Du Yuan is in our hands. If you release the Bei King now, Du Yuan will certainly die. You must think carefully." The voice belonged to La Tu. Her aim was to prevent Du Ba from entering while concealing their identities. Du Ba asked anxiously, "Who is your honored self?" La Tu replied loudly, "You still pretend ignorance? How do you explain your coming here to steal the Du clan's profound pearl?" Fear gripped Du Ba's heart. "It's over. This person must be one of the sect leader's people." He gritted his teeth, thinking, "This cannot become an excuse to suppress the Du clan. I must bear the responsibility alone." Du Ba obediently resumed suppressing the Bei King and said humbly, "I beg your honored self to investigate clearly. This matter was entirely my own doing. I am not originally from the Du clan. I implore you not to implicate others." Before he could finish, La Tu scoffed, "Ridiculous. Whether or not you belong to the Du clan is of no concern to me. I advise you not to be stubborn, or Du Yuan's life will be forfeit." Du Ba gulped and asked, "Then what does your honored self want?" La Tu cryptically replied, "The decision rests entirely on Mr. Du's thoughts. It's quite unpredictable." Du Ba began to carefully deduce the situation. If they wanted to harm us, they would have already done so. Why the delay? He wondered, could it be their cultivation is inferior to mine, and they don't dare attack? That doesn't seem right. Why wouldn't they strike first to be sure? Capturing Du Yuan could also force the Du clan to submit. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Du Ba's mind. With newfound resolve, Du Ba called out, "As long as you let us go, Du Ba will agree to any condition." Inside the cave, La Tu and Zhang Yin exchanged a knowing smile. Their plans seemed to be proceeding smoothly. La Tu stated her terms. "I've heard you possess a heart-piercing arrow and a blackbird shield. If you give them to me, I'll spare your life and won't mention this incident to the sect leader." Du Ba immediately responded, "I only brought the blackbird shield with me this time. How about I add a concealed battle robe, capable of withstanding mid-grade flying swords and magical treasures?" Upon hearing this, La Tu readily agreed. "All right, wipe the blood off the treasures and bring them to the cave entrance." Du Ba shrewdly inquired, "Hold on, how can I be sure you won't report this to the sect leader?" La Tu replied, "I swear to heaven and earth, if I breathe a word of this, may I be struck down by heavenly lightning and consumed by earthly fire. Do you believe me now?" Du Ba pondered. Once a cultivator makes an oath, it creates inescapable karma. It seems this person is sincere. But unbeknownst to Du Ba, even La Tu didn't know who the sect leader was, let alone swear an oath about them. Thus convinced, Du Ba hastily retrieved the treasures and sent them flying towards the cave. As planned, the treasures stopped at the entrance. La Tu quickly brought them inside, sharing another smile with Zhang Yin. La Tu then called out, "Du Ba, I won't trouble you any further. Du Yuan is here. Take him and leave. Farewell." Only then did Du Ba breathe a sigh of relief. He focused all his power on the Bei King, kicking it far away. Seizing the opportunity, Du Ba rushed into the cave in 2 strides to check on his nephew. Finding Du Yuan huddled in a corner, Du Ba anxiously called out, "Yuan." Du Ba rushed forward to help him up. "Yuan, are you all right?" La Qiu and Zhang Yin remained hidden, observing the scene. Du Yuan, jolted awake by a sharp slap on the back from his uncle, thought he was being beaten to death. He frantically clutched Du Ba's robes, exclaiming, "Uncle, hurry! It was Zhang Yin." Zhang Yin stole the profound pearl, and he took my treasures too. "Uncle, help me get them back." Du beavas momentarily confusit, Zhang Yan. Just then, speak of the devil, Zhang Yin appeared. "Mr. Du, where are you rushing off to?" "Stay here, Guai Guai." A massive object suddenly appeared above the uncle and nephew, eclipsing them in shadow. Du Ba recognized it with shock as the swallowing soul, brimming with vital energy. La Qiu, controlling it, thought this swallowing soul was originally refined by a foundation establishment cultivator named Duda from a branch family of the Du clan. Once used, it instantly immobilizes the opponent's true essence, locking their body and beating them to death. This plan is truly ruthless. Watching the swallowing soul descend, Du Ba cursed, tricked. He hurriedly threw out his evil warding jade pendant. The jade pendant swiftly ascended, attempting to suppress the swallowing soul's power with its own internal energy. However, after only 3 seconds, the jade pendant shattered into dust. Du Ba quickly grabbed Du Yuan and seized the chance to flee. The 2 of them rapidly escaped, though in reality, only one of them was running. La Qiu anxiously called out, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, we can't let them escape." Zhang Yin, sharing the same thought, flung a small jade. A blade of light flashed from the jade, grazing Du Ba's back and making the old man flinch. Not only that, the blade of light also sliced across Du Yuan's waist, eliciting a scream of agony. Du Ba steps faltered. The As You Wish divine shuttle. It really is Zhang Yin. La Qiu's soft voice offered a reminder. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, while the As You Wish divine shuttle is formidable, as long as Du Ba's mystic radiance remains, we can't take his life." Zhang Yin offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, a cornered beast will always fight back." With that, the grinding pen continued to pursue Du Ba, hovering menacingly in the air. Du Ba watched in stunned silence as the As You Wish divine shuttle returned to its master, a furious fire building within him. With a resounding roar, his entire body surged with spiritual energy. He poured all his strength into forming a gigantic spiritual energy hand, intending to use it to block the grinding pen. But unfortunately for Du Ba, the grinding pen was too powerful, pushing back against his hand until it threatened to break. Just then, Du Ba suddenly shot something towards La Qiu, yelling, "Die!" La Qiu's mind flashed with terror. The heart-piercing arrow. "I've been tricked." But suddenly, something shot out from behind La Qiu, intercepting the heart-piercing arrow with a single blow. It clattered to the ground along with the heart-piercing arrow, looking distinctly like a shield. At this point, Du Ba was completely consumed by despair. It was his own blackbird shield that had deflected the heart-piercing arrow. "La tienes norte coldly." "Then let me add fuel to the fire and send you on your way." With that, she swiftly shot out a brush, Du Yuan's magical treasure. Du Ba cried out in astonishment. "The decree brush! How did you get that?" Wherever the decree brush passed, Du Ba's spiritual energy dissipated, like someone tidying a room, leaving nothing behind. In just 5 seconds, the decree brush had swept away all of Du Ba's spiritual energy, now toying with him. Du Ba sigue dejectedly. "If I can't protect Yuan, my clan will be implicated by the Du family." He addressed Du Yuan directly. "I only hope your mother can understand my suffering and not put pressure on my clansmen." By now, tears streamed down Du Yuan's face. Using the last of his spiritual energy, Du Ba shoved Du Yuan away. "Go!" Resigned to his fate, Du Ba sat quietly beneath the grinding pen, waiting for it to crush his heart. A few seconds later, the grinding pen crashed down, crushing Du Ba flat like a shrimp. On the other side, the freed Du Yuan was ecstatic. "Yes, I'm almost out." But unfortunately for him, Zhang Yin wasn't about to let that happen. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he sent a glowing jade hurtling through the air. It pierced Du Yuan's throat, his eyes widening in shock as he gasped, dying instantly. Having dealt with Du Yuan, the jade flew back to Zhang Yan's hand. Zhang Yan turned to La Tu. Fellow Taoist, do you have any way to dispose of these two bodies without leaving a trace? La Tu replied with a sinister smile. This is the corrosive flame powder that Du Yuan brought. Just a sprinkle can corrode even metal and stone. It's perfect for getting rid of evidence. Zhang Yin chuckled. Then use it on Du Yuan and Du Ba's bodies. Leave the other 12 corpses as they are. Latilaf derisibeli. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you want to smear Du Ba's name even in death, I see. Zhang Yin sighed, offering no retort, for La Tu's words were undeniably true. Suddenly, the two felt the cave begin to shake violently. Zhang Yin thought in astonishment. The thunder tribulation has descended. A small hole suddenly appeared in the cavern ceiling, spilling light into the darkness. La Tu's face paled. Fellow Taoist, quickly take cover, she shouted. With a swift surge of spiritual energy, La Tu carved a large pit in the ground, just large enough for Zhang Yin to lie down in. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Zhang Yin quickly laid down in the hastily made grave, the fit surprisingly snug. He closed his eyes, his expression strangely serene. La Tu raised her hands, her face grim and determined. With a powerful downward sweep, she filled the pit, burying Zhang Yin beneath a mound of earth and rock. Then, through the hole in the ceiling, the heavenly tribulation began its devastating descent, a torrent of raw power beyond comprehension. Even La Tu was taken aback, the sheer intensity far exceeding her expectations. She clutched her head, shaking it in disbelief. No wonder those two Bei Kings were nowhere to be seen. Even I feel uneasy facing such terrifying heavenly might, let alone those two unrefined beasts. The deafening roar subsided, the blinding light fading. But the respite was fleeting. A second later, the thunderous assault resumed, pouring through the opening, this time striking the very mound where Zhang Yin lay buried. The thunder faded once more, and the hole in the ceiling abruptly sealed itself, as if it had never been there. The storm-racked sky cleared just as suddenly, returning to a tranquil, almost unnatural serenity. 7 days passed. La Tu remained patiently beside Zhang Yan's earthen tomb, her vigil unwavering. Suddenly, she sensed a tremor, a shifting beneath the rocks. Beams of light erupted from within, and a moment later, the entire mound exploded in a blinding flash. La Tu waited for the dust to settle before cautiously approaching. A familiar, towering figure emerged from the dissipating smoke. It was none other than Zhang Yin. He let out a long sigh. The profound primordial inner meditation scripture is truly perilous. Cultivating it to completion invites a thunder tribulation. Fortunately, I managed to weather it. La Tu remained silent. Zhang Yin turned, his gaze falling upon the two Bei Kings lying nearby. They were huddled together, weeping, whether from the aftershocks of Zhang Yan's breakthrough or some other unknown cause. Latia spoke. Fellow Taoist Zhang, why not move these two Bei Kings to another spiritual land? In 2 years, a new Bei Lord will emerge, and perhaps another profound pearl will be born. Zhang Yin shook his head. No, if we move the Bei Kings, the Bright Spear sect will surely blame us. What we've done is enough. He continued, furthermore, the path Yang Bei opened is too obvious. The Du clan and the Bright Spear sect will surely send people to. La Tu interrupted before he could finish. Investigate, and they'll undoubtedly find something amiss. Zhang Yin bowed his head slightly. I'll leave that to you, fellow Taoist La. She waved her hand dismissively. The mountain where the Bei Lord resided was truly picturesque, shrouded in mist, like a scene from Prinlai, the mythical Isle of Immortals. La Tu quickly took her leave, not lingering long. Zhang Yin, however, strolled back at a leisurely pace, his mind occupied with the recent change in attitude of the Northern Firmament sect disciple who had previously harassed Princess Chao Linhai. The disciple, now seemingly eager to befriend him, treated him with newfound respect. Zhang Yin considered his options carefully. I'll simply use the Northern Firmament sect's transforming essence jade elixir as an excuse for my successful meridian opening. Several days later, at the Yulai Inn, a man whose identity was unclear rushed in. He stood before a door and quickly entered. Upon entering, he found Zhang Yin already waiting. I am an initiate disciple of the Bright Spear sect's lower courtyard. I wish to borrow your clan's transforming essence jade elixir. The man, Han, a disciple of the Northern Firmament sect, cautiously replied, "If a mortal master wishes to borrow it, how could this humble servant refuse? Please, use it as you see fit." However, Zhang Yin inquired curiously, "Is there some difficulty?" Scratching his head, Han replied, "Our Han clan does possess a first-grade transforming essence elixir, but after 100 years, it has degraded to the 4th grade. I'm not sure if it will still meet Immortal Master's needs." Zhang Yin responded, "It's fine, as long as it's still usable." Observing Han's expression, Zhang Yin pressed further, "If you have a request, speak plainly." Han was taken aback by his directness. He then hastily bowed and pleaded, "If our clan should have descendants interested in cultivating the Tao in the future, I beseech Immortal Master to lend them your aid." Zhang Yin inwardly marveled at the man's shrewdness. If he succeeded in his cultivation, even a small gesture of support would allow Han's descendants' entry into the Bright Spear sect, a veritable leap to the heavens. It was a calculated transaction. Zhang Yin rose and replied, "Very well. Within 100 years, I will permit one member of your clan to enter the sect." Slowly turning to leave, he added, "As for their future achievements, that will depend on their own abilities." Overjoyed by these words, Han unhesitatingly knelt at Zhang Yan's feet. "Many thanks, Immortal Master." 2 months later, near Zhang Yan's home at the Bright Spear sect, excited whispers spread like wildfire. "What? Zhang Yan has successfully opened his meridians and returned," they exclaimed in astonishment, tinged with disbelief. Zhang Yan hasn't been on the mountain for 3 years, and he only became an initiate disciple 6 months ago. How could he have opened his meridians after just 2 months down the mountain? Wasn't it said that his aptitude was mediocre, fit only for manual labor? Then, Zhang Yan was quickly summoned to the hall of the sect master, where the 3 senior masters were enjoying tea and refreshments. As he paid his respects to the 3 senior masters, Shojing harbored lingering doubts. The profound primordial inner meditation scripture is extremely dangerous. Zhang Yan's aptitude is quite ordinary, yet he managed to use it to open his meridians and achieve enlightenment. It seems that either he possesses some great fortune, or he has a powerful mentor guiding him. He cannot be underestimated. Shojing's expression immediately shifted to a welcoming smile. "Junior brother Zhang, now that you have opened your meridians and achieved enlightenment, we are fellow disciples from now on." He added, "Let us address each other as brothers." Zhang Yin bowed his head and replied, "Senior Master is too kind." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice called out from outside, "Where is Zhang Yin?" A man entered with an air of utter disdain. "I am Wang Yixing, Meridian Inspection Senior Master of the Upper Courtyard. Quickly reveal your Meridian Constitution for this humble Taoist to examine." Zhang Yin looked at him, slightly puzzled. Inspecting Meridian Constitutions required at least a Mystic Radiance Realm Immortal Master, but this man was clearly only a Mystic Instrument Realm cultivator. Zhang Yin sneered inwardly. It seems that even if one isn't from a prominent family, achieving Meridian opening and enlightenment still invites contempt. Zhang Yin quickly unveiled his Meridian Constitution. "Please, senior brother, take a look." Wang Yixing stared, dumbfounded. It typically took at least 15 minutes for another's Meridian Constitution to manifest, yet Zhang Yan's appeared instantaneously. Wang Yixing gazed at the Constitution with surprise, then announced, "Formless, lower low grade." Zhang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this man's knowledge was limited. If a true expert were to recognize his high-grade Meridian Constitution, it would surely bring unwanted trouble. The waters run much deeper in the upper courtyard than the lower. It's best to remain humble in all things. Zhang Yin offered a polite, "Many thanks, senior brother," before the other man departed. Afterwards, Zhang Yin left the hall of the sect master and walked to a large tree, lost in contemplation. Now that he had successfully opened his meridians and possessed the rare and coveted Tai I Jin Shu, Grand Unity Golden Scripture, his path of cultivation was sure to reach greater heights. Suddenly, Zhang Yin noticed something approaching, swift as the wind. The figure on the flying vessel stopped above him and called down, "Zhang Yin, you have successfully opened your meridians. From now on, you are a disciple of the upper courtyard. Come with me." The figure extended a hand, conjuring a small flame. The flame gently lifted Zhang Yan's body onto the vessel. As he stepped onto the deck, Zhang Yin couldn't help but marvel. He now possessed the abilities of a second-level mystic instrument realm cultivator, the Huan Yun Jiao Ha, cloud transformation and river summoning, allowing him to manipulate objects from afar. Meanwhile, at the Bright Spear sect's Long Watch Post and Profound Clarity Cave, a small boat drifted along the river, with a lone man standing aboard. This man was none other than Ning Zhongshuan, his destination unknown. Upon reaching his destination, Ning Zhongshuan leaped from the boat, landing gracefully on a large boulder. He knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing the figure before him. "Greetings, master." Realist Sun Jian of the Bright Spear sect, Zhongshuan's master, smiled in response. "Zhongshuan, what brings you to visit your master today?" Two women stood beside him. Ning Zhongshuan replied in a low voice, "I have come to request a woman from master." Sun Jian expressed surprise. "Zhongshuan," he inquired, "you've always been single-mindedly focused on the Tao, with no desire for a partner. Why the change of heart?" But then, Sun Jian burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent. I've been waiting for this day." Fearing a misunderstanding, Ning Zhongshuan quickly explained, "Master, this woman is not for my own service, but as a gift for a disciple who has just opened his meridians." Sun Jian's curiosity was piqued. "Who is this disciple that you hold in such high regard?" Ning Zhongshuan answered without hesitation, "Zhang Yin." Upon hearing the name, a look of recognition dawned on Sun Jian's face. "Ah, the Zhang Yin you mentioned before?" Ning Zhongshuan confirmed, "Yes." He then began to eloquently persuade his master. "This individual possesses unwavering determination and a good nature. I have never met another like him. We must swiftly bring him into our fold." Sun Jian tilted his head and asked, "What is the nature of his meridian constitution?" Ning Zhongshuan replied, "Formless." The sect assessed it as lower low-grade. Sun Jian was taken aback. Lower low-grade, yet formless? A surge of excitement coursed through him. "Excellent, excellent. Just like this master in his youth." Ning Zhongshuan seized the opportunity to continue. "When master first opened his meridians, it was also a low-grade formless constitution. Yet you were able to condense the Qi-Hai Fu Tian. Sea of Qi supports the heavens. Familial symbolic image based on this very constitution." He added, "This shows that while meridian constitution is important, an unwavering Tao heart is even more crucial for a cultivator." Sun Jian conjured a small point of light, handing it to Ning Zhongshuan. "This is the Taoist scripture that I used in my cultivation. Pass it on to Zhang Yin. Whether or not he can comprehend it depends on his own destiny." Having handed over the item, Sun Jian suddenly remembered, "Right, you mentioned wanting a woman for him." "I agree." He asked softly, "Who have you chosen?" As Ning Zhongshuan tucked the light into his sleeve, he answered without hesitation, "Tang Yin." Sun Jian immediately saw through his disciple's ruse. "So, you want to push Tang Yin onto him? Not only does it get rid of a nuisance for you, but you can also use this Wang family boy to pressure Zhang Yin into joining our sect." Ning Zhongshuan vehemently denied this. Disciple wouldn't dare harbor such thoughts. Sun Jian shook his head and sighed. "This straightforward nature of yours needs some refining. You must understand, playing amongst the mortals is the way of the immortals." Hearing this, Ning Zhongshuan nearly fell to his knees again. "Master, this disciple would never dare engage in such frivolous behavior. As for guiding Zhang Yin into our sect..." Suddenly, Ning Zhongshuan stared, astonished, at his own hand. There, etched upon his skin, were the words, "Observe whether his character can transform naturally." As Ning Zhongshuan looked up to speak, Sun Jian vanished in a wisp of smoke. His mind reeled. Observe his character? Meanwhile, Zhang Yin was still soaring above the world on the flying vessel with the other disciple. He froze, as if struck by a sudden, breathtaking vision. They were passing over Longyuan Great Marsh, the central courtyard of the Bright Spear sect, even more picturesque than his previous mountain abode. Legend held that when the Bright Spear sect was founded, the ancestral master had used his power to capture a Xuanwu turtle from the North Nether Pearl. And from the southern edge continent, he had moved 9 majestic mountains, encircling the lake on the Xuanwu's back, creating a breathtaking landscape of palaces and cities. Zhang Yin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Moving mountains and filling seas, truly the work of immortals. They were nearing the shore, where a wooden bridge offered passage into this wondrous realm. Setting Zhang Yin down, the disciple said, "Zhang Yin, you can go to the Medicine Heaven Pavilion and find Elder Wu yourself. I have other orders to deliver and apologize that I can't accompany you further." Zhang Yin replied, "Thank you, senior brother." travel safely. Following the directions he'd been given, Zhang Yin made his way towards the pavilion. He passed all manner of people, paying them little mind, until he suddenly stopped. Before him was a magnificent palanquin drawn by 3 horses. It looked like a wedding procession. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excited whispers. Immortal music welcomes her, followed by 100 strong men and servant girls. It's a celestial maiden from the 4 great grotto heavens. To become her Tao companion would be to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Who is the fortunate brother to receive such a grand welcome? The palanquin came to a stop directly in front of Zhang Yin, who was now caught up in the spectacle. A young woman emerged, her face veiled. She stood before Zhang Yin and spoke in a melodious voice. This humble maiden, Tang Yin, greets Zhang Lang. I am sent by Realist Sunday. Still slightly bewildered, Zhang Yin asked, "Who are you?" Tang Yin replied, "I am the chief maid of the Grotto Heaven. Following Senior Brother Ning's instructions, I have come to welcome you, my lord." With a hint of demureness, whether intentional or not, she continued, "Senior Brother Ning's wish is for me to become your Tao companion." Zhang Yin didn't answer immediately. He considered the situation. Such a grand welcome, it certainly draws attention. But aside from that, what benefit does it offer? Senior Brother Ning wouldn't harm me. I simply need to adapt to the circumstances. He finally responded politely, "If this is Senior Brother Ning's arrangement, then I have no objections. Miss Tang, you may call me Senior Brother. Has your entourage arranged for accommodations?" Tang Yin replied innocently. "According to the upper courtyard's regulations, Senior Brother Zhang will be assigned a cave dwelling at the Medicine Heaven Pavilion." Then she turned to her servant girl and said, "Deep Knee, lead Senior Brother Zhang to the Medicine Heaven Pavilion." The servant girl acknowledged with a respectful nod. Zhang Yin could only feign politeness, saying, "Then I'll trouble Miss Tang." He then followed the servant girl towards the Medicine Heaven Pavilion, leaving Tang Yin where she stood. Only then did Tang Yin address the remaining servant girl in a cold voice. "Lin Ni, is the task I gave you completed?" Lin Ni, the servant girl, replied with a cunning smile, rest assured. I informed young Master Wang yesterday, and he's already replied. He'll arrange everything. Zhang Yin will be caught between a rock and a hard place, utterly humiliated." Tang Yin declared, "If Zhang Yin doesn't receive a top-grade cave dwelling, I'll stand here for days and nights, letting the whole city buzz, letting the entire Bright Spear sect know. Then we'll see if Zhang Yin still has the face to keep me around." Inwardly, Tang Yin continued her scheming, and if he does get one. Meanwhile, Deep Knee had led Zhang Yin some distance down the path. "My lord," she announced, "just ahead is the Medicine Heaven Pavilion." The two entered, and the steward of the Medicine Heaven Pavilion immediately came forward to greet them. "This humble one is Huang Shoha," he said. "You've come to claim a cultivation dwelling, haven't you?" Zhang Yin nodded in confirmation. "Indeed." Huang Shoha began flipping through a ledger. Cultivation dwellings are divided into 4 grades: Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding. He continued, a contemptuous look spreading across his face. "You've arrived at an unfortunate time. The upper courtyard only has Bing and Ding grade dwellings remaining." Deep Knee immediately cried out in indignation. "My lord, Bing and Ding grade dwellings are tiny. They can only hold 10 people, and the spiritual energy is terribly impure. How can you possibly stay there?" Huang Shoha clicked his tongue dismissively. "Still complaining? Then find somewhere else to stay." However, contrary to his expectations, Zhang Yin agreed. "I will certainly accept a dwelling, but not these inferior Jia, Yi, Bing, or Ding grade hovels. I require a top-tier blessed land." Huang Shoa's face darkened. "You're just an open meridian cultivator who's just joined the upper courtyard, and you want a blessed land?" He slammed his hand on the table. "Utterly preposterous," Huang Shoha growled. "Don't forget, only true people of the sect are permitted to reside in blessed lands." Zhang Yin stepped closer, his face radiating a chilling aura. "Are your words so unpleasant because you believe I, Zhang Yin, am ignorant of the rules?" Then, throwing caution to the wind, he slammed his fist down, shattering the steward's table. Huang Shoha tumbled to the ground, stammering, "What are you doing?" Zhang Yin replied, "I am well aware that once a lower courtyard disciple opens their meridians, they become a true disciple of the upper courtyard. They have the right to reside in a blessed land. This is the established rule of the Bright Spear sect." He continued his intimidation, his voice sharp. "You, a mere steward, dare to distort the sex rules? Huang Shouhe's resolve began to crumble. The young master of the Wang family said this boy came from humble origins and wouldn't know the inner workings of the upper courtyard. Why does he seem so knowledgeable now? His demeanor instantly flipped, and he adopted a fawning tone. Junior brother, don't be upset. This humble one has just remembered. There's a blessed land called Lingxia Island that remains unoccupied. Here is the talisman to dispel the restrictions on the island. Zhang Yin accepted the talisman, but suspicion lingered in his mind. A dwelling offered so readily, there must be a catch. But the path of cultivation is arduous. What are a few ripples along the way? Deep Knee, seeing her plans going awry, made one last attempt at sabotage. My lord, Lingxia Island is ravaged by metal and fire chi. It's not a spiritual land for cultivation, but a death trap. Mistress Tang Yin resides in the jade fire-blessed land with realist sun, surrounded by silks and luxury. She can't endure hardship with you. Perhaps we should request a different location? Zhang Yin pondered silently. Tang Yan's displeasure suits me just fine. So he retorted to the servant girl, does your mistress wish to cultivate immortality or become an empress in the palace? He waved his hand dismissively. The grand path of cultivation demands diligent practice and overcoming hardships, not indulging in comfort and glory. Zhang Yin added coldly, if she doesn't want to follow me, then she needn't bother. Deep Knee nearly cried, thinking, why must he be like this? Finally, though unwilling, she could only trail after Zhang Yin. Deep Knee then reported back to Tang Yin. She relayed the situation to her mistress, who hadn't expected Zhang Yin to be so knowledgeable about the upper courtyard's rules, and instructed Deep Knee to stay with him for the time being. Tang Yin listened calmly and replied, it's fine. It's just a few months of hardship. The meridian Zhang Yin opened clearly aren't suited for cultivating amidst metal and fire chi. In 3 months, when the immortal master inspects his cultivation, he'll suffer the consequences himself. If that doesn't work, in 6 months, when young Master Wang emerges from seclusion, dealing with him will be child's play. Deep Knee simpered. Indeed. Young Master Wang has excellent aptitude and a distinguished background from the Wang family. Recently, he even became Immortal Master Du's disciple. Moreover, he's deeply infatuated with Mistress Tang Yin and won't let you down. Tang Yin paused, then said, I hope so. Not long after, Zhang Yin and another man were flying on a vessel in the sky. He pointed toward the mountain peak below. Senior brother, the dwelling is right on top of that mountain. Before them lay Lingxi Island. The man replied thoughtfully, metal and fire chi rampage across this place for 3 hours every day. If someone cultivates here long-term, it's hard to avoid damage to their foundation. Zhang Yin chuckled softly. But the Tai golden scripture I cultivate happens to require metal and fire chi. What is poison to others is medicine to me. Nothing could be more suitable. The man glanced down at the foot of the mountain and noticed, it seems Tang Yin and her group have arrived as well. This woman acts strangely. Keeping her around will be troublesome. However, since senior brother Ning sent her, I'll observe in secret for now, Zhang Yin thought to himself. The other man entered the dwelling. Zhang Yin walked deeper into the cave dwelling. This dwelling is quite spacious and clean, he remarked. Then, Zhang Yin took out a command talisman and began to channel his energy into it. Using the talisman's power would activate the island's formation, instantly isolating it from the outside. Even a dozen profound radiance cultivators wouldn't be able to force their way in. Zhang Yin mused, I'll have to study this formation carefully when I have the time. For now, I won't rush to cultivate the Tai golden scripture, lest I reveal any weaknesses. However, I can use the jade shard to peek at the mysteries within. He retrieved the jade shard from his chest. It glowed brightly as Zhang Yin entered its inner world. Within the jade's world, he read the characters that appeared, only to discover, this doesn't seem to be the Tai golden scripture. Why are there so many true script characters? But these true script characters were almost indistinguishable in form. He peered through them, focusing on the emerging true script. In the center, he saw a gigantic character and exclaimed in astonishment, this true script seems even more profound than the writing on the ancient stele. Just a glance makes my head spin. He rubbed his forehead, feeling dizzy. A flicker of anticipation crossed his face. If I can decipher these characters, it will surely elevate my understanding of true script to a whole new level. 20 days passed within the Jade's world. Zhang Yin sat in meditative cultivation. He opened his eyes and murmured, "This character resonates with me. It's the character Yin." Understanding dawned, and a smile touched his lips. The character began to crack, fragmenting in midair. The surrounding space fractured along with it, morphing into a different form, taking him by surprise. A flicker of puzzlement crossed Zhang Yan's face. He had just deciphered a single character, and the space within the Jade had instantly transformed. Could this be a reflection of the cave dwelling on Lingxiu Island? He reached out to touch the transparent wall before him, discovering that he could only move 5 paces outward before being stopped. Even the metal and fire chi were reflected back. Something was amiss. He sensed the anomaly. Witnessing this, Zhang Yin couldn't help but marvel, truly miraculous. Bright Qi cultivation is divided into 3 realms. Initial Qi Sea, summoning clouds and gathering mist, and heavenly descent to the court. If I were to cultivate these realms directly using the Tai Golden Scripture, each step would require guiding Qi into my body. Without proper guidance, the risks would be immense. Zhang Yin lowered his head in contemplation. Fortunately, this jade shard can enhance my abilities. Using it to aid my cultivation shouldn't pose any problems. Returning to the real world, Zhang Yin looked at the jade shard in his hand and smiled. The true script within this shard is truly extraordinary. I've only deciphered 1 character and already gained so much. I wonder what will happen when I unlock them all. Excitement coursed through him. He sensed someone approaching. Quickly storing the command talisman, Zhang Yin exited the dwelling. Before him, Ning Zhongshuan descended from the sky. "Greetings, senior brother Ning," Zhang Yin said respectfully. Landing gracefully, Ning Zhongshuan replied, "There's no need for formalities. You've done well, completing meridian opening and breaking through in just 2 months, even faster than I anticipated." Zhang Yin responded humbly, "It's merely a lower-grade, formless meridian." Ning Zhongshuan inquired, "What are your thoughts on this?" Zhang Yin replied instantly, "I entered the immortal sect seeking the grand path of longevity. Though my meridian is of low quality, it is still the path to life granted by the heavens. I intend to use it as a stepping stone to ascend the celestial staircase and reach the peak of the great Tao." Ning Zhongshuan beamed with approval. "Such understanding shows I wasn't mistaken about you." He turned and continued, "I had intended to introduce you to a senior brother as your master, but unfortunately, he recently entered secluded cultivation to refine a jade, and I don't know when he'll emerge." He offered Zhang Yin some advice. "For now, diligently cultivate your techniques. Your efforts will bear fruit in time." Zhang Yin expressed his own perspective. "Gain is my fortune, loss is my fate. I'd rather strive on my own than rely on others." "Very good. I'll leave the intent chariot with you for now. If anyone uses my name to cause trouble within the sect, I will show no mercy. But if you encounter truly formidable opponents, don't hesitate. Kill those who need killing, strike down those who need striking. Show no hesitation." Ning Zhongshuan instructed further. Zhang Yin bowed. "I will remember your teachings, senior brother." Ning Zhongshuan continued, "There aren't many cultivation techniques suitable for the formless meridian. Most of the techniques in the sect scripture library are inferior copies. There's no need to bother with them." As he spoke, he handed Zhang Yin a scroll. "This Tao scripture is the Azure Cloud secret manual. My master relied on it to reach the Dharma manifestation, Qi Si, submerged depths realm. However, cultivation techniques require fate. 100 people might cultivate it, but perhaps only one will find it compatible with their destiny. Success or failure depends on your own fortune," Ning Zhongshuan cautioned. Zhang Yin nodded in understanding and bowed again. "Thank you, senior brother." With that said, he rose into the air, preparing to depart, but not before adding one last piece of advice. "In 3 years, the sect will hold a grand competition where disciples from all 9 peaks will gather. Among them will be numerous outstanding talents of the younger generation. The victor will be handsomely rewarded. If you cultivate diligently, strive to stand above the rest at that competition." Zhang Yin quickly replied, "Yes, but senior brother." He didn't get to finish his sentence. as Ning Zhongshuan had already flown off, leaving Zhang Yin only able to call out, "Senior brother." He pondered to himself, "Senior brother Ning avoided answering me. There must be some reason for that." Putting the matter aside, Zhang Yan's thoughts shifted to other things. First, I'll set aside the issue of those demonic cultivators and focus on studying this Azure Cloud Secret Manual, examining the Tao techniques recorded within. The Azure Cloud Secret Manual emphasized the art of cultivation, primarily explaining how to manipulate, channel, and transform spiritual qi after it had been successfully refined. He mused, the Tai Golden Scripture in my possession, on the other hand, emphasizes the refinement aspect, focusing on tempering and maintaining one's foundational qi. The two complement each other perfectly, which is advantageous for me. A triumphant smile touched Zhang Yan's lips. It seems I need to quickly cultivate the first level of nascent spiritual qi using the Tai Golden Scripture and then examine the magical techniques recorded within the Azure Cloud Secret Manual to see what wonders they hold. 2 months later, within a cave, a 5-colored spirit butterfly leisurely fed. Zhang Yin observed it eating, thinking to himself, these 5-colored spirit butterflies only need to be fed once a year, and they can help me clean away dust and ward off evil beasts. They seem much more useful than those demonic cultivators. Once my cultivation base increases, I won't need to be troubled by such trivial matters anymore. As he pondered, Zhang Yin walked towards the earth fissure. Over the past 2 months, I've continuously cultivated the Tai Golden Scripture within the Jade Shard, memorized the techniques within, and also tested the limits of the metal and fire baleful qi that my body can withstand. Before him was a pool of crimson lava. He sat down and began to cultivate, his mind constantly churning. I've also grasped the profound, primordial inner contemplation record, significantly enhancing my ability to control my qi. Zhang Yin took a deep breath, drawing the metal and fire baleful qi into his body, first cleansing his acupuncture points and elixir fields. A moment later, he gently exhaled. The acupuncture points and elixir fields within his body vibrated as they were cleansed. Zhang Yin smiled. The first level of nascent spiritual qi has been achieved. On Lingxi Island, Zhang Yin continued his cultivation. As he circulated his energy, mist and fog swirled around him, and his body slowly levitated. He furrowed his brow in thought. By relying on the secret techniques of the Azure Cloud Secret Manual and utilizing nascent spiritual qi, I should be able to fly. So, Zhang Yin channeled his internal energy and leaped, flying out of the earth fissure and hovering in midair. Looking down from above, he sighed inwardly. So this is what it means to ride the clouds and tread the wind. Once I cultivate to the second level of bright qi, I'll be able to condense qi into clouds, making the 4 seas my home. That is true immortal prowess. He gazed into the distance. In the distance, Deepni saw Zhang Yin flying in the sky and pointing at him, asked, "Yinner, look, isn't that Zhang Yin?" Tang Yin, who was behind her, was also surprised. Zhang Yin, high in the air, remained expressionless. Deepni was still puzzled. I heard that Zhang Yin received a secret manual from Senior Master's son, but how could he already be flying with qi after cultivating for such a short time? Didn't the person next to young Master Wang say he had ordinary talent? Tang Yin gritted her teeth. Could it be that this Zhang Yin is truly a cultivation prodigy, as Ning Zhongshuan said? She still refused to believe it. This guy has no background and no foundation. Even if he has some achievements now, it's definitely just a fleeting flash of brilliance. Tang Yin clutched the edge of her linen robe, her voice laced with resentment as she instructed Deepni, "Go and tell Wang Lang that I am tormented by the baleful qi here every single day. I can no longer bear it. I have nowhere else to go. Tell him to get me out of this miserable place as soon as possible." She ground her teeth as she spoke. On Lingxiu Island, night had fallen, and restrictive formations shimmered around the area. As dawn approached, a figure flew down, calling out, "Is fellow cultivator Zhang there?" My master specifically instructed this insignificant one to deliver a letter. Zhang Yin opened the door from within and inquired, "Who is your master?" The messenger replied, "My master is Wang Ban, a descendant of the esteemed Wang clan, currently cultivating at the Red River Dao, a little over 300 miles from here. He considers himself a neighbor of yours, fellow cultivator Zhang." Zhang Yin paused, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. These disciples from influential families usually look down on those of common birth. Why would he send someone to deliver a letter to me? He found it peculiar. He withdrew his command talisman, and the restrictive formations gradually gradually dissipated. The messenger then entered Lingxi Island. Presenting a scroll, he said, "This is a letter personally written by my master." Zhang Yin accepted the scroll and unfurled it. "This Wang Ban wants to trade pills and flying swords for my dwelling here. It's not a bad offer, in truth," Zhang Yin mused, "but I need to consider my position. Both Ning Zhongshuan and I come from humble beginnings. If I agree to Wang Ban's terms and compromise with a disciple from an influential family, it would be like turning against Ning Zhongshuan. That's certainly not an option." Zhang Yin spoke aloud, his voice firm. "Is senior brother Wang trying to bully me with his influence? Although I, Zhang Yin, am merely a cultivator who has recently opened his meridians, I am not afraid of powerful clans." He rejected the offer. "Tang Yin is already under my protection. How I arrange things is none of his concern. Tell him not to waste his efforts." The messenger replied, "My master said if fellow cultivator Zhang refuses this letter, then please look at this one." With that, he produced another scroll. Zhang Yin read the second letter, his brow furrowing as he muttered, "A challenge. Courtesy first, then hostility, yeah." He turned and walked back inside, instructing the messenger, "Wait a moment." Zhang Yan's expression was serious as he entered his dwelling, retrieved a piece of paper, and placed it on the table. Channeling his qi, he began to write. A moment later, Zhang Yin tossed the scroll back to the messenger. "Tell your master," he said, "that I've heard the true Palace Calendar River on his esteemed island boasts exceptional scenery and abundant spiritual energy. I've been meaning to add it to my collection. Now that your master has so graciously offered it to me, it would be rude of me to refuse." The messenger took the scroll, a sneer twisting his lips. "What an arrogant brat," he thought. The subordinate returned to his master and reported, "Master, this is Zhang Yan's reply." His master, Wang Ban, the descendant of the esteemed Wang clan, frowned as he read the paper, then slammed it down on the table in anger. Zhang Yan had written only 2 words, "Death Duel." Wang Ban considered the implications. Once a death duel is accepted, it's a fight to the death. The loser not only forfeits their life, but also everything within their cultivation cave. Zhang Yan's cultivation is low, yet his ambition is so great. This person is definitely not ordinary. He questioned the subordinate before him. "What else did that brat Zhang Yin say?" The messenger replied, "Zhang Yin said he will be waiting respectfully at Lingxi Island in 3 days." Upon hearing this, Wang Ban burst into laughter, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Zhang Yin, I'm not afraid of the metal and fire baleful qi on your island. This time, you're dead for sure. It's just as well. I've been wanting to seize your blessed land and steal your beauty. From now on, I will be the true disciple enjoying the benefits of this sect." Wang Ban lowered his head in thought. "Within my body now reside 35 strands of pure and turbid spiritual qi. After 3 more days of cultivation, I can advance to the 3rd level of nascent spiritual qi. Dealing with a newly initiated brat like Zhang Yin will be nothing to worry about." 3 days later, at Lingxi Island, Wang Ban appeared on an airship with a group of people. A man named Feng Zhen, a descendant of the Feng clan of Shindu, addressed the woman beside him. "Second sister, what do you think of this Wang Ban?" The woman, Feng Dao, also a descendant of the Feng clan of Shindu, replied, "Elder brother, I know what you're thinking. You want me to become Dao companions with Wang Ban." Feng Zhen rubbed his nose, explaining, "Second sister, within the clan, we are merely members of a branch family. Even though your aptitude is exceptional, we are still isolated and without support. The Wang clan is currently a prosperous family, and he is also a fellow disciple of senior brother. If in the future," Feng Dao interrupted Feng Zhen, "father promised mother that I would decide my own matters. I appreciate your good intentions, elder brother." Feng Zhen fell silent. At that moment, Wang Ban's voice rang out, "Fellow disciples, please wait here. After I defeat that Zhang Yin, I'll return and we'll drink to our heart's content." He bowed to them in assurance. Feng Zhen turned to Feng Dao and asked, "Second sister, you seem displeased with Wang Ban." Feng Dao sighed and replied, "Brother, I feel that this Wang Ban is narrow-minded. He appears heroic on the surface, but he's actually a petty person. Even if he defeats Zhang Yin today, he won't achieve much in the future." By then, Wang Ban had already leaped down towards Lingxi Island. Zhang Yin was already there waiting for him. He immediately exhaled a breath that diffused into a mist across the island. Wang Ban felt a flicker of curiosity. Is this fog created by Zhang Yin? He looked around and called out, "Zhang Yin, I've arrived. Come out and face me." From within the dense fog, Zhang Yan's voice replied, "Wang Ban, I've been here waiting respectfully for a long time. Wang Ban furrowed his brow in disdain. You think such petty tricks can defeat me? He then unleashed his own technique. Disperse! But it had no effect. Wang Ban's irritation flared. Damn it! He realized the situation was not as simple as he'd thought. Where was Zhang Yin hiding? He needed to draw him out. As Wang Ban continued his attempts to dispel the fog, Zhang Yin observed him from above. He silently assessed his opponent. Wang Ban's turbid qi carries traces of metal and fire. No wonder he dared to come to the island for this fight. But does he think his paltry turbid qi can blow away my Cam Lam pure qi? Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Ban. I've got it, Wang Ban called out. If you know what's good for you, Zhang Yin, surrender now. My previous offer still stands. You can save your life. What do you say? Zhang Yin responded, we've come this far. This is a fight to the death. Words are useless. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ban focused on the source of the sound. Found you, right there. His flying sword pierced through the fog, hurtling towards Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin smiled, satisfied. Just what I wanted. He manipulated his flying brush to meet the incoming attack. The two magical treasures collided, each unleashing its power to suppress the other. But Wang Ban's flying sword was no match and fell directly into Zhang Yin's hand. After this attack, Zhang Yin bowed slightly and said, Senior Brother Wang, please forgive my disrespect. Obedience is better than courtesy. He observed his opponent from above. Seeing this, Wang Ban threatened, Zhang Yin, don't think that just because you're using this fog as a shield to block my flying sword, I can't do anything to you. He thought to himself, if Zhang Yin was truly capable, he would have come down and fought him directly. Why hide and steal his magical treasure? It must be because he was afraid of a direct confrontation. In that case, he would use his copper bell to locate him. He took out another magical treasure, pouring his internal energy into it. Take this. Wang Ban quickly launched it. The treasure, following his command, flew towards the shadowy figure within the fog. Wang Ban then exhaled a burst of turbid qi. Give up, you brat! The turbid qi spread over a wider area, gradually approaching Zhang Yin's position. Unable to stay there any longer, Zhang Yin leaped higher to evade it. Looking at Wang Ban's burgeoning flames, he pondered, I wonder which is stronger, my Cam Lam pure qi or Wang Ban's fire qi? From above, Zhang Yin launched his own attack. It seemed to have no effect on the fire qi. Zhang Yin's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of disappointment creeping in. It seems cultivating this Cam Lam pure qi was a waste of effort. In that case, I might as well try the Lam Van pure qi. He changed his tactics. The Lam Van pure qi suppressed Wang Ban's turbid qi, which gradually dissipated, leaving only a faint residue. Zhang Yin seemed slightly surprised. There's still a bit of spiritual qi left. He continued to circulate his energy, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. In his hand was the residue of the Lam Van pure qi. Although this Lam Van pure qi was almost completely gone, the remaining portion was incredibly pure, almost comparable to the Cam Lam pure qi refined from the fiery metal wind. A sudden realization struck Zhang Yin. So, I wasted my primordial essence, cultivating a path of Cam Lam pure qi, only to take a detour. I just needed to cultivate this simple Lam Van pure qi first, then use the methods recorded in the Tai Golden Scripture, tempering it under the fiery metal wind to achieve twice the effect. He didn't want to prolong the fight any further, so he launched his flying brush towards Wang Ban. This harvest is enough. I apologize, but I can't continue to entertain you. His magical treasure descended, releasing a jet-black smoke that enveloped Wang Ban's fire qi. The flames gradually extinguished. Seeing the situation turn dire, Wang Ban turned and fled. Zhang Yin has an extraordinary magical treasure. I'm doomed. Zhang Yin pursued him relentlessly. Wang Ban fled in panic, but it seemed he wouldn't escape. Zhang Yan's magical treasure swiftly closed the distance. Agony ripped through Wang Ban. The treasure returned to Zhang Yan's hand. Wang Ban collapsed. Zhang Yin walked over, flipping him over to search his body. He picked up a pill bottle. This is a lysin pill. I've heard that breaking through to the third level of the nascent spiritual qi stage is very difficult on one's own. But the lysin pill can control aberrant qi and remove impurities. This will save me some effort. The duel concluded. Zhang Yin returned to where the others were gathered. He bowed respectfully. I apologize for the wait. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Wang Ban lost? He even lost his life? How is that possible? Feng Zhen and Feng Dao remained silent, stunned along with everyone else. A few days later, at the Zhang residence, I am Wang Mao, and my ancestor is the venerable Wang Huiying. A man greeted him, bowing slightly. So you are a descendant of the venerable Wang. It is a pleasure to meet you. This man was Wang Mao, a clansman of Wang Ban. My purpose here today is not to seek retribution. Wang Ban was my clansman, and this time, he overestimated himself. Blinded by beauty, he offended Master Zhang. He brought this upon himself. There's no one else to blame. Zhang Yin waved his hand dismissively. Brother Wang, you are mistaken. Although senior brother Wang Ban and I engaged in a death match, it was according to the sex rules of fair duel. There is no animosity between us, and there's no question of right or wrong. He politely invited Wang Mao to sit. Wang Mao thought to himself, although Zhang Yin is young, he is quite composed. To lose to such a person is not a disgrace. Wang Mao continued, Master Zhang is correct. I have another matter to discuss today. Zhang Yin replied, please speak freely. Wang Mao laid out his concern. With Wang Ban's defeat, all of his possessions naturally belong to Master Zhang. However, although Red River Island is nominally Wang Ban's cultivation cave, there are still more than 10 members of the Wang clan in secluded cultivation there. Therefore, I would like to ask for Master Zhang's grace. Our Wang clan is willing to exchange pills, flying swords, magical treasures, and Taoist scriptures for this cave dwelling. He presented his proposal to Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin smiled. I agree to this, but I have something to say first. The cave dwelling can be redeemed, but with Wang Ban's defeat, everything on the island belongs to me. Whether it's magical treasures, flying swords, pills, or Taoist scriptures, everything must be left behind. He laid out his condition, and Wang Mao agreed. It shall be as Master Zhang wishes. As Wang Mao rose to leave, Zhang Yin spoke. I heard that senior brother Wang Ban challenged me due to a beauty, and you mentioned it as well. I wonder if your clan wishes to clear its name of this disgrace. Wang Mao replied, of course. Does Master Zhang have a suggestion? Zhang Yin said, this matter stems from the woman beside me, Duong Engen. How about I hand this woman over to the Wang clan? Whether it's reprimand or punishment, it will be up to your clan to decide. He glanced at Wang Mao, asking, what do you think of this proposal? Wang Mao remained silent for a moment, taken aback. Then he cupped his hands respectfully. Master Zhang's wisdom is admirable. I am truly impressed. After their conversation, evening approached. Wang Mao took his leave. As Zhang Yin saw him off, he pondered, by killing Wang Ban, I have also made my stance clear to Nin Tronghuan. And Duong Engen is clearly a troublesome and useless person. It's best to hand her over to the Wang clan to ease the tension between us. Two birds with one stone. He glanced at Sa Sam, thinking that once these matters were settled, he could finally make his way to Red River Island with peace of mind. Later that evening, on Red River Island, lush vegetation thrived. Zhang Yin strolled around, surveying the area. No wonder the Wang clan was so eager to redeem this Red River Island. Every medicinal herb here is of considerable value. He picked up a herb, examining it thoughtfully. But although these herbs are precious, they are not yet mature. Taking them now would be pointless. It's better to exchange them for something more practical. Inside the Wang clan's library, Zhang Yin picked up a book. Wang Ban's Red River Pill Fire Manual is quite suitable for cultivation in places with fiery metal wind. I should take it back and study it carefully. It might prove useful in dealing with similar opponents in the future. He instructed his subordinates, transport all the pills, scriptures, magical treasures, and sacred sands to Lin Kayat Island using the flying vessel. Yes, master, they replied, obeying his command. On Ban Lai Island, voices emanated from a small wooden house. Just what is the background of this, Zhang Yin? The speaker was Feng Thuong, Feng Zhen's granduncle. As you said, Zhang Yan's aptitude is ordinary. Yet he managed to gain a foothold in the outer court despite his common origins, and then steadily rise through the ranks. This man is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Feng Zhen replied irritably. That's precisely why I'm worried. The more formidable Zhang Yin becomes, the more uneasy I feel. Feng Thuong let out a hearty laugh, fanning himself leisurely. Zhener, he said, you've already reached the Xian Guang realm. Why should you fear a cultivator who hasn't even reached the Mingqi realm yet? Feng Zhen rubbed his temples in frustration. It's not me, it's my younger sister. Ever since the battle on Lin Kayat Island, she's taken a keen interest in Zhang Yin. He continued, she wants to become his Dao companion. But as you know, Granduncle, my younger sister's master is true person Qin, the daughter of the previous sect leader. Her status within the sect is exceptionally high. Feng Zhen's expression darkened. Our Feng clan relies on this connection to maintain our standing. How can we allow that commoner Zhang Yin to benefit from it? Feng Thuong stretched and yawned. I believe this matter is easily resolved. Feng Zhen looked at him quizzically. Feng Thuong offered his suggestion. I hear that Zhang Yin has yet to take a master. Let's find him one. Feng Zhen asked. Who do you have in mind, granduncle? Dipping his finger in his tea, he wrote a name on the table. Chu Sung Siyu, pointing to the name he'd just written. Feng Thuong explained to Feng Zhen. Chu Sung Siyu is currently the dean of the Dan Ding Institute. He owes me a favor. If I ask him to take Zhang Yin as a disciple, he certainly won't refuse. Feng Zhen remained skeptical. Even if he agrees to take Zhang Yin as his disciple, that won't necessarily dissuade my younger sister. Feng Thuong continued his explanation. No, once this man accepts Zhang Yin as his disciple, not only will no one in the sect dare gossip, but Yuer will also understand that he cannot be her Dao companion. Why is that? Feng Zhen asked, confused. Chu Sung Siyu and Yuer's master, Qin Nak, were once husband and wife, though their relationship later soured. If Chu Sung Siyu takes Zhang Yin as his disciple, and Yuer still wishes to become his Dao companion, Qin Nak will undoubtedly intervene. Understanding dawned on Feng Zhen. I see. So that's your plan. But if what you say about Chu Sung Siyu is true, his background is quite significant. Wouldn't this be advantageous for Zhang Yin? Besides, he added with conviction, Chu Sung Siyu's alchemy skills are indeed extraordinary, but he's also incredibly stubborn. He would never allow his disciples to pursue any other path. Alchemy requires cultivating 15 techniques for the real apertures, 15 for the esoteric apertures, and 15 for the eye apertures. Forcing Zhang Yin into alchemy would ruin his cultivation path. Feng Thuong countered. If he attempts to betray his master, he'll be hunted down by everyone. With his cultivation stagnating, will you still need to worry about him? He smiled, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. On Lin Kayat Island, Zhang Yin was meditating, assessing his cultivation progress. A sect attendant approached him and observed pure and refined qi, a high assessment. Then he flew off. Zhang Yin mused to himself. Every 3 months, the inner court would send a senior instructor to evaluate the direct disciples. If a disciple's cultivation showed stagnation or was deemed too slow, they would receive a low assessment. Those who consistently received low assessments would be stripped of their direct disciple status. He seemed to notice something and turned his head. Zhang Yin greeted him. Senior brother Nin, is something the matter? He said to Zhang Yin, I've come to tell you that your master has been decided. It's the dean of the Dan Ding Institute, Chu Chong Siyu. This man personally requested that my master accept you as a disciple, and master agreed. I couldn't very well refuse him. He added, however, this Chu Chong Siyu doesn't come from a prominent family, so you can rest easy. Zhang Yin replied, from what senior brother says, it sounds like there's more to this story. I wonder why this senior Chu would want to take me on as his disciple. Nin Trong Huin didn't answer the question, instead saying, knowing this now is useless. First, hand over the Rui throne. Zhang Yin complied, passing the Rui throne to Nin Trong Huin. He patted Zhang Yan's shoulder, releasing a wave of qi. Now, I'll use a Dao art to send you to Chu Chong Siyu. Remember, external objects, however good, are merely aids, not something to rely upon. The pressure intensified, forcing Zhang Yin to raise his arms in defense. Nin Trong Huin teleported him away, adding as a parting thought, as long as you single-mindedly pursue the Dao, you still have a chance to achieve enlightenment. Remember that. Zhang Yin frowned, slowly opening his eyes, a flicker of doubt still lingering in his mind. Nin Trong Huin's Dao art had deposited Zhang Yin before the gates of the Dan Ding Institute. He opened his palm, revealing a glowing treasure, the Rui throne. He quickly tucked it back into his robes, his mind racing. Senior brother Nin taking the Rui throne and then returning, it was a message. External objects, however valuable, belong to others. What was given could be taken away. Zhang Yin gazed at the plaque above the institute gates, etching the lesson into his memory. The parting advice, too, was a subtle hint. Alchemy was an external pursuit. Cultivating profound arts was the true path. He mustn't forget his core purpose. A faint smile touched his lips, words. Whether it's Nin Trong Huyen or whoever is pulling the strings behind him, you've all misjudged me. And you've misjudged me badly. He strode confidently into the Dan Ding Institute. Someone came forward to greet him. What brings senior brother here? Are you seeking medicinal pills? Zhang Yin introduced himself. My name is Zhang Yin. I've come to see Dean Chu. The greeter's eyes widened in understanding. So you are Martial Uncle Zhang. Grandmaster has given instructions. Please follow me. Zhang Yin followed him across a bridge, passing between two towers, arriving before a solitary tower. Beside the tower, someone was tossing round pellets into a lake. Zhang Yin observed the action, noticing something break the surface of the water, like a fish's fin. The person by the tower called out, Grandmaster is in the fish pavilion. Martial Uncle, please enter. Zhang Yin stepped inside, finding himself face to face with the dean of the Dan Ding Institute, Chu Chong Siu. Upon seeing Zhang Yin, the dean's expression soured. Who allowed you here? Leave. But Zhang Yin, unfazed, walked directly past him and began searching a bookshelf. He pulled down a volume, and Chu Chong Siu erupted. Do you think that by being disrespectful to me, I won't take you as my disciple? I'm accepting you as a repayment of a debt. Whether you're willing or not, I, Chu Chong Siu, will take you in. Zhang Yin spoke. Granduncle, how could you possibly be at a disadvantage by taking me as your disciple? Chu Chong Siu stared, astonished. What did you call me? Could you be a member of the Chu family? Zhang Yin bowed respectfully. A certain senior guided me up the mountain, telling me that 200 years ago, an elder of the Chu family left home, vowing to destroy the Chu clan. He instructed me to seek you out, and upon meeting you, to ask if you remember the day an old Taoist struck your back 3 times with his horsetail whisk. Chu Chong Siu burst into laughter. Indeed, it seems that senior has never deceived me. His attitude transformed, warmth replacing disdain. He gestured for Zhang Yin to sit. Years ago, Chu Chong Siu began, that scoundrel from the Chu clan, my own family, wronged me deeply. I yearned for revenge. But my predecessor told me my meridians were ruined, my path to greatness severed. He spoke of a fortunate soul who would one day appear, someone who could help me fulfill my ambition. 200 years I waited, and finally, you have arrived. He offered a solemn assurance. Young friend Zhang, you can rest easy under my protection, no matter who wishes you harm. So long as you abide by the sect rules and do not stray onto the path of darkness, I will keep you safe. Zhang Yin bowed his head, a small smile playing on his lips. Thank you, granduncle. Chu Chong Siu clapped him on the shoulder. I am no longer one of the Chu clan. Besides, we are both guided by the same predecessor. In public, you may call me master. In private, call me elder brother. Ah, yes, there is one more thing you must be wary of. I await your guidance, elder brother, Zhang Yin replied. You are here because I owe Feng Thuong a favor, Chu Chong Siu continued. That man is a schemer. This situation is certainly not as simple as it appears. He paused, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. What he's truly plotting, I haven't yet discerned, but it likely revolves around alchemy. He located a book on a nearby shelf and handed it to Zhang Yin. These are alchemical techniques I've refined over the past century. Study them carefully, he instructed, in case the need arises. And to be safe, remain within the Dan Ding Institute for the next few days, away from Feng Thuong's prying eyes. We'll reassess after this period. Back in his cave, Zhang Yin responded, understood. Thank you, elder brother. He sat obediently, poring over the texts Chu Chong Siu had given him. As he read, he pondered. The alchemical techniques were truly remarkable. Chu Chong Siu had painstakingly refined the 3 apertures technique into the inner aperture technique. Not only did it significantly reduce cultivation time, but, and this excited Zhang Yin immensely, with the aid of a few specific elixirs, it could potentially be practiced by anyone. If this method were ever to spread, it could reshape the landscape of the 16 great sects. A thought struck him, and he rose to his feet with newfound purpose. I must find these elixirs and test them myself. As Zhang Yin piloted his flying boat in search of the necessary ingredients, a group suddenly appeared, blocking his path. He regarded them with a faint smile. A man swiftly approached, his voice a harsh bark. Get out of the way! The man, powerfully built, hurtled towards Zhang Yin's boat. Zhang Yin leaped clear just in time, his boat splintering into pieces behind him. The arrogant man glanced at him, a sneer twisting his lips. Not bad. He then sped towards the Desan pavilion. Zhang Yin landed gracefully, looking up to see numerous figures converging on the Desan pavilion. He folded his arms, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. I wonder who's arrived. Zhang Yin entered the Desan pavilion. Inside, a large crowd had gathered. A man's voice boomed through the hall. Old man Xiao, I am Feng Zhen, descendant of the Feng clan. Bring me a handful of Taiwa pills. I need to heal senior brother Su's spirit beast. An elderly man emerged, his face etched with alarm. Young master, we only produce 3 batches of Taiwa pills a year, and those are allocated to the esteemed immortals. A single pill is precious, let alone a handful. Where am I supposed to find that many? Impatient shouts erupted from the crowd. Nonsense. Bring out whatever you have. Stop with the excuses. They pressed in on old man Xiao, demanding the pills. Zhang Yin turned to a nearby disciple. Who are these people? How dare they behave so brazenly? They are relatives of Shang Luchuan of the Four Islands sect, Martial Uncle Zhang, the disciple replied. The young man leading them is Feng Zhen of the Feng clan, one of the 12 prestigious families. He hadn't even finished speaking when Zhang Yin recognized the Feng clan's involvement. It seemed opportunity had knocked. Feng Thuong, oh Feng Thuong, he thought with a smirk, your descendants have fallen into my hands today. You can only blame your own misfortune. He pushed his way through the crowd. Elder Xiao, what's going on here? Elder Xiao answered awkwardly. Martial Uncle Zhang. Today, Feng Zhen. Feng Zhen cut him off. My spirit pet, little Yun, is gravely injured and needs a Taiwa pill from your stores for immediate treatment. Stop with the formalities and fetch the medicine. Zhang Yin retorted. Medicine meant for humans cannot be given to beasts. He turned to Elder Xiao with a pointed look. Each chamber has a fixed allotment of pills. You'll be held responsible. Feng Zhen's eyebrows shot up in surprise, and a flicker of panic crossed Elder Xiao's face. You dare refuse me? Feng Zhen raged. Ignoring him, Zhang Yin turned to leave. You're not going anywhere. Feng Zhen lashed out, attacking Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin met the attack, his movements deceptively casual. He quickly withdrew his qi. A crimson axe materialized from thin air, plummeting downwards. Feng Zhen, startled, threw up a hasty defense. Zhang Yin watched, a sneer playing on his lips. This Feng Zhen, a mere 34 years old, lacked foresight and was easily provoked, just as he'd anticipated. The sect rules are clear, Zhang Yin announced, his voice ringing with authority. Unprovoked attacks on direct disciples are punishable by death. He raised his token high. Daohai enforcers, seize them. Feng Zhen also raised his voice. Brothers, this man dares to disrespect us, members of the Four Islands sect. Show no restraint. Senior brother Su will bear any consequences. Seize the pills. I deliberately deployed the weaker Daohai enforcers to give you a chance to retaliate. Zhang Yin thought triumphantly. As Feng Zhen's men attacked the enforcers, his plan unfolded perfectly. Even after learning of the enforcer's status, the direct disciples continued to press their attack, only to be struck down one by Feng Zhen's men, completely disregarding the sect rules. Zhang Yin simply observed, waiting for the opportune moment. Today, I'll drag the Feng clan into the mud and give them a taste of their own medicine. Moments later, all of Zhang Yan's Daohai enforcers were defeated. The time had come. Just as planned, he murmured, a smile spreading across his face. Zhang Yin raised his token once more, summoning the Banshan enforcers. Feng Zhen's men were no match for these powerful enforcers, and were quickly beaten into submission. You have some nerve, Zhang Yin commented dryly. In short order, they were all apprehended, bound together by the Banshan enforcers, like cocoons, and tossed into a heap. Their struggles were futile. He handed a letter to a Banshan enforcer. Make sure this reaches Senior Brother Nin Tang Hien. Senior Brother Nin, I've set the stage for you. Let's see how you play your part. The captured men glared at Zhang Yin with fury in their eyes. Just then, a voice boomed from the entrance. Who dares bind these men? It was Do Ming, the vice dean of the Dan Ding Institute. Release them at once, he commanded. Zhang Yin smiled pleasantly. Vice Dean Do, it was I who ordered their arrest. Seeing him, Do Ming froze. Do Ming approached Zhang Yin and spoke in a low voice. Junior brother Zhang, release them immediately. These people are relatives of direct disciple Lu Quantu Dao. Do you really want to bring trouble upon yourself? Zhang Yin retorted irritably. Bring trouble upon myself? They just attacked me. I think releasing them would be bringing trouble upon myself. Doming pleaded. Junior brother Zhang, they are all relatives of direct disciples. It's just a misunderstanding. You've already taught them a lesson. I think it's best to let them go. It's strange indeed. Weisstein Do fears direct disciple Lu Quantu Dao. But are you not afraid of me, also a direct disciple? Zhang Yin countered. Do Ming, looking uneasy, leaned closer and whispered, Junior brother Zhang, do you know the background of that spirit beast? It's raised by Su Daiknong, a descendant of the Su clan of Qin Yang, ranked first among the 5 great clans. Zhang Yin countered with indignation. A prince breaking the law should be treated like any commoner. Just because he's a descendant of the Su clan, does that mean he can ignore sect rules and attack a direct disciple as he pleases? Do Ming added, Su Daiknong is the younger brother of Su Daikong. This man has always been fiercely protective of his family. If you offend his younger brother, junior brother, you'll be inviting a great disaster upon yourself. He thought about Su Daikong. It was said that this man was born after his mother painstakingly cultivated her essence blood day and night for 16 years. Born at the Kaimai realm, he was now a Xian Guang realm cultivator, a formidable core formation expert. He even had the record of killing a core formation cultivator. Truly, he was no ordinary character. Zhang Yin chuckled fearlessly. So, what if he's strong? Can he stand against the might of the entire clan and sect alone? Which of the people I've dealt with today doesn't have backing? He remained unyielding. Weisstein Do, there's no need for further words. No matter how powerful Su Daikong is in this matter when faced with the sect rules, I am in the right. Then, Zhang Yin commanded the guards flanking him, bind these people with the Van Duong Kim Toa and throw them into the deepest dungeon. Guard them strictly. Don't let anyone escape. With that, Zhang Yin turned and left. Inside the Yulu pavilion, Chu Chong Siyu laughed heartily. Since Junior Brother has already antagonized the Feng clan, why not take this opportunity to drag the factions of the Lu Quantu Dao families down with them? Otherwise, the target is too small, and you won't gain much from it in one go. He asked Zhang Yin, if your martial uncle pushes this matter, how much confidence do you have? Zhang Yin replied confidently, 60%. Chu Chong Siyu stroked his beard thoughtfully. I'm afraid that's not quite enough. Let me lend you a hand. It just so happens the sect leader has a favor to ask of me. I'll step in and demand justice for you. He'll certainly seize the opportunity and give me face, increasing your chances of success to 80% or more. Zhang Yin replied, then I'll have to trouble senior brother. Chu Chong Siyu asked with concern, are you returning to your cave dwelling now, junior brother? Zhang Yin answered, I've made an enemy of the Feng clan. I can't stay here long. They'll have their hands full soon enough anyway. Chu Chong Siyu continued, you're right. Private duels are forbidden within the sect. Once this matter is made public, no one will be able to make things difficult for you during this period. However, you must focus on your cultivation when you return. After all, that is the foundation of survival. Zhang Yin agreed. Senior brother speaks wisely. He then said, I looked over senior brother's work a few days ago and found your alchemy techniques incredibly profound. It benefited greatly. Chu Chong Siyu chuckled. I'm glad you like it. He handed Zhang Yin a bottle of pills. These are supplementary pills for cultivating alchemy. You should take them with you. Thank you, senior brother. Zhang Yin accepted them. Then I'll take my leave. He bid farewell and left the Yulu pavilion. Zhang Yin seemed to be anticipating Feng Thuong's reaction. I've made my move. Let's see how you respond. At Bien Lo Island, Feng Jin exclaimed in shock. Granduncle, has Zhang Yin gone mad? He actually dared to imprison more than 20 people related to the direct disciples of the Six Springs 4 Islands. Doesn't he fear the clans backing them? Feng Thuong calmly replied. This time, Zhang Yin is using himself as leverage, instigating a conflict between the disciples and our family clans. Before a victor emerges, the disciples faction will undoubtedly protect him. Who would dare to act against him now? Feng Thuong's face darkened. Irritation simmered within him. I heard the clan is rallying the families, putting pressure on the disciples faction. But they haven't reacted at all. Not even the sect leader has shown any sign of concern, Feng Jin said. Feng Thuong snapped. Do you think the disciples faction is remaining inactive because they're worried about clans like ours? It's because they consider the meat from a few of our families too meager a meal. They're not satisfied. He explained to his nephew. The sect leader wants all those arrogant fools to jump out, so he can catch them all in one net. This revelation sent a chill down Feng Zhen's spine. Feng Thuong continued. Besieging a direct disciple is no small crime. The clans, unrepentant, are even plotting to retaliate against the disciples' faction. I fear this time they'll suffer a heavy blow to their foundation. Slamming his hand on the table in frustration, he declared, Zhang Yan's scheme is truly vicious. Not only has he secured his own protection, but he's also managed to drag the Feng clan down with him. He's a formidable opponent indeed. Feng Zhen seemed to understand. He bowed his head and asked, Granduncle, then how should we handle this matter? His mind raced, unsure of the correct course of action. Feng Thuong instructed, let Feng Gang obediently accept his fate. Send him to the Zhengqin court, and then dispatch someone to appease Zhang Yan. This way, we can sever the issue before it escalates, preventing the disciples' faction from finding a reason to unleash their wrath upon us. Thank you for your guidance, Granduncle. Feng Zhen bowed his head in gratitude, then asked, but this Zhang Yan is truly detestable. Granduncle, do you have any means of eliminating him? Closing his fan, Feng Thuong replied, years ago, I orchestrated Zhang Yan's apprenticeship within the Dan Ding Institute. Do you think I didn't leave myself an escape route? Once this storm passes, I will make him pay. 5 months later, at Lin Hiet Island, Zhang Yan was cultivating. He sat in quiet meditation, focused on his practice, impure qi dispersing as his body gradually transformed, absorbing spiritual energy. He had cultivated 80 of the 81 gates of the Qian Ling pure qi, the impure qi within his body churning powerfully. Zhang Yan drew it into himself, the surrounding pure qi slowly entering his body. Zhang Yan took another deep breath through his nose, the pure qi floating in the air, gradually approaching the enveloping mist, then permeating the black smoke, slowly drifting in, tearing through the dark smoke, and ultimately purifying it. Zhang Yan slowly opened his eyes, circulating his energy to absorb this powerful force. The pure qi gradually vanished, entering his body, having transformed into a pure azure hue. Finally, he had cultivated the final gate of the Qian Ling pure qi, the first level qi initial transformation of the bright qi stage. He felt an unusual sensation within his body, the pure qi within his dantian churning endlessly like the vast Yangtze River. Zhang Yan realized this power seemed to compel him to continue circulating his cultivation technique. He exhaled a stream of crimson smoke, beginning to circulate his energy as the surrounding qi surged. The pressure seemed immense, causing Zhang Yan to bleed uncontrollably. His entire body was racked with discomfort. Zhang Yan finally exhaled a plume of dark smoke, bits of Kuan spirit scattering around him. Unexpectedly, he murmured in surprise, I managed to create the first gate of the Kuan spirit turbid qi so smoothly. This saves me months of work. He then spat out a streak of profound light, a blast of potent energy that instantly punched a hole through the wall. No wonder the Tai Gold scripture says that upon reaching the Xian Guang realm, a single streak of profound light can melt gold and iron. He examined the hole he'd just created, just penetrating qi possessing such power. It seems they weren't exaggerating. Suddenly, something at the edge of his vision caught his attention. He picked up a command token. The barrier surrounding his dwelling shifted. A sword, impaling a sealed letter, flew in from outside. Zhang Yan caught it, then unfolded the paper and read, Meet me 10 days from now at Jade 2 Peak on the Six Rivers Archipelago to enjoy the moon. I just crossed them, he mused, scrutinizing the elegant calligraphy, clearly the hand of a female cultivator. Why would they invite me? Who sent this? Well, it matters little whether I go or not. Dismissing the invitation, Zhang Yan tossed the letter aside. Emerging from his subterranean chamber, his thoughts were already elsewhere. Better to spend my energy cultivating than worrying about this. My primary task, he reminded himself, is refining the Kuan spirit penetrating qi. Each time, I have to purge all the Qian spirit pure qi to draw the penetrating qi up from the depths of the chamber. It's incredibly cumbersome and inefficient. I need to find a way to retain the penetrating qi. He racked his brain, then a thought struck him. That's it. The inner aperture technique from Master, whose alchemical teachings. Doesn't it involve opening another aperture within the body to contain and utilize different types of qi? A reservoir for qi. He reasoned it through. The pure chi within him surged. A smile played on his lips. It seems this could work. I'll fill all 3 apertures then, in preparation for when I need them. One morning on Lin Huyet Island, Zhang Yin was meditating peacefully. A figure approached from outside, calling out, "Uncle Zhang, are you there? Ancestor summons you urgently." The entrance to his cave slowly opened. He had heard the call. At Chuchong Siyu's Ru Lu Pavilion in the Danding Institute, Zhang Yin arrived as instructed and inquired, "Senior brother, what's happened?" Chuchong Siyu, his face grave, waited for him to approach, then explained, "An envoy from the Lantern Light Water Kingdom has arrived. They're holding a grand celebration for King Qi Jioshang's birthday in 6 months and wish to organize an alchemy conference. They've requested that some of our sect's alchemists attend and, as a gesture of goodwill, voluntarily reduce their rank by 1 level." Chuchong Siyu rose to his feet and added, "Since this matter could be resolved without resorting to force," the sect leader immediately agreed. Zhang Yan's mind raced. The Lantern Light Water Kingdom is a demon cultivator tribe, an incredibly powerful force. Even the 3 White Fox Demon, after decades of war with the Bright Spear sect, is nominally only their vassal. Chuchong Siyu's expression darkened. "I was previously invited by Elder Xiang to refine some pills, leaving Deputy Dean Do in charge of the institute. While I was away selecting the envoy, somehow, Deputy Dean Do put your name forward," Zhang Yin asked. And when senior brother questioned him, "What explanation did Deputy Dean Do give?" Chuchong Siyu's voice was tight with anger. "Do Ming claimed it was a clerical error by a subordinate, whom he's already executed. He also offered to take full responsibility and resign as Deputy Dean." Zhang Yin chuckled coldly. He must have prepared an escape route long ago. Even after going this far, senior brother can't touch him. Someone is definitely backing him. He speculated, "I suspect it's Feng Thuong. This reeks of his handiwork." Chuchong Siyu, wrestling with the dilemma, said to Zhang Yin, "If you don't want to go, even if I have to swallow my pride and beg others, I will ensure your safety, junior brother." A sly smile played on Zhang Yan's lips. Under these circumstances, he agreed, "Senior brother, I'll go. Surprise flicere da cross cushun cus face." "Junior brother, have you thought this through?" Zhang Yin replied, "Staying in the sect might not guarantee my safety. Those villains will continue to lay traps for me. While I'm not afraid, I don't want them hindering my cultivation." He explained his decision to travel to the Water Kingdom. "This way, I can avoid the aristocratic clans and cultivate in peace." Chuchong Siyu sighed, conceding the point. "What you say makes sense, junior brother, but you're officially my disciple, and you don't know alchemy. They'll surely use this against you, putting you in a difficult position. We still have a few days before we depart. I'll teach you as much as I can," he offered. Zhang Yin looked puzzled. "Senior brother, there are plenty of demon cultivators who know alchemy. Why borrow an alchemist from the Bright Trading sect?" Chuchong Siyu explained, "Demon cultivators can refine some common pills, but only human cultivators can create high-grade dunya. Take the 3-aperture technique, for example. Only those with human bodies can cultivate it. The inner aperture technique I taught you must remain a secret. If the demon cultivators learn of it, chaos will ensue." He added cautiously, "Be careful, junior brother." Zhang Yin responded, "Don't worry, senior brother. I know my limits." Zhang Yin then mused, "Even though the matter is settled, we can't let Deputy Dean Do off so easily." Chuchong Siyu inquired, "Do you have a plan, junior brother?" Zhang Yin stood up. "Although Deputy Dean Do has resigned, his alchemy skills shouldn't go to waste. We should inform the sect master," he suggested, "and have him accompany me as my assistant." On the day the Bright Trading sect set off for the Water Kingdom, a servant girl approached Zhang Yin and presented him with a box. "My mistress asked me to deliver these 2 things to you, young master." He opened the letter. It read, "My capricious actions have implicated you, young master, and I am deeply troubled. This small token is a gesture of my remorse. The road ahead is arduous. Please take care." Zhang Yin pondered. "The handwriting matches the letter inviting me to moon viewing. This jade piece is called the Harvest Moonheart Manual, a treasure that aids cultivation. A letter and a gift. Speaking of implications, who could this be from?" he asked the servant girl. "May I ask who your mistress is?" She offered no answer, only a bow and a murmured, "Blessings upon you," before turning to leave. Zhang Yin didn't press the matter. A small smile touched his lips as he thought, if I can't figure out her identity, then there's no point dwelling on it. Turning to leave, he focused on the task at hand. A cultivator should act decisively, not get bogged down in such trifles. When the time is right, the truth will reveal itself. A fellow cultivator called out, "Please follow me." Among the crowd, a familiar face caught Zhang Yan's eye. Finally, he wondered, what's he doing here? Ascending the stairs, he noticed the unusual demeanor of the others. The journey to the Lanternlight Water Kingdom would take a year, but these worldly disciples around him only brought strongmen with them, not a single maidservant. It wasn't logical. He stared at them, puzzled. Zhang Yin speculated, unless they hadn't considered the long journey at all. They were on the 4th floor of a tall tower. Guards stood vigilant outside. They were invited inside. Zhang Yin entered. He glanced around, wondering if it truly was the 4th floor. Numerous eyes observed him. He stepped inside cautiously, aware of the intricate layout of the floor. A precarious situation. Even with wings, escape would be difficult. Walking to the balcony, his mind raced, trying to decipher their intentions. He knew they would make a move against him eventually, but he initially thought they'd at least wait until they reached the Lanternlight Water Kingdom. Now it seemed they had no intention of letting him get that far. Looking up, he saw someone flying in the sky, the leader of the Water Kingdom expedition. Wu Zhen raised a command token high, and the tower-like ship slowly ascended, beginning its journey. Within the tower, Wu Zhen possessed the highest cultivation level, making him the most formidable opponent. But he couldn't rule out the presence of other cultivators of similar strength. He remained wary, preparing himself. He would summon Luo Xiao when the time came. Zhang Yin meticulously followed his plan. 10 days later, the tower ship approached the Water Kingdom. Observing the surroundings, Zhang Yin realized the direction seemed to be towards Donglang Lake. He pondered. Donglang Lake was one of the 3 overlords, ruled by a 1,000-year-old carp. While the Water Kingdom could be reached from there, the route was exceedingly long, and suspicion and conflict were inevitable. Understanding dawned on Zhang Yin. So that was it. The moment before reaching Donglang Lake would be their chosen time to strike. The jade pendant at his waist stirred. Zhang Yin picked it up and examined it, a smile playing on his lips. Thanks to this Harvest Moon Heart manual, his chi circulation had doubled in speed over the past few days. This was truly heaven sent. Though Luo Xiao hadn't arrived yet, instead of waiting, it would be better to take the initiative and catch them off guard. He made his decision. 1,000 miles from the tower ship, a group entered a structure. Inside was Su Yihong, the eldest son of the Su family. Before him stood Xiaogua, a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Xianguang realm. Xiaogua paid his respects to senior brother Su, inquiring about the situation. Su Yihong questioned him, and he replied, "The giant carp overlord remains unaware, completely oblivious. It's the perfect opportunity for us to strike." Su Yihong stood, praising him. He then asked, "Today's events are of great importance concerning our plans for the next 100 years. Does anyone wish to withdraw?" They bowed their heads resolutely, responding, "We only obey senior brother's commands." Su Yihong continued, "Erlang is coming here on the Flying Eagle Tower. Once we obtain the head of that direct disciple, named Zhang Yin, we can use the excuse of a direct disciple being murdered." He revealed his plot to attack Chu Ka Palace, level Shin Exine Valley, kill the giant carp overlord, and seize this water domain. Xiaogua expressed his eager anticipation. "I've heard of this Zhang Yin. Last time, he accidentally killed Erlang's spirit beast and captured several of our senior brothers, humiliating Erlang. This time, we'll finally have our revenge." Su Yihong commanded, "Xiaofeng, go personally to receive Erlang and ensure his safety. Once Zhang Yin is captured, eliminate everyone accompanying him." He tossed Xiaofeng a command token and added, "I'll give you another talisman. It can capture Zhang Yan's primordial spirit. Find a spirit beast, erase its spirit, and replace it with his. Then give it to Erlang. Let him live as a beast for the rest of his life." Xiaofeng accepted the order and quickly departed. He was Xiaogua's younger brother. "Don't worry," he assured. "I'll bring back both Erlang and Zhang Yan's heads." Outside, Xiaogua cautioned, "I've heard that this Zhang Yan is cunning and resourceful. You two must be extremely careful this time. Don't be careless." Xiaofeng retorted, "Big brother, you underestimate me. That Zhang Yin hasn't even reached the Mingqi realm. Do you think a cultivator at the second level of the Xian Guang realm would fear him? Xiagua handed him a magical artifact, saying, "Don't be so sure. This is the purple orchid heart-stabilizing pool, given to me by senior brother Su last time. Take it and use it." Xia Feng's expression soured as he reluctantly accepted it, not forgetting to retort over his shoulder, "Big brother, you really do underestimate me." He swiftly flew off. Night fell upon the tower ship. Inside, Zhang Yin manipulated the as-you-wish chariot. "Tonight, you shall drink your fill of blood." He channeled his qi into the magical artifact and commanded it to fly out. The as-you-wish chariot reached the door, and the guard stationed there fell victim to its power. A flying sword attacked from behind him, but Zhang Yin, ever vigilant, dodged and retaliated. The attacker, Do Ming, was caught off guard by Zhang Yan's counterattack and sent flying. Zhang Yin approached the groaning Do Ming. Fearfully, Do Ming threatened, "Zhang Yin, you still need me to refine pills for your trip to the Water Kingdom. I'm still useful to you." But Zhang Yin showed no mercy, delivering a fatal blow. Do Ming was more trouble than he was worth. He decided to abandon the alchemist. With that single strike, Do Ming breathed his last on the 4th floor of the tower. Zhang Yin descended slowly, only to find another enemy seeking death. He charged. Zhang Yin unleashed a blast of pure qi. Struck, the man froze, then collapsed. Zhang Yin had dispatched his opponent with ease. A crowd gathered below. "Ah, the boss has been killed. Get help." The as-you-wish chariot offered them no such opportunity. "What's that? It's coming," they cried. One by one, they fell before Zhang Yan's as-you-wish chariot. Having dealt with all his enemies, Zhang Yin reached the bottom floor. On the 2nd floor, he encountered another group. "Zhang Yin, Feng Lingjun has spoken of you many times. Today, we shall see what you're capable of," they shouted. "Where is Feng Sach?" he asked coldly. One of them replied, "Junior brother Feng is below, but will you live long enough to reach him? I've cultivated the Waterwood Profound Art for 23 years. I doubt you are my match." The moment he finished speaking, they all fell victim to Zhang Yan's attack. Utterly shocked, he attacked, unleashing a wave of fire toward Zhang Yan. He continued his assault. "Let's see how you get past this." Zhang Yan scoffed, "So much talk. You dare try to kill someone with such slow movements?" Closing the distance, Zhang Yin unleashed his magical artifact. It pierced through the flames, leaving the cultivator defenseless. His pen, a blur of deadly intent, thrust directly towards his opponent's forehead. The man's spirit shattered, his defenses crumbling as he fell swiftly before Zhang Yan's relentless assault. Zhang Yin stepped coldly over the fallen cultivator. On the bottom floor, he saw Feng Sach and his cohorts waiting. Feng Sach took a swig of wine and sneered, "Zhang Yin, you're too impatient, aren't you? So eager to meet your death." He didn't wait for a reply. "Get him," he barked, the command echoing through the tower. They surged forward as one, a wave of hostile intent crashing toward Zhang Yin. He countered, summoning another magical treasure. The treasure expanded rapidly, revealing itself as the soul-frightening silk, unfurling towards them like a predatory shroud. It descended, crushing those trapped within its shimmering embrace. Zhang Yin then recalled the silk, its deadly work complete. From the 4th to the 7th floor, he had eliminated all resistance. Zhang Yin continued his ascent, climbing higher into the tower. Shrouded in thick mist, he pressed onward, alone, hunting for his enemies. At the top of the tower, Emo Chen spoke. "Junior brother Su, you brought me here, saying I only needed to teach Zhang Yin a lesson. Why has it become a mission to kill him?" "Do you really think," Su Yin replied, "that I would escalate things with Zhang Yin, create this conflict, all for a mere spirit pet? To be honest, I want his position as a direct disciple. The goal is to kill him, then seize the opportunity to blame it on old Li Yuchiba." The man was Su Yin, Su Hong's younger brother. Montak Chen Vashokat, the position of a direct disciple? If this gets out, your Su clan won't be able to withstand the wrath of the sect. Su Yan scoffed. "So what? Only you and I know about this. My Su clan seeks to recruit talented individuals from all under heaven. Now, if you find yourself without a place, why not join the ranks of my Su clan?" he offered. Emo Chen sighed, then stood and agreed. "Since things have come to this, I will obey your command and be at Erlang's disposal. Inwardly, he thought, Su Mieyin definitely has magical treasures on him, and he's also brought several bright Qi realm cultivators. If I don't comply now, I'll likely lose my life. Su Mieyin helped him up. Since senior brother Mo is one of us now, I won't hesitate to tell you something. He gestured for Mo Chen to sit. Do you know why my elder brother insists on taking the deep pool precipice? Montag Chen feignet curiosity. By now, Zhang Yin had arrived. He overheard their conversation from outside. Beneath the deep pool precipice, within the Nine-Bend Creek Palace, lies a wounded dragon skeleton that is cultivated for 10,000 years. In a place called the True Dragon Palace. Old Liu Chuba has occupied that place for hundreds of years, precisely to find the entrance, Su Mieyin explained. Once our Su clan obtains that place, my elder brother will be able to refine that wounded dragon skeleton and become its avatar. The True Dragon Palace will then become the founding location of our Su clan sect, he elaborated, outlining his vision. Mo Chun stood up in astonishment. The Su clan intends to establish its own sect? Su Mieyin raised his head. The ambition of our Su clan lies within the 9 provinces of the Celestial River. How could a single province, a minor sect, possibly contain us? Listening to this preposterous tale, Zhang Yin spoke, his voice cutting through the air. A band of petty thieves dares to spout such delusions of grandeur? Su Mieyin cried out in surprise. Who's there? From outside, the As-You-Wish chariot burst through the doorway, hurtling directly towards Su Mieyin. He swiftly deployed his defensive technique. His cultivation clashed against the As-You-Wish chariot, causing the chariot to reverse its course and fly back. Both of them realized the situation was precarious. A thick fog rapidly filled the room. Su Mieyin darted behind a pillar, seeking cover. It was Zhang Yin. Recognizing him in that moment, a flicker of worry crossed Su Mieyin's face. From the highest level of the tower, the As-You-Wish chariot hurtled back towards Su Mieyin. He instantly retrieved his own magical treasure, channeling his power to send it soaring into the air. It pulsed with a potent aura, then unleashed its own attack against the might of the As-You-Wish chariot. Hidden within his makeshift shelter, Su Mieyin let out a triumphant laugh. Zhang Yin, he taunted, I knew you possessed a wood-attribute treasure, the As-You-Wish chariot, as I suspected. Meanwhile, unseen until this moment, the decree brush was pointed directly at Su Mieyin. Zhang Yin smirked. And what about this? Did you anticipate this? The decree brush shot forward, but Su Mieyin's treasure reacted just in time, deflecting the attack. Bewilderment flickered across his face. What is this thing? It actually withstood 2 of my treasures. He stumbled, falling to the ground, panic rising within him. I'm finished. The jade pendant can only withstand 3 attacks from magical treasures. 1 more, and I'm dead. He felt the walls closing in. Catching sight of Zhang Yin approaching, Su Mieyin's fear escalated into outright terror. He cried out desperately, Senior Brother Mo, where are you? Help me. If I die, the Su clan will not spare you. As Zhang Yin drew closer, Su Mieyin trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, a flying sword zipped towards them. Zhang Yin instantly reacted, channeling his qi to defend himself, a smoky breath enveloping the incoming sword. Mo Chun sounded surprised. You dare to interfere with my flying sword? Take this. Mo Chen's flying sword multiplied, splitting into several identical blades, all hurtling towards Zhang Yin at once. Zhang Yin summoned the As-You-Wish chariot to intercept. Its force held back the majority of the swords, but not all. One of the flying swords slipped past the chariot's defenses, embedding itself in Zhang Yin's shoulder. Grimacing, Zhang Yin yanked the sword free, simultaneously sending the soul-frightening silk flying. It streaked towards Mo Chun, who cried out in alarm. The soul-frightening silk. Then, with a sudden shift in his attack, Zhang Yin turned and flew towards the terrified Su Mieyin. Su Mieyin was paralyzed with fear, offering no resistance. He turned and fled. Zhang Yin, having retrieved the flying sword from his shoulder, infused it with his cultivation and launched another attack, slashing towards Su Mieyin. Su Mieyin crumpled to the ground. With the fight over, Zhang Yin recalled his magical treasures. Su Mieyin's treasures flew from his lifeless body, landing in Zhang Yan's hands. The as-you-wish chariot returned to its master's side. Within the flying dart tower, not a single enemy remained. He also retrieved the soul-frightening silk. Zhang Yin tore a strip of cloth, bandaging the wound on his shoulder. He picked up a command token, then, focusing his energy, muttered, "I must quickly eliminate the remaining enemies." Within the flying ship tower, as night fell, Zhang Yin let out a weary sigh. The ship suddenly lurched, sending him rushing outside to assess the situation. What's happening? Someone charged from out of nowhere, scrambling onto the ship's protective barrier and attempting to tear it down. Zhang Yin recognized him as a Xian Guang realm cultivator, likely reinforcements sent by the Su clan. He thought, if he keeps landing blows with that magical treasure, the tower's defenses won't last 2 hours. He glanced around. Let him keep at it. Let him think he can handle this alone. That way, they'll send fewer reinforcements. A faint smile played on Zhang Yan's lips. I'll deal with him when the opportunity arises. He sat down and searched Su Miayan's body. Retrieving la jade pendant. Turning it over in his hands, he mused, this must be the treasure that can block the as-you-wish chariot and the decree brush. He glanced to the side and spotted a flickering spirit form trying to hide. Zhang Yin surmised, that must be Su Miayan's nascent soul. Su Miayan, Zhang Yin called out, don't bother hiding. The spirit drifted into view. If you don't want your soul scattered to the winds, Zhang Yin threatened, get into this. He tossed another magical artifact towards the trembling spirit. Place your nascent soul inside. Now! Obediently, the spirit drifted inside. Zhang Yin picked up the artifact and peered inside. Su Miayan stood within, a miniature figure trapped in the confines of the treasure. Outside, the ship lurched violently, caught in a sudden squall. Inside the artifact, Su Miayan kowtowed frantically. Senior brother, please spare me. Only a fragment of my nascent soul remains. I beg you, have mercy. If you have any questions, he pleaded, I will answer truthfully. Zhang Yin watched him silently. His attention was drawn back to the figure on the tower roof. Who is that on top of the tower? And what treasure does he wield? That's Xiaofeng, Su Miayan quickly replied. He's my elder brother's subordinate. He wields the 4-orchid heart-stilling pool, a treasure specifically designed to counter flying swords. Zhang Yin considered this. If I were to use your nascent soul as leverage to force his retreat, would he comply? Su Miayan's spectral face paled. Impossible. Xiaofeng wouldn't dare make such a decision on his own. He would report back to my elder brother. And my brother, he continued, his voice rising in desperation despite his confinement, fearing I might reveal the Su clan schemes, would certainly kill me. He shook his head, pleading, please spare my life. Despite his lower cultivation, Su Miayan clearly understood the precariousness of his situation. Zhang Yin thought for a moment. Don't worry, Su Miayan, he said, offering a semblance of reassurance. I'll speak with Xiaofeng shortly. We'll work something out. A strange magical treasure suddenly hurtled through the air. It was Xiaofeng, launching an attack aimed directly at the protected structure. It seemed to have little effect. The barrier held firm. The heart-stilling pool returned to Xiaofeng, who stood upon it, frowning. This barrier is more resilient than I anticipated. He suddenly noticed something. Looking down, Xiaofeng saw the barrier now stood open. Zhang Yin hurled a rock towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng reacted swiftly, throwing the heart-stilling pool forward to intercept. The two projectiles, Zhang Yin's rock and Xiaofeng's treasure, hurtled towards each other. Colliding in mid-air with a resounding boom, Xiaofeng hovered, staring down in confusion at the shattered remnants of what appeared to be an ordinary rock. He suddenly sensed something. A barrage of light erupted from seemingly nowhere, striking him before he could react, leaving him reeling. He used the heart-stilling pool to deflect the beams of light, fighting back as he spoke, thinking to himself, the art of war says, when the enemy is relaxed, make him toil. When full, starve him. With such a hasty attack, I'll see what you're really up to. Below, Zhang Yin watched the fight, his fists clenched. This Xiaofeng is truly suspicious and cautious, yet he embraces death so readily. Looking at the jar, he spoke to Su Miayan. Junior brother Su, I have a way to eliminate this fellow. If you're willing to help, I'll choose a good body for you afterward. What do you say? Su Miayan nodded his agreement from within the confines of the jar. I will follow senior brother's arrangements. Just then, A deafening explosion stunned him. The entire tower was engulfed in lightning and thunder, the noise ear-splitting. Moments later, the tower completely collapsed, debris raining down. Fortunately, Xiaofang reacted quickly and escaped. Zhang Yin looked at him, and Xiaofang instinctively glanced back. He quickly raised his weapon and roared, "You dare toy with me, you little wretch! Prepare tutti!" He hurled the heart-stilling pool towards Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin, observing the situation, remained silent, giving the approaching treasure a slight nod. Then, he casually tossed the jar containing Su Mie Yin. "Here's Su Mie Yin's nascent soul, Brother Xia. Take it back." Seeing the heart-stilling pool closing in, Su Mie Yin cried out in terror, "Senior Brother Xia, save me." Seeing him, Xiaofang quickly reacted and recalled his weapon. "Junior Brother Su, be careful." Su Mie Yin nearly met his end, but Xiaofang stopped his attack just in time. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then suddenly a sharp pain ripped through his chest. Clutching his chest, he coughed up red fluid. His body was in a terrible state, having borne the brunt of the heart-stilling pool's recoil. Zhang Yin swiftly counterattacked, launching the soul-shaking bell and the as-you-wish chariot in a diagonal trajectory. Xiaofang struggled to defend against Zhang Yan's weapons, attempting to pierce through Xiaofang's defenses. Red fluid now streamed from Xiaofang's nose and ears, but he still refused to fall. He slumped to the ground, desperately trying to hold back Zhang Yan's relentless assault. He was a pitiful sight, his hands trembling as he gripped Zhang Yan's weapons. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's eyes widened as he realized something. Two strange objects, appearing from nowhere, pierced through Xiaofang's body before he could react. Luo Xiao swiftly arrived to assist. Xiaofang's body exploded. She retrieved the heart-stilling pool from Xiaofang's remains. Zhang Yin remained silent, his gaze fixed on Luo Xiao. Blushing, she held the heart-stilling pool and addressed him. "My lord called for me." Approaching him, she reported, "I fear that breaking the blood essence oath will be impossible in this lifetime." He asked, "Fellow Taoist Luo, have you ever heard the saying, 'A rising tide lifts all boats'?" Taking the weapon from her, Zhang Yin expressed his gratitude to Luo Xiao. "If I attain the Tao in the future, I will not forsake you." Luo Xiao turned away, feigning annoyance. "I hope, my lord, that you are not one to break promises." The narrative then jumps forward 3 months. Under the moonlight, Luo Xiao and Zhang Yin flew together through the night sky. He looked at his hand, lost in thought. "Thanks to the moon-gazing jade formula, my cultivation speed at night has doubled. I'm now close to reaching the 3rd level of the Bright Qi realm, the heavenly forest pinnacle." Luo Xiao's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, this is too slow. I can carry you with my Xianguang. We can reach the Water Kingdom in a few days." He turned and replied, "There's no rush. The Water Kingdom's birthday celebration is still a few months away. It won't be too late to go after I reach the 3rd level of the Bright Qi realm." She replied, "After a cultivator reaches the 3rd level of the Bright Qi realm and condenses the seed of Xianguang, they must decide on their future path. Has fellow Taoist Zhang decided yet?" He hesitated for a long moment before answering, "I've seen a little about it in Taoist texts before, but it was all very vague and unclear." He turned to look at her. "I would appreciate some guidance from fellow Taoist Luo." She flew ahead and turned back to face him. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you human cultivators always enjoy these ethereal pursuits. After a Bright Qi realm level 3 cultivator condenses their nascent soul, there are 3 main paths to immortality." She offered an example to illustrate her point. First, there is the path of force. Force cultivators absorb external medicines into their inner core, forging an indestructible golden body. At its peak, this path allows one to overturn rivers and seas and swallow the earth and heavens. Luo Xiao continued, "Second, there is the path of Qi. Qi cultivators absorb vital essence and focus on wisdom, achieving a state of unity with heaven and man. At its peak, this path grants myriad transformations and eternal life." She raised a 3rd finger. "Third, there is the path of Dharma. Dharma cultivators awaken to opportunity and virtue, observe and emulate creation, and study the profound principles of heaven and earth. At its peak, this path allows for boundless transformations, moving stars and shifting the moon." He asked in a low voice, "Which path does fellow Taoist Luo follow?" She sighed softly. "We demon cultivators usually follow the path of force. However, I happened upon a Taoist text, so I am now on the path of Qi. He remained silent, pondering her words. The path of force focuses on body refinement. The path of Qi requires a superior cultivation method and heritage, and the path of Dharma demands the study of the profound principles of heaven and earth. At this moment, Luo Xiao drew closer, her footsteps growing nearer. She approached and waved to get his attention. Fellow Taoist Zhang, are you aware that the demon lord of the Ji Kingdom is using the pill assembly as his birthday celebration and offering a copy of the primordial gold life fruit scripture as a reward? This technique is a supreme method for the path of force. Zhang Yin spoke with a hint of doubt in his voice. The pill assembly is for human pill masters. If they want to choose a reward, it should be something suitable for human cultivators, like something related to the path of Qi or Dharma. Why choose the path of force, which is the specialty of demon cultivators? Could it be that he intends to keep it for himself? Luo Xiao confirmed. That's right. She explained. Lord Ji has a young son, half human, half demon, named Ji Zhuang. He studied pill refinement under a renowned expert, and his cultivation and Taoist accomplishments are not to be underestimated. Standing beside him, she continued, Lord Ji is using the primordial gold life fruit scripture, a path of force technique, as a reward specifically to give his youngest son an opportunity to gain fame and prestige. He replied, Lord Ji is holding this pill assembly with his youngest son in mind, using everyone else as stepping stones. It's both selfish and laughable, but since he's calling pill masters from all corners of the world, they will naturally compete based on their own abilities. He can't decide who will ultimately prevail. She turned to him in surprise. Does fellow Taoist Zhang intend to compete for the prize? At one of the 8 entrances to the Water Kingdom, a bustling scene unfolded, with people busy transporting boats into a cave. Zhang Yin observed their actions and methods. He overheard a nearby group discussing amongst themselves. I heard that a month ago, Suyi Hong of the Bright Thuong sect killed Chuba at Deep Mire Ravine to avenge his younger brother. With the Bright Thuong sect gathering here, who knows if it will cause conflict between the two sides? Suyi Hong considers it a personal vendetta, but with Lord Ji's upcoming birthday celebration, he likely won't have time to deal with it. He listened in silence. Then, Zhang Yin asked Su Mie Yin, what do you think, junior brother Su? He replied, Senior brother Zhang, my eldest senior brother will not let you off easily. Therefore, I ask that senior brother display your talents in the Water Kingdom. With so many people present, you will surely be able to protect yourself. Luo Zhao's expression darkened. She said, this person speaks nonsense, attempting to harm fellow Taoist Zhang. Appearing in the Water Kingdom now, if the Su clan sends assassins, wouldn't it be incredibly dangerous? He said, this time, I am here as an emissary of the Bright Thuong sect. Lord Ji, out of respect for the relationship between our sects, won't allow anything to easily happen to me. He'll even assign someone to protect me. Su Mie Yin added, indeed, once senior brother gains a foothold in the Water Kingdom, my eldest senior brother won't dare provoke you any further. The ferryman called out, finally, it's our turn. They slowly crossed the river. A cultivator on the boat ahead shouted, my boat carries an alchemist invited by the deep-sea serpent king. Out of the way! Make way! Hearing this, the ferryman started to steer the boat aside, but Zhang Yin stopped him. Wait, the ferryman said nervously. The deep-sea serpent king is one of the 18 overseas demon kings. He continued, his voice hushed. The alchemist he invited is definitely not an ordinary person. It's best to yield for now and avoid trouble. Zhang Yin said, hold on a moment. Fellow Taoist, deliver this to that alchemist. He spoke to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao swiftly flew off, heading towards the alchemist's boat. A stick of incense burned. Ren Tai, the alchemist, spoke. He said the old tiger was an overseas refiner named Ren Tai. Zhang Yin looked around the room, his eyes taking in the precious artifacts displayed, neatly arranged on wooden shelves. Ren Tai gestured towards the displays. These are demonic artifacts cherished by several clan leaders of the Eastern Sea Water Kingdom. I brought a few along for this occasion. He opened a box, revealing 3 pills inside. Please, fellow Taoist, offer your insights. These 3 pills are from the same batch, but 2 of them are highly poisonous. Only one can extend lifespan. Zhang Yin carefully examined them. Rintai added, "I've possessed this recipe for 35 years, yet I still can't distinguish them clearly. Fellow Taoist Zhang, coming from a prestigious righteous sect, perhaps you can enlighten this old friend." Zhang Yin observed for a moment before replying, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Let me take a closer look." He took out the broken jade piece and entered the world within. Inside the jade pendant's world, he assessed the situation. Although my inner fire monkey tempering technique isn't sufficient to differentiate these 3 pills, I can use a clone to ingest them for testing. He began the experiment, and after a short while, addressed Rintai. "This pill isn't poisonous, but it won't extend lifespan either. Only when taken together do the 3 have the desired effect." Rintai was astonished. He had consulted countless experts, but none could offer such certainty, let alone discern the properties within. This person's alchemy skills far surpassed my own. He held Zhang Yin in high regard. Zhang Yin continued, "Coincidentally, my master has been compiling an alchemy compendium, specifically seeking rare pill recipes from around the world. He proposed a trade. I'm willing to exchange a valuable pill for this recipe, fellow Taoist Ren. What do you say?" Rintai, curious, inquired, "May I ask who your esteemed master is?" Zhang Yin turned his back, but still answered, "My master is Zhu Chongju." Sudden understanding dawned on Rintai, and he exclaimed joyfully, "So it is." He bowed deeply. "Please accept this humble bow from Ren." Rintai added, "Grandmaster Zhu is truly a saint of the alchemic Tao. Since he is compiling an alchemy compendium, I am more than willing to contribute." He produced 2 recipe scrolls. "This one is an incomplete ancient recipe, and this one is my own revised version. Along with those 3 pills, I offer them to you. Please don't disdain my humble offering." Zhang Yin, not one for excessive formality, replied, "Then I shall gratefully accept your kind offer." Rintai continued, "Many sects interact at the pill assembly, and they're bound to have quite a few rare pill recipes in their possession." He proposed, "I'll persuade my fellow Taoists to contribute. What do you think?" Zhang Yin agreed. "Then I'll have to trouble you." He mused to himself, "With Rintai spreading the word, my reputation as a pill master will surely reach every corner of these realms in no time." Rintai suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. He offered warmly, "We've been so engrossed in conversation that we've delayed your journey. Why don't you travel with us?" Zhang Yin declined. "I am an emissary of my sect, entrusted with an important mission. I wouldn't want to impose. Best not to linger," he thought. "Less interaction is preferable." With their farewells exchanged, they parted ways. Zhang Yin continued on his journey, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The boat glided through the winding ravine, the water flowing ceaselessly. His boat gradually ventured deeper within. A glint of light caught Zhang Yan's eye. He realized there's a hidden realm here. The boat followed the current, arriving at the southern Gue Palace. Lanterns illuminated the darkness within, and numerous demon cultivators could be seen beneath the water's surface. He was taken aback, surprised by the brilliance of the light. At the Water Kingdom Inn, the Biyun Pavilion, Zhang Yin and Luo Xiao disembarked. Once ashore, he inhaled deeply, thinking, "This place is rich with cold, watery qi. It's perfect for condensing the onion-heavy water, just as Lan Yun's secret message indicated." He instructed Luo Xiao, "I intend to enter secluded cultivation for the next 3 months. Unless Lord Ji summons me, I will not receive any visitors." Luo Xiao smiled. "Rest assured, master. With me standing guard, you can focus solely on your cultivation." Within the quiet chamber, he carefully examined the 3 pills. "My piercing qi can indeed damage flying swords," he pondered, "but its effect seems insufficient." His thoughts wandered. For instance, during my fight with Wu Jun, although his flying sword was damaged, he could still control it. What if I infused the piercing qi with yin and yang poisons? He made up his mind. "I'll try it and see what happens." He swallowed the pill, slowly absorbing it into his body. 2 plumes of differently colored smoke exhaled from Zhang Yan's nostrils as his flying sword rose into the air. Zhang Yin gently blew upon it, affected by the piercing qi. The flying sword gradually warped and corroded before falling back into his hand. A satisfied smile spread across Zhang Yan's face. Someone entered the chamber. Luo Xiao announced, "Prince Ji, the son of Lord Ji, has sent an emissary to see Master Zhang. They are waiting outside." Upon hearing this, he replied, "Invite the emissary in." A woman entered, She introduced herself. I am Jin Yang, a handmaiden from Prince Ji's court. His Highness has decreed, having heard of the esteemed alchemy skills of emissary Zhang Yin of the Bright Thuong sect, to bestow upon you a set of illusory void robes. Presenting a set of garments, she continued, these robes can ward against water and fire, deflect the 5 elements, gather qi, and calm the mind. Please accept them, Taoist Zhang. Looking at the robes, he surmised, it seems Run Tai's efforts have borne fruit. My reputation as a pill master has spread throughout the Water Kingdom's pill realm. Zhang Yin replied, gesturing to Luo Xiao as he did so. Since it is a reward from Prince Jin, I dare not refuse. May I ask what brings you here, official? Jin Yang replied, Taoist Zhang, as a true disciple of Grandmaster Zhu and a renowned talent of our time, you surely understand the deeper meaning behind the king's decision to hold this pill assembly. He nodded slightly. This time, King Ji is offering the Taoist scripture, the Book of Primordial Metal and Life Fruit, as a reward. As a human cultivator, this book is of no use to me. In my opinion, the top spot at the pill assembly undoubtedly belongs to Prince Jun. He offered the flattery smoothly. Jin Yang smiled, seizing the opportunity. Taoist Zhang and Prince Jun are, in a way, kindred spirits. His Highness would naturally not let you suffer any disadvantage. She extended the olive branch further. Whatever Taoist Zhang desires, His Highness will do his utmost to fulfill. Hearing this, Zhang Yin pressed his advantage. In that case, if Prince Jun doesn't mind, I would like to borrow the Book of Primordial Metal and Life Fruit for a look. His boldness surprised Jin Yang. Taoist Zhang Yu? He waved his hand dismissively. Official, please don't misunderstand. As I said, this book is of no use to me. I merely wish to peruse it to resolve some questions I have. Of course, I won't look at it for free. My master refined a transformation pill. With sufficient merit, this pill can allow one to transform and attain human form. I am willing to exchange this pill for the opportunity to read the book. Jin Yang was taken aback. She thought to herself, the Yao can only cultivate profound techniques after transforming. But even within the Water Kingdom, not even direct descendants of the royal family are guaranteed transformation. If what Zhang Yin says is true, the value of this transformation pill to the royal family is truly immeasurable. She replied to Zhang Yin, I cannot make this decision alone. I must first report to Prince Jun and then give you an answer. As it should be, he replied, smiling at her. By evening, Zhang Yin had finally finished reading the book. The Book of Primordial Metal and Life Fruit. I thought exchanging a pill for this would take at least 10 days to half a month, but I didn't expect it to be delivered this evening. He put the book away, lost in thought. No wonder they say Prince Jin acts on whims, valuing pills above all else. Luo Xiao, flipping through the book, remarked, as soon as Prince Jun learned that you possessed the transformation pill, he immediately sent someone to deliver the book. It seems he truly throws caution to the wind when his interest is piqued. He asked Taoist Luo, has anything unusual happened in the city recently? Luo Xiao replied, I've been investigating for 3 days. She recounted her findings. Besides disciples from various sects and Yao from overseas, there are quite a few cultivators with high levels of cultivation gathered together. This is somewhat suspicious. He remained silent, his gaze unfocused, seemingly deep in thought. Then, stepping out the door, he added, a storm is brewing. Zhang Yin suddenly turned to her. Taoist Luo, return the Book of Primordial Metal and Life Fruit to Prince Jun. We're leaving this place immediately. His words startled Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao asked, even if there's unrest in the Water Kingdom, you are an emissary of the Bright Thuong sect, and there are disciples from other sects here for the king's birthday celebration. Could someone truly dare to make things difficult for you? He shook his head slightly, a troubled expression on his face. Then he explained, Prince Jin acts impulsively and frankly, not in the manner of a gentleman. I fear there will be trouble at the pill assembly. If he is forced to abdicate or even imprisoned, minor matters from the past could become serious crimes. For example, borrowing the Book of Primordial Metal and Life Fruit today. If this is exposed, it could become a grave offense. Am I supposed to stay here and wait to be implicated? Understanding dawned on Luo Xiao. You're right. I'll go prepare the boat. Zhang Yin interrupted her, adding, wait, before we go, buy one last batch of fish. I want to bring them back to the island for decoration. Luo Xiao asked cheerfully, do you intend to use the Water Kingdom's demon fish to help us conceal our identities? Zhang Yin smiled. Taoist Luo truly knows me well. You understand without me having to say anything. This way, You can also appear openly at the bright Thuong sect in the future. He paused and thought, it's a pity. Just 3 more mouthfuls of spiritual energy, and I could break through to the 3rd level of bright chi realm. But now it seems we must leave. It's truly a waste of this earth veins in cold chi. They continued their journey, passing through numerous locations. By dawn, his boat was still moving along the river. The boat gradually approached a tall mountain. Luo Xiao reported, once we pass this mountain gate, we will have officially left the Water Kingdom's Dingyu region. Without the earth veins' primordial transforming power, we can fly back. But, my lord, Luo Xiao hesitated. She pointed to a nearby boat. Since we set off, that boat has been following us. I'm afraid those who have come don't have good intentions. A man stood at the bow of the boat. The person on that boat was Shun Yaofeng. Shun Yaofeng stood on the deck. Gathering his energy between 2 fingers, he drew the long sword from his back. Shun Yaofeng stared at the distant boat, pointing his controlled sword towards it, and commanded, "Go!" The long sword, enveloped in a thin layer of yellow mist like a streak of fire, shot towards the distant boat. Zhang Yin and Luo Xiao were shocked by this sight. Seeing the sword approaching rapidly, Luo Xiao immediately stepped forward, shielding Zhang Yin. Gathering her energy with both hands, she unleashed a burst of qi, hindering the sword's speed and preventing it from continuing towards them. Zhang Yin called out, "Who are you?" Shin Yaofeng replied, "Zhang Yin. Do you remember Shin Jingyu?" Zhang Yin thought, "Senior brother Shin of the Guangyuan sect? Of course I remember. During the Profound Inscription Assembly, I discussed star divination with senior brother Shin." Shin Yaofeng interrupted Zhang Yan's thoughts. "I am Shin Yaofeng, Shin Jingyu's elder brother. That year, at Dangwon Ward, you caused my younger brother to cough up blood and die. Today, I've come to take your life." With that, he gathered his energy with both hands. Shin Yaofeng roared, "Take this." Instantly, countless swords shot toward Zhang Yin like arrows. Luo Xiao said to Zhang Yin, "Daoist Zhang, I'll deal with him." Luo Xiao waved her sleeve, releasing a surge of qi that crashed into the incoming swords, deflecting them. The flying swords continued their relentless assault, densely packed and ceaseless. Luo Xiao waved her sleeve again, disrupting the sword formation. Zhang Yin waved his hand, sending a magical artifact flying towards Luo Xiao. "Daoist Luo," he said, "take this." Luo Xiao reached out and caught it. Holding the artifact, Luo Xiao faced the incoming swords. With each wave of her hand, the swords shattered into fragments, the broken pieces falling into the river below. Seeing this, Shin Yaofeng frowned, thinking to himself, what a powerful artifact. It seems to be a magical treasure specifically designed to counter flying swords. Ordinary flying swords are no match for it. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, thinking that he could only end this quickly and take Zhang Yan's life. Streams of qi emanated from his body. Shin Yaofeng pointed at Zhang Yan and shouted, "Kill!" The surge of qi rapidly shot towards its target. Luo Xiao turned to Zhang Yan and warned, "My lord, be careful. This is the sword ring." Zhang Yan thought the sword ring. I've read records of this in ancient texts. A cultivator who has achieved the profound radiance realm can refine a sword ring from refined metal. After repeated refinement and merging with their spirit, imbued with profound radiance, it becomes a deadly weapon. Luo Xiao had already flown out over the water, closing the distance to the sword ring. Zhang Yin cautiously considered, the sword ring is not to be underestimated. Luo Xiao used her magical artifact against the sword ring. Each ring deflected, sent spinning off course, whizzing past Zhang Yin as he stood on the small boat, drifting along the river's current. He remained unharmed. The sword ring spun in the air, dipping into the water before rising again. Luo Xiao landed back on the boat and said to Zhang Yin, "Fortunately, his sword ring's spiritual awareness is low. It can't detect our qi." She continued, gesturing with her hand, "It's a pity I cultivate the qi path. If I practiced a force-based profound art, my body would be as hard as iron, and with a divine weapon in hand, I wouldn't fear his white star sword ring." Zhang Yin remained silent, then leaned in and whispered in Luo Xiao's ear, "I have a plan to evade his sword ring." Luo Zhao's face lit up with understanding. I see. She gave Zhang Yin a thumbs up. Wait here, my lord. I'll be back shortly. With that, she dove into the water. Zhang Yin closed his eyes and began chanting incantations, murmuring the dragon mist art. Immediately, white clouds gathered in the sky, swirling above Zhang Yan's head. The clear blue sky darkened with dense, ominous clouds. Shen Yao Feng stood on the deck of his boat. He looked towards the distant hill, now shrouded in mist, when suddenly a large wave surged beneath his boat, his face paling with alarm. The wave crashed over the deck, water flooding into the boat. Shen Yao Feng cried out in alarm, "It's breached! We're taking on water!" He hurriedly cast a spell, his brow furrowed in anger. Such petty tricks! You think you can stop me? He stamped his foot forcefully and launched himself into the air, landing on the water's surface. He began to walk across the waves, shouting, "You can't escape!" Luo Xiao returned to the boat, giving Zhang Yin a thumbs up and a smile. My lord, his boat has been scuttled. Zhang Yin watched Shen Yao Feng leaping across the water. Well done, he said. He's a turtle in a jar now. Taoist Luo, proceed with the plan. Shen Yao Feng, running across the water's surface, pulled out a talisman and roared, "Ha!" Several geysers of water erupted, propelling Shen Yao Feng into the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Zhang Yin and Luo Xiao. Shen Yao Feng bellowed from midair. Zhang Yin, standing on the boat, looked up at Shen Yao Feng and declared, Shen Yao Feng, your day of reckoning has arrived. A fierce battle erupted on the river. Shen Yao Feng unleashed his sword ring, shouting, Zhang Yin, prepare to die. Luo Xiao brandished her magical artifact. Insolent fool, you'll have to get past me first. The sword ring and the magical artifact hurtled towards each other. Moments later, the artifact pierced through the sword ring, continuing its trajectory towards Shen Yao Feng. Shen Yao Feng raised his hand, casting a spell with a confident smirk. To challenge my sword ring? Laughable. The sword ring reformed, speeding towards Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin watched the approaching sword ring with feigned apprehension, waiting for something to intercept it. Shen Yao Feng exclaimed in surprise, what could possibly stop my sword ring? At that moment, Luo Zhao's magical artifact flew towards Shen Yao Feng. Shen Yao Feng quickly retreated to dodge. He stretched out both hands, and a multitude of talismans appeared. Shen Yao Feng landed back on the boat, only to be immediately blasted into the air by a powerful gust of qi emanating from Luo Zhao's artifact. Luo Xiao retrieved her artifact, looking towards Shen Yao Feng, who hovered in the distance. Zhang Yin waved his hand, and a jade-like artifact soared into the air. The artifact and the sword ring clashed and circled each other in the sky, locked in a whirling dance of power. Zhang Yin exhaled a stream of qi, which quickly enveloped the sword ring, causing cracks to appear on its surface. Seeing this, Luo Xiao thought, this is my chance. She immediately flew into the air, raised her artifact high, and smashed the already weakened sword ring. Shen Yao Feng instantly spat out blood, his body trembling. Clutching his chest, Luo Xiao, having finished, landed back on the boat. Zhang Yin, with his hands clasped behind his back, said, Shen Yao Feng, your sword ring is broken. What else can you use to harm me? Shen Yao Feng trembled as he spoke. Zhang Yin, you little... Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly cast a spell, unleashing a flurry of talismans. The talisman spun in the air, flying towards Zhang Yin. Luo Xiao, holding her artifact, prepared to intervene. She leaned and swung her hand, drawing forth several streams of qi. The streams of qi collided with the swirling talismans. Zhang Yin pointed his finger and chanted, Wishful divine seat. The talismans were quickly torn to shreds. Shen Yao Feng was instantly filled with terror. He hurriedly circulated his vital essence to defend against the incoming artifact. Luo Xiao soared into the air, shouting as her artifact flew towards Shen Yao Feng. Shen Yao Feng struggled to withstand the artifact's attack. Seeing Shen Yao Feng struggling, his vital essence depleting, Luo Xiao thought, let's see how long you can last. Suddenly, Shen Yao Feng's vital essence was replenished. Luo Xiao frowned in disbelief. His vital essence seems endless. He must have a treasure that replenishes it. As she thought this, she chanted, Then taste my venomous resolve needles, crafted from the venom of my sacred serpents. Luo Xiao brandished her artifact, sending it hurtling towards Shen Yao Feng. Shen Yao Feng watched in horror as the artifact approached, instinctively raising his hand to block it. A pained expression crossed his face, and he let out a groan. His vital essence, where it clashed with the artifact, was severely wounded. The artifact spun in the air, then flew towards Shen Yao Feng's shoulder. Struck by the artifact, Shen Yao Feng stumbled and fell into the water. Seeing this, Zhang Yin said to Luo Xiao, "Daoist Luo, don't let him escape." Luo Xiao retrieved her artifact and shouted, "Quaking soul." As the words left her lips, the artifact in Luo Xiao's hand grew larger in midair, covering the entire surface of the water. The impacted water surged upwards, creating a massive wave like a towering wall. Then the water calmed, and the quaking soul shrunk back into Luo Xiao's hand. As if receiving a signal, Luo Xiao immediately jumped onto the now tranquil water. Not long after, Luo Xiao emerged from the water, holding a red pouch in her hand. She walked over to Zhang Yin and said, "This man's body has been shattered, his primordial spirit dispersed." However, Luo Xiao reached into the pouch. There are still treasures remaining within his Qian Kuan Dai. Pulling a book from the pouch, she handed it to Zhang Yin, who remarked, "This is the secret talisman crafting manual of the Guang Yuan sect." Flipping through the pages, Zhang Yin commented, "It seems quite thorough, with annotations for every word and phrase." Luo Xiao then retrieved another book and said, "My lord, take a look. This is a Yuan talisman." Luo Xiao spoke excitedly. "This is a unique artifact of the Guang Yuan sect, refined by the sect elders. It can be imbued with vital essence and spiritual energy, serving as a reserve for battle." This man's seemingly endless supply of spiritual energy earlier was due to the power of this Yuan talisman. Hearing Luo Xiao's explanation, Zhang Yin examined the book with even greater interest. Looking at the book in his hand, Zhang Yin mused, "Isn't this just like a portable charger from my previous life?" A month passed in a blink of an eye. Amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth, amongst towering mountains, lay a small lake encircled by lofty peaks. In the middle of the lake sat a small pavilion, the domain of the Bright Thuong sect. Within the pavilion, a figure entered, calling out, "Senior Brother Chu." The speaker was Zhang Yin, clad in a robe adorned with white cloud patterns. Inside the pavilion, Chu Chongju, who was reviewing documents, looked up in surprise at the sound. Recognizing the newcomer, Chu Chongju set down the documents and asked, "Junior brother, you've only been gone for a few months. Why have you returned so soon?" Zhang Yin found a seat inside. "It's a long story. The situation in the Water Kingdom is turbulent. The various tribes are stockpiling large quantities of metals, divine weapons, and sharp blades." As he spoke, Zhang Yin pulled a letter from his sleeve and continued his report. "Initially, I didn't pay much attention, but later, I discovered that the true king's actions were not discreet, unlike a monarch. A murderous aura began to emanate from him, so I decided to return early." He then handed the letter to Chu Chongju, his tone brightening slightly. "Fortunately, I obtained the seal of approval from the Water Kingdom. This trip wasn't in vain." Chu Chongju accepted the letter and, after reading it carefully, said, "This seal was concealed within a set of profound void robes by the true king. By gifting it to us, it seems some of the Water Kingdom's chieftains disapprove of the true king and wish to divert the Jade Perfection backlash onto our Bright Thuong sect. However, the Mechanism Workshop is preparing for the true king's ascension and fears our sect turning against them, so they've kept this action hidden from the chieftains." Chu Chongju furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before saying, "The chieftains and the Mechanism Workshop maintain a superficial peace, but there's underlying discord. Once the Water Kingdom descends into internal conflict, we'll inevitably clash with the three white fox demons again, rendering this seal useless. Nevertheless, we now hold the moral high ground. Your mission has been successfully completed." As if remembering something, Chu Chongju changed the subject. "By the way, I heard that your envoy was ambushed by water demons at Deep Pool Rapids. It was someone from the Su clan who came to your rescue, though they lost another disciple in the process. What can you tell me about that?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin shook his head and sighed. The Su clan put on quite a performance. Chu Chongju was taken aback, speechless. He tapped his right hand lightly on the table, pondering, I'll pass this letter on to the sect leader. Since you've returned, junior brother, why not attend the Tao lecture at Azure Cliff of Green Rock on Ingluo Island? Elder Chin will be imparting his flying sword techniques today, and all disciples are welcome to attend. It's a rare opportunity that only comes once every 16 years. Zhang Yin echoed in surprise. A lecture on flying sword techniques? He recalled Xun Yao Feng's attack, the deadly sword ring that had nearly taken his life. Of the 16 great sects in Donghua Zhou, he mused, only disciples of the 5 Bright Qi Realm sects can control a sword ring. The Bright Thuong sect is one of them. Having just returned to find a lecture on flying sword combat techniques is offered. I must observe this. Having made his decision, Zhang Yin excused himself and departed. On Ingluo Island, home to the Bright Thuong sect, the sect elders held lectures every year, imparting various profound and wondrous techniques. Today was Elder Chin's turn. Regardless of lineage, whether they had a master or hailed from one of the 5 families, all disciples were welcome to attend. By the time Zhang Yin arrived, the area was packed, a sea of faces, with only the front rows remaining unoccupied. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. Turning a puzzled Zhang Yin found himself looking at a girl of about 15, with short purple hair and a lively, endearing expression. She whispered, Senior brother, those seats ahead are reserved for Senior brother Yun and Senior brother Ming. Pointing in another direction, she continued, if Senior brother doesn't mind, there's space beside me. A welcome offer in this crowded space. Zhang Yin gratefully clasped his hands. Many thanks, Junior sister. As he sat, he asked, I haven't yet learned Junior sister's name. Blushing slightly, the girl replied softly, Senior brother is too kind. My name is Qin Nan. And you are? Her question was cut short by the resounding clang of a bell, capturing everyone's attention. A voice announced as the bell continued to toll, the time has come. The ancestor begins his lecture. Disciples, maintain silence. Qin Nan, the vivacious 15-year-old, placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Zhang Yin nodded his understanding. In the distance, a white-haired elder approached, a horsetail whisk in his hand. It was Elder Chin. He sat down before speaking. This sword technique is called the True Origin Sword Scripture. After observing it today, disciples are forbidden from discussing it amongst yourselves. Those who disobey will be severely punished. With his words echoing in the air, Elder Chun of the Bright Thuong sect lightly touched his forehead. A light emanated from the spot. From that small point of light, a brilliant orb materialized, radiating a powerful aura, pulsating with contained energy. The elder instructed, watch carefully. The light reflected in the awestruck faces of the assembled disciples. Qin Nin clapped her hands in anticipation. Elder Chin took a deep breath, then gestured with 2 fingers towards a disciple. Feng Ming, he asked, can you see clearly? Startled, the disciple named Feng Ming rose at Elder Chin's prompting, ready to demonstrate. Accepting the orb of light from the elder, Feng Ming responded with a firm yes. In Feng Ming's hands, the orb spun and rotated with a life of its own, showcasing his control and potential. Intrigued, Zhang Yin leaned towards Qin Nan. Who is he? Qin Nan looked at him, surprised. Senior brother doesn't know Senior brother Feng Ming? He's exceptionally gifted. In just 15 years of cultivation, he's already reached the 3rd level of the Bright Qi realm. She added, I hear he found a cloud sand ox today to refine the profound radiant seed. The higher-ups hold him in high regard. As Qin Nan finished speaking, Feng Ming concluded his demonstration, earning a round of enthusiastic applause. He bowed humbly in response. Elder Chun of the Bright Thuong sect stroked his beard with satisfaction. Although this True Origin Sword Scripture is our sect's introductory flying sword technique, he began, it's no easy feat to perform it even once in such a short time. Elder Zhou recently refined 10 Stardust Sand Sword rings, and he said if there were any left over, he'd give one to me. He raised a hand skyward. I promise, within 10 days, whoever can grasp even a fraction of this sword technique will receive this reward. At the elder's words, the disciples erupted in cheers. Elder Chun sighed softly, waved his horsetail whisk, and called out, Disciples, receive the swords. Countless beams of sword light shot out, illuminating the entire area. Each beam transformed into an orb of light, landing in the hands of each disciple. Qin Nan and Zhang Yin carefully observed the orbs they held. Zhang Yin thought to himself, in terms of profound cultivation, I haven't reached the peak of the third level of the bright Qi realm yet. I'm still a bit lacking. But when it comes to comprehending sword techniques, I fear no one. While there are only 10 days outside within the scattered jade, I have more than half a year to slowly grasp this. Qin Nan's excited voice drew Zhang Yan's attention. Senior brother, look, she exclaimed, her orb of light emitting a purple glow. Suddenly realizing that in her excitement she had grabbed his sleeve, she blushed deeply and quickly let go. Qin Nan turned her face away, embarrassed, and covered her face with her hands. Please forgive me, senior brother, she murmured. Junior sister got a little carried away. Zhang Yin simply chuckled. It's all right. I was just as excited when I first condensed my first strand of clear qi. Zhang Yin glanced around, noticing the other disciples, some frustrated, others dejected by their lack of progress. He mused. Junior sister Qin Nan was unexpectedly able to lift the sword ring with a single strand of clear qi in just a blink of an eye, even if she couldn't advance any further. It's because her cultivation is still limited, but her aptitude is exceptional. It's all thanks to her sincere heart, unburdened by gains or losses, allowing her talent and divine intent to merge as one, focusing solely on the sword. Zhang Yin then noticed the second and third level bright Qi realm disciples who were able to control the rise and fall of their sword rings. He made up his mind. All right, I won't waste any more time. Zhang Yin entered his scattered jade. His sword ring spun behind him, as if imbued with a spirit. Zhang Yin resolved, practice makes perfect. Within 10 days, I will practice the true origin sword scripture 100,000 times. At the gathering, the disciples had assembled, waiting. All remained silent until an announcement rang out. 10 days have passed. Disciples, cease your practice. Elder Chun of the Bright Thuong sect observed from above and asked, Feng Ming, how is your practice coming along? Show me what you've learned. Let me see if you've made any progress compared to 10 days ago. Feng Ming stood up and replied, reporting to Elder, although I haven't fully grasped the principles within, I have found some clues. Simply performing the movements won't demonstrate much. I would like to use the sword technique I've learned to spar with a fellow disciple to prove my understanding of the past few days, he proposed. The elder agreed. That would be good. Feng Ming turned and addressed the others. Fellow disciples, if any of you believe you have a unique understanding of this sword technique and wish to compete for the Stardust Sword Ring, you may come forward and spar with me. A voice called out. Although senior brother Feng Ming entered the sect 2 years before me and is a step ahead, this disciple also has the desire to improve and wishes to test senior brother's skills. Feng Ming replied, so it's junior brother Wang Kuan. I almost didn't see you there. Coming from the prestigious Wang merchant family, I'm sure your family teachings are profound. This senior brother accepts your challenge. Wang Kuan, stung by the veiled sarcasm, immediately launched an attack. Senior brother Feng Ming, be careful. He unleashed his cultivation technique, attacking Feng Ming. Feng Ming met the attack head-on. Then he countered. Their attacks clashed against each other. But Feng Ming's pressure was stronger, and Wang Kuan, defeated, couldn't help but be astonished. Feng Ming sneered. Junior brother, your one Qi harmonization isn't bad. In just 10 short days, you've managed to harmonize your Qi with your body. He continued, his voice dripping with condescension. It's a pity you intended to suppress me with force, but you only have at most 24 wisps of spiritual Qi in your chest. No matter how you condense your Qi, how can it compare to the 49 wisps within me? A murmur rippled through the watching disciples. This Feng Ming has secretly cultivated 49 wisps of spiritual Qi. What kind of talent is this? Even for some of the most outstanding disciples in the sect, reaching 36 wisps is no easy feat, let alone 49. With 49 wisps of spiritual Qi in his chest, Feng Ming's future is truly limitless. Wang Kuan, though furious, had to admit defeat. My skill is inferior. I concede. Feng Ming feigned humility. Junior brother, there's no need to be discouraged. In sect discussions and competitions, victory and defeat are common occurrences. You mustn't harbor resentment, lest it cloud your spiritual acuity and hinder your cultivation. Elder Chun of the Bright Thuong sect wore a satisfied expression. From afar, Zhang Yin observed everything that had just transpired. He thought to himself, it seems this sword technique demonstration before the Azure Cliff of Green Rock was prearranged, with the main purpose being for Feng Ming to obtain the Star Stardust Sand sword ring. Otherwise, why would Elder Chen repeatedly single him out and not mention anyone else? The implication is clear, but the path of cultivation is not a gentle one. It is about striving, about seizing opportunities. Missing a single chance means falling behind. One step slow, a lifetime slow. He reminded himself to cast aside his worries and follow his heart. Feng Ming called out again. Are there any other junior brothers who wish to try? He turned and was about to continue when Zhang Yin interrupted. Let me try. Feng Ming noticed him and accepted. Junior brother, please. This junior brother is interested. He said, please come up and let us test each other's skills. Unafraid, Zhang Yin replied humbly. Then I asked for senior brother Feng Ming's guidance. Seeing him like this, Qin Nan's face lit up with admiration. Feng Ming gestured. This junior brother, please make the first move. Zhang Yin responded. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Senior brother, be careful. As he channeled his qi, Zhang Yin thought, I've observed this man's methods, but he knows nothing of mine. If I launch a sudden attack, I can certainly exploit his openings. But today's situation isn't about determining who is stronger or weaker. The key is to demonstrate a deeper understanding of the true origin sword scripture. Only by using true swordsmanship to defeat Feng Ming can I prevent him from finding an excuse to be biased. He understood this clearly. Zhang Yan's sword ring flew towards Feng Ming. Feng Ming seemed caught off guard. Not good. Too late. Crimson light, heavenly beam. The onlookers gasped. The so-called crimson light, heavenly beam was a technique that converted most of the spiritual qi on the sword into pure qi, then slashed out with the sword, achieving extreme speed in an instant. The more pure qi, the faster the speed. As Feng Ming sensed the danger, Zhang Yin manipulated his sword ring, causing it to spin back. Simultaneously, he warned, Senior brother Feng Ming, don't be distracted. Feng Ming regarded Zhang Yin with a hint of apprehension. From that single strike, I can see this person controls his sword ring at a speed a notch faster than mine. I'm definitely no match for him in terms of speed. Within my chest, 49 wisps of spiritual qi condense into the one qi harmonization. This strike is surely unstoppable. Overpowering him with sheer force is what I should do, Feng Ming decided. He changed his tactic. Junior brother, your swordsmanship is impressive, but your luck won't hold out much longer. Zhang Yin frowned, showing off your axe skills in front of a carpenter. He also adjusted his technique, maneuvering his sword ring. Zhang Yin launched another attack. The two sword rings clashed, intensifying the battle. But Zhang Yan's single wisp of spiritual qi proved difficult for Feng Ming to break through. He found himself in a dilemma, unable to easily defeat Zhang Yin. Finally, the two sword rings seemed to be chasing each other. Neither was willing to concede, and the battle dragged on. The cascading waves was another technique, the most difficult bright qi realm skill to master within the true origin sword scripture. First, a single wisp of spiritual qi propelled the sword ring in a spinning attack against the opponent. If it failed or met resistance, a second wisp would overlap and continue the spin, repeating the process several times. The speed of the sword ring would increase with each rotation, as would its hidden power, until the opponent could neither defend nor evade. Feng Ming was nearing his limit. This person is formidable, able to continuously change his technique 28 times. Zhang Yin, however, showed no signs of fatigue. Feng Ming gritted his teeth in frustration, but the cascading waves cannot exceed the limit of one's own spiritual qi. I have at most 36 wisps of spiritual qi in my chest. Thus, the sword ring can only spin 42 times at most. I don't believe he can surpass me in terms of spiritual qi. Both were pushing themselves to the limit. The two sword rings continued to clash relentlessly. Zhang Yin smiled confidently, while Feng Ming seemed to be struggling. He controlled his sword ring, making it spin, perhaps trying to push his opponent to their breaking point. But Zhang Yin had remained steadfast throughout. Feng Ming's entire body trembled. Their sword rings collided violently. Zhang Yin shifted his approach, sending his sword ring flying directly towards Feng Ming. He couldn't withstand this attack. The pressure was immense, forcing him to stumble backward. Senior brother, you have shown great skill. I concede. Zhang Yin smiled and bowed. The elder, observing from above, frowned, his face darkening. He questioned Zhang Yin. I ask you, have you studied this flying sword technique before? Zhang Yin shook his head. Never. The elder's voice was filled with anger. You dare deceive me. The way you wield your sword, so fluid and controlled, clearly demonstrates years of dedicated practice. Confess, who taught you this? Zhang Yin replied, I have been in the upper court for less than a year, and it has only been a month since I broke through to the second level of Bright Chi Realm. Before that, I was in the Water Kingdom, and I only returned to the upper court today. I don't know where these years of practice you speak of come from. The elder was astonished. Less than a year since you entered the sect? What is your name? Whose disciple are you? What is your position? Zhang Yin answered calmly. This humble one is Zhang Yin. I hold the position of supervisor of the pill hall, and my master is currently the head of the pill hall. The elder was shocked. So you are a disciple of Senior Uncle Chu. He glanced at the fuming Feng Ming, then turned and stroked his beard before continuing. Very well, Zhang Yin, this is your destiny. He handed Zhang Yin an object. Safeguard this Stardust Sand Sword ring well. I trust you will handle it appropriately. Zhang Yin accepted it. The Stardust Sandsword ring was now in his possession. Two elders in the upper court sat facing each other. One of them spoke. Come now, junior brother Chun. What belongs to him will ultimately be his. What doesn't belong to him, he cannot take, no matter how much he wants it. This was Elder Sun. He continued, this Zhang Yin is a disciple of Senior Uncle Chu and cultivates Senior Uncle Sun's Azure Cloud secret manual. Perhaps Senior Uncle Sun arranged this behind the scenes. In any case, he's considered part of our lineage. Elder Chen sighed. Currently, among the 10 chief disciples of the sect, only 4 belong to our lineage. Feng Ming was originally a disciple both you and I valued and intended to support. If he hadn't insisted on competing, things wouldn't have turned out this way. It's not entirely his fault. He continued, in 2 years, the Grand Sect competition will be held. If we can't cultivate a few capable disciples, sooner or later, we'll be suffocated by the pressure from the noble families. Elder Sun suggested, how about this, senior brother? I've refined a set of Astral Spirit sword rings for myself. Why don't you give the sword ring I used before to Feng Ming? It might help him focus on his cultivation and clear his mind of distractions. He added, his aptitude is excellent. If he lives up to my expectations, he will definitely secure a place in the grand competition. Elder Chen accepted the sword ring and replied, I noticed his dejected spirit and the resentment he harbored as he left. I hope he can understand your kind intentions, senior brother. Elder Sun laughed heartily. He then asked, opportunity, meditation, the great Tao follows the heart. If he can't even overcome this hurdle, how will he face the disciples of the noble families in the future? This incident will reveal his true character and whether he's worthy of the elder's praise. 1 month later, at the Pill Cauldron Courtyard, Chu Chong Ju's voice echoed. Junior brother Zhang, in less than a year since joining the sect, you've already reached the 3rd level of the Bright Chi realm. You truly are a genius. The foresight of our predecessors was indeed accurate. In the future, we have hope for revenge. He continued, I anticipated you would seek me out these past few days. You wish to inquire about the mystic light seed, correct? Zhang Yin replied, Senior brother's prediction is correct. That is precisely why I've come. Chu Chong Ju said, according to sect rules, this cloud sand should be sought out by the master for the disciple. However, I haven't done so. Stroking his beard, he continued, I know its origin, but it's somewhat dangerous. It depends on whether junior brother dares to go. Unafraid of hardship, Zhang Yin responded, the path of the great Tao has always been fraught with peril. There's no reason to retreat in the face of difficulty. Senior brother, please tell me. I'm not afraid. Good. Chu Chong Ju slapped the table in agreement. He instructed, leave the sect and follow the bright Thuong River north. After passing Little Wolf Mountain, you'll find a region called the Zhao Yu Celestial Pool. What you seek lies 100 fathoms beneath the water's surface. Zhang Yin asked doubtfully, Zhao Yu Celestial Pool? Isn't that the territory of Gue Song Nyo, one of the 3 white fox demon lords? Chu Chong Ju explained, although he's called the 3rd, the 3,000-year-old Gue Song demon is the most powerful of the 3 demon lords. However, this demon has always been solitary and has no disciples. Moreover, he has a habit of sleeping. When you retrieve the cloud sand, as long as you don't disturb him, there shouldn't be any problems. Consider carefully whether you wish to undertake this. Zhang Yin nodded. Although senior brother says this is extremely dangerous, your words suggest there's a deeper meaning behind it. I will go. At this moment, a boat flew through the sky. A voice called out, "Little Wolf Mountain." This Zhang Yin comprehended the sword scripture within 10 days and even defeated junior brother Feng. "I'd like a chance to test my skills against him someday." The speaker was Feng Jin. Feng Ming shook his head. "Elder Chen advised us not to provoke Zhang Yin. Besides, he's a disciple of Courtyard Head Chu and has a somewhat special status. His seniority is also higher than ours. It's best to avoid confrontation if possible." Feng Jun offered comforting words with a smile. "Don't worry, junior brother Feng. Once I recover all my family assets and gather 15 minor merits, I can go to the Merit Hall and claim the title of Immortal. Then, even when meeting the sex elders, I won't need to be so formal." As they spoke, Zhang Yin flew past. His expression was cold and indifferent. Feng Ming looked surprised. Feng Jun asked, "What's wrong, junior brother Feng? Do you know that senior brother?" Feng Ming spoke with a hint of fear. "Senior brother Feng, that's Zhang Yin." Feng Jun followed his gaze. "So that's the direct disciple, Zhang Yin?" He assessed him. "Aside from the fact that I can't see through his cultivation, and he seems to have some tricks up his sleeve, I don't see anything special about him." Feng Ming said, "It seems Zhang Yin is also heading to Little Wolf Mountain. Could he be going for the same reason?" Feng Jin laughed. "It's not surprising. That demoness failed her transformation, and her strength is severely weakened. Any senior brother who hears this news, no matter where they are, will rush over. What's there to be afraid of? We'll rely on our own abilities." He took out a token. "Let's increase our speed," he said, "and get there before him. He can't just snatch it away from us, because he's a direct disciple. Can he?" The two sped past Zhang Yin, who watched them with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Feng Jin and Feng Ming continued to fly at full speed. Suddenly, someone blocked their path. "Please halt, senior brothers." The two ascended and stopped. Feng Jin asked irritably, "Who are you and what do you want?" The person explained, "Our fourth young master is currently purging the demonic presence at Little Wolf Mountain. It's difficult to avoid stray demons, and we wouldn't want any fellow disciples to be harmed. Therefore, we've been instructed to welcome you and ask you to wait here. Once our fourth young master is finished, he will meet with you." "Purging demonic presence? Don't try to fool me. You clearly just want to monopolize the demoness for yourselves." Feng Jun retorted angrily. He pointed to himself. "I am Feng Jin, disciple of Immortal Nan of the Wei Ming Celestial Cave. Get out of my way." The person didn't retreat, but instead stepped forward. "I've heard that Immortal Nan recently accepted a remarkably talented disciple. So it is senior brother Feng. However, our fourth young master's surname is Xie. I'm sure you've heard of him." Feng Jun asked suspiciously, "Fourth young master Xie? Could it be Xie Zongyuan of the Yuxian Xie clan?" The person replied, "Precisely." Feng Ming asked in a low voice, "What do we do now, senior brother Feng?" He continued, "The news about the demoness came from Elder Sun's letter, which hinted at a test. If we retreat now, I'm afraid Elder Sun will look down on us." The person asked, "Is that senior brother traveling with you as well?" The two looked up at Zhang Yin above them. Feng Jin said, "This one is not easy to deal with. His name is Zhang Yin, and he's the most stubborn direct disciple in the sect. Be careful." The person looked puzzled. "A direct disciple?" Feng Jun looked up as the person flew up to Zhang Yin. They spoke for a moment, catching Feng Jin's attention. The transaction was successful, and Zhang Yin looked quite pleased. Feng Jin exclaimed, "Impossible! That azure dust pill is a secret treasure of the Xie clan. Even the pill cauldron courtyard doesn't have one. What a waste to let it slip through our fingers." Zhang Yin took the pill with a smile. "I wasn't here for the demoness anyway. I was just passing through." He happily tucked the azure dust pill into his robes. Zhang Yin turned to look at the group on the mountainside. They were carrying a demoness, led by Xie Zongyuan. Behind them, a demon lay motionless. Feng Jun, seeing it, was astonished. "It's actually an ancient, exotic species, a golden jiao." Xie Zongyuan, looking up from below, saw them and bowed. "Senior brothers," he called. Xie took the lead and feels somewhat ashamed. "I hastily offer these few medicinal pills. Please forgive the slight. Upon returning to the sect, I will certainly present a more substantial gift." The water suddenly churned, something surging up from beneath. Zhang Yin cried out in warning, "Young master, get back." It lunged at Xie Zongyuan, but he dodged just in time. The burst of light flew off in another direction, smashing into their boat. Emerging from the water was a fierce-looking demon cultivator named Siyu Shuang. Xie Zongyuan stared at him in utter shock. Zhang Yin quickly approached, cautiously scrutinizing the newcomer. Then, he He discreetly transmitted his voice to Luo Xiao. Fellow Taoist Luo, do you recognize this demon? His name is Jiuyang. He's the 9th disciple of Jiuchu Qi Kung Shun Tanjian. I don't understand why he's here. Luo Zhao's voice replied. Wasn't Jiuchu Qi Kung defeated by Su Dihong? Even if some escaped, they should have fled long ago. Why would he appear here? The Golden Jiao and Siyu Shuang appearing at the same time, it can't be a coincidence. He pondered from his vantage point. Siyu Shuang, noticing his gaze, let out a strange laugh. Then, Siyu Shuang charged towards the group of unfamiliar cultivators, who channeled their energy to defend themselves. But Siyu Shuang seemed unaffected, scattering them with his blows. Xiezong barked. Seize that demon! They surged forward together. Siyu Shuang, reaching out as if to touch the Golden Jiao, was intercepted by Xiezong Yuan's men. He laughed, as if amused by a game. Then, Siyu Shuang unleashed his magical treasure against them. Fear flickered across the faces of the onlookers. They continued to channel their energy. He wields a divine weapon. Evade! Probe him with flying swords and magical treasures. A swarm of flying swords shot towards Siyu Shuang, but he swatted them away with a single gesture. A blade, appearing from nowhere, struck the top of his head. Yet he remained unscathed. Zhang Yin, observing from above, asked Luo Xiao, fellow Taoist, could this demon's power be purely physical, making him impervious to flying swords? Precisely, Luo Xiao replied. Xianguang is also known as Qi Zhong Ji Qing. After reaching the bright Qi realm, if one doesn't rely on external objects like various types of cloud sands to condense light and form a shape, the Qi merges with the flesh and blood, becoming one with the body, following the path of physical power. Siyu Shuang watched as a furious Xiezong Yuan charged towards him. Siyu Shuang had already cultivated to the 3rd level of the Xianguang realm. His Xianguang Qi had fully integrated with his body, making him as hard as tempered steel, impervious to ordinary magical treasures and flying swords. Xiezong Yuan summoned his magical treasure, a sturdy, stone tablet-like object that hurtled towards Siyu Shuang. It grew larger, threatening to crush him. He braced himself against the immense pressure with his spear. The two forces clashed, locked in a stalemate. The ground beneath Siyu Shuang's feet cracked and splintered under the strain. Meanwhile, Feng Zhen and the others continued to watch. Feng Ming exclaimed, Senior Brother Feng, what kind of treasure is that? It's incredibly powerful. Feng Zhen replied, that treasure is called the Town's Sea Tablet. It's a spiritual artifact. But Xiezong Yuan was only at the 2nd level of bright Qi cultivation, so he couldn't unleash even a 10th of the treasure's power. Otherwise, he would have crushed this demon cultivator by now. How could he let him struggle like this? Xiezong Yuan, manipulating the Town Sea Tablet, struggled to suppress Siyu Shuang. Someone rushed forward, shouting, 4th young master, I'll finish him off. Siyu Shuang glanced over, a strange smile twisting his lips. One of the Xie clan subordinates charged towards him with a flying sword. With a single move, Siyu Shuang knocked the man to the ground. Xiezong Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, how is this possible? Beneath the Town Sea Tablet, another command talisman spun and hovered, seemingly supporting the heavy tablet. Siyu Shuang seized the opportunity and lunged towards them. Someone cried out, 4th young master, go. We'll hold him back. Xiezong Yuan's attention snapped to the speaker. Turning, he bowed deeply to Feng Zhen, pleading, Brother Feng, I know you possess a magical treasure. Please help me slay this demon. If we succeed, the Xie clan will reward you handsomely. From above, Feng Zhen let out a smug chuckle and withdrew his talisman. Zhang Yin watched them, thinking to himself, that bastard deliberately tried to scheme against me earlier, thinking I wouldn't hear him. I didn't bother to harm you, and now you want to run? He called out in a loud voice, Feng Zhen, you, a disciple of true person Yin of the Wei Guang Celestial Cave, are retreating in the face of battle? Where do you place the lives of your fellow disciples? Where do you place the reputation of your master? Do you still want face? Do you know what shame is? What use does the sect have for you? His words caught Xiezong Yuan's attention. Zhang Yan's mocking words, what use does the sect have for you? Echoed through the mountains and forests. The echoing words pounded in Feng Zhen's ears. He trembled with rage. Feng Ming said fearfully, Senior brother, should we? Feng Zhen roared furiously, Zhang Yan is courting death. Do you want to go too? That stubborn fool? I have a magical treasure. and I don't want to help them. So what? With that, Fang Zhen turned and left. Zhang Yin frowned slightly as Xiezong Yuan quickly flew towards him. Bowing his head, he said, "Many thanks, senior brother. However, magical treasures cannot subdue this demon. You staying here will only lead to more casualties. It's best to leave quickly." Gesturing towards the battle, Zhang Yin advised Xiezong Yuan, "Senior brother Xie, you still have a chance to escape now." Xiezong Yuan refused. "As a disciple of the Wei Xian branch of the Xie clan, how can I abandon my duty and flee in the face of the enemy, like Fang Zhen? If I die here today, someone will avenge me. I will not disgrace my family name. Senior brother, there's no need for further words. Just leave on your own." Luo Xiao spoke up. "My lord, Xiezong Yuan has already used a summoning talisman to call for clan reinforcements. He has a backup plan." She continued, "Even if they are experts, I fear they won't arrive in time. That move won't be of much use." Xiezong Yuan's courage is not feigned. I see he is also quite responsible, panicked but not chaotic. He's a formidable character. Let's find a way to lure Siyu Shuang to another location to fight and seize the treasure and obstruct that town sea tablet. Consider it doing him a small favor. They discussed their plan. Meanwhile, Siyu Shuang continued his assault on the Xie clan members, sending them flying with painful kicks. Siyu Shuang showed no mercy, his blade flashing down relentlessly. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's Rui divine chariot appeared out of nowhere, charging towards Siyu Shuang. Siyu Shuang dodged, but was still struck a glancing blow. Blood immediately welled up on his cheek, and his attention shifted to Zhang Yan. He smiled at Siyu Shuang, his hand still manipulating the Rui divine chariot, then soared upwards. Zhang Yin flew towards the airship. Siyu Shuang's eyes followed him. He roared in fury and gave chase. A command talisman suddenly flew towards him. Siyu Shuang quickly snatched it. Then, he too swiftly flew towards Zhang Yan's airship. Deep within the mountains, a massive explosion ripped through the air, its impact reaching far and wide. Luo Xiao and Zhang Yin combined their strength to defeat Siyu Shuang. She handed him Siyu Shuang's magical treasure. "Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring another precious artifact," Luo Xiao added. "However, this item possesses a sliver of spiritual essence. It needs to be refined back at the sect before it can truly be yours." He took it and examined it carefully for a long moment. "Now that it's in my hands, there's no rush. Let's first clean up this area to avoid any of our sect members investigating and discovering any loose ends." Zhang Yin quickly flew back to the previous location. Arriving, he saw a group of people still by the cliff face. He saw Xiezong Yuan still standing there. Zhang Yin landed and inquired, "Brother Xie, you're still here?" He replied, "Brother Zhang risked so much for me. How could I not stay? I'm not like Fang Zhen. Seeing that Brother Zhang is safe and sound, I'm relieved. I wonder where that demon cultivator is now." Zhang Yin answered, "I led him on a chase through the forest and then shook him off. The demon cultivator seemed to have lost his mind. I don't know where he went after that." Xiezong Yuan said regretfully, "Is that so? What a pity. If he dares to return, we'll definitely make him pay." One of his subordinates reminded him, "Fourth young master, you're all right now. We should return quickly, lest second uncle worry." He said, "Hold on, there's something I want to say." Before them, a herd of golden jiao were migrating. Zhang Yin was taken aback. Xiezong Yuan bowed his head in gratitude. "Today, I tricked Brother Zhang into staying to assist me, and I don't know how to repay you. Please accept this herd of golden jiao as a token of my gratitude. Furthermore, if Brother Zhang ever needs anything in the future, just say the word, and I, Xiezong Yuan, will offer my full support." 2 days later, at the Boundless Hall, the elders were gathered, discussing the recent attack on their disciples. "It seems the 3 Silver Lakes have been restless lately. You should all warn your disciples to be prepared." Immortal Ming added, "Moreover, this time, Fang Zhen disregarded the safety of his fellow disciples and left on his own. It shows that although this person has high aptitude, his character is unstable." He turned to Immortal Yin. "Junior brother Yin, how you handle your disciple is up to you." Immortal Yin replied, "Senior brother, I have already confiscated the 5 Fires Divine weapon manual bestowed upon him and confined him to his room to reflect on his mistakes." Sun Jingyin interjected, "I heard that a disciple named Zhang Yin bravely led the demon away, preventing a massacre of our disciples. Zhang Yin shouldered the responsibility and achieved a great merit." Immortal Chu simply smiled without saying anything. Immortal Chu and Immortal Yin exchanged a knowing glance. a hint of something unspoken passing between them. Immortal Chu turned to Sun Jingyan. Zhang Yin is a disciple of Chu Changyuan. Why is junior brother Sun so concerned? Even if he achieved a merit, it seems to me a minor one at best. Immortal Meng said, although this person is under Chu Changyuan's tutelage, he cultivates junior brother Sun's azure cloud mystic scripture. He can also be considered one of ours. The two men glared at each other, their expressions darkening. Immortal Yin spoke again. This incident is due to the insufficient strength of my disciple. Zhang Yin has now reached the third level of the Bright Qi realm and needs to condense the Xian Guang seed. Immortal Yin sought the other's opinions. Very well, I will grant him a piece of high-grade cloud sand. What do you all think? Sun Jingyan nodded in agreement. Very well. A flicker of displeasure crossed Immortal Yan's face. Immortal Ming addressed him. Since that's settled, junior brother Yin, please go and make the arrangements. Having heard this, Immortal Yin excused himself and swiftly departed. Within the renowned celestial cave of Wei Guang, inside a mountain grotto, Immortal Yin sat in meditation, his spirit returning to his body. Beside him, Fang Zhen waited anxiously. His own spirit had also returned to its physical form. Immortal Yin slowly opened his eyes. Fang Zhen, at his side, inquired with concern, "Father, how did it go?" Immortal Yin immediately rebuked him. "Have I not told you we cannot address each other as father and son here?" Fang Zhen hastily corrected himself, fear evident in his voice. "Yes, master." Immortal Yin began, "Your predicament, were it not for Zhang Yin, would have been a trivial matter. Today, with senior brother Meng inquiring, I could not show excessive favoritism. For the next few months, you are not to go anywhere. Remain within this cave and diligently cultivate the jade enclosure dust technique I have imparted to you. The Bright Spear sect possesses 5 techniques and 3 scriptures, 12 divine abilities that can only be transmitted upon accumulating sufficient merit within the sect. 15 minor merits at the merit hall constitute 1 major merit, and 6 major merits make 1 superior merit. The jade enclosure dust technique requires 3 superior merits before it can be taught, but for the sake of your cultivation, I have secretly passed it on to you." Fang Zhen seethed with anger. That Zhang Yin is truly despicable. Immortal Yin cautioned him. This Zhang Yin is a unique individual. Senior brother Meng and junior brother Sun seem intent on nurturing him. Do not interfere. Fang Zhen remained unreconciled. "Master, are we truly to let this matter slide?" Immortal Yin reassured him, "Do not be hasty. Do you think I would allow him to act with such impunity against my disciple? I will avenge you. Furthermore, with his status as a direct disciple, once his cultivation bears fruit, he will undoubtedly obstruct my ultimate goal. We are all disciples of the same lineage. If you wish to ascend to the peak, you must suppress Zhang Yin." He offered this guidance to Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen inquired, "How do you intend to deal with him, master?" A cunning smile played on Immortal Yan's lips as he replied, "I shall grant him a piece of cloud sand to aid him in swiftly condensing his Xian Guang." Astonishment filled Fang Zhen's voice. "Father, you wish to help him?" Immortal Yin retorted, "You understand nothing." He continued, "He is a direct disciple. Whether it's venturing out to slay demons or accumulating meritorious deeds below the Xian Guang realm, he can refuse. How can I allow him to cultivate peacefully until the grand competition within the sect?" Understanding dawned on Fang Zhen. Father's intention is to have him quickly reach the Xian Guang realm, then dispatch him on missions for the sect, arranging for him to slay some demons and monstrous apparitions. Even if he survives by sheer luck initially, the more setbacks he suffers, the less likely he is to turn the tide. You finally grasp a sliver of understanding. Those who know how to swim often drown, just as those in the world skilled in martial arts are more prone to danger, while ordinary folk, ignorant of such skills, can live peaceful lives. He chuckled, calculating. Immortal Yin added, as if everything was under his control, "But possessing martial skills provides opportunities. A single misstep can easily lead to disaster. This method is akin to nurturing a seed of destruction. Senior brother Meng and junior brother Sun are aware of my intentions, and naturally, they will not interfere." The jade stone in Zhang Yan's hand radiated a golden light. He asked incredulously, Did they really reward me with cloud sand? Luo Xiao, standing beside him, explained. A foreign cultivator delivered this to the island personally, stating it was a reward for you saving 100 fellow disciples that day. It was a gift from an immortal, but the messenger didn't specify which one. From my observation, this cultivator's demeanor and expression revealed nothing unusual. Either he genuinely didn't know, or he was instructed to conceal the information. Zhang Yin closed his eyes, his hands caressing the jade stone, silently assessing it. This metal attribute cloud sand nourishes primal essence even without being actively used. It feels kindred to my own being. Just holding it in his palm, he could feel the primal essence within him stirring, as if the stone naturally attracted spiritual energy. Based on the island records he'd read, the quality of this metal attribute cloud sand was indeed top grade. Opening his eyes with a satisfied smile, he concluded, "Excellent. The Tai golden scripture I cultivate requires the condensation of 2 Xian Guang seeds, 1 fire attribute, and 1 metal attribute. This metal attribute cloud sand will be of great assistance, saving me considerable effort. Whatever tricks they have up their sleeves, with the jade fragment in my possession, I have nothing to fear." Zhang Yin stored the cloud sand and rose to his feet. He mused aloud. As for the fire attribute cloud sand, I recall that experienced Pack King was dispatched by my hand to meet King Yama. He cultivated a fire attribute technique and had also reached the 3rd level of Bright Chi realm. His next step would have been condensing the Xianguang seed. He must have made preparations for it. Luo Xiao, overhearing the strange name, echoed hesitantly, Experience Pack. Unfazed, Zhang Yin continued as he walked. Furthermore, there are quite a few Shi clan members cultivating on Red River Island. They must possess fire attribute cloud sand within their clan. I have the Red River Elixir Fire Manual. If I were to trade with King Shi, he surely wouldn't refuse. Beside a large, clear lake, amidst lush grass and flanked by steep cliffs, a slender, golden-scaled figure flickered beneath the azure water. Zhang Yin and Luo Xiao stood by the lake, watching the small dragon-like creature, with its sharp horns and teeth gleaming gold, as it darted through the water. Zhang Yin pondered. Even a golden jiao that hasn't yet transformed possesses such formidable power. What sort of might would a true dragon wield? Moving mountains and filling seas would likely be child's play. Sui once mentioned a dragon talisman beneath Nine Bend Gorge Palace, along with the skeletal remains of a 10,000-year-old azure dragon. Could the golden jiao, azure dragon, and dragon talisman be somehow connected? He gazed at the creature in wonder, a flick of its tail sending a 3-foot spray of water into the air. The golden jiao's presence here was surely no accident. Perhaps the key lay. Zhang Yin stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and suddenly spoke in a loud voice, startling Luo Xiao beside him. "I ask you, are you willing to accept me as your master?" The golden jiao circled in the lake, scowling at Zhang Yin with disdain. "Why should I accept you as my master? Your cultivation is nothing special. If I were to choose a master, it would be a cultivator of profound strength." Instead of being angered by the creature's contempt, Zhang Yin chuckled. "Interesting. You have spirit. I know you weren't captured by me and are trapped here due to some tribulation, hence your defiance. But now that you've fallen into my hands, do you think I wouldn't know how to nurture you?" Zhang Yin gestured to Luo Xiao standing behind him, his tone turning threatening. "Look at my companion here. She, too, is a remarkable cultivator. I believe your primal essence and blood would be quite beneficial to her. If she were to devour you, her cultivation would advance significantly." Luo Xiao played along, bowing with clasped hands. "Many thanks for your consideration, master." To further her performance, she bared her fangs and claws, feigning a ferocious desire to consume the golden jiao below. The proud, through golden jiao, paled instantly, wailing, "No, don't! Don't! I'll accept you as my master!" Its terrified expression caused Luo Xiao to burst into laughter. Such a cunning demon, yet so easily cowed. A little intimidation is all it takes to break you. Under the azure sky, a voice suddenly called out above Zhang Yin and Luo Xiao. "Senior brother Zhang, are you there? Xia has come to visit." Upon hearing this voice, the proud through golden jiao instantly tucked its tail and dove deep into the lake. Zhang Yin pulled a gleaming golden command token from his robes. He had just been thinking of seeking out Xie Yuan and here he was delivered right to his doorstep. Luo Xiao watched the Golden Jiao's hasty retreat, a smirk playing on her lips. "You can run, but you can't hide," she called out to it. The proud through Golden Jiao, its bravado gone, replied from the depths, "A moment of respite is a moment earned. I'll worry about tomorrow when it comes." Zhang Yin chuckled. This Golden Jiao has quite the personality. He turned to Luo Xiao. "Daoist Luo, I'll go greet Xiezong Yuan. The Jiao won't escape, so there's no need to rush. Keep it entertained. Consider it a pet to alleviate your boredom." Luo Xiao nodded in agreement. Elsewhere on the island, a massive wooden ship appeared in the sky, its sides fitted with wings in place of oars. Two figures stood upon the deck. Xiezong Yuan, standing at the prow, clasped his hands in greeting. "Senior brother Zhang, we meet again." Zhang Yin narrowed his eyes at the other figure on the ship, a beautiful individual. "Junior brother Xie," he inquired. "May I ask who this senior sister beside you is?" Xiezong Yuan grinned. "This is senior brother Lu Tao, who cultivates on Yingjian Island." Senior brother Lu's appearance is indeed striking. It seems even senior brother Zhang mistook him for a woman. Lu Tao bowed respectfully. "I have long admired senior brother Zhang's great name." Zhang Yin, slightly embarrassed by his misjudgment, stammered, "My apologies, junior brother. I misspoke. It's getting late. Please, join me on my pleasure barge for some refreshments." "The moon is bright, the stars are sparse," he invited. The barge, brightly lit with lanterns, drifted gracefully across the lake. The three men sat around a table laden with food and wine within the barge's cabin. Xiezong Yuan sighed contentedly. "Magnificent, simply magnificent." He held chopsticks in one hand and a wine cup in the other. "I rarely have the opportunity to indulge in such delicacies. It seems I must visit senior brother Zhang more often." Lu Tao, seated beside him, echoed the sentiment. "Indeed, this fine fare alone makes the trip worthwhile." Zhang Yin raised his cup in a toast. "It would be my honor to host you both more frequently. Come, let us drink." Lu Tao drained his cup in one gulp. He smiled and asked, "By the way, have you two senior brothers ever heard of a place called the Sea, a demonic abyss of our bright Thuong sect?" "I've only heard whispers from the elders. It's said to be beneath the Dragon Abyss Great Residence, one of the 10 great spiritual abysses of Donghua Prefecture. It's a cultivation paradise unparalleled, but only the sect master can cultivate within the eye. There are also 10 great demonic abysses in the world, brimming with spiritual energy, not inferior to the spiritual abysses. The 6 sects of the demonic path control 6 of them, while the remaining 4 are shrouded in mystery." Zhang Yin was taken aback. "A demonic abyss within our bright Thuong sect?" Lu Tao continued. "At the westernmost point of the Dragon Abyss Great Residence lies a sea eye, where a place called the Shoming Palace stands. A celestial maiden of profound cultivation resides there. This sea eye is very likely one of the 4 unknown demonic abysses. The spiritual energy within is comparable to a top-grade celestial paradise. 2 months of cultivation there would be equivalent to several years outside." Lu Tao's tone remained calm, but his words sent a chill down the spines of the other two. However, within the demonic abyss, heavenly demons wreak havoc, their transformations complex and unpredictable. They delight in deceiving the hearts of men and feasting on the living. 8 or 9 out of 10 disciples who enter never return. Xiezong Wen slammed his cup on the table, rising to his feet with a boisterous declaration. "Fortune favors the bold." He fixed his gaze on Zhang Yin, like a salesman eyeing a potential customer. "Brother Zhang," he asked, "would you be willing to join us?" Zhang Yin, caught up in Xiezong Yuan's fervor, clenched his fist excitedly. "Our pursuit of the Tao and eternal life defies the natural order. Hardships and dangers are merely trials to temper our spirits. With such an opportune path before us, how can we refuse?" The next day, Chu Chongju's eyes widened in surprise when Zhang Yin mentioned his plans. "What? You want to cultivate in the sea, demonic abyss?" Hands clasped behind his back, he gazed out the window. Going to the sea, demonic abyss now might be a bit problematic. Turning back to Zhang Yin, Chu Chongju inquired, "Junior brother, tell me, what attribute was the cloud sand that Yin Gongzhen bestowed upon you?" "It was a piece of metal attribute cloud sand," Zhang Yin replied honestly. Inwardly, he mused, Yin Gongjin. So that's the true name of the one who gave me the cloud sand. I've never heard of him before. Chu Changju pressed further. I know he's a petty man. You offended his disciple. So, why would he be so generous? Zhang Yan's eyes widened in realization as he listened to his senior brother's analysis. Before our predecessor departed, he passed down the 5 directions, 5 elements Tai True Light technique, instructing me to impart it to someone with great destiny. A key requirement is to gather cloud sand of all 5 attributes and condense a profound seed at the profound light realm. I initially planned for you to cultivate steadily and gather them gradually before teaching you. I was overjoyed when Yin Gongjin gave you that cloud sand. Zhang Yin bowed respectfully. Senior brother would naturally never harm me. But what is the problem? He thought to himself. No wonder senior brother Chu has such faith in me, despite my unremarkable talent and having never revealed my ability to cultivate the Tai Golden Scripture. So this is the reason. 3 boxes were placed on the table, each containing a differently colored piece of cloud sand. Gesturing towards them, Chu Changju explained, I've only managed to gather these 3 attributes of cloud sand. We still need 2 more to complete the 5 elements, water and fire. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Zhang Yin calculated, I have a way to obtain fire attribute cloud sand, but I don't know where to find water attribute cloud sand in such a short time. Looking up at Chu Changju, Zhang Yin said, if you can find fire attribute cloud sand, that would be excellent. Chu Changju instructed, in that case, you'll need to make a trip to the Zhanwu celestial pool I mentioned earlier. A water attribute cloud sand lies 100 zhang deep within its waters. It's located on Mount Zhanwu in Donghua Prefecture. Zhang Yin and Luo Xiao soared through layers of white clouds, ascending towards the mountain peak. Nestled within the mountain's rugged contours, a turquoise lake shimmered under the sunlight. Gazing down from above, Zhang Yin felt a sense of awe. The spiritual energy here is as rich as Spirit Pivot Island. The swirling sea of clouds makes it feel like I could touch the heavens, beckoning me to embrace the vastness of earth and sky. Overwhelmed by the breathtaking scenery, he couldn't resist reciting a poem. Demon heavens stir the cloudy cliffs, true chi swallows the immortal precipice. The immortal precipice, vast and boundless, resolutely awaits the opening of the celestial gate. Luo Xiao giggled, covering her mouth delicately. My lord, your heroic spirit is truly extraordinary. You must have a foolproof plan for finding the cloud sand this time. Zhang Yin shook his head. If this Zhanwu celestial pool were only 100 miles in circumference, it would be easy, but it's vast and boundless. Senior brother Chu only mentioned the water attribute cloud sand being 100 zhang deep. Who knows where it actually is? Luo Xiao suggested. My lord, why don't we split up and search? With the blood oath essence, we won't have trouble finding each other. With that, she transformed back into her original form, a black serpent. Watching her swiftly dive into the lake, Zhang Yin chuckled. She's certainly enthusiastic, as if this were a leisurely outing. He quickly cast the minor avatar technique and plunged into the water himself. Zhang Yin parted the water, descending deeper and deeper. At the bottom of the lake, various aquatic creatures swam leisurely. Zhang Yin looked around, thinking to himself, my senior brother likely wouldn't deceive me, so I'll have to rely on myself to find it. His gaze swept back and forth, then suddenly fixed on something ahead. Before him lay a massive forest of crystal formations, intricately intertwined. He entered the crystalline cluster. So much cloud sand here. Suddenly, a piece of golden cloud sand caught his eye. It wasn't large, but it pulsed with a vibrant luminescence, almost as if it were alive. Zhang Yin picked up the stone with satisfaction. I didn't expect to find it so easily. But just as he slipped the cloud sand into his sleeve, a sudden surge of energy enveloped him. He was swept away by the force, too powerful to resist. Then he vanished, leaving behind only darkness. Within that dense blackness, a hazy figure gradually materialized, a figure seated in the lotus position, wearing a golden crown and white robes. Zhang Yin slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him sharpened, revealing that he was in a spacious grotto, bathed in a soft, pearly, golden light. The figure spoke. You've awakened. Gui Songyao, sitting opposite Zhang Yin, said gently, judging by your attire, you're a disciple of the Bright Thuong sect, are you not? Zhang Yin clasped his hands in greeting. Indeed. May I ask how I should address you, senior? I am Gui Songyao. Zhang Yin thought to himself, Gui Songyao, one of the three great demon lords, master of Zhanwu, celestial pool, a great demon cultivator of 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, he not only lacks demonic energy, but resembles a Taoist immortal. Keeping his hands clasped, Zhang Yin bowed his head. So it is Lord Gui. This junior is Zhang Yin of the Bright Thuong sect. Greetings, senior. Gui Songyao looked at him with a benevolent expression. The piece of cloud sand outside my mountain gate, did you take it? Zhang Yin weighed his options. Before such a powerful demon, concealing anything would be pointless. Reaching a decision, he answered frankly, yes, senior, I did. Upon hearing this, Gui Songyao burst into laughter. Fate has arrived. Fate has arrived. Zhang Yin remained silent, unsure of what he meant. Before he could dwell on it, Gui Songyao elaborated. Fellow Taoist, there's no need for confusion. The cloud sand you took was left here 155 years ago by an exalted personage. He said that if someone were to retrieve it within 155 years, that person would be my destined benefactor. Zhang Yin pondered. Senior brother Chu sent me to Zhanwu Celestial Pool. Could this be the reason? It must be. Otherwise, he would never have allowed me to enter this great demon's territory to retrieve something. So the benefactor Gui Songyao spoke of must be the old Taoist who guided me to the Bright Thuong sect. Gui Songyao sighed. Unexpectedly, you are the one who will end my life. Zhang Yin, bewildered, quickly replied, my cultivation is meager. Even after 100 years, I doubt I would be a match for you, senior. Gui Songyao immediately reassured him. There's no need for fear. There's another interpretation. He continued slowly. Since gaining sentience, I have cultivated for over 2,000 years, living a total of 3,649 years. But due to limited talent, my cultivation has barely progressed in the last few centuries. When my lifespan runs out, 1,000 years of arduous cultivation will amount to nothing more than a pile of dry bones. However, Gui Songyao continued, that exalted personage also told me that my foundation is insufficient, and there's no hope for me in this life. But if I can find someone with great destiny to help me stabilize my breath when my lifespan is nearing its end, and then cultivate for another 10 lifetimes, I might have a sliver of a chance to achieve enlightenment. Zhang Yin listened patiently. Gui Songyao pointed at him and asked, where could I find such a person? He then explained that exalted personage left this piece of cloud sand, saying that whoever picks it up would be the one I'm looking for. Zhang Yin glanced at the piece of cloud sand he'd picked up in the crystalline forest, now resting in his hand. Gui Songyao smiled gently and proposed, fellow Taoist, I am still half a year away from needing to stabilize my breath. It's not yet the critical moment. Why don't you stay here and help me when the time comes? Zhang Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then he silently shook his head in refusal. Gui Songyao furrowed his brow and asked, could it be that fellow Taoist disdains this humble one for being a demon, harboring sectarian prejudice, and therefore unwilling to help? Seeing Zhang Yan's silence, Gui Songyao anxiously pleaded, I have cultivated for 1,000 years and possess many treasures. After I stabilize my breath, I will give them all to you, including this grotto and even my body after death. What do you say? Zhang Yin interrupted him. Senior, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I have made a promise to a friend to cultivate at the sea, a demonic abyss. If I stay here too long, I'm afraid I'll break my promise. Gui Songyao replied, so that's the case. I know of the sea, a demonic abyss. It's nearby, but I've never been there. I've only heard that it's very dangerous, and one could easily lose their life there. Gui Songyao channeled his energy through the horsetail whisk in his right hand. If you wish to cultivate there, I shall gift you something that might be of some help. A beam of light shot out from the whisk and landed in Zhang Yan's hand. He looked down, seeing a piece of tortoise shell appear. At the same time, he heard Gui Songyao explain its use. This harmonious tortoiseshell shield was crafted from the fragments of my body after I underwent a heavenly tribulation. It can ward off both calamities and divine abilities. I bestow it upon you today. Gui Songyao generously offered another gift. Furthermore, I know that in a few months, your Bright Thuong sect will mobilize its disciples to completely annihilate the Three Soul sect. This inside information immediately startled Zhang Yin. He said, our Bright Thuong sect signed a peace treaty with the Dingyu Water Kingdom long ago. I personally brought back the sealed jade document. I can't believe they would start a war so soon. It must be because of Chu Shuang's murder of Bright Thuong Thuong sect disciples, right? Gue Songyao shook his head. The 1,000-year demonic tribulation of Donghua Prefecture is approaching. To prepare for the tribulation, the Bright Thuong sect will undoubtedly try every means to strengthen itself. Chu Shuang's matter is merely a pretext for the Bright Thuong sect to attack the Three Soul sect. He continued his analysis. When they besiege the Three Soul sect, the merit hall of the Bright Thuong sect will certainly offer a reward for my head. At that time, fellow Taoist, you can return here and kill me, earning yourself great merit. 5 days later, on Lingshui Island, Zhang Yin looked at the letter in his hand and said to Luo Xiao, Xie Yun sent a letter asking me to meet him in 10 days at Hongyan Terrace on Jiangfan Island, west of Longyuan Great Marsh. We'll enter the demonic abyss together. He also said he has obtained the fire attribute Cloud Sand and will personally hand it over to me then. Zhang Yin felt that a successful outcome was within his grasp. With this, all 5 cloud sands will be gathered. He explained to Luo Xiao, fellow Taoist Luo, it's not that I don't want to bring you along. It's just that I've heard the immortal Pang of the Shomian Palace has profound cultivation, and anyone who sets foot on the island will be seen through. So, this time, I can only go alone. Luo Xiao waved her hand dismissively. All right, she said, feigning indifference. Even one of the 3 great demon lords, the 3,000-year-old remnant soul of Gue Songyao, obediently offered his neck for you to strike. How dare I disobey? She then playfully pouted, causing Zhang Yin to shake his head with a wry smile. I fear the servants will have to start calling you master from now on. Despite her teasing, she offered a concerned reminder. There are many kinds of demons within the demonic abyss, and for a bright chi realm cultivator like yourself, demons are the most common. I won't be able to protect you this time, so before you depart, be sure to visit the Elixir Peak and obtain some calming spirit pills, just in case. Zhang Yin nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll be troubling you to look after the island while I'm away. On the distant Jiangfan Island, where turquoise waters shimmered and danced, 2 figures sat upon a small islet. Lu Tao looked up in a particular direction and spoke softly. Senior brother Zhang has arrived. Beside him, Zhao Zhen sat in meditation. In the distance, Zhang Yin stood at the prow of a speeding boat, skillfully guiding it towards the island. With a graceful leap, he disembarked, landing smoothly upon the shore. Senior brother Zhang, Lu Tao called out. He grinned, gesturing towards the man behind him. Come, let me introduce you to Senior Brother Zhang. This is Senior Brother Zhao Zhen, from the Zhao clan of Taidin. We'll be relying on his sandalwood boat for our descent into the sea, a demonic abyss. Zhang Yin clasped his hands and bowed slightly in greeting. Lu Tao then gestured back to him. Senior Brother, this is Senior Brother Zhang Yin, whom I've mentioned to you. He's a direct disciple of our Bright Thuong sect. Zhao Zhen clasped his hands in return. I've been waiting. His expression then soured, and he crossed his arms. Now all that's left is Senior Brother Xie, that Yuxian Xie clan, so ostentatious, making us all wait for him. Lu Tao smoothly interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Don't be impatient, Senior Brother Zhao. We still have a day until the appointed time. Let's wait a little longer. Zhang Yin observed their exchange, his thoughts turning inward. Although the Zhao clan of Taidin is considered one of the 12 great clans, they're ranked last. For this man to associate with someone of ordinary background like Lu Tao, he must not be a direct descendant, but rather from a branch family. He seems quite sensible, though. Interesting. Suddenly, Lu Tao pointed towards the sky and exclaimed, Senior Brother Xie is here. Zhang Yin also looked up, while Zhao Zhen merely snorted dismissively. A magnificent, intricately carved wooden ship appeared in the sky, its imposing size and grandeur clearly marking it as an extraordinary vessel. Xie descended from the ship like a whirlwind, offering apologies as he landed. My apologies for the wait, everyone. Junior brother, I'm a bit late. Please forgive me. Lu Tao and Zhang Yin immediately stepped forward to greet him warmly. Lu Tao beamed. Not at all, Senior Brother Xie. Your timing is perfect. Zhao Zhen, however, remained sullen. Are we going or not? He grumbled. Unfazed by Zhao Zhen's attitude, Xie Zongyuan continued to smile warmly. This must be Senior Brother Zhao. Junior Brother Lu has mentioned you several times. I hear your elders have also been to the demonic abyss. I look forward to learning from your experience. Zhao Jun frowned, but managed a curt reply. Not at all, not at all. Zhang Yin witnessed the entire scene, a multitude of thoughts swirling within him. Xiezong Yuan is magnanimous and unpretentious, not putting on airs or looking down on others based on their background. He's also thoughtful and considerate towards his companions. He seems like someone worth befriending. His gaze then shifted to the disgruntled Zhao Jun. By comparison, Zhao Jun falls far short. Not only does he wear his emotions on his sleeve, but he also carries himself with an air of unwarranted superiority. If any mishaps occur on this journey, I suspect they will originate with him. The four men boarded Xiezong Yuan's grand ship and embarked on their long journey. They flew for a considerable time, finally arriving at the Shouming Palace. It was a towering pagoda, radiating a golden spiritual aura. Seeing this, Xiezong Yun exclaimed in excitement. Such abundant spiritual energy. Immortal Pang's cultivation is truly profound. To be able to sense the unity of heaven and man while circulating his profound arts. I fear it won't be long before our bright Thuong sect is counted among the 10 great sects. Zhao Jun, standing beside him, seemed inexplicably irritated. A sarcastic smile played on his lips as he uttered a jarring remark. It's not as easy as it seems. While it appears he's just one step away, in reality, the difference is as vast as the heavens and earth. My ancestors once said, if Immortal Pang can overcome this hurdle within 100 years, then he might succeed. Otherwise, I fear it's a hopeless endeavor for his entire life. Witnessing Zhao Jun's arrogant attitude and the disdain in his eyes directed at Xiezong Yuan, Zhang Yin couldn't help but feel a surge of disgust. They were nearing Shouming Palace, and loose lips sink ships. If Immortal Pang were to overhear such remarks, it would undoubtedly cause trouble. Zhao Jun's puffed-up chest and self-satisfied demeanor further grated on Zhang Yan's nerves. Throughout their journey, whenever anyone mentioned anything, Zhao Jun felt the need to contradict them. The more heated the disagreement, the more enthusiastic he became, truly making him an insufferable companion. If it weren't for the fact that they needed him to guide them, Zhang Yin suspected he would have been thrown off the ship long ago. They disembarked and approached the main gate of Shouming Palace. Suddenly, a figure darted past, but not quickly enough to escape Zhang Yan's sharp senses. He immediately turned and called out, "Senior Brother Feng, it's been a while." It was Feng Ming. His face was flushed, his eyes darted nervously, and he stammered a greeting. "So it's Junior Brother Zhang." Noticing Feng Ming's unease, Zhang Yin lowered his voice. "I never expected to see Senior Brother Feng here. Farewell at Little Ling Mountain, and now we meet again. It seems we brothers are fated to cross paths." Feng Ming grew increasingly flustered, his speech fragmented. "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Zhang Yin paid no mind to Feng Ming's forced smile, his attention drawn instead to the figure hiding behind a pillar. A jovial smile spread across his face as he placed his hands on the other man's shoulders, his voice brimming with feigned enthusiasm. "This journey into the demonic abyss is fraught with peril, and Senior Brother Feng is the elite of our sect. Still, caution is paramount." The man, startled by the sudden contact, jumped. "With Senior Brother Feng here, there's nothing to worry about." Zhang Yin waved a cheerful farewell. "Senior Brother Feng and I truly hit it off, but alas, I have other companions today. I can't stay and chat, but I'll definitely seek you out for a proper conversation another day." Feng Ming echoed the sentiment. "Definitely, definitely." But as Zhang Yin walked away, Feng Ming pondered in bewilderment. When did we ever hit it off? Suddenly, a voice whispered from behind him. "Junior Brother Feng, you and Junior Brother Zhang seem quite close." He spun around, startled, and quickly explained, No, it was just a chance encounter. Don't misunderstand, Senior Brother." It was Feng Jun, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Is that so?" Feng Jun placed a hand on Feng Ming's shoulder, his voice laced with menace. "Junior Brother Feng needn't worry. Zhang Yin and his lot won't be around for much longer. Why should we concern ourselves with a group of dead men walking?" Feng Ming trembled. "What do you mean, Senior Brother?" Watching the four figures disappear deeper into the palace, Feng Jin sneered. "Do they really think the demonic abyss is so easily conquered? Xiezong Yuan and his group only know a few scraps of information. Not to mention the Yin demons and Xing demons. there are countless true demons lurking within. If they encounter one, killing bright Qi realm cultivators like them would be as easy as flipping a hand. A cunning glint entered his eyes. Furthermore, senior brother Zhuang set up restrictions in several locations within the demonic abyss during his cultivation years ago. We can cultivate there in peace, but Xie Zhongyuan and his companions are blissfully unaware. His gaze grew venomous, each word dripping with malice. For this cultivation session, I brought 5 fire god piercing spears. Even if Zhang Yin and Xie Zhongyuan are lucky enough to avoid the demons, I intend to settle the score between our sects once and for all. Feng Ming, standing behind him, broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this, cautiously reminding him, This might not be a good idea, senior brother. Among those traveling with them is Han Qi, a descendant of the Han clan. I fear this could lead to unforeseen complications. If word gets out, Feng Zhen dismissed his concerns. Don't you worry. That little brat doesn't need to be afraid of the Han clan's reputation. As I see it, he's 8 or 9 parts dead already. And if he does somehow survive and gets in our way, a chilling aura emanated from Feng Zhen. Then we'll kill him too. A cruel confidence laced his words, born from the venomous schemes swirling within him. Junior brother Feng, Zhang Yin, and Xie Zhongyuan are nothing more than walking corpses. Sooner or later, the bright Thuong sect will be ours. Just follow me, and once you successfully break through to the profound Radiance realm and prove your worth in the 300 battles, earning yourself some merit, you can be sure of a place by my side when I establish my own power. Meanwhile, a female cultivator addressed the 4 newcomers. Senior brothers, the guest quarters are full. The Shouming Palace is primarily occupied by female cultivators, and it's inconvenient to accommodate male guests. As cultivators, you're all accustomed to the elements. Surely spending a night outside won't pose a problem. Zhao Jin bristled, his displeasure evident. What kind of nonsense is this? I clearly saw another group enter just now. Zhang Yin, standing behind him, inwardly cursed. Serves you right for running your mouth and offending people. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Senior brother Zhang. It was Qin Nan, a warm smile gracing her face, her cheeks flushed. He returned the greeting. Junior sister Qin, I didn't expect to see you cultivating here. She turned to the other cultivator and spoke softly. These senior brothers have traveled from afar. If the guest quarters are full, please prepare an auxiliary hall for them to rest. The other cultivator bowed respectfully. Yes, Martial Ant. Surprise flickered across Zhang Yan's face. Martial Ant? So you're a direct disciple of Immortal Peng. He thought to himself, it hasn't even been half a month since we last parted, and she's already at the peak of the first level of the Bright Qi realm. And by the looks of it, she's about to break through to the second. Such rapid progress is truly astonishing. Qin Nan scratched her head, a sheepish grin on her face. I was originally a registered disciple of Senior Brother Chen, but then Master took a liking to me and accepted me as his personal disciple. Seeing the two engaged in lively conversation, Xie Zhongyuan interjected, If Junior Brother has run into an old friend, I'm sure you have much to catch up on. Well, go ahead. Lu Tao, meanwhile, subtly covered Zhao Jin's mouth, preventing any further outbursts. He smiled and said, This is my first time at the Shouming Palace. I'm curious to see the sights. Perhaps Brother Zhao could show us around? With that, the 3 departed, leaving Zhang Yin and Qin Nan alone. She asked shyly, Senior brother, are you here to cultivate in the demonic abyss as well? He replied with a smile, Indeed. Have you been there before, junior sister? Her eyes lit up. Of course. I was cultivating here almost every day a while ago. She then quickly reached into a small pouch, seemingly searching for something. All right, senior brother, wait a moment. Finally, she produced a large map and handed it to Zhang Yin. This is a map of the demonic abyss I found in Master Study. I secretly copied it, though I'm not sure how useful it will be. If you don't mind, please take it. He accepted the map, gently patting Qin Nan's head. Thank you so much, junior sister. She beamed, her eyes crinkling at the corners. You're welcome, senior brother. I'd love to practice the Sword Emperor technique with you again sometime. That night, within a small house nestled in a dense thicket of trees behind the main buildings, Xie Zhongyuan placed a box on the table. Inside, a dark red medicinal pill pulsed with spiritual energy. Senior brother Zhang, he said, I have not failed in my mission to gather the Van Sa system fire. Zhang Yin responded politely, You've worked hard, senior brother Xie. He then took out a blue bottle and gently placed it down. These are calming spirit pills, personally refined by my master. Please pass them on to our fellow disciples, Senior Brother Xie. Xie Zongyuan's face lit up with delight. With these pills, we won't have to fear interference from the Yin demons. Zhang Yan's expression turned serious. Yin demons are easy to guard against, but treacherous people are not. Fang Zhen and his ilk know we're also going to the demonic abyss. They might try something behind our backs. I fear this journey won't be peaceful. What do you think, Senior Brother Xie? Xie Zongyuan's face grew solemn as he listened. His voice was firm. I've made ample preparations. I, Xie Zongyuan, am not one for mercy. Rest assured, Senior Brother. On the day the CI opened, Zhang Yin slowly ascended the steps, arriving at the main gate of the Flying Crane Pavilion. The doors creaked open, revealing a gathering of numerous cultivator groups from various regions. In the center was a crystal-clear pool of water, surrounded by large, sturdy boulders. He slowly entered, noticing Feng Ming and Fang Zhen standing off to one side, their gazes fixed on him. Fang Zhen's eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain, glancing at Zhang Yin as if he were his sworn enemy. However, his attention was drawn to an elegant and handsome, white-haired man in the distance, who appeared to be with the Han clan. The tall, ivory-haired man was Han Qi. Zhang Yin silently speculated that those surrounding the young cultivator looked like attendants, yet their faces lacked any trace of deference. Suddenly, a mournful cry drew Zhang Yan's attention back. He asked Xie Zongyuan, puzzled, Senior Brother Xie, what's going on? Gesturing towards a woman weeping in the distance, Xie Zongyuan explained, that's Madame Chun, a disciple of the Shoming Palace. He continued, clarifying the situation. Her husband, Chun Lang, disappeared after entering the CI and hasn't returned. So this time, she's pleading with everyone to take her into the demonic abyss with them. Though a cultivator, she's utterly devoted to her husband. At that moment, the water suddenly churned, startling everyone. As the water calmed, a deep whirlpool appeared in the center of the pool. Fang Zhen and Feng Ming, along with their fellow disciples, jumped in. Zhang Yin quickly announced, it's time. The CI has opened. Meanwhile, Han Qi took out a magical artifact, emitting a golden light that shimmered around everyone. He then swiftly flew into the whirlpool. Lu Tao clasped his hands and said, Senior Brother Zhao, let's go too. Zhao Zhen immediately took out a Jade Command token, radiating spiritual energy. A large, sturdy boat gradually materialized within the golden spiritual energy. They prepared to board the boat and enter the demonic abyss. But Zhang Yin looked back towards the still sobbing woman. He spoke to Xie Zongyun, Senior Brother Xie. Madame Chun is a disciple of the Shoming Palace. She must be familiar with the paths within the demonic abyss. It would be advantageous for us to bring her along. Xie Zongyuan replied, I initially considered that, but the fragrant deep boat can only carry 5 people at most. We can't bring her. Zhang Yin immediately offered a solution. It's simple. I have the illusory void robe, a gift from the true water kingdom. It can protect against water, fire, and the 5 elements. Senior Brother, you take her ahead. I'll catch up with you later. Zhang Yin glanced at Zhao Zhen, a hint of meaning in his words. Having an additional guide is more reliable than relying entirely on any one person. Xie Zongyuan agreed. All right, but doing this puts Senior Brother Zhang at a disadvantage. With that, Zhang Yin jumped into the swirling waters below. He spotted a place where the water churned into a powerful vortex, and the thought struck him that this might be the demonic abyss. With determination, he swam directly towards it, the surrounding currents growing increasingly violent. Suddenly, he was pulled into a strange, cavernous space. Before Zhang Yin now loomed a colossal swirling column of water, relentlessly sucking the surrounding water into its furious vortex. He spread his arms wide, feeling strands of golden-orange spiritual energy seeping into his body. The spiritual energy here seemed to be vying for entry through every pore. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy he had expended was fully replenished. This was merely the entrance, yet the spiritual energy here was already almost twice as dense as that of Spirit Island. If he ventured deeper into the demonic abyss, he suspected he could reach the profound illumination realm within a month. Having absorbed his fill, Zhang Yin moved on. After flying for a while, 2 towering pagodas appeared before him, reaching into the clouds amidst a sea of swirling white mist. Behind the pagodas, 4 of his companions awaited him. Xie Zongyuan stepped forward with a joyful expression. "Senior brother Zhang, you've arrived!" Zhang Yin instantly recognized the scene as an illusion. He immediately summoned a glowing green spiritual pearl. "Just arrived," he said, "but what a pity, too good to be true." With a flick of his wrist, he sent the pearl spiraling forward. In an instant, the hazy, illusory space shattered, returning him to reality. Back in the real world, Zhang Yin stood within a cave, sharp stalactites hanging from the ceiling, the air thick with spiritual energy. He mused that what he had just experienced was undoubtedly the work of an illusion demon. The water rushed below. He had heard that these demons could sense the desires within a person's heart, weaving them into captivating illusions to ensnare their prey. And it seemed the rumors were true. The mere thought of searching for his companions, coupled with his yearning for the Tao, had been enough for the demon to sense and take form. The thought brought a smile to his lips. But clearly, the demon couldn't touch the deepest parts of one's heart, only influencing the superficial layers. After all, how could someone like Zhao Jun, with his prideful nature, ever offer a genuine smile to another? It was laughable. It seemed that as long as one remained vigilant and prepared, these demons weren't difficult to deal with. The path ahead became increasingly treacherous, with towering cliffs and jagged rocks. As Zhang Yin continued, he scanned his surroundings, a thought nagging at him. Xie Zongyuan was a man of his word. They had agreed to meet here, but he was nowhere to be seen. Could something have happened? Had Fang Zhen and his group made their move? Then, he quickly pulled out his map, studying the terrain. Junior sister Qin marked a few caves suitable for secluded cultivation, he thought. I might as well check those out. Even if I don't find Xie Zongyuan and the others, I can at least cultivate there for a while. With that decided, he pressed onward, but a startling sight stopped him in his tracks. He saw something lying on a large rock. Approaching cautiously, he realized it was a person. Motionless, mouth bloodied, eyes closed. Zhang Yin muttered, "Isn't that one of the Han clan's men?" His surprise deepened when 2 figures suddenly appeared, one of them saying, "Junior sister, what do you think of my newly refined blood specter?" He immediately channeled his energy, shrouding himself in a protective aura of spiritual energy, and then concealed himself behind a large boulder to observe the situation. The 2 figures drew closer. It was a man and a woman. The man held a strange gourd in his hand, from which emanated spiritual energy, coalescing into a frightening crimson figure. The woman beside him frowned, questioning, "Senior brother, you call this a blood specter? Its form and energy are weak. It doesn't even have a spiritual consciousness. Released, it would travel 20 paces at most. Whether it could even injure someone is debatable." The man, unfazed, replied with a smile, "Of course it can't compare to Junior sister's blood specter, but I haven't been refining it for long. Give it some time, and it might not be weaker than yours." The woman exclaimed excitedly, "Master is truly formidable." With just 1 blood specter, he subdued 3 bright Qi 3rd stage disciples of the Bright Thuong sect. The man's face darkened considerably at her words. Those Bright Thuong sect cultivators are quite skilled, especially the one wielding the Fire God Scroll. He not only incinerated a fiendish specter I painstakingly refined, but he also wounded Master's blood specter. I'm afraid it will take a year and a half to recover before it can be used again. Zhang Yin, still concealed behind the boulder, listened intently. Could these 2 be disciples of the Blood Spectre sect? He wondered. The Blood Spectre sect was one of the 6 great demonic sects. Perhaps Xie Zongyuan and the others had encountered these people and been forced to flee. But this was beneath the Bright Thuong sect CI. How had they gotten in? Could there be another way? Unaware of Zhang Yan's presence, the woman continued to reveal their plans. Let those Bright Thuong sect disciples prance about. In half a month, Master will return after subduing the true demon. They won't escape their doom then. The man's excitement grew. We originally intended to follow the lesser demonic abyss's branch vein to search for the greater demonic abyss, but we never expected it to lead directly to the heart of the Bright Thuong sect. This is a pleasant surprise. We mustn't let this information leak. It will be of great use later. The elders will surely reward us upon our return. The woman asked anxiously, Senior brother Lee, and the others said they would meet us here 3 hours after the second watch. Why haven't they arrived yet? Could they have encountered a formidable demon? By now, Zhang Yin had pieced together the situation. These two were likely still in the Bright Chi realm, but there was another senior brotherly on his way. This was troublesome. If he waited for the other Blood Spectre sect disciples to arrive, escape might become impossible. He had to act now. With that, he channeled spiritual energy into the same green pearl he had used before, bellowing, I recently refined the nether heavy water. I'll just test it on you. He unleashed a devastating attack towards them. Caught completely off guard, the man could only raise his hands in a futile attempt to block the incoming attack. The attack pierced through his gourd and chest, sending him crashing into the large rock behind him in agony. The woman stared in horror. Even Zhang Yin himself was surprised by the sheer, destructive power. How could it be this strong? The Azure Cloud secret manual stated that upon reaching the Bright Chi second stage, one could use 16 strands of pure and turbid chi to condense and refine nether heavy water. This cultivation method was quite complex, requiring 16 strands of pure and turbid chi to continuously fill one's chest. Every day at the hour of the pig, one had to absorb nether chi emanating from the cold underground currents. After 108 days, a single drop could be condensed. Furthermore, during the refinement process, one couldn't use any offensive techniques, lest all the effort be wasted. However, once even a single drop was refined, it possessed unstoppable force. 10 drops of heavy water would make one almost peerless amongst their generation. 100 drops could rout an army. 1,000 drops could reverse waterfalls and alter the course of rivers. Hidden behind the boulder, Zhang Yin peered out and subtly gestured, casting another spell. A streak of azure light shot forth. I was too eager to break through realms before, he mused, and completely underestimated the nether heavy water. Its power is truly formidable. If I had refined 2 or 3 drops earlier, perhaps a single strike could have killed them both. Yang Ying, approaching the scene, suddenly felt the force of Zhang Yan's attack. Reacting instantly, she executed a graceful flip, narrowly avoiding the incoming energy. Landing lightly, her expression hardened, her eyes flashing with anger. Who dares ambush us? She roared. Then, Yang Ying also employed her secret technique. Resolutely placing her hand on her abdomen, a swirling mass of crimson energy began to coalesce above her palm, forming a small sphere. With a sharp cry, the energy solidified into the form of a powerful merman. The merman let out a piercing shriek. In response, Zhang Yin invoked his own technique. With a subtle gesture and a murmured incantation, he conjured a streak of azure energy, directing it towards his opponent. He then unleashed the energy with astonishing speed. Yang Ying reacted swiftly, meeting the incoming energy with a powerful kick. The force of her blow sent the azure streak hurtling back toward Zhang Yin. Simultaneously, she commanded the merman to charge directly at Zhang Yin. Seeing this, Zhang Yin leaped back. This blood spectre is both tangible and intangible, he thought, unlike those mindless demons. It's clearly a unique technique of the Blood Spectre sect. His sword control wasn't yet integrated with his azure radiance, making it difficult to dispel this semi-corporeal entity with a single strike. He realized his current methods were insufficient to break through its defenses. On Yang Ying's side, the deflected azure energy continued to assault her. She parried the attacks with a series of kicks, shouting, "Senior brother, watch me send this one to the Western Paradise and avenge you." Zhang Yin then summoned a large calligraphy brush, launching it forward. "Go," he commanded. The brush flew towards the merman. As it passed by the creature, the merman let out a mournful wail and gradually dissipated into nothingness. With the merman dispersed, the backlash struck Yang Ying. Clutching her abdomen in agony, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite this, Yang Ying didn't hesitate. She pushed herself to her feet, her eyes fixed on Zhang Yin with a fierce determination. Once again, she began to channel her power, crimson energy coalescing in her hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin continued to unleash his azure energy attacks. Yang Ying nimbly dodged the incoming blasts. As they struck the cliff face, they detonated with violent force. In a desperate maneuver, she dove behind a large boulder for cover, but the relentless barrage of energy continued to pursue her. Seeing his opportunity, Zhang Yin materialized a sharp blade in his hand and lunged towards Yang Ying. Although she's injured, she remains calm and keeps moving, he thought. She's likely stalling for time, waiting for that senior brother, Li Shi mentioned. Does she think I'll just let her? He struck a powerful blow to Yang Ying's head. Standing over her unconscious form, he smirked. No wonder so many cultivators choose the path of physical power, he mused. With a divine weapon in hand and a superior cultivation technique for protection, one needn't worry about talismans or flying swords. Charging into battle, a single swing of the blade can end a life. Truly exhilarating. He sat down, looking at the unconscious Yang Ying. I considered taking a prisoner, he thought, but the techniques of demonic sect disciples are strange and unpredictable. Who knows if what she said was even true? If they have some sort of soul-tracking method, I'd only be inviting trouble. Better to just end it now. Stroking his chin, he pondered. From their conversation, it seems their master will arrive in half a month. This master can project a sliver of his soul across thousands of miles and control countless bright chi cultivators. His power must be terrifying. I wonder what realm he's in. The Tai Golden Tome states that its techniques only reach their full potential at the Azure Radiance realm. He knew he stood no chance against such a powerful opponent in his current state. Better to find a safe place to hide and focus on increasing my strength. He hoped to quickly master the techniques, and perhaps then he would have a fighting chance. In a place filled with jagged rocks, Li Wide appeared. Li Wide appeared majestically, looking ahead. Seeing him, the disciples of the sect immediately bowed their heads respectfully, greeting senior brother Li. At this moment, they brought forth a wretched-looking individual, and one of them stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully and saying, "This is the Bright Thuong sect disciple we captured. We brought him here specifically for senior brother to deal with." Hearing this, Li Wide immediately employed a secret technique, conjuring a giant hand that reached out and seized the Bright Thuong sect disciple. The hand then brought the captive before Li Wide. Seeing this, the terrified disciple squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to open them. Li Wide, seeing this, asked softly, "I ask you, how many people will come to the demonic abyss next time? What are their names? What are their abilities?" Held fast by the giant hand, the Bright Thuong sect disciple slightly opened his eyes to look at Li Wide and cursed. "You look like a walking corpse. You've clearly cultivated the blood origin technique, turning yourself into something neither human nor ghost. Do you think you're worthy of interrogating your grandpa Zhao? Just do it." Hearing this, Li Wide chuckled softly and said, "Not bad, you have some backbone. Then I shall grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the conjured hand tightened its grip, causing the Bright Thuong sect disciple to cry out in pain. Then, the hand closed completely. The fate of the Bright Thuong sect disciple was clear to everyone present. After crushing the Bright Thuong sect disciple, he turned to his fellow disciples below and said, "Master is refining the true demon, and I am assisting him. All of you, spread out and search. If you encounter any Bright Thuong sect disciples, report back immediately." Hearing this, the disciples below respectfully cupped their hands and replied, "Yes." With that, Li Wide employed his cultivation technique and departed. Zhang Yin, having witnessed all of this, thought to himself, under the control of the 10 great Taoist sects, the 6 great demonic sects have been very cautious in their actions for the past 100 years. Even many cruel and vicious cultivation techniques have been forbidden. The immortal and demonic sides have maintained a kind of balance. When referring to the cultivation sects in Donghua Chuan, they are collectively known as the 16 great sections. At this moment, he was sitting on a large rock, circulating his qi. Jade-colored energy continuously emanated from his body, enveloping him completely. At the same time, he pondered, recently, I've heard another theory circulating within the demonic sects. The 1,000-year demonic tribulation is approaching. The number of demons within the demonic abyss will continue to increase. and the locations of the other 4 demonic abysses, currently unknown, will gradually be revealed. Therefore, the sect master has decided to rapidly strengthen the sect in preparation for the demonic tribulation. Zhang Yin continued to think, if this is truly the case, it will completely shatter the current balance in Donghua Chuan, and a devastating war between the Taoist and demonic sides will be inevitable. He then raised his hands, circulating his qi, and energy continuously converged towards them. The demonic tribulation is also a human tribulation. The demonic heart is the human heart. With the rise of the tribulation of slaughter, isn't this an opportunity for cultivators like us? The ones who should truly be worried are probably only the Jiashuan Gate, who have always sought to maintain the status quo. He then consumed a medicinal pill, thinking to himself, these are all matters for the future. The current situation is that in order to maintain secrecy, they were able to enter the demonic abyss. Therefore, the Blood Spectre sect will definitely try every means to eliminate all Bright Thuong sect disciples here. They might even send people to guard the CI exit on that 15th day. If that happens, there will definitely be a bloody battle. After swallowing the spiritual pill, a stream of azure power immediately enveloped a golden Xian Guang above his head. Now, I have no other choice but to devote all my efforts to increasing my cultivation level. The jade-colored energy increasingly surrounded the Xian Guang, growing more and more intense. A moment later, the Xian Guang absorbed his power and erupted with a powerful light, finally condensing into a Xian Guang seed. He then gently moved the Xian Guang seed to his neck, thinking to himself, from now on, I just need to continuously refine and nurture it with cultivation techniques so it can grow, waiting until, even within his Qi seed, the light of this seed could brightly manifest. He would be able to enter the first level of Xian Guang, known as Lin Min So Chiu, initial illumination of the spiritual light. At this moment, above his head, various Xian Guang seeds appeared, floating gently. Seeing this, Zhang Yin thought to himself, with the Xian Guang seed, I can also transform sword qi to swirl and fly around my body. With this technique, even if I encounter powerful cultivators, if I can't defeat them, I can still escape far away and won't be caught like a sitting duck. Excellent. I've made good progress. I might as well seize this opportunity and refine all the Van Sa. The Jade Within world was truly wondrous. Now, Zhang Yin sat within a vortex of energy. He mused, this is the earth element Xian Guang seed. Unexpectedly, it can transform itself without needing Van Sa. Then, he gently raised his hand, condensing a surge of energy within it. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He gently placed his hand on his chin, lost in thought. The 5 elements mutually generate each other. After the metal seed condenses, it promotes the metal qi within, making the refinement of the water seed several minutes faster. Later, I'll continue using water qi to nourish the wood element, and the wood qi will in turn aid the fire element. After successfully forming these 4 qi types, they will activate all the remaining yuan essence. With nowhere else to go, it will naturally transform into the earth element. Therefore, it's evident that this last type doesn't require further use of Van Sa. It will naturally flow like a river. Zhang Yin continued to ponder. No wonder refining the Xian Guang seeds becomes faster and faster. So this is the reason. Then, a 7-colored halo enveloped his body, gently lifting him into the air. 5 types are complete. Once I enter the Xian Guang realm in the future, I can cultivate the 5 directions 5 elements Tai Xian True Light. Just then, he seemed to sense something and thought, could it be a Blood Spectre sect disciple? He then waved his hand, and a surge of water element energy enveloped his body. Instantly, Zhang Yin was enveloped by a current of water, carrying him to a nearby high cliff. Reaching the cliff, he looked down below and thought, so it's him. Below the cliff, Han Chi was surrounded by 3 people wielding weapons. Seeing him, they threatened, Han Chi, today we take your life. We are only following orders. Don't blame us. If you're willing to offer your neck willingly, we can grant your wish and allow your soul to depart on its own. Hearing this, Han Chi could only reply helplessly, so it was truly Father who sent you to deal with me. I thought he would leave me to die here on my own, in a desolate and remote place, with towering rocks densely packed and the sky unusually gloomy. Han Chi roared furiously towards Han Tonduk. Han Tonduk, I know you've disliked me since I was young, even trying to harm me multiple times. It was only thanks to Mother's repeated protection that I survived. He continued, but I don't understand why you must force me into a corner. Can you tell me why? Hearing this, Han Tong-duk replied, I won't hide it from you any longer. Back then, before you were even born, I invited a skilled fortune teller from the sect to read your fate. The divination revealed that you would bring harm to your father. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Han Chi's entire body trembled. He stammered, so it was just for this reason? Suddenly, he clutched his collar and burst into laughter. Then his expression turned furious, the veins on his forehead bulging as he roared. Han Chi, I swear to the heavens, if I don't die today, I will definitely destroy the Han clan. Han Chi continued to yell, Do it, Han Tong-duk! Zhang Yin remained on the cliff, witnessing everything. Then, all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. His expression darkened as he muttered to himself, Fine, I'll save you this once. He then poured his power into a set of white robes. With the situation hanging by a thread, Zhang Yin sent the robes flying towards them. Seeing this, Han Tong-duk stared blankly at the robes flying towards him. As the robes drew closer, Han Tong-duk and his subordinates paled, their faces ashen. They cried out, Not good! It's someone from the Blood Spectre sect. Run! With that, they abandoned Han Chi and fled for their lives. Han Chi watched their retreating figures in stunned silence. At that moment, Zhang Yin leaped down from the cliff, landing beside him. Zhang Yin approached him and whispered, Luckily, that Blood Spectre sect disciple had a set of their robes in his belongings. Are you all right? Han Chi, startled by Zhang Yan's sudden appearance, asked in bewilderment, Senior Brother Zhang, just now that was? Zhang Yin, noticing his confusion, looked at him and quietly asked, You know me? Han Chi immediately knelt before him, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Senior Brother, for saving my life. Zhang Yin turned to leave, saying, This open area is easily discovered. Brother Han, why don't you follow me inside? I have a few things I'd like to ask you. If Senior Brother has any questions, I will answer them truthfully. Inside a spacious cave, sharp rocks jutted out from the walls. Zhang Yin and Han Chi sat facing each other on a large boulder. Zhang Yin began, Since entering this demonic abyss, have you encountered Senior Brother Xiezong Yuan or any of the others? Han Chi replied, Of course. Not long after entering, we encountered members of the Blood Spectre sect. They had an incredibly powerful Blood Spectre. We were defeated and separated. He continued, That Blood Spectre, aside from its flickering, intangible form, looked exactly like a real person. Its true form is undoubtedly a core formation cultivator, without a doubt. He then looked at the medicinal pill Zhang Yin offered him, thinking, This is a qi replenishing pill. Hearing this, Zhang Yin murmured, It seems I can cultivate here for a while, and then, when the 15th eye of the sea opens, find a way to escape. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will take another 6 months to a year to reach the Xian Guang realm. I won't be in time to participate in the battle against the 3 whites. After consuming the spiritual pill, Han Chi's expression turned serious. He suddenly clenched his fists and looked earnestly at Zhang Yin. Senior Brother Zhang, I am deeply grateful for you saving my life. If you trust me, I will find a way to buy you 2 more months to aid your cultivation. Surprised, Zhang Yin asked, Oh, how will you do that, Brother Han? Han Chi retrieved a small bottle containing a pill. This is a Xian blood pill, refined by true person Ru Huang of the Blood Spectre sect. Years ago, my ancestor participated in the extermination of true person Ru Huang, and this Xian blood pill was taken from his corpse. This pill is completely useless to us, cultivators of the righteous path, but to disciples of the demonic sects, it's a supreme spiritual medicine. If a Blood Spectre sect expert sees this pill, they will undoubtedly swallow and refine it immediately, and it takes several months to fully absorb its power. He continued, This should buy you at least 2 months. Astonished, Zhang Yin asked, Brother Han, you carry a Xian blood pill with you? Could it be you have other plans? Han Chi's expression grew heavy as he looked at the pill bottle and spoke softly. I was injured in the womb, and my aptitude is insufficient. I have no hope of further progress on the path of righteous cultivation in this life. By chance, last year, I obtained a demonic sect scripture. If I join the demonic sects, perhaps I still have a sliver of hope of achieving enlightenment. This Xian blood pill is my offering for entry. Zhang Yin thought to himself, to switch to demonic cultivation, one must abandon all previously cultivated techniques and start anew, turning 2 or 3 decades of arduous cultivation into nothing overnight. Not many can bear such a decision. He then looked at Han Chi and asked, "Have you made up your mind, Brother Han?" Hearing this, Han Chi's passion ignited. He declared with conviction, "Senior Brother Zhang, you rose from humble beginnings to enter the outer sect and eventually become a true disciple. Such a feat is rare, occurring perhaps once a century. Though I, Han Chi, am not your equal, I possess the same burning ambition. How can I be content without trying?" Just then a voice echoed. I wondered who it could be. The voice drew Han Chi and Zhang Yan's attention towards the cave entrance. A figure emerged from the shadows, slowly approaching them. The voice continued, "So it's the little thief Zhang Yan. What tricks are you up to back here?" It was Han Tone Duk and his men. They entered the cave, Han Tone Duk smirking. "Han Chi," he said, "I advise you to surrender quietly and avoid further trouble." Han Chi stared, stunned. "Han Tone Duk," he shouted. From behind him, Zhang Yin calmly stated, "You left, only to return to your deaths?" Han Tone Duk burst into laughter. Then, with a sneer, he said, "Zhang Yin, you dare interfere in the Han family's affairs? No wonder Junior Brother Feng said you would become a scourge upon the world." It seems he wasn't entirely wrong, though he only got half of it right. If you die here today, naturally, there will be no further trouble. Zhang Yan's curiosity was piqued by the mention of Junior Brother Feng. Han Tone Duk bellowed, "My 2 junior brothers attack. Kill these 2, and Patriarch Ling Gong will reward us handsomely." Han Chi urgently warned, "Senior Brother Zhang, be careful. They are Feng Loi Xiao Guan Yunba and Zi Xing Hiuluo." Han Tone Duk must have been born with that Zi Xing Hiuluo. Where else could he have gotten it? Han Tone Duk's laughter grew even more arrogant. He taunted, "Han Chi, only now do you understand? Let me tell you the truth. Your mother died because she tried to steal the Xian blood pill and the cultivation technique. The first madam secretly informed the patriarch, who took the opportunity to eliminate her." Han Chi's face contorted with rage. He roared, "Han Tone Duk." Zhang Yin stepped forward, placing a hand on Han Chi's shoulder. He whispered, "Brother Han, you go. I'll handle this." Han Chi bowed respectfully. "Senior brother, I understand. My cultivation is weak. I cannot help and will only be a burden. Han Chi, am a man of my word. I made a promise to you, and I will find a way to fulfill it." With that, Han Chi fled, leaving Zhang Yin to face Han Tone Duk and his men. Trying to run? Han Tone Duk shouted. "Junior Brother Fu," he commanded, "stop him. Don't let him escape." The man in yellow robes lunged towards Han Chi, a frost-covered blade in his hand. But in a flash, he was sent flying back by Zhang Yan's technique. In that brief moment, Zhang Yan had swiftly taken down one of them. Han Tone Duk and the remaining disciple stared in disbelief for 5 long seconds. Han Tone Duk's face darkened as he realized the implications of Zhang Yan's swift kill. This Zhang Yan has condensed the Xian Guang seed and can freely manipulate his sword chi. He was targeting me from the start. I might have already been struck. He snapped at his stunned companion. "What are you standing there for? Unleash the Yin Ju He." The disciple immediately unleashed the Yin Ju He technique, a surge of power hurtling toward Zhang Yan. At that moment, Han Tone Duk released a cloud of white smoke and darted forward, engulfing Zhang Yan in a blinding mist. Moments later, Zhang Yan was enveloped in a dense fog. Han Tone Duk and his remaining disciple hovered above him. Han Tone Duk spoke. "Zhang Yan, with your sword chi, you could have transformed into light and escaped. I wouldn't have been able to touch you. But now," he continued, a cruel smile twisting his lips, "surrounded by this fog, you're trapped in a net of heaven and earth. Where can you possibly run?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin calmly tossed out a tortoise shell, murmuring, "You think you can stop me with this?" He paused, then added with quiet confidence, "I've finished speaking." As his words faded, the tortoise shell was enveloped in a greenish, spectral aura, swelling to an enormous size. Then, the shell unfolded, creating a protective green barrier around him, deflecting the surging attack of the Yin Ju He technique. In that instant, he planted his right foot firmly on the ground, using it as leverage, and hurled a massive weapon directly at the 2 brothers, Han Tone Duk and his disciple. Zhang Yan's attack was precise and deadly, aimed squarely at their faces. Han Tone Duk cried out in shock. "What?" The impact sent him and his companion plummeting from the fog like fallen birds. Zhang Yin reached out, catching the falling weapon. A slight smile played on his lips as he said, "Another trophy." Seeing this, Han Tone Duk's face paled. He stared at Zhang Yin, his expression hardening with fear. Choosing discretion over valor, he turned and fled. Zhang Yin immediately gave chase, utilizing the Xian Guang seed. The Xian Guang seed quickly closed the distance. Han Tone Duk, seeing this, quickly grabbed a silk ribbon, creating a dense screen of smoke as he continued to run. When the Xian Guang seed collided with the smoke, it was repelled. Knowing this wouldn't hold Zhang Yin back for long, he glanced back desperately as he ran, shouting, "Zhang Yin, there's no bad blood between us. Why are you pushing me so hard? Let me go, and I'll be forever grateful. If I fight back, you won't be able to defeat me." At that moment, the Xian Guang seed, moving with the speed of light, shot towards him, piercing through Han Tone Duk's body in a flash. He collapsed to the ground, the silk ribbon fluttering in the air. Zhang Yin calmly reached out and caught it, murmuring, "This is more suited for a female immortal. I should bring it back as a gift for a certain Dao companion." The scene shifted to Vu Ka Sa, a surge of energy following him into a cave where a group of people waited. Inside the cave, Han Chi knelt alongside Li Wide. Li Wide clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Master, I have successfully completed the mission and brought him here." Vu Ka Sa looked at Han Chi and said, "You are Han Chi of the Van Lam Han clan?" Han Chi bowed respectfully, replying, "Yes, Senor, I am Chi." Vu Ka Sa looked at Han Chi with a strange smile. "Good, you truly have a handsome countenance. Our Blood Spectre sect has always welcomed new disciples. If you wish to take me as your master, I will not refuse." Han Chi immediately replied, "Disciple greets master." Vu Ka Sa gently raised a hand. "There's no need for formalities. Rise. Currently, I am merely a projection of blood essence, so a formal ceremony is inconvenient. For now, I will accept you as a nominal disciple. We will hold the official ceremony when you meet my true body. What do you think?" Han Chi responded, "As master wishes." Li Wide chuckled softly. "Master and junior brother Han are so close at first meeting. He wanted to join our sect. He even offered a Xian blood pill and immediately sent a message talisman to you, master. You didn't delay for even a moment." Li Wide hastily grabbed his shoulder and said, "Wide, master is speaking. It's not your place to interrupt. Step back." Vu Ka Sa glanced mildly at Li Wide and said gently, "It's all right. Wide has performed a meritorious service. Du Wei Duk, there's no need to rebuke him so harshly." Li Wide replied, "Yes, master." Then he approached Li Wide and said in a low voice, "Tonight, you will depart immediately and personally escort junior brother Han here. This matter is of great importance, and no mistakes can be made. Do you understand?" Li Wide said, "If I'm not here, I fear my fellow disciples will struggle to withstand the attacks from the Min Thuong sect disciples." He replied, "Don't worry. They've been frightened by me and won't dare to approach. Just avoid provoking them these next few days. You only need to bring junior brother Han here, and I will send someone to meet you. Try to return within 15 days. Remember that," he continued, "the soul within my blood spectre is being corroded by the blood fire and can't hold on much longer. The Five Fires divine weapon truly lives up to its reputation as a mystical artifact. Be careful if you ever encounter it." Having said this, he transformed into a plume of red smoke and drifted away. Li Wide remained behind, murmuring softly, "Du Wei Duk obeys master's command." After Vu Ka Sa departed, Li Du Wei Dan approached Li Wide and said, "So, elder brother, have I made a great contribution this time?" Li Du Wei Duk frowned and replied, "Du Wei Dan, while I'm away, you must hold back the Min Thuong sect disciples. Absolutely none of them can escape. Otherwise, the deaths of our previous disciples will have been truly in vain." Li Du Wei Dan chuckled softly and said, "Understood. Don't worry, elder brother. Now, quickly send junior brother Han on his way. Don't keep master waiting." Li Du Wei Duk stepped forward, grasped Han Chi's shoulder, and said, "Junior brother Han, let's go." With that, he and Han Chi transformed into plumes of red smoke and left the cave. A colossal dragon-headed ship hovered in the air, a magnificent and spacious palace resting upon its deck. Zhang Yin appeared there, conversing with Lu Tao and Xiezong Yuan. Lu Tao spoke first. "Senior brother Zhang, you are truly fortunate. In just a few days, you've cultivated the Xian Guang seed. It seems you'll reach the Xian Guang realm in less than a year." Zhang Yin replied, "That day, I went down to the sea, but didn't encounter any of you senior brothers. Instead, I was pursued by 2 disciples of the Blood Spectre sect and forced to hide in a secluded cave. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an excellent place for cultivation. After a few days of cultivating there, I emerged and successfully condensed the Xianguang seed. It was quite fortunate indeed. Xie Zhongyuan exclaimed. It wasn't just luck. Clearly, senior brother's opportunity has arrived. Others can only envy you. Lu Tao, sitting beside him, added, These past few days we've been constantly hiding, evading the pursuing disciples of the Blood Spectre sect. Although we're safe from pursuit aboard the Dragon Tooth flying ship, we've been on edge the entire time, unable to fully focus on our cultivation. He glanced at Zhang Yin and thought to himself, Senior brother Zhang was able to cultivate in peace, even condensing the Xianguang seed. His mental fortitude is far greater than ours. No wonder he could become a direct disciple. Xie Zhenwen looked at Zhang Yin and said softly, Senior brother Zhang, given the current situation, when the sea opens in 15 months, if we want to escape the demonic abyss, I fear there will be a bloody battle. Zhang Yin replied, but as long as one of us breaks through this battle, it will be considered a victory. Lu Tao stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment and then said, Indeed, the reason the Blood Spectre sect disciples want to kill us is simply to conceal the news of the demonic abyss's opening. As long as one of us gets out and reports this to the sect, they will surely dispatch powerful experts here. If the Blood Spectre sect cultivators still refuse to leave, their fate is easily imagined. Xie Zhongyuan added, That makes sense. But, as senior brother Zhang suggested, who among us is the most suitable to go out? Zhang Yin gently raised 3 fingers and said, This isn't something I can decide. If everyone wants to go out, then no one will be able to. But if we focus all our efforts on getting 1 to 3 people out first, there's still hope. Xie Zhongyuan asked in bewilderment. But this isn't something we can decide either. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Fang Zhun entered the study, followed by a group of sect disciples. He declared, Without senior brother Fang's 5 fires divine weapon clearing the way, who can say for certain they can escape? As Fang Zhun stepped into the study, he immediately recognized Zhang Yin and said, Senior brother Zhang, you're a direct disciple. You should be the first to go out. Zhang Yin chuckled softly and replied, Senior brother Fang, why would you say that? I certainly won't go. The sect disciple standing behind Fang Zhun stared at him in astonishment, exclaiming, What? Zhang Yin continued, As a direct disciple, I usually enjoy a comfortable life within the sect. Now, facing danger, how could I abandon my fellow disciples? There's no such principle in this world. Fang Zhun glared at him resentfully, thinking, Is this Zhang Yin alluding to the time I fled from Little Wolf Mountain? At this moment, Zhang Yin also paused, thinking, the demonic abyss is rich in spiritual energy, truly a blessed land for cultivation. With Han Chi's assistance, it will take at least another month for nascent soul cultivators to reach this place. If Xianguang cultivators come, I could just find another place to hide. Then his expression darkened. I don't believe they can find me in such a vast demonic abyss. I absolutely won't leave this place until I reach the Xianguang realm. Just then, Feng Ming also appeared, clutching his chest and groaning. Lu Tao gestured towards Xie Zhongyuan and said, Actually, in my opinion, we should let senior brother Xie go out first. Fang Zhun stepped in front of him and said sarcastically, Lu Tao, I remember you came from humble beginnings. Since when did you become the Xie family's vanguard? Lu Tao replied, Let's stick to the facts. I have my reasons for saying this. There's no need for senior brother Fang to mock me. Fang Zhun retorted, Fine, then I want to hear your reasoning. Tell me. Xie Zhongyuan, standing beside them, interjected, Junior brother Lu, I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Lu Tao responded, Senior brother Xie, you're a disciple of the Xie family. Reporting the situation here to the sect, even if the sect's response is delayed, you can still request powerful experts from your clan to rescue us. Therefore, only if you go out can we be at ease. No one else is suitable. Lu Tao continued, This is senior brother Zhao Zhen's calm incense boat. Our lives are entrusted to him. He then handed a calm incense boat to Xie Zhongyuan. Upon seeing this, Xie Zhongyuan turned to Fang Zhun and asked, Senior brother Fang, what do you think? Fang Zhun replied, Senior brother Xie, just take it. Lu Tao's words make sense. Fang Zhun continued, However, it's not ideal for senior brother Xie to leave the demonic abyss alone. In my opinion, junior brother Feng and elder Sun's disciples should also be considered. What do you all think? Feng Ming looked bewildered. Senior brother Feng Yu? Feng Zhen immediately placed his hand on Feng Ming's shoulder and said, I have the 5 Fires divine weapon. What's there to fear? You can go with peace of mind. Feng Ming said, Senior brother, why don't you go first? Zhang Yin then spoke up. Junior brother Feng is exceptionally talented and has a boundless future. He shouldn't lose his life here so easily. I agree with this. At that moment, Chen Ming entered. Xie Zongyun looked surprised. Then Madam Chen Ming replied wearily, I'm deeply grateful for everyone's care these past few days. I came to the demonic abyss to find my husband. Since I haven't found him yet, I naturally won't leave. Xie Zongyun happily accepted the calm incense boat that Lu Tao offered, saying, all right, let's settle on this. We'll proceed with this plan in 5 days. He then turned to everyone, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, if I, Xie Zongyun, can escape the demonic abyss, I will certainly not let you down. A voice drifted in from the hallway. I've come tonight to ask for your help, senior brother. It turned out to be Xie Zongyun, arriving at Zhang Yan's meditation chamber. Zhang Yan gestured towards him and said, Senior brother, there's no need for formalities. Speak your mind. Xie Zongyun looked at Zhang Yan and began, Senior brother Zhang, you know the battle 5 days from now will be perilous. There's no telling how many of us will survive. I have a junior whose parents passed away when she was young. I've always taken care of her. He then handed Zhang Yan a jade pendant and continued, if I perish in this battle, I'd like to ask you to pass this on to her. Zhang Yan, understanding the entrustment, turned to Lu Tao and said, Junior brother Lu, I may remain in this demonic abyss with no chance of rebirth. Life and death are uncertain. Wouldn't it be more fitting for senior brother Xie to hold on to this? Lu Tao smiled and replied, I come from humble origins. My family declined long ago. It was only at the age of 50, when Master took me in, that I was able to cultivate on a mortal island. He continued, my junior possesses exceptional talent. Master once said that no one in the entire Fur Island is qualified to be your teacher. Lu Tao added, I hear senior brother is a disciple highly regarded by true person Sun Jian, and you also have a connection with senior brother Ning. Ning Chonghuayan is a direct disciple of Dean Shu, who is of the same generation as the sect leader and the grand ancestor, and has extensive connections. If senior brother could put in a good word for her, perhaps she could find a suitable teacher. Zhang Yin pondered for a moment, then slowly said, if I can safely escape this battle, I will help you deliver this jade pendant, junior brother. As for other matters, it depends on fate. Lu Tao said joyfully, then many thanks, senior brother. I am deeply grateful. The 15th day of the 11th month, the hour of the snake. The exit of the demonic abyss was in a state of slight chaos. An exquisitely carved wooden boat, emanating a powerful aura, emerged from the exit. Seeing this, Li Wide thought to himself, they've arrived. He then waved his hand, ordering his subordinates behind him to test the abilities of these Mingshang sect cultivators. 2 of his subordinates cast spells, and behind each of them appeared a tall, muscular spirit with a fierce countenance. One of them said, we just need to stall for a little time. Once our eldest brother, Li Du Wei Dan, returns to deal with these people, it will be as easy as flipping a hand. Under their control, the 2 spirits flew menacingly towards the boat, ready to attack. Zhang Yin coldly waved his hand, unleashing a strange green force. Seeing this, Feng Jin couldn't resist either. From his palm erupted a surge of purple power. Though not as intense or fervent, it was enough to obliterate the 2 spirits, causing them to shriek in agony. Witnessing this scene, Li Due Dan was filled with rage and frustration. He cursed, and as a result, one of his subordinates coughed up a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Li Due Dan sighed. Impressive. No wonder eldest brother warned us to be careful. One careless mistake and a disciple is dead. In a direct confrontation, without eldest brother here, it would be truly difficult to stop them. Zhang Yin withdrew his power and turned to Xie Zongyuan, saying, Senior brother Xie, it seems their nascent soul and Xian Guang cultivators aren't present. We can risk a fight. Xie Zongyuan asked doubtfully. How can you be so sure? Zhang Yin slowly explained his reasoning. If they were here, they wouldn't need to adopt such a defensive posture. Xie Zongyuan didn't respond. Instead, he smiled and clasped his hands towards Feng Zhen, saying, This smoke seems rather unusual. Senior brother Feng, You'll have to clear the way with your 5 fires divine weapon. Fang Zhen crossed his arms and frowned, replying, understood. With that said, Fang Zhen immediately unleashed his 5 fires divine weapon scroll. A golden circle appeared, surrounded by a mystical purple aura. Feeling it was sufficient, he launched his attack, shouting, "Protect me!" Fang Zhen continued to command, "Brothers behind me, advance!" From his hand erupted a surge of purple power that spread forward, blooming like fireworks, yet turbulent and dangerous. Seeing this, Li Duwei Dan sneered, unafraid. He thought to himself, "I've buried a spirit-gathering jade disc beneath the rocks and sand here. It can continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and supply it to this magical treasure." Li Duwei Dan, unable to restrain himself any longer, began to act. He threw the artifact in his hand into the air, summoning power as he thought. As long as the main banner isn't destroyed and the one holding it remains alive, even if the other banners are broken, they can be recondensed at any time. Lu Tao had a vague sense that something wasn't right. He wondered the time for the sea to activate is drawing closer and closer. But without dispelling this dense fog, who would dare to rush in blindly? Who knows what other deadly traps are hidden within? Zhang Yin turned to Fang Zhen and asked, "Senior Brother Fang, based on your observation just now, with a full-powered strike, how many of those banners can you blow away?" Fang Zhen replied, "There are 36 banners in total. If I attack with my full strength head-on, I should be able to take out no less than 18. Zhang Yin seemed quite satisfied with Fang Zhen's answer. Looking at the situation, he said, "So, you can blow away half of them. That's enough." Xie Zongyuan, seeing this, asked, "Senior Brother Zhang, do you have a plan?" Zhang Yin pointed and explained, "Senior Brother Xie, just now, when Senior Brother Fang's attack dispersed a small corner of the fog, I vaguely saw someone holding a large banner in the center. This person waved the banner, and then the fog gathered again. He must be the key figure in this formation. We must find a way to kill him." Fang Zhen chuckled and said, "Junior Brother Zhang, that person is deep within the fog. To reach him, we'd have to disperse the fog first. If we could do that, why would we still be standing here?" Lu Tao asked Zhang Yin, "Senior Brother Zhang, do you have a solution?" Zhang Yin replied, "I think this fog might not be entirely useless to us. If Senior Brother Fang's divine weapon scroll can disperse it again, I might be able to use my sword to travel through the gap in that brief moment before the fog closes in and kill that person." Fang Zhen was startled by Zhang Yan's decision. He hesitantly asked, "Zhang, Junior Brother Zhang, have you thought this through? If you fail after entering, we won't be able to save you." Zhang Yin smiled, his eyes gleaming with a spark of hope. "Of course, I've thought it through. Currently, their Xian Guang realm cultivators are not present. If we don't take this chance, once they return, we might not even have this opportunity." Sensing his resolve, Fang Zhen burst into laughter. "Good. Since Junior Brother Zhang has such courage, Fang Zhen, will not back down." He then declared proudly towards the enemy, "Today, I'll let you witness the true power of my 5 fires divine weapon scrolls formation." Suddenly, the boat shook violently, and a strong wind arose. A massive swirling column of water appeared. Xie turned and announced to everyone, "The sea has opened." Water poured down, drenching everyone. Lu Tao struggled to speak to him. "Senior Brother Xie, you and Junior Brother Feng should take this opportunity to board the fragrant sinking boat. What Senior Brother Zhang is about to do, he must be confident in. Once the formation is broken," he continued, "don't hesitate. Use all your strength to jump into the water column and follow the current to escape the demonic abyss." Xie Zongyuan replied firmly, "Understood." Meanwhile, Zhang Yin said to Fang Zhen, "Senior Brother Fang, prepare to strike." He immediately began to act, summoning the power of the 5 fires divine weapon scroll, seemingly even fiercer and more potent than before. Purple power surged and swirled around the enormous golden circle, creating a scene of utter chaos. Li Duwei Dan, clutching the banner, watched all of this unfold, his heart gripped by terror. Feeling the power had reached its peak, Fang Zhen thrust both hands forward, directing the 5 fires divine weapon scroll towards the dense fog, roaring, "Open!" Purple light erupted from within the golden circle, tearing a path through the fog straight to the center, where Li Duwei Dan stood, banner in hand. Struck by the attack, he was severely weakened, but still struggled to his feet, waving the banner, desperately trying to restore the dispersed fog. Zhang Yin narrowed his eyes, focusing intently, thinking now. From the fragrant sinking boat above, two intense beams of green light shot towards the dissipating fog. But at that very moment, a streak of crimson light suddenly appeared, flying towards them with terrifying speed. Lu Tao cried out in alarm. No, that Xian Guang cultivator has returned. Seeing the blazing red light, Li Duwei Dan breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming joyfully, "Big brother is back." His subordinates echoed his sentiment. "Senior brother, Li has returned." In that instant, the green light continued its trajectory. Li Zuizhen was uta Li Stun, unable to comprehend what was happening before he was struck by the powerful force. His subordinates watched the scene in disbelief. Madame Chen suddenly realized something important. "Look," she said, "the fog is gone." Lu Tao turned to Xie Zongyuan. "Senior brother Xie, go quickly. Senior brother Zhang has succeeded." Then, a golden light merged with the swirling column of water. Fang Zhen frowned, watching the distant boat speeding towards the vortex. Do the Blood Soul sect disciples have no contingency plan? He wondered. Xie Zongyuan, unaware he was rushing towards potential doom, had no desire to share Fang Zhen's fate. The boat collided with the outer edges of the swirling vortex, but miraculously, it wasn't pulled in. The vortex continued to rage, but the boat, somehow, had escaped. Fang Zhen, utterly astonished, blurted out, "They actually managed to get out like that." He leaned against the railing, looking down at the people below, then back at the escaping boat. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. "Damn it, I overthought it," he mused. "If I had seized the opportunity just then, I might have been able to charge out as well. But now," the thought made him grind his teeth in frustration. Fang Zhen flew towards the front of the boat. One of the men shouted, "Follow me. We'll break through." Lu Tao, seeing this, cried out in shock. "Fang, senior brother Fang." The original plan of the Bright Commerce sect was for Xie and Feng to escape, which they had achieved. They should have retreated immediately, avoiding direct confrontation with the Blood Soul sect disciples, especially the Xian Guang realm cultivator, and waited patiently for reinforcements from the Bright Commerce sect. Remaining in the demonic abyss was incredibly dangerous, but escaping now offered a glimmer of hope for survival, a temptation that proved too strong for Fang Zhen and the others to resist, given the ease with which Xie Zhongyin and Feng Ming had departed. Fang Zhen, casting a spell, conjured a golden circle. "This is a matter of life and death," he thought. "If that Xian Guang cultivator catches up, we won't be able to escape." Those present cried out in astonishment. He charged forward, his face filled with confidence. Suddenly, a red thread flew towards him. It pierced his hand effortlessly, bringing him to a startled halt. The red thread began to wrap around his hand, and he cried out in pain. Clutching his injured arm, Fang Zhen looked towards the figure ahead. The one who had inflicted this injury upon Fang Zhen's arm was none other than Li Duwei Dan. He glared at Fang Zhen, and their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Fang Zhen's three remaining companions adopted offensive stances, roaring as they charged forward in unison. Li Duwei Dan closed his eyes for a brief moment, unleashing a surge of potent power. With an unnerving agility, he effortlessly evaded their attacks, leaving them stunned. This was the overwhelming strength of a Xian Guang cultivator. Without the protection of a top-tier magical treasure, a Ming Qi cultivator caught in the sweep of a Xian Guang attack would be utterly annihilated, their very souls scattered into oblivion. Terror gripped Fang Zhen's companions, and they turned to flee, but escape was not so easily achieved. Li Duwei Dan pointed a finger at one of the fleeing figures. "Trying to run?" he said sternly, unleashing another crimson thread. The thread shot towards the man's back, inflicting a searing pain. Protected by a defensive armor, he managed to momentarily break free from Li Duwei Dan's grasp. Li Duwei Dan scoffed. "You think a mere piece of protective armor can save you?" He swiftly invoked a spell, conjuring a pair of enormous spectral hands. The spectral hands seized Fang Zhen's companion, a look of pure terror etched onto his face. Li Duwei Dan ascended into the air, an aura of dark energy swirling around him. The spectral hands, their razor-sharp claws extended, prepared to deliver the killing blow. But against all odds, the attack failed to connect. The man, somehow, managed to slip through the spectral grasp and escape. Just then, Fang Zhen's golden circle plummeted towards the ground. It then abruptly shot upwards, flying directly into the swirling vortex, accompanied by a surge of golden energy. Li Duwei-Dan watched, a thought forming in his mind. That man must be protected by a powerful cultivator, he mused, which is why his primordial spirit wasn't destroyed. Dismissing Fang Zhen for the moment, he turned his attention back to the escaping boat. Seeing Madame Chen still lingering, Lu Tao shouted, "Madame Chen, hurry!" The boat was now a considerable distance away, but Li Duwei-Dan surged forward, launching his crimson thread in a desperate attack. The thread struck the boat, bringing it to a sudden halt. It pierced through the chests of both Lu Tao and Madame Chen, their faces contorted in shock and pain. Zhang Yin landed on the deck. Before him were two cloaked figures, their forms obscured, only the crimson threads visible around them. He unleashed his Xian bird divinity, but it was swiftly shattered. In one hand, he held a command token of some kind, and in the other, a spherical object resembling a tortoise shell. The tortoise shell projected a protective barrier, shielding him from the outside world. Within its confines, Zhang Yin observed the cloaked figures with a grim expression. The crimson threads advanced, emitting a sizzling sound as they approached. The two ends of the thread inched closer to his barrier, but Zhang Yan's expression remained remarkably calm. He raised the command token, closing his eyes as he began to chant. The boat lurched forward once more. Li Duwei-Dan watched from behind as the boat gradually pulled away. His eyes burned with fury. Gnashing his teeth, he addressed his fallen disciple. "Rest assured, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will avenge you." 16 days later, aboard the Dragon Tooth airship, Zhang Yin sat in his cabin, cultivating. He slowly opened his eyes. "Again," he murmured. Stepping outside, he surveyed the scene before him. 16 days, he thought. 16 days of relentless pursuit. He watched as a figure rapidly approached. "It seems he won't give up until I'm dead." Li Duwei-Dan had appeared once more, resorting to his familiar tactic, unleashing his crimson thread. Zhang Yin launched two flying swords, his mind racing. "I don't understand. It's been well past the 12th hour. The Eye of the Sea should have opened again. The Bright Spear sect should have sent reinforcements, or at the very least, someone to investigate. But there's been nothing, no one." His swords clashed fiercely against the crimson thread. Zhang Yan's thoughts continued to churn. "These past few days fighting this man, I've learned something about his bloodline. It actively devours anything with a spirit or spiritual energy. Flesh and blood nourish it, but high-grade magical artifacts drain its energy." A plan formed. With a confident smirk, Zhang Yin unleashed a torrent of high-grade magical artifacts. "I may lack other things," he thought, "but I have an abundance of flying sword treasures. Now that I have the Star Spirit Sword Ring, I have no need for these." Li Duwei-Dan watched in astonishment. Such extravagance. He's using lower-grade spirit artifacts as mere obstacles, and they just keep coming endless, like discarded scraps of metal. He gasped, exhaustion creeping in. "Even so," Li Duwei-Dan roared, "Brat, I will kill you." After the clash, Zhang Yan's mind continued to work. With a treasure airship, there's truly no need to fear any enemy. He sat, hands resting on his knees. "I've accumulated enough Xian Guang," he mused, "but why can't I break through that final barrier?" Closing his eyes in contemplation, a thought struck him. Could it be divine intent? A new idea blossomed. The Seven Loves Golden Scripture emphasizes metal and fire, elements of resolute will and courageous advancement. Yet these past days, I've hidden within the Dragon Tooth airship, constantly retreating. It seemed dangerous, but I remained safe. With an escape route always available, I couldn't ignite the necessary life or death struggle within me. This doesn't align with divine intent. No wonder I can't achieve true unity with the Xian Guang. I can't create the necessary ripple, so that final step remains incomplete. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's eyes snapped open, understanding dawning. His path lay in confronting adversity, in forging ahead. Destruction before creation. He had reached the point where he could only find life by embracing death. With newfound resolve, he called out, "Su Yayin, are you there?" The green jade pendant in his hand glowed. Su Yayin appeared, bowing low. "Master." What are your commands? Seeing Su Yiyan's translucent form, Zhang Yin let out a startled gasp. Su Yiyan hastily knelt, pouring out his gratitude. Thanks to Master bringing me here, I've reached this state. I am eternally grateful. He raised a hand, rubbing his head sheepishly. This place, shielded from the sun and brimming with energy for a soul like mine, it's incredibly nourishing. My damaged spirit has been steadily recovering. Zhang Yin crossed his arms, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. It seems your opportunity has arrived. Listen closely. I need to attempt a breakthrough. There can be no mistakes. You will monitor the outside, observe carefully. Understood? Su Yiyan's eyes welled with tears of joy. He lunged forward, clutching Zhang Yan's arm. Master, why have you only now given me a chance to serve? I've been longing for an opportunity to prove my worth. Today I can finally hold my head high. I will work diligently, without a single lapse. A wry, yet affectionate smile touched Zhang Yan's lips. This boy, he's become quite the little wife, hasn't he? The boat continued forward, piercing through the dark and perilous cave. Zhang Yin swiftly leaped from the boat onto the ground below. His expression grim. He thought to himself, this time, I've truly burned my bridges, sunk my own ship. Under the immense pressure, an aura of energy seemed to emanate from him. He continued his internal monologue. In 3 to 5 days at most, that Xian Guang cultivator from the Blood Soul sect will catch up. If I can't break through this bottleneck, my soul will be scattered. Su Yiyan pointed in a direction, asking curiously, Master, there are so many demons around here. I wonder if I can touch them? Zhang Yin calmly replied, they are unclaimed. Do as you wish. Cultivate on your own. There's no need to ask me. After confirming that his own form was growing larger, Su Yiyan snatched an demon with one hand. Zhang Yin observed this with a hint of puzzlement. Clutching 2 demons, Su Yiyan began to explain, originally, demons have no form, no substance. They are born from the essence of the netherworld. Ordinary cultivators avoid them like the plague, but for a soul body like myself, they are incredibly nourishing. Within the demonic path, there are methods to sever the physical body and cultivate the soul, but such practices are extremely dangerous. However, I was once an open meridian cultivator, so my primordial spirit is not something ordinary people can compare to. His expression remained impassive as he continued. In any case, cultivating within a demonic abyss is a privilege reserved only for the chief disciples of the demonic sects. Although this is just a small demonic abyss, it cannot compare to a true demonic eye. It is still comparable to an ordinary cultivation cave. The demonic energy here is especially unique. As he spoke, he brought the demon in his hand to his mouth, ignoring its struggles. Zhang Yin remained silent, recalling Han Qi's earlier words. If you rely on the demonic path, you might have a sliver of a chance at achieving enlightenment. He pondered this silently. The demonic path. A drop of water condensed on a stalactite, hanging from the cave ceiling, and fell. Zhang Yin focused his mind on cultivation, his body radiating a faint golden energy. Su Yiyan, while biting into the demon, warned, Master, he's coming. Waiting for a response that didn't come, he waved his hand urgently, repeating his warning, Master, he's here. He's here. Zhang Yin, deeply focused, murmured to himself, right now, the Xian Guang occupies my mind like a stagnant pool. I must stir this Xian Guang, ignite the spark of Ling Xing within it. He encouraged himself. These initial steps are the hardest. It's not that I'm stagnating, but rather I haven't reached the required level. Like adding fuel to a fire or smelting iron into liquid, I must have patience. Hidden within a large pit, Su Yiyan pointed a finger forward, his face etched with fear. He continued to warn, Master, he's here, right in front of us. Li Dui Dan appeared swiftly, hovering in midair. Suspicion clouded his thoughts. This is clearly a dead zone. That cunning wretch has always been slippery, escaping me easily in our previous encounters. Why would he suddenly trap himself here? Is he playing some trick? Below, Zhang Yin sensed the disturbance and thought, a powerful enemy at the door. The crucial moment has arrived. Whether I succeed or fail depends entirely on this. He clasped his hands together, and a fierce energy erupted around him, burning like flames. Following this, powerful electrical currents, formed a protective layer around him. The two energies intertwined, merging into a single, unified force, pulsating with incredible power. Finally, Zhang Yin opened his eyes, gazing straight ahead with unwavering confidence. He had grasped the first level of Xian Guang, the initial illumination. Then, a powerful and fierce surge of energy, possessing immense power, enveloped Zhang Yan's body. He began to utter arcane words. Azure clarity illuminates the heart. The ancestral body becomes enlightened. The singular light casts off the mortal form. With an air of supreme confidence, Zhang Yin continued the incantation. Golden wind arises, fierce fire dances. Xian Guang manipulates the void, fist of blood clouds. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted outwards. Li Duwei Dan, startled, hastily formed a protective hand to resist the onslaught, his body slowly retreating. But Li Duwei Dan's power was insufficient. His strength was swiftly neutralized. Zhang Yin slowly emerged from the surging energy. He gazed straight ahead, brimming with confidence. Seeing this, Li Duwei Dan couldn't help but cry out in shock. Xian Guang. He thought furiously. This junior was clearly just a Ming-Chi realm cultivator. How could he transform into a Xian Guang cultivator in the blink of an eye, with a cultivation level identical to my own? Zhang Yin gently waved his hand, unleashing an unbelievably fierce surge of energy. He spoke, Blood Soul Sect cultivator, you have pursued me for days. I will use you to test the might of my Xian Guang, and, in doing so, vent the frustrations in my heart. As he finished speaking, the colossal wave of energy hurtled forward. Li Duwei Dan could only form a defensive hand to resist. But the disparity in power was too great, and he was quickly overwhelmed, his body forced back. Li Duwei Dan questioned in disbelief. Impossible. This wretch has only just cultivated Xian Guang. How can he be this powerful? He roared in indignation. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Simultaneously, a silver ring emerged from his palm. The ring gradually expanded, spinning rapidly and generating immense power. Suddenly, a small sphere of energy materialized within Zhang Yan's body and flew forward. He seemed to grasp a profound truth, thinking to himself, I've heard that the Xian Guang within the Tai E Golden Book, once cultivated, can rival even flying sword magic treasures. I wonder if it's true. Then Zhang Yin muttered, I must test it. He extended his hand, unleashing a burst of fierce flames, which hurtled forward, striking the spinning silver ring. In an instant it shattered, seeing his ultimate move destroyed in a flash. Li Duwei Dan was stunned. He thought, I wonder what supreme cultivation method this wretch has practiced. His Xian Guang, newly formed, is already this powerful. This kind of Xian Guang has truly unleashed the ultimate power of the gold and fire duality. There's no need to employ any other techniques in battle. He hastily chose the best course of action, escape. He continued his internal monologue. To continue fighting would be foolish. Zhang Yin, however, would not let him go. A sinister smile played on his lips, and he unleashed a torrent of raging flames towards the fleeing Li Duwei Dan. Then, Zhang Yin instantly appeared before him, extending his index finger, preparing to strike. Li Duwei Dan could only conjure a weak barrier to protect himself. Zhang Yan's overwhelming power enveloped him. Covered in wounds, he began to curse. You wretch! You dare toy with me? A true man would rather die than be humiliated. With that, Li Duwei Dan, without hesitation, charged towards the danger. Seeing this, Zhang Yin was pleased and indulged him, saying, Very well. Since you wish to die, I will grant your request. He struck forward, instantly obliterating all that remained. Zhang Yin stood there, his face impassive, thinking to himself, the Blood Soul Sect cultivator, the Bright Spear Sect disciples, Lu Tao, Feng Jin, and even that Madame Chun whose full name I never learned, they have all been reduced to dust. Witnessing so much unfold, he silently mused to himself, the great Tao of longevity is truly heartless. The path of cultivation is long, and the road to the great Tao has only just begun. Here concludes the Demonic Abyss, Eye of the Sea chapter of the Great Tao Contention. In the next chapter, witness the conquest of the three factions and the resurgence of the blade and strife. The jade stone in Zhang Yan's hand emitted a mystical azure light. The energy within the jade rapidly depleted, shattering it into fragments. He sat in meditative cultivation, a colossal pillar of light emanating from his back. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, gradually drawing closer. Another jade stone appeared in his hand. This time, Zhang Yin absorbed its power through the space between his eyebrows. He stood, exhaling slowly, and murmured, "This is the Xian Guang sword ring control technique recorded within the true origin sword scripture, known as the divided light union and separation method. In combat, this technique allows the sword light to divide and wound the enemy. 2 become 3, 3 become 1,000, 1,000 become 10,000, until ultimately returning to the source. Each mode of Stardust can be considered a sword ring. However, to master its use, one must slowly refine the sword rings with Xian Guang, absorbing them into the body to fuse with one's own Xian Guang. Currently, using it is still somewhat forced. His hands clasped behind his back, he gazed towards a distant mountain peak. Today was the 12th day of the 12th month. In 3 days, Zhang Yin could borrow the power of the revolving water river island within the demonic abyss to return to the Dragon Abyss Great Marsh. However, he still couldn't understand why there had been no response from the Bright Spear sect. Zhang Yin pondered, not to mention the other fellow disciples trapped here. I am a direct disciple of the sect. After learning of this, they absolutely wouldn't stand idly by. Moreover, once senior brother Chu learns of this, even if he cannot come himself, he would surely dispatch other experts to rescue me. The most likely scenario is that Xiezong Yuan and the others encountered trouble along the way, preventing them from delivering the news to the sect. He resigned himself, thinking, well, I've finally reached a place abundant with spiritual energy, perfectly suited for cultivation. Since I must remain for a few days anyway, I might as well take the opportunity to further increase my strength. As for those Blood Soul sect people, excluding the core formation cultivator, none are currently my match. If I encounter them, I'll kill them 1 by 1 or 2 by 2. A surge of immense spiritual power emanated from his palms. Worry filled Zhang Yan's heart. Furthermore, there's a pressing matter to address. The origins of the Tai E Golden Book I cultivate are unknown. Anyone with discerning eyes can recognize the profound nature of its Xian Guang upon release, undoubtedly raising suspicions. If I wish to conceal it, I must cease cultivating the water attribute Xian Guang of the Azure Cloud's secret tome. Suddenly, a voice called out from within his robes, "Master, Master!" He slowly parted his robes, retrieving something, and asked, "What is it?" The diminutive figure of Su Yin, just released from the confined space, clasped his hands in supplication. "Master, I wish to remain here." Zhang Yin uttered a surprised "Oh," and questioned, "Why?" He quickly replied, "Master, I have now lost my physical body. Returning to the sect would likely be of little help to you and may even become a burden." After further consideration, Su Yin continued earnestly, "It would be better to remain here and follow the demonic path. Perhaps, in the future, I could even become a source of assistance for Master." Zhang Yin stared intently at him. It was well known that within the demonic abyss, a demon cultivated for 100 years became a Hua Mo, another 100 years a Xing Mo, and yet another 100 a Zhen Mo. Thus, after 300 years, a demon develops sentience, becoming like a living person. Legend has it that beyond Jin Mo, there are further realms, even reaching the mythical Tian Mo, whose magical powers and abilities are essentially no less than those of great cultivators. Seeing Zhang Yin stroke his chin in contemplation, Su Yin earnestly tried to persuade him, "Master, by cultivating within the demonic abyss, I can now separate a true soul to reside by your side and serve you at any time. This soul and I are essentially one. If anything arises, you can summon me at any moment, and it will be no different from summoning my true self." Zhang Yin silently calculated in his mind. Without a physical body, and without this true soul, Su Yin would undoubtedly lose more than half of his consciousness, becoming dull-witted like an ordinary demon, losing more than half of his advantage compared to other demons. His fate would be easily imaginable. His words were a clear expression of loyalty. Keeping Su Yin here would be like having a secret pawn, which could prove useful in the future. Having reached this conclusion, he agreed, "All right, I consent. I will leave you here before I depart." Su Yin hastily kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for granting my wish." Afterwards, Zhang Yin brought him up, hovering in midair, and simultaneously created a swirling, vortex-like barrier, commanding, "I intend to enter secluded cultivation for the next few days. You will remain here and protect me. If any changes occur, report to me immediately." He responded resolutely, "Yes, master. At this moment, conflicting thoughts filled Zhang Yan's mind. After Han Qi, now there's Su Yin. The number of demonic cultivators within the Bright Spear sect is steadily increasing. It seems I am not the only one willing to do whatever it takes for the sake of the great Tao of longevity. With this thought, Zhang Yin once again retrieved the jade stone containing the cultivation technique and began to practice. Abundant spiritual energy surged and enveloped his body. Not long after, Zhang Yin opened his eyes, lost in thought once more. My progress these past few days has been remarkably swift, sufficient for concealment. If I had a few more days to condense a bit of gloomy heavy water, it would be even better. Suddenly, the earth and sky trembled violently. Startled, he wondered, is it time already? Zhang Yin quickly rose to his feet, staring intently at the wave-like white chi surging past the towering cliff face. It gradually converged into a colossal water pillar. Precisely at noon on the 15th day, the eye of the sea opened. Witnessing this, he spread his arms wide, welcoming the pure water droplets as they approached his body, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although this isn't the first time I've witnessed this spectacle, each time I do, I can sense the wonder of creation. From this, I can infer how many magnificent and rare sights exist in the world. The 9 continents are vast, and the Eastern Hua continent occupies only a small corner. If, in the future, my cultivation becomes profound, I will travel the world myself, seeking enlightenment through meditation and broadening my knowledge. The water pillar suddenly shuddered, exploding without warning. This heightened Zhang Yan's vigilance. From within the surging water, a mysterious figure in white robes emerged, with an ethereal, immortal-like demeanor. It was Qi Yun Tian. Upon appearing, he asked cordially, "You must be junior brother Zhang Yin, am I correct?" Zhang Yin hastily clasped his hands in greeting. "Indeed, I am. How should I address senior brother?" Qi Yun Tian calmly returned the gesture. "I am Qi Yun Tian." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yin fell into deep thought. Qi Yun Tian, the foremost among the 10 disciples of the Bright Spear sect. He observed the figure slowly descending to the ground, his mind bombarded by countless thoughts. This person was the chief disciple of Meng Zhenren, and Meng Zhenren was the grand disciple of the sect master. In other words, Qi Yun Tian was very likely the future sect master of the Bright Spear sect, indicating the significance of his position. Originally, senior brother Ning Zhong Xian wanted me to become his disciple, but unexpectedly, the sect's main lineage has dispatched this person to escort me out. Qi Yun Tian then spoke. "According to the report from the 2 junior brothers, there were 7 others who came here with you, junior brother Zhang. I wonder where they are now." Zhang Yin shook his head, clasping his hands in response. That day, in order to escort senior brother Jie and the others out, I became separated from the other junior brothers. Afterward, I clashed with disciples of the Blood Soul sect until now. Only I have survived. Hearing this, he then asked, "Have you seen any Blood Soul sect disciples these past few days?" Zhang Yin calmly replied, "At first I did, but I haven't seen any trace of them in the last few days. Perhaps they are wary of our Bright Spear sect sending someone here and dare not stay long." Qi Yun Tian's aura erupted, his fury soaring. "How dare the Blood Soul sect wantonly slaughter disciples of our Bright Spear sect? Upon my return, I will certainly report this to the sect master and demand justice for our junior brothers." At this moment, Zhang Yin spoke with a puzzled tone. "Senior brother came here today, presumably to rescue us, but junior brothers Jie and Feng left the demonic abyss on the 15th of last month. The sect must have known about this for a long time. Could something unexpected have happened on the way, causing such a delay?" Qi Yun Tian shook his head and sighed, remaining silent for a moment before explaining. "It seems to be bad luck for our junior brothers. Immortal Pang, who guards famous Victory Pass, was in secluded cultivation, on the verge of a breakthrough. To avoid any disturbances, he ordered a complete lockdown of the island, forbidding entry and exit. Therefore, although junior brothers Jie and Feng managed to leave the demonic abyss, they couldn't leave the island. It wasn't until a few days ago, when Immortal Pang lifted the restriction, that the sect received the news." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin stroked his chin in understanding. So that's what happened. Inwardly, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, Immortal Pang had shown signs of an impending breakthrough when they first arrived on the island. It was truly unfortunate that this coincided with their predicament. Qi Yun Tian suddenly recalled something and said, "That day, after hearing about this, I thought that such a long delay meant it was already too late. However, Junior Brother Ning told me that while others might find it difficult to escape this tribulation, Junior Brother Zhang, you would definitely be safe and sound, perhaps even able to escape on your own without our help. I asked him why he was so certain, but he only smiled without answering. I decided to wager with him, and looking back now, he was indeed right. Zhang Yin then spoke solemnly. Senior brother, I fear you've been outmaneuvered by Junior Brother Ning. Others may not know whether I would live or die, but Junior Brother Ning certainly did. He looked puzzled. Why? Zhang Yin calmly replied. Back then, Junior Brother Ning gifted me a wishing pearl for protection. If I were to die, the pearl would undoubtedly be taken by someone else and refined. At that time, Junior Brother Ning would certainly sense it, which is why he dared to speak with such confidence. Qi Yun Tian placed his hands on his hips and laughed. Well played, Junior Brother Ning. You've made me miscalculate. Putting the matter aside, Zhang Yin bowed gratefully to him. In any case, I must thank Senior Brother for coming to my aid. It seems I can return to the sect today. Qi Yun Tian, seemingly in agreement, said to him, Junior Brother, close your eyes. Following his hand gesture, an immense surge of azure, spiritual energy slowly flowed towards Zhang Yan's body. A moment later, Qi Yun Tian called out, Junior Brother, you can open your eyes now. Zhang Yin slowly opened his eyes. He gazed in astonishment at the ethereal, Punlai-like scenery before him. This is... Zhang Yan's mind raced. In the blink of an eye, he had left the eye of the sea. He had heard that cultivators who reached the transformation realm and above would generate a type of magical power capable of creating passages. He wondered what technique Qi Yun Tian had just used. Qi Yun Tian, seemingly aware of his confusion, explained, Junior Brother, this technique is called the minor displacement art, a minor divine ability derived from the 5 elements displacement technique. He smiled and continued. Within the Bright Spear sect, besides the various core inheritance techniques, there are also the 5 arts, 3 classics, 12 divine abilities, and other superior cultivation methods. After you've accumulated sufficient merit, you can also visit the Spiritual Foundation Hall and choose a secret manual for your cultivation. Qi Yun Tian spoke earnestly. I know that although your aptitude isn't considered exceptionally high, your temperament is excellent. If you can maintain your initial resolve and continue to progress, you will surely have hope on the path of the Great Tao. However, the path of cultivation requires not only profound techniques, but also fellow cultivators to guide you. You cannot walk this path alone. Remember this. Zhang Yin respectfully replied, I will heed Senior Brother's teachings. He mused to himself that before entering the demonic abyss, he hadn't heard any news of Qi Yun Tian leaving seclusion. It seemed he had rushed here immediately after emerging. After a moment of thought, he realized that most of the top 10 disciples within the sect had their own factions. This was clearly an attempt to draw him into Qi Yun Tian's camp. If Qi Yun Tian were being groomed as the future sect master, then Zhang Yin looked up at Qi Yun Tian, thinking that the master and disciple faction likely wanted to cultivate him into someone similar to the vice sect master, a future cave heaven elder. Qi Yun Tian said, now that Junior Brother has entered the Xian Guang realm, if you can establish some significant merits during the Three Whites War, I can also lend you a hand behind the scenes. However, currently the other senior brothers also have outstanding disciples under their wings. They will be your rivals in the future. You must remember not to fall too far behind them. Having said this, he turned to leave. Zhang Yin respectfully replied, yes. He then followed Qi Yun Tian down the mountain. As they walked, Qi Yun Tian said, last month, Immortal Pang completed his meritorious deeds. From now on, our sect has another cave, heaven true person. He paused for a moment before continuing. Before I came here, members of the Pang clan came to offer their congratulations. The Immortal didn't close his doors to them. It seems blood is thicker than water after all. He hasn't forgotten his family ties. Zhang Yin discreetly observed Qi Yun Tian's expression, thinking to himself. It said that Immortal Pang was originally from the Pang family, a prominent secular clan. Later, due to conflicts with his family, he was expelled from his home. Afterwards, he was taken under the wing of the sect master and allowed to cultivate at famous Victory Pass. Now that he has successfully broken through to become a cave heaven true person, the Pang family has come to congratulate him, and he didn't refuse them. The implications of this are worth pondering. Qi Yun Tian, being a member of the sect master's faction, must be somewhat displeased. He smiled inwardly. The current situation within the sect was becoming increasingly complex, with opposing factions growing stronger. The master and disciple faction needed more support. This, in turn, provided him with more room to maneuver. It was a good opportunity for him. Suddenly, a group of people approached, greeting them. "Who is this?" "Ah, it's Senior Brother Qi. Greetings." Qi and Tian bid farewell to Zhang Yin. "Junior Brother Zhang, you go ahead. I'll come find you another day." He replied, "Yes." After Zhang Yin left, Qi and Tian returned the greeting. "You're too kind." As Zhang Yin walked past, one of them said contemptuously, "So you're the one Senior Brother Qi rescued from the demonic abyss? I see the Xian Guang aura around you is so faint and weak, yet you were worthy of Senior Brother Qi's personal intervention. I wonder where all the talented young men and women of the sect have run off to." Zhang Yin calmly walked out of the main gate, recalling the desolate scene when he first arrived on this island. Aside from the top 10 disciples, there was no one else around. He watched the people hurrying into the inner courtyard, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Now that Immortal Pang has become a cave heaven true person, they're all scrambling to curry favor with him, afraid of being too late. Zhang Yin murmured softly, "Life is but a dream. Having dedicated myself to the Tao, what do the actions of others matter to me?" He continued, "100 years from now, looking back on today, it will all be nothing more than a joke." With that, Zhang Yin departed. Zhang Yin quickly flew to Spirit Cave Island, calmly stepping inside. Luo Xiao greeted him respectfully. "Congratulations, Master, on entering the Xian Guang realm. This servant is overjoyed for you." Zhang Yin smiled and replied, "Taoist Luo, you are too kind." He then asked, "Has everything been peaceful in the estate during my 2-month absence?" Luo Xiao replied, "Reporting to Master, all matters in the estate have been handled smoothly by this servant. The guards have not suffered any shortages. I also had 2 additional pavilions built in scenic locations on the island for Master's leisure." Zhang Yin slowly walked into his room, saying, "I've always had complete faith in you." She suddenly produced a letter saying, "There's just one thing. 10 days ago, someone from the Xie family delivered a letter along with a small pouch. Other than that, nothing else has occurred." Zhang Yin reached out to accept the letter. "Why would Senior Brother Xie do such a thing?" Luo Xiao replied, "Because Xiezong Yuan failed to relay the news of your distress in the demonic abyss in a timely manner. Though it can't be said to be entirely his fault, he inevitably feels remorseful and ashamed to face you, Master. Thus, he wrote this letter of apology and included a gift as a token of his regret. The gift he sent you is on the table. I haven't peeked at it." Zhang Yin put the letter away and chuckled. "You've already read the letter, so why not look at the gift as well? It's nothing, just a few things from Senior Brother Xie." He took out 3 magical treasures and said, "Speaking of which, I acquired a few magical treasures during my cultivation in the demonic abyss. I can't use them all myself, so it's just as well to share them with you." Zhang Yin displayed the 3 treasures. "Take a look at these magical treasures. If you like any, feel free to take them." Luo Xiao joyfully picked up the magical treasures. "Master, have you struck it rich? Did you encounter some powerful cultivator? There's even a high-grade spiritual artifact among these." He said, "The other 2 are similar. This one, however, I specifically obtained for Taoist Luo. This way, when we go out to face enemies, you'll have a few handy magical artifacts for self-defense." Luo Xiao suddenly asked, "Just now, Master mentioned going out together. Are you planning to exterminate the 3 whites?" Zhang Yin was taken aback. He quickly reassured her, "Taoist Luo, I know it would be difficult for you to personally exterminate your former kin. You don't need to participate in this battle. However, I'd still like you to map out the familiar routes within the 3 whites' territory to facilitate my actions." Luo Xiao said, "Although I am familiar with the paths in the Azure Blood Pool, I don't have a complete grasp of some of the underwater hidden chambers." She smiled. "However, I know of a certain Taoist friend who can definitely lend you a hand, Master." Zhang Yin asked in surprise, "Who might that be?" Luo Xiao beamed. "Has Master forgotten? That Taoist friend is still waiting at the bottom of the river for you to take it as a servant. Its former residence is right beneath the 3 whites. While it may not know every hidden chamber like the back of its hand, it can certainly recognize most of them." Zhang Yin suddenly understood. So, Taoist Luo is referring to that golden jiao at the bottom of the river. After cultivating outside for a while, I actually forgot about this matter. He asked, "How does Taoist Luo Ao, no, it's familiar with the paths in the Three Whites territory. Luo Xiao replied, these past 2 months, I have heeded Master's instructions and haven't neglected the restrictions, nor have I gone out wandering. I occasionally visited Taoist Ao for conversation. With frequent interactions, I naturally learned many things. Zhang Yin praised her. Good. This matter shouldn't be delayed. I'll go subdue it immediately. Suddenly, something made him pause. Zhang Yin quickly flew into the sky. Arriving where the golden Jiao was, Zhang Yin found Fan Chongqing and Qi Yun Tian already there. He asked, Junior Brother Fan, you always have a discerning eye. Take a look. Is this golden Jiao an ancient variant? Fan Chongqing replied, 10,000 years ago, I heard that these variants were common in our sect, but now they're hard to find. He smiled. This creature can ride the clouds and tread the wind, glide over waves, and part the waters. It can travel to the northern dark cold sea and also journey to the southern ember fire caves. Using it as a mount, one could roam the 4 seas with ease and freedom, second to none. Junior Brother Zhang is truly fortunate to have obtained one. Zhang Yin said politely, it's just a golden Jiao. If either of you senior brothers are interested, feel free to take it. Fan Chongqing said, Junior Brother Zhang, don't joke. This golden Jiao has already acknowledged you as its master. How could you give it to me? He continued, I hear Junior Brother Zhang is a prized disciple of Dean Shu. Perhaps offering some medicinal pills would be more practical. Zhang Yin politely inquired, might I ask how this senior brother is addressed? He replied, I am Fan Chongqing, under Senior Brother Meng, and originally a fellow disciple with Senior Brother Qi. Zhang Yin respectfully suggested, so it is Senior Brother Fan. Since both senior brothers have come this far, why not come to my cave dwelling for a while, so that I may fulfill my duties as a host? Qi Yun Tian nodded in agreement. That suits me fine. At the foot of the mountain, Qi Yun Tian clasped his hands and said, the purpose of this visit is to inform Junior Brother that since you have returned from the demonic abyss and cultivated to the Xian Guang realm, the sect will naturally order you to the Three Whites to earn merit. However, as Junior Brother has been initiated for less than a year and lacks the assistance of fellow disciples, I fear it may be somewhat difficult. Luo Xiao, bringing out a platter of fruit, added softly, I specifically called for Junior Brother Fan to come, so you can support each other. Zhang Yin observed him for a moment, thinking to himself, this person's true essence is vast and seemingly radiates a murderous aura. He is clearly a cultivator far surpassing me. He clasped his hands and said, this so-called mutual support is, in reality, him looking after me. It's just that Senior Brother Qi fears my pride might prevent me from expressing gratitude, so he speaks in such a roundabout way. Fan Chongqing, seated on a chair, also clasped his hands in response. Zhang Yin accepted the wine cup from the table and said, however, I naturally wouldn't hastily refuse such goodwill. Zhang Yin stood up and bowed, saying, I hope to receive much guidance from Senior Brother in the future. Fan Chongqing reached out and took the wine cup beside him. Don't mention it. Zhang Yin also understood the situation. Senior Brother Qi had personally ventured through the demonic abyss to welcome this Junior Brother Zhang out, and now he had personally come to his doorstep, showing great regard for this Junior Brother. He accepted the wine cup and drained it in one gulp, thinking to himself, I hear that this Junior Brother Zhang cultivates the Azure Cloud Manual of Grand Uncle Sun and is a direct disciple, clearly highly valued by Senior Brother and in Grand Uncle Sunday. Once his cultivation base rises in the future, his status will surely be above mine. I must be humble. It is only right to cultivate a good relationship early on. Chongqing said softly, Junior Brother, in this battle, you cannot show mercy. Whatever methods you have, you must use them, and don't be polite about claiming merit. I know you've just returned from the demonic abyss, so I'll give you some time to arrange your affairs. 10 days from now, come find me in Wangfeng City. He set down his wine cup with a clink. Zhang Yin said, I will lead you to the Three Whites for the campaign. A moment later, Chongqing and Yun Tian took their leave and departed. Zhang Yin silently watched them disappear from sight. He went to the waterfall and said, Daoist friend, please come out and meet me. Ripples now stirred on the surface of the lake. Ao Tong then surfaced, looking directly at Zhang Yin. He asked it, You surely know why I've come here today, don't you? It said, Didn't you already declare before Senior Brother Fan that you would take me as your master? Could you be having second thoughts? Luo Xiao asked softly. Daoist Ao, Have you forgotten everything I've told you these past few days? She approached and said, don't think that Master absolutely needs you as a servant. He's merely intrigued by you as an ancient variant, a novelty. You've also seen how quickly Master's cultivation progresses. In the future, when his cultivation is high, his horizons will broaden. Do you think he will still care about you then? Follow Master early on, and perhaps you might even receive many benefits. She reached out, picked a flower petal, and held it before Ao Tong. Look, this is a high-grade spiritual artifact that Master just bestowed upon me. I also come from a demonic lineage, so I'm not unaware of how impoverished we were before and how little wealth we could possess beyond our own bodies. Ao Tong, having heard this, showed some interest. Luo Xiao, with a hint of exasperation, said, do you really think you can escape? Your transformation failed, and if someone else takes you, they'll at most skin you, extract your bones, tendons, and scales, which is utterly useless. She angrily clutched her robes. Only my master is willing to keep you. If it were me, I would have swallowed you whole long ago, refining your bloodline to enhance my cultivation. Wouldn't that be better? Ao Tong sighed in resignation. All right, I understand. I, Ao Tong, am willing to acknowledge you as my master. With that, it spat out a point of light, like ghostly fire, which flew toward Zhang Yin. He gently caught it. Since Taoist Ao has decided to make this your home, then there's no need for formalities. He touched the dragon seal. If you find yourself bored, you can visit the Long de Trake. Hearing these words, Ao Tong reacted slightly. Then it turned and submerged into the water. At this moment, Zhang Yin noticed the pouch beside him. He picked it up, pondering, Senior Brother Xie is truly thoughtful. Knowing I have the golden jiao but can't control it, he sent this to help me subdue and nurture it. This can be considered a low-grade spiritual artifact. He set the item down, lost in thought. The scene of him drinking and chatting with Senior Brothers Lu and Xie under the moon seemed to reappear before his eyes. Zhang Yin turned away. In the blink of an eye, Senior Brother Lu had perished, his very soul unable to escape. He walked out onto the balcony, contemplating. We disciples of the Xian men value cultivation, ultimately seeking nothing else. But once we fail, there's no chance to change. If a cultivator's soul could escape, they might be reborn. He reached into his robe. If guided by a fellow disciple, there might still be a chance to step onto the path of immortality. But Senior Brother Lu's soul has been scattered, leaving no trace in heaven or earth. He pulled out a jade pendant on a string, engraved with the two characters Lu Tao. Zhang Yin looked at the jade pendant and murmured, it has been 3 days since Senior Brother Lu Tao entrusted me to leave the demonic abyss, and in 10 days, I must go to the Three Whites. An idea suddenly struck him. Why not deliver this jade pendant first and quickly conclude this matter? With that thought, Zhang Yin immediately flew towards Xian Tao Hermitage. He silently watched the scenery rush past, arriving a short while later. He landed in the middle of the courtyard, startling the young man there. But the young man quickly bowed respectfully and said, I wonder what business this senior brother has here? Zhang Yin said amiably, I am Zhang Yin of Spirit Cave Island. Senior brother Lu Tao once cultivated here. Hearing this, the young man exclaimed in surprise, so it's Senior Brother Zhang. But his expression gradually darkened, and his voice lowered. It's a pity that Senior Brother Lu went to the demonic abyss 2 months ago and is likely dead. This trip of yours, Senior Brother, I fear is in vain. Zhang Yin asked, I came here on his behalf to find one of his juniors. I wonder if they are here. The young man replied, Senior Brother Lu's junior, upon hearing of his death, has returned to their hometown. He said this, avoiding Zhang Yin's gaze. Zhang Yin noticed the young man's hesitation and felt a flicker of suspicion, but didn't press further. Zhang Yin then took to the sky. The young man, drenched in a cold sweat, thought to himself, I never imagined Senior Brother Lu had such connections, to be acquainted with a direct disciple of Xian Guang realm. My junior brothers really made a mistake in this matter. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin, soaring above, pondered Senior Brother Lu Tao's junior. She was driven away after learning of his death. In such a short time, she surely hasn't left the Long Yuan Great Tract yet. Suddenly, he noticed a boat floating on the sea. He looked closely inside the boat and saw the figure of Lu Yengi holding a cleaning rag. Zhang Yin landed before her. He softly inquired, Are you Lu Yengi? She immediately stood, cupping her hands in a respectful gesture. Yes, Immortal Master, I am. Zhang Yin produced the jade pendant, holding it out to her. Do you recognize this? Yin Gi's eyes widened in recognition. This is my uncle's seven-hearted dragon pendant. Her hand, still clutching the cleaning rag, went limp. In a low voice, she said, "Before he left, my uncle instructed me that if anyone came with this jade pendant, I should obey them without question." Zhang Yin gestured towards her. "Who set you to this arduous labor?" His voice took on a sterner edge. "Do not worry about any repercussions. Tell me everything that has happened to you here." The nearby boatman hastily prostrated himself, his forehead touching the deck. "Forgive me, I didn't know you were with an immortal master. I deserve death." Yin Gi quickly intervened. "This has nothing to do with him, immortal master. The captain kindly agreed to transport my uncle's remains back to our ancestral home, a journey of 1,000 miles, and refused any payment. I volunteered to work to repay his kindness." Zhang Yin replied, "I won't cause you any trouble. Here is compensation for your efforts." The boatman finally dared to lift his head. He discovered Zhang Yin had already vanished. "Thank you, immortal master," he called out gratefully. Two streaks of light, Zhang Yin and Yin Gi, ascended into the sky. As they flew, Zhang Yin glanced at her, captivated by her beauty. Her eyes shone like stars. Her skin was as smooth and white as jade, and a five-colored auspicious cloud hovered above her head, a testament to her exceptional talent, surpassing even many young men. It was no wonder the Taoists at Xian Tao Hermitage hadn't dared to take her as a disciple. Perhaps she was the reincarnation of some powerful being, and they feared the karmic repercussions of accepting her. They landed gently on an island. Zhang Yin sat on a boulder, beckoning Yin Gi closer. He observed her discreetly, pondering. A reincarnated being like this should have had disciples or companions from her past life, someone who would have recognized and guided her. Why hadn't they appeared yet? Unlike men, female cultivators had a limited window for optimal cultivation. A delay of even a year or two could be detrimental. Turning to her, he asked gently, "Yin Gi, tell me, why did you leave Xian Tao Hermitage when you were so well off there?" She rose and clasped her hands. "Immortal Master, although the Liu clan has fallen from grace, my uncle had accumulated some wealth over the years. After his death, I saw the avarice in the eyes of my other uncles. I am young and weak, unable to protect those belongings, and I feared that one day I might not even be able to protect myself. It was better to abandon those things and leave." Zhang Yin couldn't help but admire her wisdom. "Though young, you understand the principle that poverty dwells in tranquility. Wealth invites enemies. But if that was the case, you could have taken some silver, enough to sustain you back home. Why resort to menial labor on a boat?" A smile touched her lips. "I am young, and the journey home is long. I feared encountering malicious individuals. By working on the boat, I appeared to be a relative of the captain, and thus less likely to be harassed." Zhang Yin assessed her silently. Truly an intelligent young woman. With such talent and wit, taking her as a disciple would surely prove beneficial in the future. He asked softly, "Yin Gi, what would you say if I offered to take you as my inner disciple?" Yin Gi answered honestly, "Immortal Master, the other cultivators who saw me said I was entangled in karma and dared not accept me." Zhang Yin laughed heartily. "If others dare not, does that mean I, Zhang Yin, should also cower?" He turned to her, his expression serious. "Just tell me, do you agree or not?" Yin Gi bowed deeply. "Master, please accept your disciple, Yin Gi's 3 bows." On their way back, they found Chu Chong Siu rummaging through his study, muttering to himself, 2 months gone, and junior brother has already reached the Xian Guang realm. He turned, noticing Zhang Yin, and asked, perplexed, "Who is this young lady?" Zhang Yin gently nudged Yin Gi forward. "Come," he said warmly, "and greet your senior uncle." Yin Gi obediently stepped forward and bowed to Chong Siu. Disciple Liu, Yin Gi greets senior uncle. Chong Siu's face lit up with enthusiasm. "So, you're junior brother Zhang's new disciple. There's no need for such formalities. Please rise." He observed Zhang Yan's casual address of senior brother in front of the young woman and surmised, he's clearly intending to nurture her as a personal disciple. Zhang Yan explained, "In a few days, I'll be embarking on the expedition to the Three Whites territory. I'm afraid I won't have much time to instruct her. Spirit Cave Island is too saturated with baleful energy, unsuitable for her cultivation. Therefore, I must leave her in your care, senior brother, where she can benefit from your guidance." Stroking his chin, Chong Siu agreed, "That's perfectly acceptable. You follow him." He gestured towards his junior brother. Yin Gi responded obediently, "Thank you, senior uncle." She followed Zhang Yin out onto the balcony. Watching the two young figures, Chong Siyu remarked to Zhang Yin, "Junior brother, you found yourself an excellent disciple. This girl possesses exceptional talent. In my several hundred years of cultivation, I've yet to encounter anyone comparable. While she seems to be entangled in some karmic threads, that shouldn't pose a problem for you. She will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future, especially when we move against the Chu clan." Zhang Yin responded with equal enthusiasm. "Lately, I've come to realize the truth of the saying, a single tree cannot make a forest. Without trustworthy companions, should I ever be gravely injured, disciples from prominent families have their clans to rely on. We, however, can only depend on our master and fellow disciples." He turned to Chong Siyu. "Senior brother, you've likely heard that it was Senior Brother Chi who personally rescued me from the demonic abyss. I believe you can surmise Chi Yin Tian's underlying intentions." Stroking his beard, Chong Siyu replied, "After the Three Whites campaign, the sect will likely begin openly recruiting disciples. Following that will be the Grand Sect competition, along with preparations for the 1,000-year demonic tribulation. Will require a considerable amount of Danyao medicinal pills/elixirs, and currently, over 70% of the sect's supply comes from my Calden Peak. The sect leader relies heavily on my support in these matters, and I will ensure everything is handled flawlessly. You need only focus on your cultivation." Zhang Yan's brow furrowed slightly before he clasped his hands and said, "So that explains why Chi Yun Tian personally ventured into the demonic abyss. Thank you for your assistance, senior brother." Chong Siyu responded with a touch of modesty. "No need for thanks. If you weren't a direct disciple, held in such high regard by our master, even if I were to throw away all pride, Chi Yun Tian, as the foremost of the 10 chief disciples, likely wouldn't spare you a second glance." Returning to his meditation chamber, he spoke from behind the door. "Taoist Luo, draft a letter to Xian Tao Hermitage, informing them that I've taken Lu Hao's niece, Lu Yingi, as my registered disciple. Request that the island's cultivators return senior brother Lu's personal effects. Oh, and casually mention my connections to Chi Yun Tian and Fan Chongqing in the letter. The island master of Xian Tao Hermitage is merely Grandmaster Meng's grand disciple. Once he understands the implications, he'll naturally handle the matter smoothly." Luo Xiao, standing below, clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, master." He stepped out of the doorway. Zhang Yin mused to himself, "If I were acting alone, with the Tai E Golden Fire Xian Guang and my various magical treasures, I'd be adequately prepared. However, going with senior brother Fan and the other disciples requires additional arrangements. I can't allow them to easily discern my true capabilities." He withdrew a book from his sleeve, Beyond the Een Heavy Water. "The Funan script is what I need to cultivate now. This is what I obtained from Shin Luo Feng. I recall our duel. Those talismans of his, capable of withstanding magical treasures, were truly impressive." He gazed at the book, his thoughts turning to the Guangyuan sect. Once a great sect, though now in decline, their techniques still held a unique appeal. Zhang Yin set the book down. "I might as well use these few idle days to practice within the Tarnished Jade. That way, I'll have another method for dealing with enemies. It's just right, now that I've reached the Xian Guang realm, I can finally use this." He reached into his sleeve and retrieved a golden primal talisman. However, the method for using this primal talisman requires careful study. He opened the talisman pouch script and focused his attention on reading. The Guangyuan sect, 1,000 years ago, truly lived up to its reputation as a great cultivation sect. They certainly had unique approaches. Zhang Yin began to enter the Tai E life and death struggle cultivation state. According to the talisman pouch script, the Guangyuan sect's talisman crafting techniques were divided into 5 disciplines: wisdom, combat, life, truth, and refinement. This book only recorded the crafting methods and incantations for wisdom and combat talismans. The surrounding pathways within the Tarnished Jade began to gradually appear. Wisdom talismans have a total of 4 decrees: seal, lock, protect, and carry. Combat talismans also have 4 decrees: sword, weapon, conceal, and reveal. The varieties of talismans are quite complex. A detailed breakdown within this Taoist text alone reveals hundreds of types, and who knows how many more unrecorded or lost varieties exist. Each type of talisman has its own corresponding incantation and talisman script. Only by becoming a true disciple of the Guangyuan sect and reaching the core formation realm could one be imparted with the incantation to refine their destined true talisman. After that, there's no need to draw talismans or chant incantations. One simply needs to visualize the corresponding talisman within their destined true talisman, pour in 5 elements divine sand, and execute the incantation to engage in combat. The greater the power of the destined true talisman, the greater the number of talismans that can be remotely controlled. At that level, there's no difference between magical treasures and talismans. It's said that the Guangyuan sect once had a senior expert who refined a destined heaven talisman and ascended to the celestial palace through it. Zhang Yin scoffed. Each talisman requires 5 elements divine sand empowerment, and the greater the power, the higher the quality of the divine sand required. It might even require a massive amount of cloud sand. I'm afraid even selling the entire sect wouldn't be enough to refine such a heaven talisman. He turned the page. However, after 1,000 years of change, the Guangyuan sect must have a clever method, which is to borrow the power within the primal talisman to condense talisman imprints. He continued reading the next page. During combat, directly placing 5 elements divine sand within the talisman is 3 times more convenient than pre-drawing talisman symbols onto it. The only drawback is the excessive consumption of divine sand. Understanding dawned on him. This is the true usage of the primal talisman. I just need to master the primal talisman, purchase some talisman paper, and divine sand, and I can utilize this technique. He gained considerable knowledge from the book. This talisman script is developed based on the foundation of true script. No wonder the beginning of the talisman script seemed familiar. True script is my forte. This talisman technique appears mystical, but after learning the incantations, for someone familiar with true script, it's merely a matter of diligent practice. If once isn't enough, practice twice. If twice isn't enough, practice 4 times. If 4 times isn't enough, practice 10 times. Still not enough? Practice 100, 1,000 times. He held his own talisman. Although this talisman pouch script is concise and easy to understand, its content is rich and profound. Shin Yufeng, being a disciple of the Guangyuan sect, abandoned this profound technique and instead pursued sword cultivation. What a waste! Truly, he squandered a gift from the heavens. In reality, just mastering the sword and weapon decrees within combat talismans would yield power no less than that of a sword cultivator. Zhang Yin began to enter his meditative state. Although there are only 8 or 9 days left until the 3 Whites territory campaign, if I focus on cultivating this technique, within 6 or 7 days in the Tarnished Jade, I should at least reach Shin Yufeng's initial level of proficiency. 8 days later, at the Flying Palace atop Victoria's City peak of the Bright Spear sect, those inside murmured amongst themselves, "Who is this Zhang Yin? Why are we waiting so long for him?" Pham Truong Tan sat meditating, neither moving nor speaking to them. 2 men were conversing. The one with the mustache said, "I heard he's a newly promoted Xian Guang realm inner disciple, recently favored by senior brother Qi. He's practically ascended to the heavens in a single bound." The man with the scar on his face replied in astonishment, "An inner disciple? Those pampered brats have probably never faced a U Tuesday. Everyone here has fought alongside senior brother Pham through life and death, crawling out of bloody battles. What right does this little punk have to be here? Senior brother Ha and senior brother Neeps, Flying Palaces, departed long ago. If we continue to delay, we'll lose all the credit to them." Truong Tan listened silently to their conversation. Another person asked, "Senior brother Nam, has senior brother Pham gone senile? Why bring this kind of person along this time?" Nam replied sternly, "Don't speak nonsense. Senior brother Pham has his reasons. Just stay put and don't say another word." Suddenly, Truong Tan received a signal and announced to everyone, "Junior brother Zhang has arrived." Zhang Yin landed gracefully, his movements elegant. He stood there, respectfully cupping his hands and greeting. "This humble one is Zhang Yin. Greetings, senior brother Pham, and greetings to all senior brothers." Pham Truong Tan, standing on the platform, said, "Come, come, junior brother, sit beside me." Zhang Yin replied, "Yes, senior brother." He walked forward under the gazes of everyone present. Zhang Yin glanced smugly at Nam Dan Dao, who was seated. Pham Truong Tan continued, "Now that everyone is here, let's depart." A ring of fire appeared in his hand. Pham Truong Tan's voice resonated throughout the mountain as the flying palace activated its defensive formations. Even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to freely enter or exit within the killing formation. It was truly a formidable weapon in battle. For this siege on the Three Whites territory, the Bright Spear sect has dispatched a total of 3 flying palaces, each guarded by a core formation cultivator, maintaining long-distance communication. If one side is attacked, the others will immediately provide support. The mountain carrying them slowly began to move forward. He then issued commands to the sect members. Senior Brother Ha will attack Wu Tsung Valley. Senior Brother Neep will attack Thoat Nam Estuary, and we will attack Nam Dang River, opening a path to the center of Bichwen Pond, clearing all obstacles for the sect. Junior Brother Tan, bring out the item. Upon hearing this, the person surnamed Tan retrieved a long pole from his chest. With a wave of his hand, he made it float, controlling it with his will. As the painting unfurled from the pole, it revealed a scene of a vast expanse of water and towering mountains. Pham Truong Tan explained, "Junior brothers, please take a look. This is a geographical map of Bich Huyet Pond that we managed to retrieve. It outlines the distribution of the islands and water palaces of Nam Dang River. Although not overly detailed, it should suffice for our purposes. Of the 18 islands of Nam Dang River, Queen Nguyen Island is the closest to us. The island's lord is named Ton Tsong Vong, a black shrimp demon. This demon has cultivated for no less than 300 years and has a cultivation level of Xian Quan, 3rd level. He was once appointed as a demon general by Chung La Mong Fong." Pham Truong Tan's expression darkened as the image of the red shrimp flashed through his mind. As they waited for the bell to toll, someone came to report, "Senior Brother Pham, there's a Xian Guang realm demon general blocking the path ahead. He claims to be the guardian of Queen Nguyen Island and is hurling insults, demanding that we retreat immediately or face an attack on the palace." Hearing this, Pham Truong Tan immediately waved his hand, and a beam of golden light pierced through the painting. The image of an old man wearing a shrimp head helmet and wielding a trident appeared. Pham Truong Tan said, "This must be the demon general, Ton Tsong Vong." Then, a spherical object called a Neep Tsong Bai appeared in his hand. He looked ahead and said, "Junior Brother Nam, this is your first battle. Go and handle this yourself." Nam Dan Dao smugly accepted the sphere from Pham Truong Tan's hand, bowing his head and vowing, "Nam Dan Dao will certainly not disgrace this mission." A large bird appeared, and Nam Dan Dao mounted it. They immediately opened the gate and flew out. From atop his bird, he descended towards the demon general, Ton Tsong Vong, and taunted, "So, a pack of beasts has learned to speak human tongue, I see." The demon general, Ton Tsong Vong, shrieked in surprise, "Chitter, chitter," and brandished his trident. Nam Dan Dao, in response, let out a cold laugh and conjured a rectangular, black object in his hand. A golden circle appeared in the sky, striking Ton Tsong Vong and knocking him off balance. Meanwhile, Pham Truong Tan, observing the scene through the scroll, turned to Zhang Yin and said, "Junior Brother, look. This is Junior Brother Nam's myriad slaughter sword disc. This magical treasure has been refined with no fewer than 15 divine weapons and forged with over 1,000 named flying swords, draining a fortune in precious metals. Once unleashed upon an enemy, it's like 1,000 sharp swords pursuing them relentlessly, an unstoppable force." Zhang Yin replied, "It's called the Myriad Slaughter Sword Disc, yet it only has 1,000 swords. It seems this treasure holds further secrets." Pham Truong Tan immediately agreed. "Junior Brother speaks truly. This is a relic of a past elder from the Primal Yang sect. Originally, this sword contained 10,000 divine weapons forged from various metals, but with the passing of that elder, most of them vanished. Junior Brother Nam claims to value the power of this treasure, so our master, Mang Tranjinren, bestowed it upon him." At that moment, Ton Tsong Vong was still struggling to resist. Suddenly, one of his arms was severed, his remaining hand still gripping his trident tightly. Ton Tsong Vong cried out in terror, "Eek! Eek!" and immediately turned to flee. But Nam Dan Dao wouldn't let him escape, waving his hand and declaring, "Too late to run." A golden sword flashed past the right side of Ton Tsong Vong's face. Multiple beams of light assaulted him, and Tone Tsung Vong swung his trident in defense. Despite this, Nam Dan Dao launched two pale blue objects, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. The old demon's trident remained pointed towards the sky. By now, numerous swords had struck Tone Tsung Vong. A blue space was created, surrounded by streaks of red. Nam Dan Dao laughed triumphantly as a surge of red energy exploded. He then reappeared before the palace, traces of the battle still clinging to him as he stepped back through the portal. Kneeling, he reported, "Senior Brother Pham, I have successfully completed the mission." Pham Truong Tan withdrew his magical treasure and praised him. "Junior Brother Nam, with a single strike, you eliminated the demon general and conveniently dispatched over 1,000 demon soldiers. You have truly lived up to expectations. The other junior brothers needn't worry. There are a total of 8 demon islands on the southern route, and this was just one of them. We have been commanded by our ancestors to conquer 300 islands, and naturally, we must attack and destroy all of these locations. You needn't worry about lacking opportunities for meritorious deeds." Those present listened, lost in thought. Pham Truong Tan continued, "Although our progress has been relatively smooth, I think we should pause for the day." Suddenly, the bell rang again, and someone came to report, "Senior Brother Pham, another demon general has emerged from the lake ahead, declaring his intent to challenge us to battle." Pham Truong Tan asked in surprise, "What is the demon general's name?" On the scroll, an image appeared of a figure entirely clad in green, wielding an iron axe. At this, the man surnamed Trin spoke up, "Senior Brother Pham, it should be this disciple's turn to fight, shouldn't it?" Pham Trung Tang Hestita Salai. "Junior Brother Trin, this demon's arrival is rather suspicious. Perhaps you and Junior Brother Trin should go together." The man surnamed Trin boomed, "If we both go, won't we scare the demon general away? Just one disciple is enough." He thought to himself, "Senior Brother Pham is being unreasonable. Killing a demon general earns one a small merit. I should go alone. Isn't that a merit practically delivered to my doorstep? If Junior Brother Trin goes with me, who will the credit ultimately belong to?" Pham Truong Tan waved his hand in agreement. "Very well, go," he replied smugly. "I will not disgrace this mission." He flew down from the palace towards the demon general. The scroll above displayed the scene of the two engaging in combat. Suddenly, the demon general passed right through the man surnamed Trin, leaving him with a look of agony on his face. A disciple knelt down and reported, "Senior Brother Pham, Senior Brother Trin has been killed by the demon general." Pham Truong Tan, upon hearing this, asked, "Who wishes to go next?" Another senior brother suddenly flew up, accompanied by a streak of blue light, and shouted, "This disciple wishes to go." Truong Tan turned to look at Zhang Yin, his face filled with worry and unease. Suddenly, another disciple rushed forward. The disciple knelt and bowed, reporting to Senior Brother. Initially, when he descended, Senior Brother had the upper hand. But for some unknown reason, his Xian Guang became unable to affect the demon general, and he was instead killed by a single axe blow. Pham Truong Tan and Nam Dan Dao were both startled upon hearing this. Then, Nam Dan Dao turned to Zhang Yin and said, "Senior Brother." Zhang Yin couldn't help but be taken aback. Nam Dan Dao extended his hand and suggested, "Senior Brother Pham, I have already earned merit in an earlier battle. It wouldn't be right to continue competing for the merit of the other junior brothers. Senior Brother Zhang Yin has yet to fight. Why not let him take action and eliminate this demon? We can also carefully observe the abilities of a true disciple." Zhang Yin frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on Nam Dan Dao. Meanwhile, Truong Tan appeared worried, as if deep in thought. He recalled his eldest senior brother's words, "Junior Brother Pham, Junior Brother Zhang's situation is of great importance. If you fail to protect him, I will hold you accountable." He bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Yes, eldest senior brother." After a moment, Truong Tan countered, "No, this demon general is concealing a deadly technique. I fear that anyone going alone will struggle to cope. I believe it would be better for several people to join forces and kill him. Otherwise, with this vast expanse of water and numerous small islands, and this demon general's cultivation being no less than ours, if we launch a large-scale attack, he will surely flee. How will we catch him then? I fear Junior Brothers Trin and Trin have died in vain." Nam Dan Dao boasted of his superior talent. Under Master Mang Trangenren, he was considered one of the trusted disciples. However, everyone knew that only those favored by eldest senior brother Chi Yun Tian, one of the three grand disciples and most likely to succeed the position of sect leader, could truly secure a position within the sect. Some stroked their chins in contemplation, while others turned and said, "Senior brother Nam speaks truly." In recent years, Chi Yun Tian had not yet summoned the disciples. In truth, Nam Dan Dao was not in a hurry. Sharing the same master as Chi Yun Tian, he felt he had the best chance of gaining his favor. But Zhang Yan's appearance made him wary, especially since Chi Yun Tian, upon leaving seclusion, immediately went to the demonic abyss to welcome Zhang Yan. This action gave people pause. Nam Dan Dao furrowed his brow and thought, "This person cannot be allowed to remain. This is the perfect opportunity. If Zhang Yan is eliminated by the demon general, that would be best. If not, I can use this to observe his strength and devise a plan later." At the same time, Truong Tan lowered his head in thought. Showing favoritism towards junior brother Zhang in front of everyone would be inappropriate. But senior brother Chi's instructions cannot be ignored. It seems I can only disregard appearances. I must protect him no matter what. Suddenly, Zhang Yin resolutely stepped forward. He then bowed and said, "Senior brother Pham, why not let this disciple go down and have a match with this demon?" Upon hearing this, Pham Truong Tan thought this. Nam Dan Dao immediately voiced his approval. Excellent. Volunteering to go into battle and kill the enemy, truly walking right into the trap. Senior brother, since junior brother Zhang has spoken so, you can't very well refuse him, can you? Truong Tan, stroking his chin, replied, "Very well, you may go." Having received Truong Tan's consent, Zhang Yin turned and departed. Nam Dan Dao waved farewell, saying cheerfully, "Junior brother Zhang goes to battle. Certain victory awaits. We shall await good news here." At this moment, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the waves rippled gently. The scenery was indescribably beautiful. Zhang Yin slowly closed his eyes, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought for a long while. Seeing this, everyone began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that Zhang Yin is afraid? Without true ability, he dares to come to the Three Whites' territory to slay demons? What kind of true disciple is he? Even if he dies, he'll only be a laughingstock. Just as Zhang Yin took a step forward, someone called out, "Junior brother Zhang, are you dawdling like this, waiting for the demon general to flee on his own?" Zhang Yin paid no attention, thinking to himself, right, now's the time. Next, a dazzling golden light shot down from the flying palace towards the ground below. The golden light hurtled straight towards the demon general, startling him. The demon general gripped his scepter tightly and raised it high to block the attack. At this moment, the demon general seemed unable to withstand the force, his body staggering backward. The golden light intensified, followed by a flash of azure light. The surface of the water was now enveloped in azure light, while the golden light illuminated the flying palace. Zhang Yin raised his head high and strode forward slowly. As the demon general's head was flung to the ground, Zhang Yin declared, "The demon general's head is here. We can now offer it to the spirits of our two fallen senior brothers in the heavens." Seeing this, Pham Truong Tan exclaimed joyfully, "Excellent." Those around them couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, murmuring amongst themselves, "Such a powerful demon general, beheaded in the blink of an eye. Could it be that a true disciple truly possesses such formidable strength and exceptional skill?" Then, Nam Dan Dao stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Zhang eliminated this demon in an instant, truly astonishing. However, this senior brother has a question to ask. What technique did junior brother Zhang use to kill this demon?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin raised his hand, condensing a streak of golden light, and asked, "Senior brother Nam wishes to know?" Immediately afterward, he shot the golden light towards Dan Dao, causing him to widen his eyes in fright. Dan Dao furrowed his brow, a look of anxiety on his face, and shouted, "You!" The golden light struck Dan Dao directly, knocking him to the ground. Zhang Yin said cheerfully, "Senior brother Nam, don't be afraid. This is just an ordinary sword talisman. As an expert in sword chi, why are you so easily frightened?" Dan Dao struggled to his feet, his face flushed with anger. Then, Zhang Yin glanced at him and continued, "But if I had used a talisman against that demon general just now, I'm afraid your head would have already been separated from your neck. Dan Dao's expression was one of pure fury, his teeth gritted. A moment later, Dan Dao turned around and replied with a forced laugh. So that's how it is. This senior brother's knowledge is shallow, causing me to be ridiculed by junior brother. With that, he turned and left. Zhang Yin sank into contemplation. Good. This Dan Dao was humiliated by me in front of everyone, yet he was able to endure it. He is indeed a formidable character. I must be more careful in the future. Zhang Yin sat pondering. It seems no one realized I used the golden fire profound light to incinerate the demon general's physical body before deploying the 6 talismans as a distraction. This tactic is quite effective. I won't have to worry about the secrets of the Tai Golden Tome being exposed in the future. Although the Min Thuong sect doesn't prohibit disciples from learning techniques from other sects, the true power of sword talismans is indeed extraordinary, not inferior to my own stellar spirit sword sovereign. However, refining these 6 talismans is still somewhat difficult with my current resources. Pham Truong Tan then extended his hand, saying joyfully, Junior brother Zhang's safe return and the slaying of the demon general is truly fortunate. I merely forgot to give you the Niet Song Jade tablet earlier, but it matters not. Having slain the demon general before everyone, with his head as proof, this merit will undoubtedly be recorded for you. Truong Tan stood and continued, It's getting late. All junior brothers, you are dismissed. Even amidst the campaign against the 3 Whites territory, cultivation must not be neglected. Everyone rose upon hearing this. Nam Dan Dao sank into deep thought. What just happened? Was it my imagination? Zhang Yin showed no outward sign, yet I felt a chilling, killing intent, as if he could truly slay me on the spot with a single move. He sat, pondering. That sword talisman seemed like the Guangyuan sect's 6 talismans, said to possess immense power. I wonder where that brat learned it from. A moment later, a sinister smile crept across Dan Dao's face. He suddenly burst into laughter, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. He strode forward, thinking to himself, Zhang Yin, oh Zhang Yin, you almost fooled me. Sword talismans are refined by gathering the power of the 5 elements, consuming no small amount of resources. Moreover, each talisman can only be used once. It's nothing more than a bluff. Let's see how long you can keep up this pretense. Dan Dao continued his inner monologue. After all, this Zhang Yin has a shallow foundation, having taken Chu Chong Siu as his master. He can only learn a few quick techniques from a second-rate sect. Well, he thought he's put all his effort into this. He may seem impressive now, but in the future, he won't necessarily surpass me. A floating island hung, suspended in the air, a manor house perched upon its surface. They all entered the manor. Zhang Yin suddenly felt a surge of awareness. Senior brother Nin Trong Huyen, a man with a stern countenance, sat in the central chair within the room, Pham Truong Tan beside him. Pham Truong Tan greeted him respectfully. With the assistance of senior brother Chi, junior brother Nin Trong Huyen has broken through his bottleneck, condensing a second-grade golden core. From now on, our Min Thuong sect has another golden core cultivator. Zhang Yin looked up. Pham Truong Tan was introducing Nin Trong Huyen, who sat in the center of the room. He announced, from this day forward, junior brother Nin will lead us in the continued campaign against the 3 Whites territory. Zhang Yin sat, thinking, I've heard senior brother Chu mention that the golden core stage is extremely difficult to break through. If foundation establishment is laying the foundation of the Tao, then golden core is the stairway to ascension. Thus, condensing a golden core is also called building the stairway to heaven. He looked around, thinking Nin Trong Huyen, not yet 55 years of age and already a golden core cultivator, a second grade at that, 1 in 10,000. Truly deserving of being Elder Tun's most valued disciple. Perhaps in 2 years, the ranking of the top 15 disciples will change. Everyone listened in attentive silence. Nin Trong Huyen asked, I hear senior brother Pham has a map of Bitch Huyet Pond. Pham Truong Tan delegated. Junior brother Tan, bring out the map. The addressed disciple called out, transform. An image of a mountain range appeared. Nin Trong Huyen smiled and asked, I wonder how many locations senior brother Pham conquered yesterday? Pham Truong Tan extended his hand, confidently stating, these 6 locations have all been captured. Nin Trong Huyen extended his hand, calmly stating, Senior brother, you're being too conservative. Pointing at an island on the projected map, Nin Trong Huyen said, this is Truck Teed Island. We should have taken it today. Pham Truong Tan began to analyze the situation and offer a solution. Truck Teed Island is teeming with powerful demons, and deeper within lies the inner lake of Bitch Huyet Pond. If we conquer it too early, we may not be able to hold it. It would be better to subdue the entire Nam Dang Jiang region first, then return later. Nin Trong Huyen raised his hand, dismissing the concern. No need to worry. I brought the Kin Law Formation banners with me this time. They should be sufficient for defense. As for the demons on Truck Teed Island, I will personally handle them. I won't cause any trouble for senior brother. Pham Truong Tan inquired, how can I assist you? Nin Trong Huyen replied, I am enough on my own. Senior brother, just wait. Nin Trong Huyen suddenly flew off, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Watching the direction Nin Trong Huyen departed, Pham Truong Tan thought to himself, junior brother Nin is making a show of strength the moment he arrives. Furthermore, he has senior brother Chi's secret orders. I dare not disobey. Closing his eyes, Pham Truong Tan mused, second-grade golden core already. It seems junior brother Nin intends to make waves. Nin Trong Huyen quickly returned to his previous position. Confidently, he announced, Senior Brother Pham, the demons on Truck Teed Island have been eliminated. We can proceed to the island. Pham Truong Tan agreed to Nin Trong Huyen's proposal. We will follow Junior Brother's arrangements. The floating island moved through the air, passing over towering mountain ranges. An elder turned to another and asked, Senior Brother Nam, Junior Brother Nin's actions are like blocking the entrance to Bitch Huyet Pond's inner lake. Can the old demon tolerate this? Nam Dan Diem calmly replied, he has to tolerate it, whether he likes it or not. Another elder, confused, asked, why? He explained, currently, Immortal Chu and Immortal Nan meditate daily on Michigan Tin platform, sensing the workings of fate. If the old demon leaves his cave, they will surely detect it. With messages traveling thousands of miles in an instant, what demon would dare take such a risk? Chi Van Tien and Immortal Nan appeared in a vision, seemingly facing a threat from a black serpent. Nam Dan Diem offered his opinion. If he were dead, we wouldn't need to intervene. I fear that his 1,000-year legacy would be immediately divided amongst his subordinates. Hiding within the protective formations of his cave might only prolong his demise for a few more days. Nin Trong Huyen extended his hand, his expression serious as he announced, yesterday, under Senior Brother Pham's command, you all leveled 6 islands. However, 12 islands in Nam Dang Jiang remain uncleared. Today, we have captured Truck Teed Island. It's time to launch a full-scale offensive and, before daybreak, sweep away the demonic aura and conquer the entire Nam Dang Jiang region. Pham Truong Tan seemed slightly worried as he asked, Junior Brother Nin, I fear we lack the manpower. I only brought 10 Xian Guang cultivators this time, and with 2 fallen, we only have 9 remaining. Nin Trong Huyen smiled and asked, who are they? Is Nam Dan Diem here? Nam Dan Diem replied, present. What are your instructions, Senior Brother? Nin Trong Huyen commanded, you within 2 watches single-handedly clear the 2 islands in the southwest corner. Will that be a problem? Nam Dan Diem smiled, appearing honored by the task. To be granted such meritorious service by Senior Brother, I naturally accept with pleasure. Nin Trong Huyen then ordered, Zhang Yin, the 2 islands in the southeast corner are assigned to you for elimination. Zhang Yin bowed his head respectfully, accepting the command. As you command, Senior Brother. Nam Dan Diem, seemingly wary of Zhang Yin, glanced at him and thought, Senior Brother Nin's actions clearly indicate he believes Zhang Yan's strength is comparable to mine. Nin Trong Huyen casually tossed supply pouches to them with practiced accuracy. The remaining 8 islands will be assigned to the 7 remaining junior brothers. Having distributed the pouches, Nin Trong Huyen explained, these are supply pouches issued by the sect. Each pouch contains 3 formation banners. After capturing an island, set them up yourselves as a precaution against demonic reinfiltration. Everyone listened attentively. Nin Trong Huyen sternly reminded them, his words carrying a veiled warning, his expression serious. This offensive requires everyone to advance with utmost diligence. If anyone shows laziness, don't blame me for nullifying all their prior contributions. Is that clear? Those in the room, upon hearing his words, responded in unison with a resounding, clear. Immediately afterward, they flew out of his residence. Zhang Yin, after departing, thought to himself, flying at night, trying to find an island isn't easy. I might have to circle around, wasting quite a bit of time. Zhang Yin extended his hand and called out, Gao Tong, are you there? It flew out from his sleeve. Gao Tong appeared before Zhang Yin, looking quite distraught. Master, that Xiezong Yuan is truly not a good person. You have no idea. Inside that leather pouch, I was practically suffocating. He seemed disbelieving. Don't lie to me. Inside the leather pouch, it's pitch black with no distinction between day and night. You wouldn't even be able to tell if you were suffocating or not. I'm asking you, of the 2 locations we're going to, are you familiar with Mu Track Island in the southeast corner? Gao Tong began to speak boastfully about its familiarity with the area. Master, I've been making a living in the Tamjiang estuary since I was young. I'm familiar with every nook and cranny. How many islands are under each tree, how many strange rocks and mountains there are where the demonesses secretly frolic. I, Gao Tong, know it all like the back of my hand. Zhang Yan's face remained expressionless as he snapped at it with seeming indifference. I know already. Now lead the way. Why so much Feihuar nonsense? Gao Tong ceased its protests, conceding, All right, you're the master, whatever you say. As they approached, Gao Tong quickly informed him, Master, look at the flickering light ahead. That's Mu Track Island. It's truly the easiest to recognize. Zhang Yin smiled confidently, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. I wonder which disciple will be fortunate enough to cultivate there later. What an honor, indeed. As Gao Tong flew closer to the island, Zhang Yin surveyed the surroundings and spoke with a puzzled tone. Strange. The demon lairs we conquered in the past few days all had demon soldiers guarding them. Even if there weren't any guards, there would at least be hundreds of demon soldiers putting up a fight. But this island is completely empty. I wonder if this demon cultivator has an odd temperament, or if there's something else unusual going on. Zhang Yin looked at the island and then asked Gao Tong, Tell me, is there a demon cultivator practicing on this island? Gao Tong immediately replied with the information it possessed. That I'm not sure about. Nam Dang Zhang has 18 demon islands, and every day, every month, there are demon cultivators fighting and killing each other. Who knows how many times ownership has changed hands? Any demon cultivator capable of occupying an island wouldn't be too weak. Gao Tong chuckled, its tone slightly teasing. But of course, they wouldn't compare to Master. Zhang Yin scolded it, extending his hand as countless lightning bolts shot out from his palm. Do something useful and less flattery. Gao Tong hurriedly flew forward. A golden talisman flew out. Standing on the back of his dragon, Zhang Yin hurled numerous talismans towards the island. The talismans exploded, leaving behind only wisps of dissipating smoke. Zhang Yin furrowed his brow. Strange, such a large commotion, and yet there's no reaction from the lair. The golden dragon's silhouette shimmered in the night sky as Zhang Yin continued. In the past, no matter which demon island it was, the demons would have rushed out long before we got close. Unlike now, where they're being attacked at their doorstep and yet remain silent. Zhang Yan summoned a bronze yar. Red ink slowly flowed from the mouth of the jar, resembling a ribbon. Then, more red ink poured out from the bronze jar. A dark shadow shot out from the island, piercing through Zhang Yan's dense curtain of red ink. A man appeared, dressed in black, hands clasped together. I, Huang Ming, have cultivated on this island and never caused trouble for your bright Thuong sect. Why have you come to kill me? What is the meaning of this? Zhang Yin replied with a laugh, so its fellow Taoist Huang. I've heard that in the ancient wilderness, the celestial demons ran rampant, treating our human race like ants, devouring us at will. Did they ever speak of right or wrong back then? As he spoke, Zhang Yin withdrew the bronze jar with 2 fingers. The 2 stood upon the sea of red ink, beneath the vast sky. Zhang Yin continued, If it weren't for the great sages of our human race who fought a bloody 1,000-year war against the celestial demons, shattering the continent and fracturing the celestial pillars, we wouldn't have found a chance for survival. Otherwise, our human race might have become nothing more than a bloody feast in the mouths of your demon race. You ask me what the meaning of this is? I'll tell you, this is the meaning. Having finished speaking, Zhang Yin summoned his sword. Countless blue, sword rays swiftly flew towards Huang Ming. Huang Ming hastily transformed, his entire body enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. Huang Ming became a gigantic black python, weaving through the sword light. Seeing this, Zhang Yin waved his hand, and the sword rays immediately turned, continuing to stab towards the black python, but it nimbly dodged them. Zhang Yin conjured a blue object, shaped almost like an eye. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. The weaving black python suddenly noticed the eye-shaped object flying towards it. The python desperately dodged as numerous sword rays and the eye-shaped object attacked it. The black python cried out, seemingly struck. The python coiled its body tightly, then spun violently, flinging away the attacking objects. Spinning faster and faster, it deflected nearly all the sword rays. Zhang Yan's eyes widened. The black python quickly turned its head to flee, but a ring of fire appeared before it. Zhang Yan created a vortex of fire, encircling the black python, which cried out in pain. The ring of fire closed, incinerating the black python. The surrounding red ink began to dissipate. A glittering object flew towards Zhang Yan. He muttered, "I wonder what this is. Even my golden fire profound light couldn't harm it." Zhang Yan picked up the object, speaking with surprise. It's actually a true inscription of the fixed true form, shifting heaven. This seems to be a technique for shape-shifting and escape. Could this be the protective light that demon just used? Several characters were engraved on the gleaming golden inscription. Zhang Yan pondered. Judging by its color and shape, this is likely a virtue inscription iron ring, specifically used for imprinting images and text in books. Holding the inscription, he frowned. The fixed true form, shifting heaven technique inscribed on it isn't complete. It's clearly lacking, incomplete. What was originally a profound technique has been reduced by several levels. Turning, Zhang Yin instructed, "Stay here. Don't go anywhere." The golden dragon nodded. Within Mu Track Island's cave dwelling, Zhang Yin walked slowly, thinking to himself, for you two to possess such an inscription, perhaps the original is still within this cave dwelling. Suddenly, Zhang Yin stopped, his expression one of astonishment. Before him stood a gnarled tree, radiating a green light. Numerous characters were carved into its trunk. Placing his hand on the tree trunk, Zhang Yin smiled. The original fixed true form, shifting heaven, must surely originate from here. Looking at the long, winding branches, he noticed red fruit growing at the tips. Zhang Yin mused. This not only has the entire technique inscribed upon it, but someone used a great divine ability to carve it into the seed of a green vine root. As the green vine grew, at a certain point, the branches became covered in these characters. The fruit on the tree glowed a brilliant crimson, its leaves spread wide, creating a striking image. Zhang Yin continued. No wonder the words on the virtue inscription iron ring were so chaotic. It's because the writing followed the growth of the branches, developing in a spiral pattern. He looked at the glowing red fruit and added, that demon cultivator didn't know how to arrange them, hence the strange jumble. This method is somewhat similar to the techniques of the Tai House sect, one of the 10 great profound sects. I've heard they possess a green emperor divine wood, and when passing down techniques, they have their chosen disciples climb the divine wood to pick a seed. Zhang Yin smiled. Then, using their sect's methods, they cultivate the seed into a small tree. Once the tree matures and takes root, they can find the technique inscribed upon it. Turning, Zhang Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's said the techniques received by each disciple are different. While their power varies, each technique is perfectly suited to the disciple's cultivation. The other 9 profound sects can't compare to this. Looking up, Zhang Yin thought to himself, such a profound technique can't be left for others to benefit from. I still need to destroy another island and can't stay here too long. I must resolve this quickly. With that thought, Zhang Yin flew out, holding formation flags in his hand. He threw a red flag, planting one in the west, another in the east, and the remaining 2 in the north and south. Clasping his hands together, Zhang Yin shouted, "Rise!" He thought to himself, with this, unless someone knows how to open this formation, no one will be able to enter for the time being. The flags burst into flames, and a pale yellow barrier appeared beneath his feet. The 4 flags established the barrier, forming a square that encompassed the entire island. Standing on the golden dragon's back, Zhang Yin said, "Let's go. We'll head to Ma'an Island immediately." As the golden dragon carried Zhang Yin towards Ma'an Island, a dark shadow shot out from the island. Zhang Yin frowned, watching it. Then, looking up in confusion at the departing shadow, he exclaimed in surprise, Disappointed, Zhang Yin muttered, "Escaped already?" He collected himself and threw out another set of formation flags. Well, the green vine's red fruit is more important, since the other party had abandoned their dwelling and fled. The 4 barrier flags now enclosed the entire island. Zhang Yin, astride the dragon, turned and said, "I suppose I've completed the task then." Dawn began to break. Zhang Yin returned to the cave dwelling on Mu Track Island. The green vine no longer emitted a green light, returning to the appearance of an ordinary tree. The red fruit fell to the ground. Zhang Yin walked over and picked up the fruit, peeling it open to reveal the seed within. He chuckled. It's quite a coincidence, a trade-off. Truly, everything is predetermined. Zhang Yin happily held the seed up for inspection. If I had greedily pursued that demon cultivator, I would have missed this moment. Perhaps this seed would have fallen to the ground, taken root, and sprouted. Then, who knows how many years I would have had to wait to obtain this technique. As soon as the seed was sown, it sprouted leaves. Changing into a different set of clothes, Zhang Yin mounted the dragon and returned to Truck Teat Island. The sun was now high in the sky. Zhang Yin wondered, surprised, "I wonder which sex golden core cultivator has arrived here." On Truck Teat Island, a flying ship rested, adorned with a 2-story tiled roof. Zhang Yin looked up and stepped aboard. Before him sat a man, yin yang symbol adorning the wall behind him. The long-bearded man asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Yin thought to himself, this man's presence is like a mountain, his magical power swirling around him. He must be a golden core cultivator. Thinking this, Zhang Yin bowed with hands clasped. "Disciple Zhang Yin." The man asked, "Are you the direct disciple that Senior Brother Qi rescued from the demonic abyss?" He waved his hand dismissively, continuing in an irritated tone, "Cultivation should be pursued step by step, consolidating one's foundation. How can one resort to such unorthodox methods? What demonic abyss? If it weren't for the sex concern for you, how would you have reached this point today? Go on, I have other arrangements for you tomorrow." Zhang Yin left, pondering, who is this man? Why did he come here to lecture me? Pham Truong Tan approached, raising a hand in greeting. "Junior Brother Zhang." Pham Truong Tan chuckled, placing a hand on Zhang Yan's shoulder. "Junior Brother Zhang, were you also lectured by Martial Uncle?" "Don't be upset, that's just his temperament. He didn't mean to single you out." Zhang Yin asked, "Where is Senior Brother Nin?" Pham Truong Tan replied, "The Sex Merit Department has arranged a stewardship position for Senior Brother Nin and invited him back to assume the role." As they walked together, Pham Truong Tan continued, "Furthermore, the elders have also conveyed that the martial uncles are steady and prudent, capable of bearing significant responsibility, so they have been dispatched to take over Senior Brother Nin's military duties." Hearing Pham Truong Tan's words, Zhang Yin suddenly thought, steady and prudent, capable of bearing significant responsibility. Aren't these words implying that Senior Brother Nin is rash and impetuous, unfit for important tasks? As they walked, Pham Truong Tan seemed to remember something. He pulled a letter from his sleeve, turned, and handed it to Zhang Yin, saying, "Oh, right. Someone asked me to give this to you. In any case, just take things slowly for now." After delivering the letter, he departed, leaving Zhang Yin deep in thought. The person in charge had shifted from Senior Brother Nin to the martial uncles, and even Senior Brother Pham had become much more reserved. It didn't take much to realize that, for the time being, no one could help him, and there might even be people looking to cause him trouble. Thinking this, he opened the letter in his hand. Upon seeing the handwriting, he felt a surge of surprise. As he read, he thought, isn't this Senior Brother Nin's handwriting? It describes the method for opening and closing the Jingluo Divine Banner formation that he set up here. He continued to ponder, with this method, I can freely enter and exit Truck Teat Island and won't be trapped here. It seems there's more to this situation than meets the eye. But in any case, I must walk my own path and not let these matters cause me unnecessary trouble. The next day, at the Chun Hour, in the upper pavilion, the martial uncles were addressing their disciples, saying, although you disciples have pacified the Nam Dang Ha, the Western Eagle's 6 abysses are still in turmoil. Therefore, from today onwards, we will attack this location. As he spoke, Fuang Hong sat silently with arms crossed. The martial uncle, positioned on a high platform, looked down at the crowd of disciples listening below. He continued, although there are 4 golden core demon cultivators on this island, Senior Brother Fuang, Senior Brother Pham, and I can handle them ourselves. The remaining disciples should seize the opportunity to attack a single point, remembering the 4 words advance slowly. Do not underestimate the enemy and rush forward. Instead, gradually eliminate all enemy forces, then concentrate your strength to achieve victory. Is this clear? The disciples below responded in unison, clear. After finishing his speech, the martial uncles turned to Zhang Yin, who was standing below, and said, since you are a disciple of Dean Shu of the Pill Cauldron Institute, you do not need to participate in this battle. There is a 7th grade alchemy chamber in the Flying Palace, already stocked with medicinal ingredients. You should go there and refine some danyao for us. Fuang Hong, standing beside them, suggested, perhaps he should accompany me. He could earn some merit that way. Hearing this, the martial uncle turned to Fuang Hong and said, I've heard that when Zhang Yin opened his meridians, his aptitude was only low grade, and he had to resort to the demonic abyss to increase his cultivation. From there, he reached the profound illumination stage, but it was only a forced advancement. As if that wasn't enough, he added, he's not even as good as an ordinary profound illumination disciple. Combat isn't his forte. Seeing his attitude, Fuang Hong's expression shifted slightly. But the martial uncle turned back to the disciples below and continued. The amount of Yao obtained from the Pill Cauldron Institute for this expedition is limited, and it's simply not enough. Having him refined on Yao for us will alleviate our concerns about exceeding our resources. Fuang Hong considered this for a moment and then said, Martial uncle is right. Though he agreed outwardly, his thoughts were different. It's a pity, he mused. If Zhang Yin were under my command, I could easily send him to kill a demon general and quietly eliminate him. I could even gain favor with a mortal Nan. Finally, he concluded, well, I'll let him live for a few more days. An opportunity will present itself. With the matter settled, Martial Uncle Cat sent a stream of immortal energy toward Zhang Yin, saying, if you perform well, I will certainly remember your contribution, and you won't be shortchanged. He then said, go. The immortal energy enveloped Zhang Yin, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before a large alchemy furnace. Walking towards the furnace, a thought struck Zhang Yin. This furnace is brimming with spiritual energy. Just by looking at it, I can tell it's a rare treasure for alchemy. Even the layout here suggests that the martial uncles are skilled alchemists. Suddenly, a spark flew out from beneath the furnace, startling him. As understanding dawned, he sighed and muttered, it seems that if I don't refine some high-quality danyao, this martial uncle won't let me leave. He continued, more optimistically, well, if I can earn merit through alchemy, and I have precious ingredients to practice with, and plenty of time to cultivate, what's not to like? Zhang Yin bit his lip, a new thought arising. It's just that this martial uncle is likely an expert in this field. Simply recording communal recipes won't impress him. I need another approach. Having decided on a plan, Zhang Yin picked up a porcelain bottle. I got it, he thought. The art of alchemy requires a primary ingredient as a base, supplemented by various other ingredients. This primary ingredient is crucial, as more than half the effectiveness of the refined danyao depends on it. Though I lack a typical primary ingredient, I can use the blood essence core pills I obtained from the Blood Soul sect. He reasoned that since his own danyao creation relied on core pills, the supplementary ingredients only needed to be non-conflicting in their properties. He stood before the medicine cabinet, tossing the ingredients into the furnace. It's a bit wasteful, he thought, but it's not my medicine, so I needn't feel bad for the martial uncles. Zhang Yin held a blood-red pill in his hand. Breaking off a small piece, he carefully examined the blood chi core pills. Each pill had absorbed the essence of at least 100 elite cultivators. Without the proper technique, consuming one would result in death from the overwhelming medicinal power. If I use this pill as the primary ingredient and refine it according to Senior Brother Chu's secret formula, the results should be astonishing. With that thought, he placed a small piece of blood chi core pill into the furnace. As soon as the ingredient entered, the furnace erupted with a beam of light that shot skyward, the resulting shockwave throwing him aside. Morning passed, and dusk descended, painting the mountains and forests in a golden hue. On Truckteed Island, life continued as usual. Among the crowd, Duong On could be seen walking alongside Mok Tien Hoa. She turned to him and said, Senior Brother Mok, the now you gave me yesterday was excellent. Using the Manjia sword felt much smoother than usual. He cheerfully replied, Junior Sister Duong On, These pills are called revitalizing pills, refined by a disciple accompanying the Pill Cauldron Institute. When the martial uncles inspected them, they praised them highly, declaring them excellent pills, and personally awarded him merit. He then held up 3 fingers, adding, "Unfortunately, these pills are only produced every 3 days, and each batch yields only 2 or 3 pills. Not everyone can get their hands on them." She nodded understandingly, saying, "So he's a disciple of the Pill Cauldron Institute. No wonder they awarded him merit based solely on the effectiveness of these pills. It's well-deserved." Mok Tian-Hoa crossed his arms and exhaled, his tone nonchalant. "Speaking of which, that disciple is only at the profound illumination stage. His foundation is shallow, not comparable to ours. He'll likely find it difficult to achieve the great Tao in the future." Duong On disagreed, countering, "Senior Brother Mok, although the Tao of alchemy doesn't guarantee immortality, we cultivators cannot do without it." She added, "This disciple possesses such profound accomplishments in alchemy. If he were to inherit Headmaster Chu's legacy, the sect would undoubtedly treat him well." Seemingly picking up on something in her words, Mok Tian-Hoa asked, "Junior Sister Duong, is there perhaps something troubling you that your senior brother could assist with?" She didn't deny it, but frankly admitted, "You've guessed it, Senior Brother Mok. My cultivation of the Shadow Crimson Moon method has reached a bottleneck. I need a clear azure pill to cleanse my inner organs and nourish my yin essence. If that senior brother is skilled in alchemy, I'd like to ask him to refine this pill for me, but I'm afraid Master might disapprove." Duong On continued, "As you know, Senior Brother, I am a disciple of Master Tan. For some reason, he has a grudge against Headmaster Chu and strictly forbids us from requesting pills from the disciples of the Pill Cauldron Institute." She touched her chin thoughtfully, then continued, "If I could obtain this pill to refine my Shadow Crimson Profound Illumination, my cultivation would certainly be no less than Junior Sister Feng Gufeng. I hear she's quite renowned at Donglang Lake." Hearing this, Mok Tian-Hoa found it difficult to respond. He feigned a cough, thinking to himself, "Their silent rivalry is none of my business." After a moment of thought, he declared haughtily, "Regardless, I will help you obtain the cultivation method and the pills you need, Junior Sister Duong. A minor alchemist like him wouldn't dare refuse. I'll arrange everything for you." Hearing his promise, she turned and thanked him. "Senior Brother, you are truly generous. I'm indebted to you for your help." Mok Tian-Hoa waved his hand dismissively. "We are all fellow disciples. There's no need for such formalities." At Tumin Peak, deep within the Western Eagle's 6 abysses, Kim Tang-Tsong addressed Dan Nuong Tu and Tru Hung, who were sitting behind him, gnawing on pig's trotters. "In 2 days, the Min Thuong sect will attack us. I hear they've recently gained 3 more Golden Core cultivators, bringing their total to 6. He added grimly, "It seems we'll have to abandon Tumin Peak, or we'll surely die here." Lamb SOC, holding a chicken leg, chimed in, "Cave Master Kim, there's no need for regret. These past few days, the Min Thuong sect has fallen right into our trap. Do they really think we can't hold our ground?" He added, "Once the 8 Directions chaotic maze formation on the island traps the Min Thuong sect disciples, we'll have the leverage to negotiate with them. Then you needn't worry about this cave slipping from your grasp, Cave Master Kim." Tru Hung, taking a bite of a pig's trotter, added, "Brother Lamb is right. Although my Little King Mountain's reputation isn't as grand as Cave Master Kim's, it still holds some weight in the 6 abysses. It's not something we can simply abandon." He then turned to Dan Nuong Tu with a grin. "Isn't that right, Alchemist Dan?" The alluring woman sat silently, holding a wine flask. Kim Tang-Tsong clasped his hands behind his back. "It's not that I'm attached to this demonic cultivator's cave. We've never had a fixed abode. We can always plunder another one." He added with a sigh, "I'm just impressed by Strategist Law. With just a command token and a strange formation, he's forced us to stay here, risking our lives and exhausting our efforts. His methods are truly formidable." Dan Nuong Tu, who had drifted behind him unnoticed, spoke, "Brother Kim, why speak like that? We can retreat with peace of mind, relying on Manager LA's promise that even if we can't reclaim this cave, we can become honored guests at his estate." Hearing this, he raised another point. "If we find it unsuitable, we can simply leave. With our cultivation level, are we truly afraid of not finding a Demon King to take us in?" In Tru Hung's eyes, everything Dan Nuong Tu said was correct. He flattered her. Exactly. Alchemist Dan's thinking is the sharpest among us. Following you, we definitely won't go wrong." Compared to his adoring gaze, she remained indifferent, haughtily ignoring him. Kim Tang-sung snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Ultimately, isn't it because Manager Law refuses to exert himself? If he could dispatch 2 nascent soul cultivators here, how could we have been forced into this situation? Having said that, he took a large gulp of wine, wiping his mouth before continuing. It's a pity that Island Master Thursday Teed of Lukka Island, whose cultivation was comparable to ours, was killed by Nin Tung Huin with a single sword strike. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the Min Thuong sect then launched their attack, giving us time to make preparations. Lam SOC also chimed in. Everyone, don't hesitate any longer. If Manager La didn't give us the formation flags, what else could we do? Even if that killer Nin Tung Huin had attacked directly that day, we could have held our ground. Finally, he raised his wine cup, saying, in 2 days, we will definitely torment the Min Thuong sect and vent all the frustration we've accumulated these past few days. He then addressed the others. Brother Kim, Brother True, Alchemist Ann, come bottoms up. Outside the Tin to Phi Kung Alchemy Chamber, a figure stood deep in thought. In recent days, the sect's strategy regarding the Western Eagle's 6 abysses had deepened. The next deployment would likely be a full-scale assault, a truly exhilarating prospect. Currently, there were 6 profound illumination cultivators leading the charge, commanding nearly 400 disciples. This was Mok Tien Hoa, a direct disciple of the elder of Thuong Ko Peak. He continued his internal monologue. However, the more people there are, the scarcer the medicinal pills become. I must fulfill the promise I made to junior sister Duong. I hear that this alchemist named Zhang Yin opens his furnace every 3 days, and afterward, he invariably goes out for a stroll, only returning after dusk. For a direct disciple of an elder like myself to wait outside an alchemy chamber for an alchemist is quite a display of sincerity. Seeing Zhang Yin appear, Mok Tien Hoa thought with satisfaction, he's here. He then bowed respectfully, addressing Zhang Yin. Junior Brother Zhang, I am Mok Tien Hoa from Thuong Ko Peak. I study the Tao under Elder Tich Tan. You must have heard of him. Zhang Yin politely replied, so it's Senior Brother Mok. What brings you here? Mok Tien Hoa began, nothing much. I'd like to request Junior Brother Zhang to refine a batch of clear azure pills for me. The compensation is negotiable, and you certainly won't be shortchanged. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin thought with a sigh, another one. I'm busy cultivating the true form carefree heaven every day, and I still have to spend time refining medicinal ingredients for the martial uncles. Where do I have the time to refine other pills? Despite this, he politely declined. I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Senior Brother. I'm currently focused on refining revitalizing pills for my fellow disciples, and I don't have any free time to assist you with your request. Mok Tien Hoa's expression turned serious as he pressed Zhang Yin. Junior Brother Zhang, I'm not flattering you, but if you help me with this, I can assist you with any difficulties you may encounter in the future. Consider the benefits carefully. Zhang Yin ignored him and walked away. This action surprised Mok Tien Hoa. Angrily, he barked, this isn't up to you. Stop. Seeing this, Zhang Yin immediately raised his hand, preparing to use the Yu in heavy water. Both of these moves were direct attacks on his opponent. Seeing Zhang Yin's attack, Mok Tien Hoa smirked inwardly. This Zhang Yin truly has no real skill. Even his attacks are so miserly. My Radiant Virtue Enlightenment Profound Light is best at defense and offense. How could this tiny droplet be of any threat? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. The attack sent Mok Tien Hoa flying backward. The young master was struck so hard that tears and snot streamed down his face. Zhang Yin then swiftly unleashed a flurry of talismans. These talismans plastered Mok Tien Hoa firmly against the wall, while Zhang Yin calmly strolled inside. 2 figures approached from afar, and upon seeing them, Mok Tien Hoa's heart lurched with panic. I'm doomed. How can I face anyone looking like this? He then feigned unconsciousness. The blonde-haired individual, spotting Mok Tien Hoa, asked in bewilderment, isn't that Senior Brother Mok Tien Hoa? Why is he lying here? The other person replied, looking at those talismans, could he have offended Senior Brother Zhang? Well, since he's unconscious anyway, let's not interfere in other people's business. The blonde-haired one questioned further, but Senior Brother Zhang in the alchemy chamber is just an alchemist, while Senior Brother Mok is a disciple of Elder Tich Tan. Even if they had a disagreement, how could he possibly lose to him? His companion explained, you don't know anything. This Senior Brother Zhang Yin is a direct disciple. I saw with my own eyes how he used a single sword talisman to strike down a ferocious demon general in one blow. Senior brother Mok probably didn't know the details and provoked him, which is why he's suffering now. Hearing these words, Mok Tian-hoa inwardly cursed Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin, you're clearly a direct disciple, so why are you pretending to be an alchemist? Meanwhile, inside the alchemy chamber, Zhang Yin was cultivating. Another figure, identical to Zhang Yin, appeared, causing him to pause in concentration. Looking at the illusory body he had created, Zhang Yin thought to himself, this illusory body standing before me, judging by its appearance, even my own family wouldn't be able to tell the difference. If it doesn't make a move, it's impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhang Yin pondered further. However, this technique is still just a rudimentary method within the true form carefree heaven. The final part of the seed within requires a cultivation level of core formation or higher to practice. There are still many parts one don't understand. Zhang Yin then glanced at the vibrating alchemy furnace and exclaimed, "The pills are ready." He waved his hand, opening the furnace. Zhang Yin used a spell to retrieve the refined pills. He transformed them from a viscous mass into small spheres. They were now perfectly rounded pills. While collecting the pills, Zhang Yin contemplated. Recently, the demons in the Western Eagle's 6 abysses seem to retreat every day, ceding a large area. But looking closely, it seems like they're intentionally luring the Min Thuong sect disciples deeper. That old demon, La Mong Trek, has occupied this place for hundreds of years. It can't be this easy. I'm afraid there's some kind of conspiracy afoot. He calculated, I no longer need to go into battle and kill. So naturally, I don't need to show my face every day. Once I master the illusory body method in the True Form Manual, I can deceive Cat Hack. When they go to attack the Western Eagle's 6 abysses, I'll stay on Truck Teat Island. Perhaps I can avoid the danger. The setting sun cast long shadows across every corner of Tin to Phi Kung. Mok Tian-hoa remained stuck to the wall, looking at the surrounding crowd, pointing and whispering. He lamented, "Why is my luck so bad?" A red-haired young man in green robes, named Du Tung, appeared and shouted, "Move aside. What's going on here?" He used his cultivation technique to dispel all the talismans on Mok Tian-hoa. Mok Tian-hoa slumped to the ground, saying, "Thank you, Senior Brother Du." Du Tung helped Mok Tian-hoa up, exclaiming indignantly that Zhang Yin. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace, surrounded by towering mountains. Inside, the disciples had all gathered. A blue-haired disciple stepped forward to report. Junior Brother Mok Tian-hoa reports that his cultivation has shown signs of a breakthrough these past few days, making it inconvenient for him to participate in battle. The seated figure replied, "I understand." Thuong Hong, seated beside him, inquired, "I hear Junior Brother Mok was actually injured by Junior Brother Zhang. If this is true, Junior Brother Zhang's cultivation shouldn't be underestimated. Perhaps he should join me in battle." Zhang Yin emerged from the assembled disciples. He ascended the steps. Zhang Yin placed a vial of medicinal pills beside them. Cat Thak picked up a pill and examined it meticulously, then offered his praise. 50 revitalizing pills in one vial, far exceeding the previous 13-day single batch yield. "Well done, Junior Brother Zhang. 2 merits for you this time." He then issued a command, "Continue your alchemy." And with a flick of his wrist, Cat Thak sent Zhang Yin away with a teleportation spell. Cat Thak fell into deep thought. He then rose and declared, "The campaign against the Western Eagle's 6 abysses has reached its final stage. Today we strike directly at Tumen Peak. All participating disciples are assembled here. We must annihilate the demonic beasts in this place." Cat Hack gave the order to depart. Below, Zhang Yin watched the flying palace rise into the air. He turned and walked away, leaving behind a simple blessing, safe travels. The illusionary body created by Zhang Yin was transported back to the alchemy chamber by Cat Thak's teleportation spell. The flying palace soared through the sky, observing the outside world through a magical artifact. Someone voiced their suspicion. Could it be that the demonic beasts here, seeing they can't stop us, have fled in fear? Cat Thak also revealed a look of doubt. Something's not right. Smooth sailing all the way, without any resistance from the demonic beasts. It's eerily quiet. Suddenly, a violent tremor knocked everyone off their feet. Black smoke appeared outside the flying palace. He looked at the black smoke, realizing he could no longer sense the other 5 flying palaces. An ambush! Cat Thak's voice boomed, attempting to reassure the others. "Calm yourselves, junior brothers and sisters. Don't panic. The demons are desperate. This is just a minor trapping formation. With the Tin to Phi Kung, even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't harm us. An image materialized, explaining the formation. The chaotic bewilderment formation isn't a particularly powerful killing formation. It's meant to trap those who enter. However, this formation is adept at transformation. It shifts every hour, changing locations, inverting chi flows. After a few transformations, you'll lose all sense of direction. He continued his reassurances. Don't be alarmed. It's just an illusion. But I suspect there are some low-level demons within these illusions. As long as you remain within the flying palace, you'll be safe. Outside, a group relentlessly attacked, trying to breach the tin to Phi Kung's protective formation. Kim Tang Song observed the situation. That cat Thak just wants to turtle up. I'm truly at my wit's end. He then channeled his energy. It seems Dan Nuong too has made her move. Let's go see what's happening. Dan Nuong too was currently engaged in combat with disciples of the sect. She unleashed an attack on Fuang Hong. Then Dan Nuong too called for reinforcements. Brother Kim, come quickly and help me. Let's capture this one together. Seeing the two of them charging forward, he inwardly rejoiced. Perfect timing. I was just hoping to catch you all in one net. Kim Tang Song swung his axe and roared. You dare leave the flying palace and engage us in battle? Then I'll destroy you first. At least I won't have made this trip in vain. Fuang Hong immediately summoned a torrent of water. He shot the torrent back in a counterattack. Kim Tang Song's axe split the river in two. Fuang Hong Samai Gorili. Suddenly, Tru Hung appeared from behind him, sneering, braggart. Kim Tang Gong State? Fuang Hong calculated silently. Asterisk 3 core formation cultivators. I can just manage them. But if another joins the fray, especially with a powerful magical treasure, escape might be impossible. Asterisk with a surge of energy, he blasted them back. Seeing Fuang Hong's attempt to flee, several disciples shouted, Marshal Uncle Fuang, where are you going? Brother Kim, and I almost had him. You've ruined everything. Tru Hung gritted his teeth, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy shaped like a boar. The energy slammed into the remaining disciples. Watching them scatter, Tru Hung snarled. Running? He whipped out a capturing pouch and sucked them inside. Not so fast. By now, he had retreated into the tin to Flying Palace. Lam Tak Sai. That Fuang Hong is a slippery one. I've been lying in wait, but he saw the danger and bolted. He'll be difficult to kill. Kim Tang Gong Zhao In Fu Sun. He spoke gravely. Although this formation isn't inherently dangerous or easily detectable, the commotion inside will alert the cultivators on Truck Teat Island within a day. If they send a flying message to the Min Thuong sect for reinforcements, our efforts will be wasted. Dan Nuong too offered reassurance. Brother Kim, don't worry. If Manager La gave us this formation flag, he must have anticipated this. He surely has a backup plan. Let's ask him. Lam Thak shook his head. While Dan Nuong too has a point, we can't rule out the possibility that Manager La will simply stand by and watch. If we're worried about the cultivators on Truck Teat Island sending a message, we'll just kill them all. Cat Thak's forces are attacking us fiercely, meaning they've likely deployed all their elites. Truck Teat Island should be empty, save for a slightly troublesome defensive formation. He turned to Tru Hung. Brother Tru, would you mind handing over the Min Thuong sect cultivators you captured? I can control their primordial spirits and force them to disable the formation. Then we can take the island. Tru Hung tossed him the capturing pouch. I've heard you've dabbled in demonic cultivation techniques, Brother Lam. I've been meaning to witness your skills firsthand. I was saving these for later, but given the urgency, here you go. He released the captives. Tru Hung quickly bound them with a rope as Lam Thak began his work. A young attendant appeared behind them. Are you having trouble breaking the tin to Flying Palace's restrictions? I've been sent by my master and Manager La to assist. The three stared in surprise at his sudden appearance. Strange, I can't sense his cultivation level. Dan Nuong too quickly responded. How do you intend to help us, young man? He produced a flag-shaped treasure. I possess a treasure called the Void-Seizing Banner, he explained, refined by Manager La and my master. It excels at absorbing all things. With sufficient cultivation, it can even contain entire islands and mountains. 6 small flying palaces are nothing. The attendant then demonstrated its power. Witnessing the banner's might, they were secretly astonished. A treasure like this? I've never even heard of such a thing. If it can absorb flying palaces, what about us? Where could we possibly hide? One gulp, and we be gone. The magical treasure in the young attendant's hand emitted a crimson light, forming an energy field that drew the flying palace inward. This magical treasure had collected all the flying palaces. The three of them stared, dumbfounded at the scene before them. He spoke amiably. Many thanks to all fellow Taoists for your assistance. This time, we have captured 6 core formation cultivators and nearly 400 profound illumination cultivators from the Min Thuong sect. Fearing further repercussions, the Min Thuong sect surely won't dare act rashly against the bitch Huyet Dam anymore. Dan Nuong too replied, to the Min Thuong sect, core formation cultivators aren't necessarily that significant. Can these few truly deter them from taking action? The attendant explained, rest assured, fellow Taoists. Among those profound illumination cultivators, many are disciples of several Min Thuong sect elders. They are certainly useful, especially among the core formation cultivators. One is a disciple of Immortal Qin of the Lam Lang Cave Heaven. He continued, Immortal Qin holds a special position within the Min Thuong sect. Years ago, the Min Thuong sect's current sect leader used unscrupulous methods to obtain his position, relying entirely on Immortal Qin's staunch support, and even sold out numerous benefits to the aristocratic families. But after assuming power, he intends to suppress these families, which makes him even more reliant on that immortal's help. While Immortal Qin can't outwardly object to these disciples being disregarded, if she were to approach those aristocratic families later, it would be the last thing the sect leader wants to see. Tru Hung, after listening, asked suspiciously, young Taoist, how do you know so much? He replied, although the Min Thuong sect suffered a bloody battle years ago, losing many high-level cultivators, quite a few escaped. The attendant then reproached himself. I've said too much. My master will scold me. He then took his leave. This matter is concluded. I must return to report to my master. Farewell. The scene shifted to Truckteed Island. Lam Thak stood before the island with the captured cultivators. He stretched out his hand, and one of the captives was pulled forward. Lam Thak used a soul-searching technique to view the captive's entire memory. After viewing the memories, he spoke with some irritation. Although I had guessed that these ordinary disciples wouldn't necessarily know the method to activate Truckteed Island's restrictions, figuring out a way to infiltrate wouldn't be difficult. It's just a rather troublesome method. Lam Thak opened his mouth wide and said, it's best not to waste them. Chewing, he said excitedly, my ancestor has eaten so many people, and indeed, the descendants of immortals are the most delicious. If they're disciples of a great sect like the Min Thuong sect, they must be an exquisite delicacy. He then used the Kai Tom Chu, and 6 colored flames appeared above his head. These flames then entered the minds of the other captives. On Truckteed Island, Du Tung saw them flying towards him and asked, why have you all come here, senior brothers? The man in red leading the group replied, Senior Brother Du, do you not recognize your junior brother? I am Fan Hong, under Senior Brother Phuong's command. Senior Brother Du, quickly activate the restrictions and let us in. Du Tung asked suspiciously, Junior Brother Fan, didn't you all go with the senior uncles and senior brothers to subdue the Western Eagle's 6 abysses? Why are you here? Fan Hong fabricated a story. It's a long story, Senior Brother. We had a fierce battle with the demon cultivators of the Western Eagle's 6 abysses. Just as we gained the upper hand, a powerful frost wolf appeared out of nowhere and chased us down, scattering us in an instant. The 6 core formation cultivators barely managed to hold it back and ordered us to retreat first to avoid being slaughtered. He listened in astonishment. How could this be? Another person flew up from behind, urging, Senior Brother Du, quickly let us in to take refuge. As Du Tung retrieved his command token, he replied, all right, I'll do it now. He hadn't even finished his sentence when someone reached out and stopped him. Du Tung asked suspiciously, who is this junior brother? Why are you stopping me? Zhang Yin replied, I am Zhang Yin. A hint of disdain colored Du Tung's voice. And who did I think it was? A direct disciple. Of course. How imposing. Wasn't disciplining junior brother Mach enough for you? Now you want to interfere with my duties as a steward. Zhang Yin explained, Senior Brother Du, there's no need for anger. I have my reasons for stopping you. The granduncles have stated that the barrier cannot be opened without the jade tokens. I ask you, where are their tokens? Du Tung finally realized the oversight and replied awkwardly, well, about that. Meanwhile, Lam Thak stood upon a small rock, manipulating the captured disciples. He chanted impatiently, where did this little thief come from? Ruining my plans? Heart control mantra rage. The man wearing the red kerchief was instantly controlled. He pointed at Zhang Yin and berated him. Zhang Yin, you're just an alchemist. What do you know about the hardships we senior brothers face fighting on the front lines? Besides, this isn't under your jurisdiction. What are you butting in for? Fan Hong chimed in. I recall Zhang Yin should be in the Grand Uncle's alchemy chambers refining pills. What's he doing here? He's suspicious. I suspect he's a spy. Senior brother Du, you must be careful. Du Tong spoke firmly. Junior brother Zhang, this matter doesn't fall under your purview. Whatever punishment there is, I will bear it alone. Stand down. Zhang Yin offered a suggestion. Senior brother Du, there's no need to rush. I have a proposal that benefits everyone. Since the Grand Uncles have encountered a powerful demon, we naturally must seek aid from the sect. Why not let these senior brothers act as messengers and report this directly to the sect leader and the true immortals? What do you think? Du Tong hesitated. Well, that does seem reasonable. Lam Thak roared in frustration. Who is this little wretch? Why is he so difficult to deal with? Then he muttered, fortunately, my ancestor had a contingency plan. Heart control mantra, longing. A man in green robes behind the others coughed up blood. Fan Hong feigned concern. Junior brother Chun, what's wrong? The man in green gasped. I was injured by a powerful cultivator's strange technique. I've been relying on medicinal pills to hold on, but now they're gone, and I can't endure any longer. He then knelt down and pleaded, Senior brother Du, we may not be able to enter the island, but junior brother Chun is gravely injured. Please, at least let him in. Du Tong agreed. Indeed. He then turned to Zhang Yin and asked, do you have anything else to say? Zhang Yin sighed in resignation. Senior brother Du, in that case, just let them all in. Since the barrier is already being opened against protocol, letting one person in is the same as letting two. Hearing this, Lam Thak grew suspicious. What is this brat planning? Well, fine. I was going to send in a few more disciples feigning injury. Anyway, this just saves me the trouble. He thought to himself, although these dozen or so puppet disciples aren't as strong as my ancestor, their original strength remains completely intact. That brat looks like he's only at the first level of profound illumination. No matter how cunning he is, once the restriction is lifted, I'll kill him and every Ming Shang sect disciple on this island. Meanwhile, Du Tong began setting up the formation while reassuring Zhang Yin, don't worry, I'll take responsibility. You don't need to fear being implicated. Zhang Yin, however, was silently speculating. Something must have happened on the front lines. The behavior and words of these people are incredibly suspicious. It would have been best to stop them, but this Du Tong is too eager to help others, too concerned for his fellow disciples. I fear he would have opened the barrier no matter what. Zhang Yin adopted a ready stance, thinking, since it's come to this, I'll let them in. He watched them approach, resolving that if anything suspicious happened, he would simply kill them all. Fan Hong, seething with resentment, thought, we risk our lives out there, while these two enjoy peace and quiet. We fought our way back, hoping for comfort and support from our fellow disciples, only to be met with suspicion and obstruction. A dark resolve simultaneously arose in the hearts of the approaching disciples. These two are hateful. They must die. Du Tong, as if sensing something, turned to look back. In that instant, they attacked. The bodies of Du Tong and Zhang Yin were torn to shreds. In the stillness of the night, two figures flitted away like the wind. Lam Thak, perched on the rock, pondered. He had expected a difficult opponent, but the kill had been surprisingly easy. Suddenly, realization dawned, and with it, a surge of fury. I've been tricked. That little wretch dared to play me right under my ancestor's nose. He roared, kill everyone on Judy Island. His subordinates immediately sprang into action. Zhang Yin, holding a spirit tablet, thought it's a good thing I acted quickly. It's a pity about the decoy body I just refined. Observing from above, he mused, this concealment technique is truly useful. His brow furrowed, a tense look in his eyes. These people are all at the first or second level of profound illumination. Even if they join forces to pursue me, I'm not afraid. Analyzing the situation, he speculated. But just now, for a moment, those men seemed to lose their minds, as if manipulated by some demonic influence. The heart-snatching sex techniques are unpredictable. Who knows what other tricks they have hidden? It's best to understand their strangeness before acting. Down the mountain, in a small town, a furious voice shattered the quiet. That bastard Zhang Yin, Mok Thien Hoa, diligently cultivating, muttered his determination. He treated me like trash. I will have my revenge. Suddenly, the wooden door splintered, and three strangers burst in. Anxiety flooded his eyes. He stammered, 3 senior brothers, what do you want? A commotion echoed from the mountain. bruised and battered, teeth gritted, wounds blossoming across their bodies. Two figures clung to each other, exhausted but resolute. A colossal sword-like object materialized, plunging downwards, attempting to breach the defenses below. Zhang Yin, concealed behind a tree, observed the battle with a notepad in hand, a growing sense of boredom creeping in. They just keep repeating the same moves, he thought, and their minds are clearly clouded. No restraint, just brute force. He raised two fingers, conjuring a small, intricate sphere. This is all they've got. A flash of azure light streaked towards the combatants. It passed through them, their expressions shifting, their eyes glazing over. Zhang Yin spoke calmly. These people are possessed, wreaking havoc on the island. I have to rescue the other disciples. I don't have time for you. Find somewhere to hide. One of the men clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior uncle, he began, but Zhang Yin was already gone. Upon learning of this, Lam Thak furrowed his brows in anger. They've already infiltrated Judy Island, yet a mere first-level profound illumination junior has disrupted my plans. If Jin Shengong and the others find out, how will my ancestors save face? As he cast a spell, he speculated, instantly killing 3 profound illumination cultivators. This kid can definitely control a flying sword. Fine, he can clearly conceal himself, making himself invisible, yet he doesn't hide properly. Instead, he rushes in to slaughter those puppets. This shows he's quite courageous. An ancient scroll appeared, marked with a 6-pointed star and a dot in the center. Lam Thak continued. Moreover, he knows how to adapt to the situation. This type of person is the most difficult to deal with. He deftly moved his palm, and a streak of azure light shot out, accompanied by a challenging tone. Boy, I, your ancestor, will abandon my pride and personally engage you in a battle with profound illumination purgatory. Back in the town, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Mok Thien Hoa, bruised and battered, pleaded desperately. Senior brothers, please stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Yet, they continued their relentless assault. Driven to desperation, he hastily surrendered. Mercy! Hearing this, they stopped, and their defensive shields vanished. Mok Thien Hoa looked up in bewilderment as the 3 figures swiftly broke through the ceiling and departed. Zhang Yin, hidden behind a tree, observed in secret. Suddenly, they quickly left. Beams of light gradually appeared in the sky, all heading in the same direction. As Zhang Yin cast a spell, he thought, it seems the manipulator behind the scenes has discovered my plan of gradual defeat and has gathered these people together. I'll report to the sect first and see what other tricks they have up their sleeves. Zhang Yin waved his hand, giving the command, go. As soon as he finished speaking, the hovering object began to move swiftly, carrying out its mission. On the rock, the figure in the center nimbly manipulated hand seals, causing dark red energy to gradually coalesce. Tiny points of light appeared on his fingertips, his eyes rolled back, blue veins bulged on his forehead, and his voice rang out, heart-snatching mantra C's. A soft chuckle followed. This laughter gradually became manic and satisfied as the accumulated energy grew larger, erupting like a raging fire. With an excited look, he raised his palm, draining the life force from the body in front of him. Everyone around him suffered the same fate. He wore an expression of blissful enjoyment, savoring his gains. His eyes suddenly turned resolute and hateful, and his voice boomed. Insolent brat, I, your ancestor, await you here. Under the night sky, a dazzling crimson light shot off. A gigantic arm and a loud roar appeared simultaneously. Zhang Yin stopped in surprise as the hand reached towards him, as if to grab him. He reacted quickly, immediately retreating, and simultaneously unleashing his power towards Fan Hong. A chuckle escaped. He was pierced through, but showed no fear. Instead, he spoke confidently. This body is now controlled by spirit alone, no matter how severely injured. His voice grew more excited, laced with disdain for his opponent, even as his head was severed. As long as this body's life force isn't exhausted, it can regenerate. Even if you kill me 10 times, you might not be able to deplete this life force. Hearing this, Zhang Yin became tense, wanting to unleash more power. But he suddenly stopped, watching the figure gradually exhibit darker markings, Zhang Yin thought to himself. The divine shuttle is contaminated, yet the astral sword ring is completely unharmed. He glanced again at the object hovering beside him, speculating. Perhaps it's because the astral sword ring is inherently protected by the golden fire profound light. It seems I can only deal with this demon using my own profound light, Fan Hong declared confidently. No matter how many magical treasures you use against me, they're useless. Leaving his position on the ground, he charged forward, arrogantly commanding, "Boy, prepare to die." On the vast expanse of the sea, a small island was faintly visible in the distance. Atop the island's mountain peak stood a fortress, isolated from the outside world. Within that fortress, Ning Zhongxian sat in quiet meditation, completely absorbed in his cultivation. But suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly opened his eyes. His face darkened, his expression a mask of fury and hatred. In a low, murderous voice, he roared, "Insolent! Who dares harm my divine shuttle?" His rage surged, a powerful energy enveloping his entire body. Numerous glowing orbs appeared in the sky, seemingly exploding midair. Their destructive power was immense, sending countless sparks flying. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the mountain peak. It was Fan Hong and Zhang Yin, their gazes locking. Zhang Yin cast a spell, a blue orb materializing in his hand. He thought to himself, just now, the wish-granting divine shuttle and the astral sword ring struck him. He did that intentionally to conveniently destroy the sword and shuttle, and it wasn't because I truly found an opening. The two continued to face each other, Zhang Yin silently adding, "This person isn't an ordinary profound illumination cultivator. Unless I seize the right moment, it will be difficult to injure him. Why does a mere first-level profound illumination junior possess such a formidable profound light?" At this moment, the power in Fan Hong's hand was enveloped by a black energy tinged with red light. Seeing this, Zhang Yin thought, if it weren't for the fact that my purgatory profound light can freely coalesce and disperse, and that my vital essence and blood chi can transform flexibly, I fear my ancestor would have suffered a loss. If this clone is destroyed, my true power will decrease by 20 to 30%. Such a risk isn't worth it. Fan Hong clenched his fist, which was now shrouded in this mysterious power. Fan Hong waved his hand dismissively. "Junior Taoist," he said, "I won't hide it from you. 6 core formation cultivators and several hundred profound illumination cultivators from your side have been trapped by the cultivators of our Bishutan, Bichhuyet Dam, by Blood Pond within a formation. Their defeat and surrender are only a matter of time. I came here solely to retrieve the Judi treasure. Other matters are irrelevant." Lowering his head, he continued, "More of my comrades will arrive shortly. I don't want them to share the credit, so I no longer need your restrictive jade token. I'll allow you to leave of your own accord. What do you think?" Having spoken, he thought to himself, "If you agree, once you leave the restriction, I'll immediately abandon this clone and pursue you with my true body to kill you." Zhang Yin replied, "Even if what you say is true, Taoist, if I wanted to leave, how could you possibly stop me? I'm only here to kill you." Hearing this, Fan Hong gritted his teeth in anger, prompting Zhang Yin to think, this junior is already this formidable at the first level of profound illumination. In 15 years, he will undoubtedly become another Ning Zhongxian. By then, will we even have a place to stand? I have no shortage of magical treasures, but not many are usable at this moment. He looked at the figure before him, his mind racing. But before he could even open his soul-shaking mirror, his opponent dodged, or perhaps the mirror would be contaminated by his opponent's profound light, just like the wish-granting divine shuttle. Perhaps the fate-decreeing brush could be used, he mused, but even if this demon is injured, it can recover in the blink of an eye. Killing him would be incredibly difficult. It would be futile. I fear the ancestral heart-seeking mirror would yield the same result. With each thought that flickered through his mind, Zhang Yin pictured the corresponding magical treasure, but each proved useless. Suddenly, Zhang Yin remembered the harmonizing jade circulation flute. It's suitable for self-protection, but it can't harm him in the slightest. As this thought formed, a magnificent azure orb materialized in his hand. It seems I can only use this sword ring to deal with this enemy. He tightened his grip on the orb. As this thought solidified, all other considerations vanished, and his entire mind focused intently. A sensation of profound connection, of intimate familiarity, emanated from his palm. It was as if he were touching something deeply personal and well-known. In that instant, like a pile of dry tinder igniting a warehouse, a vibrant azure flame burst forth. Since acquiring the sword ring, Zhang Yin had constantly sought to refine it, to merge it with his very being. He nourished it daily with his vital essence and imbued it with his profound light. Yet he had never truly succeeded. He closed his eyes, focusing his senses on the ring. Previously, possessing so many treasures like the wish-granting divine shuttle, he had never truly considered the sword ring as his single, most crucial weapon. Now, in this moment, with nearly all his other treasures rendered useless, as he poured all his attention into the sword ring, he finally felt a genuine connection to it, a tight, unbreakable bond. The azure flame in his hand danced, now under his complete control, nestled within his palm. From this moment forward, this sword fire was truly his, and no one could take it away. The flame seemed to merge with him, a triumphant expression spreading across his face as two orbs of fire, encircled by a ring of azure flame, appeared in his palm. Suddenly, for sword images materialized. Fan Hong cried out in astonishment. Sword projections, disrupting unity and harmony. Numerous swords whirled around Zhang Yin, obedient to his command. Even if your transformations are boundless, he declared, I need only a single sword to cut you down. With that, the sword shot forward. Fan Hong, startled, hastily erected a defensive barrier to withstand the oncoming swords. Despite his efforts, the sword tips pierced through his defenses. A gash appeared on Fan Hong's face. A cry of pain escaped his lips as 10 swords impaled his body. The swords continued their relentless assault, driving deeper into Fan Hong, causing his body to emit a strange light. Zhang Yin abruptly swung his arm, unleashing a surge of power that erupted in a violent explosion where Fan Hong stood. A blinding orange light flashed within the azure power. As Zhang Yin withdrew his hand, a stream of light flew towards his forehead, forming a magnificent pattern. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest, Lam Thak cried out, "Damn it!" He roared, unleashing a wave of power around him. "I will tear you to shreds." Suddenly, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yin turned his head just as a beam of light descended from the heavens, streaking past where he stood. A voice echoed, "Junior brother Zhang, in your first use of this technique, you've manifested 16 swords in one breath. Heaven blesses the bright firmament sect. We have another sword immortal amongst us." Lam Thak stared up at the sky, dumbfounded. A sword, wreathed in power and several times larger than a man, descended from the heavens, positioning itself directly above Lam Thak. It plunged towards the earth, unleashing a terrifying wave of force. Then a tremendous explosion ripped through the air, leaving a deep, diamond-shaped crater in the ground. The force of the impact was so great that the earth around the crater buckled and sank, forming a circular depression. A hand traced a Fuzhou, the character for forbidden, shimmering in the air. Ning Zhong Xian materialized in midair, directly in front of Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin bowed. "Greetings, senior brother Ning." Ning Zhong Xian replied, "Junior brother, tell me everything you know. Do not omit a single detail." Zhang Yin answered, "Regarding the matter of Ngoing Gwyn, I have already sent a message back to the sect using the crow treading golden sword." Ning Zhong Xian continued, "Just now, I seized control of that demon cultivator and explored the Tiang Lukchao region. As expected, there is a formation behind all this, but there's no sign of Yu Du. It has become an empty formation. Although I cannot fully trust the words of that demonic creature, the fact that our fellow disciples are trapped may be true. I must return and report this to the sect master. You remain here and defend this place. With Qin here, the grand formation should be safe. If other disciples come knocking, even if they are core formation cultivators, pay them no mind. I will personally handle any issues that arise." Zhang Yin replied, "Understood, senior brother Ning. I no longer require this divine shuttle, though it did suffer some damage in this battle. I apologize for that." Ning Zhong Xian waved his hand, manipulating the power within it. "I am currently cultivating the Van Tu Thien Dot Kim Kin and no longer use the divine shuttle either. However, it was crafted by our master and cannot be discarded carelessly." Clenching his hand, Ning Zhong Xian continued, "I originally intended to pass the divine shuttle on to you once your cultivation cultivation reached a higher level. Who could have imagined that junior brother would possess such great fortune, manifesting 16 swords in one breath? Truly, it is even more formidable than using the divine shuttle. However, you must be cautious. Do not speak of this matter to others, lest someone become discontent upon learning of it and seek to cause you trouble. With that, he flew away, leaving a streak of light in his wake. Zhang Yin watched him depart, thinking to himself, I knew that although profound illumination cultivators and core formation cultivators are only separated by a single realm, they are incomparable. But I never imagined the difference would be so vast. He defeated a core formation cultivator of the same level with a single sword strike. Judging by senior brother Ning's demeanor, it seemed he hadn't even used his full strength. I wonder if senior brother Ning has already cultivated the sect's divine abilities. Divine abilities are different from ordinary Dao techniques. When cultivated to their highest level, their power is truly immense. I am currently only at the first level of profound illumination. I wonder when I will be able to reach such a level. Zhang Yin continued to gaze at the sky, lost in thought. Zhang Yin had heard that Ning Zhongxian had reached the third level of profound illumination before the age of 25, but he remained at that realm until recently, when he finally broke through. This was because he sought specific materials to refine a third-grade or higher golden core, delaying his progress. Although their lineage didn't possess the deep accumulation of resources that the disciples of prominent cultivation families enjoyed, providing such things for a few direct disciples was a trivial matter. Just like Ning Zhongxian in the past, arrogant and self-reliant, he didn't need the sect's assistance, preferring to travel the world with his sword. Images flashed through his mind. A piece of quartz, a peculiar plant, a crimson flower, and a branch of red coral, as if illustrating this explanation. In those 25 years, he seemed to have traversed the entire Eastern Hua continent, only returning to the sect 2 years ago. No one knew the full details of his journey. Now, Zhang Yin stepped onto his sword and flew off into the distance. When Zhang Yin witnessed the boundless might of Ning Zhongxian's sword aura, a power that enveloped heaven and earth, he understood that one aspect was undoubtedly due to his cultivation of the Van Tu Thien Dot Kim Kin, one of the 5 arts and 3 scriptures of the Min Suang sect, a technique known for its immense power. However, he could also faintly sense within it the profound accumulation of over a decade of dedicated practice. Though diligent cultivation within the sect could enhance one's cultivation base, it lacked a certain tempering, much like a treasured sword. The more it's sharpened, the keener its edge becomes. Left untouched in its scabbard, it can only rust. The moment the sword pierced Lam Thak's body flashed vividly in his mind. Zhang Yin, riding his sword across the mountain peaks, mused to himself, I am a direct disciple of the Min Song sect, with protectors within the sect. No matter how influential the Chu family is, they wouldn't dare to act against me. After this expedition to Tambao, I must embark on a journey to broaden my horizons and gather the quintessence of the 5 elements, along with suitable ingredients for alchemy. The only issue is the cultivation of the Tai at Kim Hoa Huin Thong, which requires baleful energy. If I could devise a method to carry it with me after leaving the sect, it would be ideal. Lost in thought, Zhang Yin continued to fly, leaving a streak of light across the sky. After he flew past, something suddenly shimmered beneath the lake, catching Zhang Yan's attention. He immediately channeled his power and descended towards the glimmering light, landing on the surface of the lake to investigate. Holding a jade slip in his hand, Zhang Yin questioned, Are you here to lecture me as well? Zhang Yin furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, the core formation cultivator that senior brother Ning just killed must have been the one secretly manipulating the minds of our sect's disciples. This jade slip is undoubtedly his relic. Senior brother Ning's swordsmanship is truly peerless, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Even a core formation cultivator was reduced to nothing. Storing the jade slip, Zhang Yin was certain of its safety, recognizing its unusual nature. From the aura emanating from the item, it was undoubtedly related to the demonic sect. He soared into the azure sky, his thoughts still wandering. This item might hold some hidden secrets. I'll keep it and study it later. Half a month later, On Judy Island, a line of people stood neatly on the ground. Fan Chongqing raised his hand to stop Zhang Yan. Junior brother Zhang, wait a moment. The true person has given orders for you to remain here. Also, please hand over the restriction token. Zhang Yan's eyes widened in surprise, but he ultimately agreed. Looking up at the sky, he said, asking me to hand over the restriction token is no different from confining me. Fortunately, Senior Brother Ning has already imparted to me the incantation to freely enter and exit the restriction. Whether I have this token or not makes no difference to me. It merely prevents others from entering. With the current chaotic situation within the Minsuang sect, I have no need to stir up trouble. Suddenly, a streak of light flew past Zhang Yan's back and soared into the sky. The next day, a voice emerged from a room. When we met last time, Junior brother, I was burdened with responsibilities, and thus only now can I properly introduce myself. Chongqing made the introductions. This humble Taoist is Fan Chongqing, and this is my junior brother, Hu Zhili. Zhang Yin cupped his hands in greeting. So it's the two true persons. He thought to himself, within the Min Suang sect, all disciples who have entered the Tao have a generational name. The three senior masters of the lower courtyard all have the character show in their names, while only a few disciples of the same generation as the Dantian true person have the character Ji. Although these two are not from the same master as the four Dantian true persons, nor are they disciples of the main branch, their status is vastly different. Yet their age and generation are arranged in this manner. Zhang Yin didn't want to be disrespectful. Zhili calmly replied, Junior brother Zhang, there's no need for such formalities. You are a disciple of courtyard head Chu, so we can address each other as equals. Chongqing set down his teacup and began to speak. Regarding the matter of the 6 Ngoa Na provinces, we are aware of the circumstances, but there are still some unclear points. He paused, then continued. After that group occupied Judy Island, Junior brother Zhang, you were among those with the highest cultivation level on the island, and a direct disciple at that. He pressed on. Today, we have come here under orders to seek clarification on these questionable points. We hope you will answer truthfully. Zhang Yin calmly agreed. Naturally, stroking his beard, Chongqing posed his question. According to the reports from the returning disciples, our sect encountered difficulties this time because the commanders of the army were negligent, and the demons used tactics to lure them step by step, ultimately leading them into a trap. Is this true? Zhang Yin furrowed his brow in thought. These words seem to imply they want to hold the senior brothers responsible. But what they say is undeniably true. The two true persons glanced at each other, having received no reply. Zhili then posed another question. I heard that when you all decided to attack the 6 Ngoa Na provinces, Deputy Envoy Fuang Hongfuang advised against it. However, you all insisted on your own opinions, which ultimately led to this predicament. Junior brother Zhang, is this the case? Zhang Yin wondered, puzzled. Why are they suddenly bringing this up? He speculated internally. It seems someone is intentionally trying to shift the blame onto the senior brothers, which is why they insist on mentioning Fuang Hong's advice. They clearly want to drag Fuang Hong into this, but I cannot comply with these two old Taoists. Although the elders confined me to the alchemy chamber before, they didn't actually suppress my contributions. I haven't been shortchanged. If someone's contributions are stolen, who can guarantee they'll be recorded in the merit book? He pondered deeply. With my current status, although I can't do much in this situation, I won't take advantage of it to harm others. I don't know what senior brother Tay Van Thien is planning. How could he speak so carelessly? The current situation is extremely complicated, and I don't fully understand it. It's best to stick to the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yin replied, Why would you say that? As far as I know, senior brother Fuang Hong never advised against it. The two men were stunned by his response. Chongqing replied dubiously, Junior brother Zhang, let me be frank with you. We two brothers came here not only under the orders of the Chintan Courtyard and the Thuong Min Hall, but we have also met with several Dantian true persons. Don't invite trouble upon yourself. Zhang Yin affirmed without hesitation, What I said is the truth. I dare to swear an oath to prove it. Upon hearing this, Zhili immediately stood up and shouted, You! Unable to refute Zhang Yan's statement, he pointed at him and scolded, Junior brother Zhang, don't think you're innocent. Do you want me to reveal the crimes you've committed? Zhang Yin calmly replied, I'm unaware of any crimes I've committed. On the contrary, I'd like to ask for your guidance, senior brother. Zhili pointed ahead and questioned, Let me ask you, the elders allow you to refine pills in the Phi Palace every day, So why were you on Judy Island on the day of the incident, and not in the Phi Palace? How do you explain this? Zhang Yin retorted, unyielding. The two senior brothers are mistaken. I, Zhang Yin, come from the Dandin courtyard. Seeing that my fellow disciples were lacking in Danyal, I volunteered to refine pills in the alchemy chamber. How can you say I was confined by the elders? Judy Island is a place I can freely come and go. That day, I felt my cultivation was about to break through, so I stayed. Chongqing quickly changed the subject. All right, let's not dwell on this matter for now. Zhang Yin, you are aware that there are disciples within the sect accusing you of colluding with the Tambok Fox Demon. Zhang Yin frowned upon hearing this, clearly displeased. But then he burst out laughing. Ridiculous! I am a direct disciple of this sect, with the path of the great Tao before me. Why would I need to collude with a demon? Do the two senior brothers actually believe such nonsense? Have you become muddle-headed from excessive indulgence during cultivation? But Ji Li wouldn't let up, continuing his harsh interrogation. Zhang Yin, that day, your flying sword message. On Judy Island, more than 10 demonically possessed disciples broke in, slaughtering the station disciples at will. He pressed, his words twisting the accounts Zhang Yin had given. He jabbed a finger accusingly. The disciple who testified against you tells a completely different story. He said that the moment the possessed disciples arrived, Elder Du Tong, despite his cautious nature, refused to open the restrictive barrier. You then attacked and killed Du Tong, seizing his command token and allowing the possessed disciples entry. His accusations grew increasingly absurd. Zhang Yin quickly seized upon the flaw in their logic. The two senior brothers are truly inverting black and white. If what you say is true, the island would have already fallen to the demons. Why would I need to send a flying sword message? Chongqing chimed in, echoing Ji Li's fabricated narrative. The disciple who accused you said that, thankfully, the spirit beast butterflies arrived in time. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, and knowing your plan had failed, you hastily killed the possessed disciples who had entered the island, then used a golden sword message to report the incident to your superiors, conveniently clearing your own name. Ji Li pressed further. We've already investigated. That day, a total of 10 profound illumination disciples, their minds bewitched, attacked Judy Island. According to your golden sword message, you were with Du Tong, advising him, but he wouldn't listen. After the barrier opened, he met a tragic end, and then the possessed disciples also perished. Stroking his beard, he continued his relentless questioning. Why was Du Tong killed? Yet you remained unharmed. You are only at the first level of profound illumination. Without some trickery, how could you possibly defeat more than 10 of them alone? Zhang Yin frowned, a mixture of annoyance and a grudging admiration for the two old Taoists. With their coordinated back and forth, they had managed to completely twist the narrative, and their story, however outlandish, possessed a disturbing internal consistency. Chongqing's mind raced. The Bright Thuong sect suffered heavy losses this time. The elders certainly won't be able to keep their positions. But Thuong Hong is True Person Chu's favored disciple, and True Person Chu doesn't want him to be harmed. It's a pity there's no one to vouch for him. His plan began to solidify. The disciples rescued from Judy Island don't carry enough weight. Their words lack the necessary influence. Zhang Yin is a direct disciple. His status is different. If he testifies that Thuong Hong advised against the attack, and the elders exert their influence, they can naturally clear Thuong Hong's name. He looked up, a thin smile playing on his lips, his mind still fixated on manipulating Zhang Yin. He's just a disciple who joined less than a year ago, barely in his 20s. What kind of knowledge could he possess? A little intimidation, and he'll surely be frightened into cooperating. Ji Li chuckled, offering a bargain. Junior brother Zhang, don't be hasty. There are still many suspicious points in this matter that haven't been fully investigated. This situation isn't without a solution. As long as you testify for senior brother Thuong Hong, truthfully explaining the specific circumstances of the past few days, we will naturally clear your name. You won't be wrongly accused. Before he could finish, a familiar voice cut through the air. Two senior brothers, you were just asking how I could defeat 15 people alone, correct? Seated on the wooden chair, a wellspring of energy and orbs of green light began to coalesce around Zhang Yin. The orbs multiplied rapidly, then shot outwards, washing over the two true persons. Their bodies were enveloped in a pale green light. Zhang Yin flicked his wrist, and the two men collapsed, gasping for breath. A menacing glint in his eyes. Zhang Yan's voice dripped with warning. Have you seen clearly, senior brothers? cultivators of your level, let alone 10. Even if there were 20, I could kill you all with a single strike. Ji Li, struggling to rise, pointed a shaky finger. You, Chongqing, helping him up, stammered. Junior brother, let's go. There's no need to waste words on this junior. Reaching the door, he couldn't resist a final, parting threat. He'll learn his lesson one day. Zhang Yin watched them go, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. It wasn't until the end of the month that the sect seemed to remember Zhang Yan's existence. A golden sword message summoned him back to Bright Thuong Sect's Dan Ding courtyard. On a drifting boat, Chu Chongju addressed the recent events. There are many rumors circulating within the sect these days, saying that you colluded with the 3 white demons to harm our disciples. He slowly scattered fish food into the water, but his gaze and voice were directed at the person opposite him. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't harm you in the slightest. It could be dismissed as mere gossip. His expression turned serious, his voice rising. But the current situation is somewhat difficult. To be frank, I've inadvertently implicated you, my disciple. Chongju sighed softly and continued. The Feng family has a daughter named Feng Yao, who is said to have feelings for you. However, she is Qin Yu's most cherished disciple. When this news reached her ears, and she learned that you were my disciple, she became quite furious. Recalling her displeasure, he went on, I know her temperament well. She has never tolerated anyone defying her. A few days ago, when she heard that our disciples had fallen into the hands of the 3 white demons, she declared that Kai Shua deserved death. Kai Shua's master, Elder Mu, holds some authority, but he didn't dare speak up in his defense. Now, because of this incident, Qin Yu is even talking about stripping you of your status as a direct disciple in front of the sect leader. Even true person Yin is echoing her sentiments. Even if you didn't commit these acts, the rumors have spread far and wide. With the unrest within the sect, to appease everyone, we have no choice but to temporarily revoke your direct disciple status. Once the truth comes to light, and if you are truly innocent, I will announce to the sect the restoration of your position. It won't be too late then. Zhang Yin lowered his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. He spoke softly. If I am stripped of my direct disciple status, I will lose a protective talisman. What's even more shameful is that Bright Thuong Sect had its disciples captured by the 3 white demons. How can I ever hold my head high again? So, returning to being a direct disciple is likely impossible now. Hearing this, Chongju continued uncomfortably. True person Ming and true person Sun have done their best to defend you. But unfortunately, this time, several true persons from the aristocratic family seem to be dissatisfied with you. With true person Chu and true person Yin joining forces, they are difficult to suppress. Zhang Yin resignedly replied, I am the only direct disciple in the past 100 years. The aristocratic families naturally wouldn't side with me. It's only natural that someone would seize this opportunity to harm me. His eyes held a hint of suspicion. He speculated that for the matter to escalate to this point, there seemed to be a familiar hand manipulating events from behind the scenes. After a period of inactivity, this time, it was true person Qin leading the charge, while others merely added fuel to the fire. Chongju spoke frankly, I won't hide these unpleasantries from you, my disciple. Qin Yu, true person Qin, has a competitive nature. Back then, after we became Dao companions, she always tried to control me, demanding that everything be done according to her arrangements. After my Dao foundation was damaged, she became even more overbearing. How could I endure it? He recalled the image of turning his back and leaving, his voice tinged with nostalgia. So, in a fit of anger, I left her all those years ago. Chongju expressed his feelings with a hint of resignation. I thought that after 100 years, her temperament would have softened somewhat. Unexpectedly, she has harbored resentment towards me all these years, wanting me to admit defeat. But I never imagined that this would implicate you. After listening, Zhang Yin thought to himself, no wonder the Dong Tian Lin Lang disciples never came to Dan Ding courtyard to collect their pills. He realized the precariousness of the situation, but also that if he didn't think deeply about it, if Chu Chongju simply bowed his head to true person Qin, it seemed the whole matter could be resolved. He furrowed his brow, seriously confirming his suspicions. But looking at senior brother Chu's eyes, it seemed the matter wasn't as simple as it appeared. There had to be another reason. A heavy sigh escaped Chu Chongju's lips. These past years, although my cultivation hasn't matched the other true persons of Bright Thuong Sect, I still have some face. If I bow my head and admit defeat, losing face wouldn't matter. there would still be other paths to take. But if I reconcile with true person Qin, she certainly won't let me off the hook, and you will be in even greater danger. Zhang Yin remained silent outwardly, but his mind raced. Senior brother manages the Dan Ding courtyard, not only because of his advanced alchemy skills, but also because of his high standing and impartiality, desiring only to be closer to the sect leader. But if he reconciles with true person Qin, she already has the support of the elders and fellow cultivators, and with senior brother controlling 70% of the sect's Danyao, medicinal pills/elixirs, who would truly be the sect leader then? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yin asked, Senior brother, do you think true person Qin's actions this time, besides considering her disciple, have any other motives? Cheng Ju paused, his expression growing more strained. He abruptly stood, speaking hurriedly. Junior brother, you're right. That's very likely. I've heard she's quite fond of this disciple. Knowing her as I do, he continued, it's possible that's exactly what she's thinking, but she would never bow her head to me. So, she's deliberately targeting you, forcing me to concede. The matter between you and her disciple would naturally become much smoother then. Cheng Ju sighed softly, filled with self-reproach. Why didn't I think of this before? If I had, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. He stopped abruptly, then a smile spread across his face. Junior brother, he asked eagerly, you have an idea, don't you? Zhang Yin replied, actually, there is a way, not only to clear my name, but also to silence everyone. Moreover, if it succeeds, it might even bring significant benefits. Cheng Ju, now calmer, sat back down on the boat and lowered his voice. Tell me, Zhang Yin continued slowly, Senior brother, would you mind sharing the situation between the Three Whites and Bright Thuong sect these past few days? Cheng Ju, no longer concealing anything, said directly, although Blood Pond is holding 400 of our sect's disciples captive, Luo Mengze also knows he can't push things too far. So, he wrote to the sect leader, proposing a death match with Bright Thuong sect to decide ownership of the Three Whites. He will set up a formation at Nandang River, called the Four Symbols God Slaying Formation. If our sect can break the formation, he'll not only release the disciples, but also hand over the Three Whites territory. Zhang Yin immediately asked, did Luo Mengze also say that if Bright Thuong sect loses, he would still release the disciples and hand over the Three Whites territory, but he would need 2 years? Cheng Ju seemed unsure, saying, Luo Mengze is full of tricks. 2 years later, the internal strife might have settled, and who knows how he'll deal with them then. He suddenly realized something and asked, Junior brother, how did you learn this news? I just heard it from the sect leader not long ago. I doubt even the other true persons know, and the sect leader definitely wouldn't have told you. Zhang Yin calmly replied, I haven't been idle on Judy Island these past few days. Actually, I went out for a while. He tapped on the carvings on the wooden boat. I want to see this person. Cheng Ju smiled, continuing to ask, what did this person say? Zhang Yin gestured with his hand and said, Senior brother, please come closer. On the azure water, the two men on the wooden boat whispered to each other. His mood seemed to have improved considerably. He said cheerfully, if it's truly as Junior brother says, this is indeed worth doing. The sect leader and this person are old acquaintances. I heard he once helped the sect leader escape danger in the past, so he shouldn't be deceiving you. This matter shouldn't be delayed. I'll go find the sect leader immediately to discuss it. Cheng Ju stood up to leave, not forgetting to add, oh right, Junior brother, you've been gone for over a month. You should visit Yen Yi. That girl is currently cultivating on June Mountain. Although I've looked after her for you, she is still your disciple, after all. The figure before Zhang Yin suddenly transformed into a whirlwind and vanished. Zhang Yin gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Only in the highest heavens can one truly be free and unrestrained. Otherwise, we are all merely pieces on a game board. 10 days later, shocking news rippled through the Bright Thuong sect. The demon lord of the Three Whites, Luo Mengze, using 400 disciples as hostages, had established the Four Symbols God Slaying Formation at Nandang River. He challenged the Bright Thuong sect to break the formation, the outcome deciding ownership of the Three Whites territory. Direct disciple Zhang Yin, to clear his name, volunteered to attempt the challenge. During the day, a voice echoed across Spirit Acupoint Island. Is that Zhang Yin cultivating here? Just as my brothers said, a voice declared, I intend to forge the divine sword, the falling fire sparrow. The metal-sharpening winds and raging fires of this spirit acupoint island are perfect for my needs. This man, Wan Zhang, hailed from the Fan clan of the Grand Protector. He usually cultivated on Red Sun Island, one of the 4 islands of the Green River Archipelago. He had participated in the Hufu Valley battle and, alongside 5 other exceptional disciples of his generation, was known as one of the 6 stars of destiny. A figure standing behind Wan Zhang, looking at his back, asked, "Brother Zhang wants to forge this sword? Wouldn't it be safer to wait until Zhang Yin dies in the 4 symbols God slaying formation? Why the rush?" Another disagreed, his voice booming. "Fool! Wouldn't that make Brother Zhang seem afraid of him? He's nothing but a dead man walking. Have you forgotten how he humiliated me at the Danding courtyard?" he continued. "I merely took a few pills, and he locked me in a cellar with the Cloud's Sun golden lock. I was even expelled. Today, I'll show him what happens when I return. Let's see what he can do then." One of them chuckled, turning to his companion. "Why worry? This Zhang Yin is only at the first level of profound illumination. If he dares to make a move, Brother Zhang will deal with him. What do we have to fear?" Wan Zhang glanced at them and said softly, "If Zhang Yin knows what's good for him, he'll obediently hand over this island. Considering he's about to die in the formation, I'll show him some mercy today. But if he doesn't know his place, I won't hesitate to eliminate him for you all and make his death a particularly unpleasant one." A worried expression still lingered on one of their faces as he voiced his doubts again. "Are you certain this Zhang Yin is doomed? If we seize his cave dwelling today, what if he fights us with his life on the line?" Despite his apprehension, another patiently explained, "Junior brother, you don't understand. Even if these breakthrough disciples die," he continued, "the sect will allow them to reincarnate. It's not like they won't have a chance to start over. If this Zhang Yin dares to risk his life against us, doesn't he fear what we might do to him when he reincarnates?" Within a dimly lit hut, Zhang Yin spoke with a hint of frustration. "I appreciate Zhong Yuan advising me against going. Senior Brother Ning said he would take my reincarnated body as his disciple. Even Feng Ming sent a letter asking if I had any last wishes. Why does everyone assume I'm going to die?" Luo Xiao entered from outside, saying, "It seems Master's friends have little faith in him. However, the warmth and coldness of human nature are truly revealed in these letters." Zhang Yin looked at her and asked, "What's all the commotion outside? What's happened?" Luo Xiao reported, "Master, there are visitors outside the island. They claim to be old acquaintances, but they don't seem friendly. I suspect they have ill intentions." He frowned, pondering. Old acquaintances? In the sky, a boat approached. He began to circulate his spiritual energy. "I'm not even dead yet, and these demons and ghosts are already crawling out of the woodwork. Let's see what these people want." Wan Zhang, followed by a group of people, arrived and confronted Zhang Yin. At this moment, Zhang Yin and Luo Xiao appeared together. Seeing them, Wan Jiulang sneered disdainfully. One of the young men, leering at Luo Xiao beside Zhang Yin, jested, "That little demoness isn't bad either. Let's bring her back for eldest brother later. He can teach us a few of his special techniques. Eh? What do you all think?" The others immediately chimed in with enthusiastic agreement. "Excellent, excellent idea." Wan Zhang spoke with an air of arrogance. "I am Wan Zhang of the Fan clan of the Grand Protector, and I cultivate on Red Sun Island. I intend to forge a fire attribute flying sword, and this place of yours seems quite suitable. Why don't you hand it over to me?" Zhang Yan's brow furrowed in disgust. "I recall you lot were expelled from the sect. What are you doing back here?" Wan Jiulang pointed at him mockingly. "Zhang Yan, do you still think you're the esteemed direct disciple you once were? You're a dead man walking. Still putting on airs here? Perhaps you should be reminiscing about your homeland. I was invited to leave before, and now I've been invited back. What can you possibly do about it?" Zhang Yan retorted. "So you've returned without the sect's permission?" Before he could finish his sentence, an invisible wave of true qi swept past. Wan Jiulang laughed derisively. "Sect rules? What sect rules? I'd like to see who dares." He didn't get to finish his sentence. The world flipped, and his view inverted. Before Wan Jiulang could react, he found himself buried headfirst in the ground. The others stared dumbfounded. Zhang Yin withdrew his true qi and coldly warned them. "You pathetic clown, bullying the weak, deceiving the strong, and daring to shout at me? You have some nerve." The group froze, stiff with fear. Wan Zhang, enraged, pointed at Zhang Yin. "Zhang Yin, you dare harm your fellow disciples?" Zhang Yin scoffed. "Expelled from the sect, and you still dare call yourselves fellow disciples? You dare return, disregarding the sect rules? You're courting death. Why shouldn't I kill you?" He He channeled his true chi, his threat palpable. Not just him. Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, I'll deal with you all at once. Wan Zhang, gathering his Dantian chi, roared, "You dare!" But a flash of force sliced through the air, severing his arm. Wan Zhang cried out in shock and pain. The others watched in horrified disbelief, their eyes wide. The entire group turned and fled towards their flying boat, screaming, "Run!" Zhang Yin, gathering his chi, sneered, "Stay right there." Like dumplings flung from the sky, they plummeted to the ground, none escaping. Wan Zhang, drenched in cold sweat, still attempted to threaten him. "Zhang Yin, if you dare kill me, the 4 islands of the Green River won't let you get away with this." Zhang Yin scoffed. "The 4 islands of the Green River?" He flew after them. "You dared to provoke me today. I'll take your swords and crush your mountain gates. I'll show you what I'm capable of." Meanwhile, 2 women sat drinking tea and conversing. "Senior sister, bringing Jiulang back this time is a bit risky. If the disciplinary disciples of the Zhengqing Institute find out, we're bound to be punished." Zhongren took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "Junior Sister Huang, you don't understand. Jiulang has changed his name. He's only using his childhood name from the clan. Who would dare to offend our 4 islands of the Green River by spreading this news?" After hearing this, Huang Wanan curiously asked, "The one who forced Jiulang and the others to leave the sect was the direct disciple Zhang Yin. Aren't you afraid that if he finds out, he'll come looking for trouble?" Zhongren chuckled softly. "Junior Sister Huang, are you unaware that Zhang Yin himself is struggling to stay afloat? This time, your master, True Person Qin, is making things difficult for him. Even Headmaster Chu can't protect him, and he's about to walk into a death trap. His future holds only one outcome: reincarnation and recultivation. Does he dare to interfere in the affairs of our 4 islands of the Green River? Is he tired of living?" Huang Wanan pondered after hearing this. "I heard that this Zhang Yin is only 20 years old. As a direct disciple, he was valued by people within the sect like Ji Wen Tian. He should have had a bright future. Junior Sister Feng, you truly harmed him. If it weren't for you admitting your feelings when Master asked before, how could this man have come to such a pass?" Suddenly, Zhong Rin's servant girl rushed in, reporting urgently, "Madam, it's bad. It's bad. Wan Zhang of Red Sun Island is being pursued by someone unknown. He's running this way, crying out and begging for your protection." Zhong Ren was astonished. "What are you saying?" The servant girl quickly recounted. "Wan Zhang of the Wan family is being pursued. His life is in danger. The disciples on the island are trying to stop the attacker, but many have been injured by that villain." "Madam, quickly!" The teacup in Zhong Ren's hand shattered into pieces. Zhong Ren roared furiously. "Who dares to run amok on our 4 islands of the Green River?" At that moment, a streak of light flashed across the sky. Zhong Ren's attention was immediately drawn to a spot not far away. Wan Zhang and his group were being closely pursued by Zhang Yin. She couldn't help but shout, "Who is this junior, daring to act so recklessly on my Bai Chao stream? Is there no one here?" Seeing Zhong Ren arrive, Wan Zhang gasped for breath and pleaded, Elder Sister Zhong, save me, save me." Zhong Ren frowned at the sight. She thought to herself, "This Wan Zhang is considered a talent among the younger generation of the Wan family. I usually see him as a young cultivator with proper conduct and elegant demeanor. Why is he so disheveled today?" Zhong Ren stepped forward to support him. "Wan Zhang, who injured you like this?" He then hurriedly cried out, "Zhang Yin! It's Zhang Yin! He killed Jiulang, and the others too. They were all killed by him. All killed." Zhong Ren murmured the name Zhang Yin, thinking to herself, "Isn't this Zhang Yin already disgraced? Why is he still acting so recklessly, killing people, and then coming to our doorstep to provoke us?" At this moment, Zhang Yin arrived. Zhong Ren immediately stepped forward to shield the group, shouting, "Zhang Yin, you've gone too far." After Zhang Yin had resolved to enter the death match, everyone saw him as a dead man walking. But who knew that before the deadly formation was broken, no matter how outrageous his actions, the sect master would certainly protect him. Now was the time. He had no fear of the 4 islands of the Green River, and to come and provoke them at this time was simply courting death. Killing intent surged within Zhang Yin. Zhong Ren also made her move, warning loudly, "You impudent junior!" Silk and sword chi were about to collide. Zhang Yin suddenly realized something was amiss. However, filled with killing intent, Zhang Yin charged forward. Seeing this, Zhongren couldn't help but feel puzzled. Zhongren adopted a defensive stance, thinking, why is Zhang Yin acting so ferociously? He's a dead man walking. I won't risk my life against him. I'll deflect his attack first and then decide what to do. Suddenly, a silk ribbon appeared, obscuring Zhang Yan's vision. He immediately frowned and began to circulate his true qi. At this moment, his sword ring shot out, surrounding the tip of her attack. Zhongren couldn't help but furrow her brows in surprise. Immediately afterward, the sword's spirit flew off, and countless whistling sounds rang in her ears. Zhang Yin, having already unleashed his killing move, charged forward. A powerful strike aimed directly at her. Zhongren instantly lost her balance and fell. Seeing this, Wan Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A crimson light suddenly shot up into the sky, astonishing those present. Zhang Yin also noticed the crimson light. Since joining the sect, he had always been cautious and reserved. Even when he took action, he was mindful of the sect rules, always leaving a path of retreat. He was like a giant trapped in a small room, his limbs bound and unable to stretch. This battle made him feel incredibly exhilarated, sweeping away the pent-up frustration in his heart. At this moment, the people of Golden Eagle Stream, the second lineage of the 4 islands of the Green River, arrived, led by their stream master, Dai Shengguang, and his direct disciples. He was startled by the crimson light in the sky. Dai Sheng immediately began channeling his energy. He looked coldly at Zhang Yin and said, "Who dares to injure a disciple of our 4 islands of the Green River?" Zhang Yin, without any hesitation, struck. Dai Sheng began to condense his true qi, warning, "Just you dare to use a sword in front of me?" Dai Sheng had once been guided by Luo Yuan Hua of the Bright Thuong sect in the Bright Thuong Falling Origin Transformation, specializing in swordsmanship for over 25 years. Relying on a copy of the true origin sword scripture, he had cultivated the art of dividing light and separating forms. A single sword ring could split into 4 beams of sword light. Relying on this technique, he easily suppressed his peers, often proclaiming his swordsmanship to be superior and taking great pride in it. Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged as he maintained his formation. The 5 sword rings he created immediately launched their attack. Seeing this, Dai Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale with fear. He quickly released his technique. The sword rings of both sides began to clash. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's remaining sword ring aimed directly at him. Not only that, the sword ring also followed Zhang Yan's movements. Dai Sheng then recognized the 1 Qi 10 swords technique with astonishment. He had no choice but to concede defeat and submit to Zhang Yan, respectfully asking, "Who is the sword immortal before me?" This Dai is a disciple of Master Luo. However, the sword ring pierced directly through his body, and Dai Sheng cried out in pain. Seeing even Dai Sheng defeated, Wan Zhang, who was behind them, couldn't help but feel wary. He knew something was wrong and immediately fled. 2 streams of spiritual energy, one red and one green, chased after each other. At this time, Huang Wanan gently landed. She frowned and said to a disciple, "I am Huang Wanan, a disciple under Stream Master Lang Ruo of Wandering Cave Heaven Stream. Where is your Stream Master?" The disciple honestly replied, "Our Stream Master was stabbed in the stomach by a villain who appeared out of nowhere. His limbs are severely injured, and he cannot get up. If he dies, we don't know who will take care of us." Hearing this, Huang Wanan couldn't help but frown, thinking to herself, the families of the 4 islands of the Green River cultivators usually rely on having someone backing them to act arrogantly and boss others around. Now that their stream master is injured, they act as if their parents have been killed. How despicable. She then decisively tossed a pouch to the disciple, saying, "Give this to your island master." With that, Huang Wanan flew away. Huang Wanan thought to herself, this Zhang Yin has consecutively defeated 2 direct disciples in the blink of an eye. Junior Sister Feng said that day that this person was incredibly formidable, but I initially didn't believe her. Now it seems Junior Sister Feng truly has a discerning eye. However, up ahead on Clear Sky Stream are the 3 Qian brothers, renowned for their prowess in the daunting lake battle. It's uncertain whether this Zhang Yin can surpass them. I want to see for myself what kind of man Junior Sister Feng is so infatuated with. Huang Wanan had now flown near Clear Sky Stream. Upon arrival, she couldn't help but feel astonished, wondering if the 3 Qian brothers had already been defeated in such a short time. She then landed and asked a passerby, "Where are the Qian fellows?" The person hurriedly replied, "Just now, someone was pursuing and trying to kill one Lu Lang of Red Sun Island." The three stream masters stepped in to intervene. This person, without distinguishing right from wrong, attacked as soon as he arrived. The three stream masters were no match for him, and each had an arm severed. They are currently in their cave dwellings recuperating. Huang Wanan suddenly understood. Indeed, it was Zhang Yin who had destroyed yet another stream. A streak of azure light suddenly shot up into the sky. Every time this azure light flashed, another stream was shattered and its houses destroyed. Huang Wanan was astonished as she thought, Zhang Yin has consecutively destroyed 6 streams and 2 islands in less than 2 hours. I've been chasing after him, yet I can't even keep up with the speed at which he's defeating his enemies. He's truly treating these direct disciples like mere shrimps and ants. Up ahead are the last 2 islands, Red Sun Island and Mystic Wandering Island. I fear the 6 streams and 4 islands will no longer be able to hold their heads high within the sect after this. Huang Wanan looked up at the celestial phenomenon in the sky. Zhang Yin had now spread his spiritual energy, enveloping the entire area. Even if those people set up formations, they wouldn't be able to withstand him. On this side, a person in purple robes was barely managing to defend. Huang Wanan was utterly astonished. Weren't these the 12 sons of the Su family from Mystic Wandering Island? These 12, when fighting together and forming their own battle formation, had few rivals in the daunting lake battle. Unexpectedly, they were now being suppressed by a single person to the point they couldn't even raise their heads. At this moment, a group of individuals with powerful magic power had also gathered here. They warned in cold voices, Zhang Yin, do not stand in our way. Feng Meng of Distinction Island is here to challenge Wan Tung. Xian Ru of Cold God Island offers a sword salute. Fellow Taoist Wei Tu has arrived from Labyrinth Heaven Island. At this point, Wei Tu stood at the forefront, loudly challenging Zhang Yin. Do you dare fight me, Wei, in single combat? Someone below recognized him and said excitedly, "It's senior brother Wei Tu. Zhang Yin is in trouble now." Looking at the situation unfolding before her, Huang Wanan thought to herself, the people here are all renowned figures of the younger generation from various prominent families. None of them are ordinary. Zhang Yin, having now summoned his sword spirits, responded with a cold laugh. Even if all of you come at me together, I'm not afraid. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu furrowed his brows and scoffed. No wonder you're so arrogant. It turns out you've cultivated the art of separation and reunion of light. But what does it matter even if you can divide your sword chi? Zhang Yin, now intrigued by him, responded with a cold laugh. Is that so? Then, Zhang Yin stood amidst them, creating countless sword spirits. The crowd cried out in astonishment. The 1-chi 16 swords. Everyone knew that although cultivators had countless methods of combat, when it came to fighting, sword cultivators were the most formidable. Just like the minor Azure Sword sect, the entire sect consisted of sword cultivators, which was why they firmly held the position of the number 1 sect in Eastern Hua Continent. Once sword light was divided, it could be freely controlled, each streak acting like a conductor's baton. Without supreme treasures or profound techniques, how could they possibly withstand 16 streaks of Zhang Yan's sword chi attacking simultaneously? Wei Tu, who had previously mocked him, now had an ashen face. Zhang Yin immediately charged forward, shouting, "Watch closely, here I come." Then, the sword chi hurtled straight towards him. A scream of agony echoed out. Seeing this, someone cried out in alarm, "Senior brother Wei." Immediately, another person urged, "This guy is too ferocious. One person can't beat him. Fellow disciples, let's attack together." They then focused their power and attacked Zhang Yin together. Seeing this, Zhang Yin gave a cold laugh. Good. He guided his sword intent with his fingers. The group was immediately assaulted by countless sword attacks. Several among them couldn't withstand the onslaught and cried out in misery. What followed was a scene of continuous collapse. Zhang Yin withdrew his hand, laughing heartily. Truly exhilarating. He then flew off like a streak of light. The 6 streams and 4 islands were nothing more than this. Seeing this, Huang Wanan rejoiced for him. A long sword cleaving the sky, his gaze sweeping across 1,000 miles unhindered, his skill truly first-rate. This is the bearing of our generation. In the Dragon Abyss Great Marsh, Zhang Yin single-handedly defeated 26 direct disciples and leveled the 6 streams and 4 islands in a single hour. If this news were to spread, it would surely shake the entire sect. The young disciples of the prominent families of Clear Sky Branch, who had been so arrogant during the daunting lake battle, were unexpectedly and completely defeated in a single afternoon. The disciples and their masters cheered and celebrated, the anger from their defeat at Jasper Blood Lake completely dissipating. In the pure clarity courtyard of the Clear Sky Branch, someone sighed. Senior brother Zhang single-handedly destroyed the 6 streams and 4 islands, bringing glory to our lineage. Truly admirable. Another added, he acted decisively and freely, accomplishing a great feat. It's a pity that with my status, I can't meet senior brother Zhang. Otherwise, I would personally offer him my praise. At this moment, the disciple beside him noticed someone approaching and hurriedly warned, "Stop talking, Deputy Headmaster Zhuang is coming." Zhuang Beifan and his entourage arrived. Deputy Headmaster Zhuang Beifan was one of the 12 chief disciples, belonging to the master-disciple lineage. Rumor had it he had once visited the ruins of an ascended elder of the Southern Hua sect, becoming well-versed in their Taoist arts and understanding the strengths of both sections. He was a strict and conservative man, so the majority of the pure clarity courtyard disciples were quite afraid of him. An elder then sighed, "I once met Zhang Yan. Back then, my junior brother Chen even taught him swordsmanship. I never imagined that one day, he alone could suppress the arrogance of the elite disciples of the 6 streams and 4 islands." He then glanced at Feng Ming and said, "If it weren't for him, that azure star sword would surely be yours." Hearing this, Feng Ming politely deflected, "I wouldn't presume to say that." Zhuang Beifan then spoke up, "That sword originally belonged to junior brother Feng. This Zhang Yin is truly arrogant. If he were to die in battle today, that would be a good thing." Headmaster Chu chuckled and cautioned, "Junior nephew Zhuang, don't say such things. Currently, it seems the sword in Zhang Yan's hands is perhaps better off there than in junior nephew Feng's." Hearing this, Zhuang Beifan scoffed coldly and disdainfully. "He's a dying man anyway." As soon as these words left his mouth, Feng Ming became indignant, pointing at him and demanding, "So what? Even if junior brother Zhang dies in battle, it will be for disregarding his own safety, sacrificing himself for the sect, a heroic and meaningful death." Zhuang Beifan, "I ask you, would you dare to go?" Headmaster Chu, hearing this, quickly turned and scolded Feng Ming. "Feng Ming, stand down. You are but a disciple of the 3rd level of Bright Qi. How dare you be so disrespectful to Deputy Headmaster Zhuang? When we return, I will have your senior brother discipline you." Despite his reprimand, he seemed to agree with Feng Ming's sentiment and turned back to Zhuang Beifan, asking pointedly, "But thinking about it, junior nephew Zhuang, junior nephew Feng isn't wrong. What are your thoughts?" Zhuang Beifan simply turned away, ignoring him. He replied coldly, "If junior brother Feng wishes to borrow the killing aura to cultivate his profound illumination, then go to the back of the main hall." "Excuse me, I won't see you out." Watching his retreating figure, Headmaster Chu couldn't help but sigh. Turning to Feng Ming, he offered some consolation. "Don't mind him." That Zhuang Beifan assumed that since you're both from the same lineage, if he were the headmaster, you could easily borrow the killing aura for cultivation. Unexpectedly, he refused. "This time, I'll bring you in through Deputy Headmaster Fan. You won't need to put up with his attitude." He then patted Feng Ming's shoulder and advised, "Listen to me. Before the intersect competition, you must break through to the profound illumination realm, no matter what. Don't worry about anything else. After all, you're my senior brother's disciple. How can you be inferior to Zhang Yan?" Feng Ming replied with embarrassment. "Junior brother Zhang's reputation now echoes throughout the sect. I'm not his equal. Moreover, I owe him a life debt, so I concede." Headmaster Chu then asked Feng Ming, "That brat Zhuang Beifan had a point. Zhang Yin is a dying man. Even if he's stronger, it's useless." He frowned, thinking of Zhang Yin, and continued, "The 1 Qi 16 swords is incredibly powerful. But since Luo Yuanhua's 1 Qi 12 swords, no one has been able to achieve it in 100 years. Such a pity, such a pity." Feng Ming hesitated, then asked, "Is the 4 symbols God slaying formation truly so formidable that no one can survive entering it?" Hearing this, a flicker of contemplation crossed Headmaster Chu's eyes. He answered frankly, "Within the formation, function, for demon lords preside and combine their power. It was originally designed to deal with nascent soul grandmasters. His next words filled Feng Ming with unease. No matter how strong Zhang Yin is, he's only a profound illumination cultivator. Once the killing formation is activated, who could possibly survive? The scene then shifted to Mount Shao. Zhang Yin said to the young girl, "The child attendants outside have tidied up nicely for you again." Yin Gi respectfully replied, "Master, this is a place of cultivation. Senior Uncle Chu said that mortals cannot enter. I cleaned all of this myself." Hearing this, Zhang Yin paused, his hand frozen mid-air holding a teacup. He set the cup down and said to Yin Gi, "Disciple, you don't need to stand while speaking to me. Sit down." However, the young girl maintained her respectful posture, replying, "With master present, there is no place for a disciple to sit." Zhang Yin didn't force the issue. "Very well," he said. "A disciple respecting their master is a good thing. There's no need to pressure you. Disciple, you're currently cultivating the One Qi pure scripture. Is there anything you don't understand?" Yin Gi answered him frankly. "There is nothing difficult to understand in this scripture. I understood its meaning after reading it once." Zhang Yin furrowed his brow and asked, "If you understand everything, then why haven't you gained any cultivation after several days?" Yin Gi immediately lowered her head dejectedly, remaining silent. Zhang Yin immediately sensed something amiss. "Tell me what's wrong," he urged. Yin Gi hastily knelt down and confessed, "Master, I once heard Senior Uncle say that you are proficient in inscription arts. He is not your equal in this aspect. I wonder if you could offer me some guidance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin asked directly, "Why do you want to learn inscription arts?" Yin Gi didn't dare conceal anything and explained, "Senior Uncle once said that inscription arts are the foundation of all Taoist arts, containing the fundamental truths of the great Tao. Ancient immortals all achieved immortality through comprehending inscription arts. It's only because later generations are different that they neglect it." She continued, "Senior Uncle also said that Master possesses exceptional talent, comprehending the wonders of inscription arts without formal instruction. Currently, your understanding may still be incomplete, but through diligent cultivation, you will surely enter the Immortal's Gate sooner than others." The young girl bowed her head deeply and pleaded, "I am Master's first disciple. If I were to achieve something in my cultivation in the future, but remain ignorant of inscription arts, how could I call myself Master's disciple?" She lowered her head further and implored, "Therefore, I earnestly request Master to bestow upon me the original inscription text of the One Qi pure scripture. No matter how difficult, Yin Gi is determined to learn." Zhang Yin pondered for a moment, then conceded to her request. "Very well. Master is pleased with your ambition. Fetch paper and brush, and I shall impart the inscription arts to you today." Hearing this, Yin Gi exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful." As dusk settled, Zhang Yin slowly instructed Yin Gi, "Since you wish to learn inscription arts, I shall teach you." He then proceeded to write down a series of incantations. Zhang Yin explained to her, "But you must remember, every day before cultivating, you must comprehend one character, and only then can you refine your qi. Do not be greedy and try to learn everything at once. Do you understand?" Yin Gi immediately grasped his meaning and replied, "I obey Master's instructions and will forever keep them in my heart." Pleased with her response, Zhang Yin patted her head and praised, "Good. I will be away for a few days on business. I shall test you upon my return." Yin Gi followed behind him, bidding him farewell. "Allow me to see Master off." 5 days later, at Bamboo Flute Island of the Southern Lamp Archipelago, a group of cultivators arrived, flying together towards their destination. He couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself that the battle today would likely reduce more than 100 disciples to ashes. Zhang Yin was among this group. Someone quickly recognized him. "Look, it's Senior Brother Zhang." Another exclaimed, "Senior Brother Zhang is truly extraordinary. No wonder he could single-handedly annihilate the 6 rivers for islands and overthrow 26 direct disciples of the noble families." However, another cultivator sighed, "It's a pity that Senior Brother Zhang is heading to his death today. Even a hero will become nothing but dust." The first cultivator retorted angrily, "Nonsense. Senior Brother Zhang is blessed by the heavens and will naturally escape this calamity." At that moment, the sky darkened and a bolt of lightning flashed. The group fell silent, fearfully watching the ominous sign before them. Dark clouds and thunder drew closer and closer. Two individuals respectfully bowed and said, "Master's divine presence has arrived." Disciples greet Master. Seated upon a grand palanquin, Immortal Sun waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for formalities. You all know I dislike such things." Then he looked toward Zhang Yin and asked directly, "You are Zhang Yin?" He beckoned him. "Come here." Zhang Yin was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, he found himself beside the Immortal. The Immortal spoke frankly. "I hear you keep quite a few beautiful fishwomen entertainers. You are heading to your death today. Keeping them is useless. Why not give me two? You will be rewarded in the future." Zhang Yin bowed respectfully and replied, "Immortal, if I am no more, I will return them to their homeland in the water settlements." Immortal Sun clasped his hands, a look of amusement on his face, and continued, "Rest assured, in my youth, I was once guided by a female demon, which allowed me to embark on the great Tao. I treat all beings, human or demon, equally." He proposed a deal. "If you do not survive this battle, I will protect the entertainers on your island. They will remain on Spirit Harmony Island, and I will return them to you once your primordial spirit reincarnates. You join my sect and are reborn." At that moment, a brilliant ring of fire suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yin, attracting the attention of both him, Zhuang Beifan, and their companions. They bowed respectfully. "Disciple greets Master." Zhang Yin, his expression unchanged, looked straight ahead. At this moment, Immortal Sun instructed Zhang Yin, "You just stay here with me. There's no need to return." Suddenly, another disciple called out, "Senior brother Yin has arrived." Following this, leaves fluttered past, and the senior brother, Yin they spoke of, arrived, seated upon a palanquin. He frowned at Zhang Yin and Immortal Sun, then closed his eyes in contemplation. At this point, the disciples all looked in one direction. A colossal water column erupted, a sight that filled them with awe and terror. Zhang Yin maintained his initial indifferent expression, while Immortal Sun couldn't help but furrow his brow. The enormous water column shot violently skyward, spraying droplets that threatened to engulf the entire island. As the massive wave subsided, Immortal Meng finally appeared. The disciples immediately bowed their heads respectfully. "Master, 10,000 years." They greeted him in unison. "We welcome Immortal Meng." Seeing this, Immortal Meng waved his hand and said, "There's no need for such formalities, disciples." The immortals within the opposite palanquin also bowed respectfully. "Eldest senior brother." Immortal Meng politely replied, "Junior brothers, you've worked hard." At this moment, one of the immortals spoke up, "Eldest senior brother, do you need us, your junior brothers, to break the formation first?" Immortal Meng stroked his beard and said slowly, "Junior brother, wait a moment. There's still one person who hasn't arrived." Just then, an immense pressure descended from the sky, astonishing even the other immortals. Then, a lotus blossom unfolded amidst the waves, drifting towards them. Immortal Qin emerged from within the lotus. Several people exclaimed, "So it's Immortal Qin who has arrived." She spoke softly, "There's no need for such formalities, my 4 junior nephews." Then she gracefully descended from the lotus. Immortal Meng spoke politely, "With Immortal Qin here, we disciples will be safe and sound. Junior brothers, follow me into battle." Upon hearing this, they immediately understood and obeyed their senior brother's command. At this moment, Immortal Sun began to channel his spiritual qi, another channeled fire qi, and yet another channeled wood qi, while Immortal Meng channeled water qi. The 4 of them charged forward together. The immortals formed a long line, probing the deadly formation. The heavy demon serpent, La Mengzi, revealed its sharp fangs and claws. Siyulak also channeled water qi, and even the earth dragon Ge Zongyao made a ferocious appearance. Immortal Meng silently assessed the situation. The true forms of these demon lords are largely manifested through borrowed qi. If their dharma forms haven't reached the level of ancient true inheritance, then there's nothing to fear. However, he then turned his head and thought to himself, "I only know that guarding the west position is an unnamed Taoist, but Master specifically instructed me to pay attention." He closed his eyes in concentration. Immortal Sun waited patiently behind him. Then, Immortal Meng shook his head and said, "It truly lives up to its reputation as the 4 symbols God-slaying formation. Based on the qi flow within the formation, the gates shift every 2 hours, and there will definitely be changes. Conversely, It's not overly complex, but the only opportunity to break the formation is during the intersection of yin and yang. He turned and addressed the other three. Let's return to Bamboo Flute Island to discuss this. The key to breaking the four symbols God slaying formation lies at its four corners. But those are also the most dangerous points. The guardian at each corner can, through the formation, merge their power with the other three, amplifying their combined strength many times over. Even if numerous cave heaven immortals were to charge them head-on, they would struggle to withstand the combined attack of the four. Therefore, we can only rely on disciples who do not fear death to enter, using the shifting formations to reach the corners. Though death is inevitable, Immortal Ming continued, his voice heavy with the weight of the decision. If they can leave behind magical artifacts, it might temporarily disrupt the formation's movements. If that opportunity arises, the connection between the four guardians will be severed, and then the four of us can charge in together to break the formation. At this, one of the immortals spoke up, "Senior brother, it's almost noon. It's time to send those disciples in." Immortal Ming sighed. "It seems we have no other choice." He immediately dispatched someone down the mountain to summon 8 disciples. The disciple promptly obeyed. The disciples soon assembled, awaiting Immortal Ming's explanation of the formation's changes over the next 2 hours. They wouldn't know the specifics until they entered, so while this was called a charge, it was essentially a test, a suicide mission. Immortal Ming asked a nearby disciple, "Have you recorded the names of these disciples?" The disciple replied, "Reporting to Master, all names have been recorded, not a single one missed." Immortal Ming then imbued the disciples with spiritual energy, instructing them, "I will impart to you the method of entering the formation. Wait before it. When you see spiritual energy descend upon the four corners, east, west, south, and north, you may enter." They responded in unison, "We obey, Immortal." Watching their retreating figures, Immortal Ming murmured with a hint of regret, "Gu Zhongyao guards the black tortoise position, Lamingza the azure dragon, Siyu Lak the vermilion bird, and the nameless Taoist the white tiger." He then addressed the remaining immortals. "Currently, the four energies of the four symbols are constantly shifting. Junior brothers, instruct your disciples to take their magical treasures and suppress the spiritual core seats, blocking the baleful energy." The other 2 immortals respectfully replied, "Senior brother speaks wisely." Immortal Qin then handed a magical treasure to her disciple, instructing, "Yun Tian, take my different directions banner and suppress the spiritual core seat in the north. If anyone within the formation acts, I will come myself." He immediately obeyed. Next, Immortal Yin produced a magical artifact and said, "Luo Qingwu, take my white dragon golden lock and suppress the west. Do not be afraid if there are unusual changes. I will discern them." Luo Qingwu respectfully accepted the task, replying, "Luo Qingwu obeys, Master." Following suit, another immortal presented his sword manual, instructing, "Zhuang Bufan, take my auspicious cloud cinnabar phoenix sword and suppress the east." He respectfully replied, "Yes, Master." Zhuang Bufan then accepted the sword and excused himself, ascending into the air to join the others. Immortal Sun then brought forth his own treasure, instructing his disciple, "Zhongxian, take my 5 thunder seal and suppress the south. I doubt that old demon will dare to cause trouble." Zhongxian knelt to receive it. The four symbols God-slaying formation can absorb baleful energy from all directions, Immortal Ming explained. If the spiritual core is constantly supplied, the formation will continue to operate, its power amplified many times over. But if the four directions are suppressed by 4 genuine treasures, the spiritual core will be blocked from the outside, and the formation will have to rely solely on the Guardian's power to function. It seems the White Tiger Demon has considered this and isn't relying too heavily on baleful energy. He continued, "We agreed that from breaking the formation to its collapse, we have only 3 days. If we cannot break it within 3 days, the Mingshang sect must concede defeat. Just 3 days. For powerful cultivators like us, with our profound magic, it shouldn't be difficult, so there's no need for excessive worry." Half an hour later, Immortal Ming began his calculations, fingers dancing through the air. The protective jade talismans of the disciples lay on Immortal Ming's table. Now, their primordial spirits had emerged, signifying that none had survived. Immortal Ming frowned and called out, "I now understand the formation's changes over these 2 hours. Tong Air, summon another 8 disciples." Soon, another 8 disciples arrived. Immortal Ming instructed them, "These are the changes the formation will undergo in the next 2 hours. Each of you 8 will take a magical artifact and proceed. You absolutely must not be misled by the illusions within the formation, lest you disrupt the plan. Once you reach a corner of the formation, disregard everything else and immediately throw down your artifact." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Go!" The disciples immediately flew off in different directions. Immortal Ming sighed. It's a pity. At the vermilion bird position, one disciple managed to reach the corner. But if I'm not mistaken, that was a deliberate opening left by those 4, a lure to draw us in. He closed his eyes, lamenting, "Time has passed. It's the hour of the rat now. Let it be." The immortals fell into deep contemplation. Only at noon each day, when yin and yang were in harmony, did the 4 guardians experience a momentary lapse in their control over the formation's energy flow. At other times, finding a weakness was far more difficult. Night fell, and a light flashed. The disciples silently observed the celestial phenomenon. Zhang Yin glanced over, thinking to himself, "Without great divine abilities and profound magical power, one is merely a pawn in the hands of others. Immortality is but a fleeting dream. Unless one becomes the player, one cannot control their own destiny." Time flowed like water, and the second day arrived in a blink. One of the immortals addressed Immortal Ming. "Today is the final day. Senior brother, you must make a decision. According to the agreement between the Mingshang sect and the 3 whites, if we cannot break the formation within 3 days, the Mingshang sect must concede defeat. This expedition against the 3 whites will be considered a complete failure. Though the formations of the world are infinitely varied, they all originate from the 9 primordial formations of antiquity. Once activated, they reveal their general trajectory. If the Mingshang sect were willing to sacrifice thousands of disciples to overwhelm the formation, it would undoubtedly break. However, doing so would also destroy the foundation of the Mingshang sect. As a righteous sect, we cannot resort to such measures. Immortal Ming remained silent for a moment. If we cannot break it by noon today, there will be no further opportunity by the hour of the rat. It's a pity about the method I imparted for breaking the formation. If they could have kept it in mind, undisturbed by the illusions, they certainly could have reached the corners. These disciples clearly knew they faced certain death, but in the critical moment, fear gripped them and they missed their chance. The other immortal consoled him. If their Tao hearts were steadfast, even with limited aptitude, their cultivation wouldn't be perpetually stuck at the core formation stage. Immortal Ming then called to his young disciple, "Tong Er, summon my 3 junior brothers." They quickly arrived. Immortal Ming addressed the 3. "Tomorrow at noon, I will have to trouble you 3 junior brothers." They replied in unison, "We will obey senior brother's command." These 3 cultivators were of similar cultivation level to the 4 immortals, but having reached the peak of core formation, they had failed to form their nascent souls. Their lifespans were nearing their end, and they sought a path to liberation through death, hoping to reincarnate and continue their cultivation. Immortal Luo suddenly mentioned Zhang Yin. "Zhang Yin, tomorrow you will join these junior brothers in assaulting the formation." Immortal Ming turned his attention to Master Sun, asking, "Junior brother Sun, what are your thoughts?" He replied decisively, "The matter of Zhang Yin is yours to handle, senior brother. I will stand by what I said before." Zhang Yin stepped forward, bowing respectfully and replying, "Yes." Immortal Ming then, as was customary, produced 4 magical artifacts. He simultaneously imparted the necessary instructions to the 4. Zhang Yin closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Then, narrowing his eyes, he thought, "This formation's transformations aren't particularly complex. I've encountered far more intricate formations in my simulations of reality. Still, something feels amiss." Zhang Yin respectfully cupped his hands and addressed Immortal Ming, "Master, I have a question. In the 19th transformation of the formation, the positions of life and death initially shift. Why abandon the Kuan position and choose the Sun position instead?" Immortal Ming explained, "That is because the vital energy within the formation transforms at this point, causing life and death to continuously invert and rotate. The Kuan position may appear to be the natural path, seemingly smooth and unremarkable, but in reality, it undergoes the most changes, concealing a world-overturning potential. The Sun position, though appearing menacing and perilous, has already reached the extremity of its transformation. While dangerous based on my prior deductions, there's a reasonable chance of navigating through it. Suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, he asked, "How did you know how to move at this specific point of transformation?" Zhang Yin calmly replied, "After receiving your instruction, Master, I silently calculated the possibilities and arrived at what I believed to be the correct solution. However, I harbored some doubts, which prompted my inquiry." Immortal Meng, upon hearing this, further inquired, "You were able to deduce this independently? Have you studied this formation before?" Master Sun interjected on Zhang Yan's behalf. Zhang Yan has always possessed exceptional talent in the art of inscription since joining the lower courtyard. He once demonstrated his mastery on Dingyun Peak, surpassing several disciples of the Guanyuan sect. Senior brother often says that those proficient in inscription are naturally adept at formations, and this is likely the reason. Immortal Meng stroked his beard in approval after hearing this. No wonder. The transformations of heaven and earth are all encompassed within the art of inscription. If you are skilled in deciphering inscriptions, coupled with my method of traversing formations, this four symbols God slaying formation shouldn't pose much difficulty. Your ability to calculate its reverse transformations is not surprising. He closed his eyes and sighed. Tong Air, bring it forth. At this moment, the shining sword was presented to Zhang Yan. He silently appraised it, thinking, the magical artifacts carried by the other disciples these past few days are vastly different from the one I've received today. It seems Immortal Meng is pulling out all the stops, taking a significant gamble. At this point, Tong Air, acting on Immortal Meng's behalf, presented another item. Martial uncles, please accept these. These are 5 Qi soul-stabilizing robes, capable of warding off demonic illusions. The 3 junior brothers donned the soul-stabilizing robes and departed. The disciples saw them off. Among them, one disciple couldn't help but think with a heavy heart, senior brother Zhang is incredibly talented. In a fit of rage, he was able to overturn the 6 Rivers 4 Blades formation. Why is it like this now? At this time, their flying ship gradually approached the formation on the island. Someone on the ship couldn't help but sigh. This calamity will finally come to an end. Consider this severing second sister's foolish infatuation. He calmly stated, having stood here for 2 days, I haven't seen a single master or disciple emerge from that formation. No matter how capable Zhang Yan is this time, he's certainly doomed. The maidservant beside him hesitantly asked, Master, do you wish to return to the estate? He sneered, No need. I'm feeling quite entertained today. I want to stay here, have a drink, and slowly savor the pathetic sight of these masters and disciples. At this moment, Zhang Yan and the 3 others were flying closer to the formation. He quietly followed behind the 3, when suddenly, a shadow caught Zhang Yan's attention. It then instantly burrowed into his forehead, startling him. He immediately rubbed his forehead vigorously. Suddenly, an unnerving silence fell upon the surroundings, arousing Zhang Yan's suspicion. By now, he was very close to the formation. Zhang Yan cautiously peered into the bottomless depths within, then plunged in without hesitation. Zhang Yan landed on a patch of ground bristling with flags. He turned to look back, only to discover the exit had sealed shut. Confusion gripped him. At this moment, 4 gates materialized before his eyes. Zhang Yin surmised that these 4 gates branched out from the central palace, connecting to the 4 cardinal directions. To penetrate the formation and reach its core, he would have to enter through one of these gates, confront the shifting transformations of the formation, navigate its winding paths, and gradually advance deeper within. Zhang Yin pondered, no matter which gate I enter, they all connect to the 4 corner formations. The only difference lies in the transformations within. He recalled his agreement with Mr. Gui. Once inside, I simply need to sacrifice the Taihe Pure Chi Dao, and he will find a way to guide me. However, Mr. Gay had also cautioned him, the closer you are to the corner formation I guard, the greater the certainty of success. Given Mr. Gui's high cultivation, his cautious words suggest significant danger. To be safe, I should try to get closer to that corner formation. I'll only sacrifice the magical treasure as a last resort. Closing his eyes, he began to circulate his magical power. If a disciple unfamiliar with formations were to enter, Zhang Yin mused, these 6 talismans would be absolutely essential. Without them, they would be lost within a few steps. So that's why those ferocious beasts, despite their apparent strength, appear so disoriented. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious beasts appeared and attacked him. Zhang Yin immediately channeled his spiritual energy, enveloping his entire body. In the next instant, Sword in Ten erupted, striking towards the demonic beasts. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhang Yan's mind. These ferocious beasts seem powerful, yet they fight so clumsily. Why? At that moment, one of the beasts lunged towards him. Suddenly, understanding dawned on Zhang Yan. So that's how it is. He effortlessly dispatched the beast before him, calmly assessing the situation. These beasts are merely manifestations of the killing intent within the formation. Mindless, their sole purpose is to eliminate those who enter. While they appear formidable, their cultivation is only equivalent to a cultivator after opening their meridians, not even reaching the bright chi realm. Truly, they cannot withstand a single blow. However, if a disciple enters the formation without a firm Tao heart and sees this horde of seemingly world-shaking beasts charging towards them, panic is inevitable. And once the 6 guiding talismans are activated, they won't wait. Fall behind even a single step and you'll lose sight of their direction. Without the talismans, one can only wander lost within the formation, courting death. Zhang Yin then took the initiative, attacking the pack of beasts. The path indicated by the 6 talismans represents the greatest chance of survival within this formation, he thought. But this waiting game is also detrimental. The path with the highest survival rate is always the most heavily guarded point of the formation. While its power cannot be further amplified, it possesses greater variability, making it the most complex of all the paths. This route appears safest, but ferocious demonic beasts condensed from the formation's killing intent appear after only a few steps. At this rate, even with smooth sailing, it will likely take more than an hour to reach the corner formation. At this moment, a particularly ferocious beast blocked his path. While Zhang Yin could easily handle them, he noticed a difference. The Taoist cultivation of these beasts seemed several levels higher than before, nearing the first level of the bright chi realm. Could it be because I'm venturing deeper into the formation? Then a realization struck him. Even so, the increase should be gradual, not this abrupt. Surely, one of the 3 core formation cultivators has perished within the formation. He calculated that the total amount of ferocious killing intent within the formation was constant. If more disciples entered, the burden on each individual would be lessened. But if I'm the only one left to navigate this formation, he realized, even if I reach the path with the highest survival rate, the cultivation of each beast will likely rise to near the profound radiance realm. Suddenly, Zhang Yin sensed something approaching. He immediately consulted the compass in his hand, muttering to himself, I can't continue like this. I must try to break through the other gates. I have to reach the northern corner formation before the other 3 perish. He then opened his eyes. A formation diagram materialized beneath his feet. Light radiated in all directions, illuminating the area. In the next instant, countless beams of sword light shot towards him. At this moment, a stream of spiritual energy flew out from Zhang Yan's forehead. The North Bright Sword Spirit then appeared before his eyes. He then waved his hand, meeting the incoming sword intent. Very quickly, those beams of sword light were repelled by him. Having been saved, Zhang Yin respectfully clasped his hands and asked, Who are you, senior? At this time, North Bright replied, Zhang Yin, I was asked by Qi Mabai, the sect leader of the Bright Firmament sect, to come here and lend you a hand. However, I also have a karmic debt that needs resolving, and helping you will fulfill it. If you agree, I will fully repay this favor, and you will no longer need to painstakingly scheme and plan. I will shoulder it all. What do you say? Hearing this, Zhang Yin readily agreed. Receiving this answer, North Bright was very satisfied, praising, Such decisiveness is very much to this old man's liking. After we break this formation, you simply need to follow my instructions. I guarantee that after this matter is handled, no one will dare to cause you any trouble. At this moment, a ray of light swept across Kuan Island. Nguyen Lin immediately returned to the protective jade pendant. Seeing this, Immortal Ming picked it up and sighed, It's junior brother Jean. But another person began to speak. 3 people have already died in the formation. There's truly no hope of breaking it. Staying here is pointless. However, Immortal Sun immediately objected. Wait, Zhang Yin is still inside. We might as well wait a bit longer. Immortal Ming calmly said. Zhang Yin has been able to persevere until now, which means he has grasped the underlying principles of the formation's transformations. But 3 junior brothers have already perished. Even if he enters the gate with the weakest killing intent, I fear it will still be extremely difficult. The disciples present couldn't help but worry. Once noon arrives, the formation will transform again. Even if he reaches the corner and throws down the magical artifact, we won't be able to catch up. Immortal Meng stood up and sighed. Alas, Tong'er, when Zhang Yan's primordial spirit ascends, you must protect it well, so that he can be reincarnated in the future. Hearing this, Immortal Sun immediately frowned. Seeing this, Immortal Ming glanced at him disdainfully, and Immortal Sun finally gave up. At this time, Immortal Luo coldly reminded him, Junior brother Sun, refrain from such futile efforts in the future. As Immortal Ming prepared to leave with the other immortals, a sudden tremor reverberated through the air, and they were all startled. What? The formation fluctuated violently. Zhang Yin shouted loudly. Zhang Yin of the Bright Firmament sect has taken the head of the Demon King Gai, Songshao. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. For a moment, the immortals were stunned, then hurriedly rushed to where the formation was located to investigate. At this time, dark clouds gathered around the island, and thunder rumbled. From the central tower of the formation, a furious voice boomed. You brat! You dare to ruin my grand scheme? Zhang Yin, come and shatter the heavens and earth with me. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, sending waves crashing into the air. Seeing this, Zhang Yin flew into the air. He suddenly noticed something. At this moment, Senior Northbright's voice rang in his ear. Zhang Yin, follow me and shatter the heavens and earth. He then followed the guidance and charged straight towards the tower. The tower quickly split in two, and rubble rained down. A crimson light flashed, and a furious roar echoed. Qin Ma Bai, you've destroyed 1,000 years of my cultivation. I swear to the heavens, I will not let this go. At this moment, Immortal Ming finally recognized what it was, and pointed, exclaiming, the Northbright heaven-subduing sword. The sword enshrined within our sect. How could it be here? Could it be? Immortal Ton Sadenliri? No wonder, no wonder. Immortal Nan furrowed his brow in thought. This young disciple has caught the eye of the Northbright heaven-subduing sword. Doesn't that mean our sect leader, master? At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the dark clouds, catching their attention. Northbright's voice resonated in Zhang Yan's mind. Zhang Yan, quickly come to the floating abode palace to meet me. The scene shifted to the floating abode heavenly palace of the Bright Firmament sect. This was the heart of the Bright Firmament sect, the halls of rectitude, antiquity, and spirit warding. These 3 grand halls were not only cultivation grounds for the sect's disciples, but also served as secluded retreats for generations of elders possessing profound Taoist cultivation. Zhang Yin landed safely. He raised his eyes to the plaque before him. He thought to himself, this palace seems somewhat familiar. If this pyramidal tower were a few stories taller, it would bear a striking resemblance to the Dharma form that nearly crumbled just now. Zhang Yin and Northbright, in their primordial spirit forms, entered with an air of ease. The wisp of primordial energy swiftly drifted towards Qin Ma Bai. Qin Ma Bai, the sect leader of the Bright Firmament sect, sat upon his sickbed. Zhang Yin, he said, there's no need for formalities. Come up and speak. Zhang Yin respectfully bowed. A wisp of primordial energy then emerged from his forehead. Northbright fully materialized, stepping forward to chide Qin Ma Bai. I've done what you asked, and even what you didn't. But you sly fox, you knew I wouldn't truly harm him, didn't you? Qin Ma Bai replied. Of course, it couldn't escape Uncle Northbright's discerning eyes. He continued, addressing Zhang Yin, you have achieved a great feat, and I must reward you accordingly. I previously declared that whoever slays the Demon Lord may establish their own lineage. Today, I bestow upon you the Zhao Yu Heavenly Pond as your Taoist sanctuary. Northbright asked with a hint of disdain. Qin Ma Bai, you're quite generous, casually gifting away cave abodes. Aren't you afraid those pampered young masters from influential families will come knocking? Qin Ma Bai responded frankly, rivers have their bends, and individuals their fortunes. As the sect leader of the Bright Firmament sect, I am not one to shirk responsibility. Northbright laughed heartily. It seems you and your disciple are quite the pair. A bit excessive, wouldn't you say, acting only now? Cleaving that fiend's Dharma form was truly exhilarating. If you require my assistance again, I might just reluctantly agree. Qin Mabai then advised Zhang Yin, remember, though I bestow this cave abode upon you, whether you can maintain it in the future is your own concern. I will not interfere. You must strive even harder. Furthermore, the karmic debt of fellow Taoist Gui is something you must investigate yourself. I cannot assist you in that matter. Zhang Yin clasped his hands and declared resolutely, I already know where Senior Gui will be reincarnated. In 10 years, I will go and retrieve him, taking him as my disciple. Hearing this, Qin Mabai was very pleased. Very good. Fellow Taoist Gui and I had some dealings in the past. For him to be reborn and join our bright firmament sect will be a momentous occasion. Zhang Yin then posed a question. What are the sect's plans for my spirit shelter island? Qin Mabai replied, though you establish your own lineage, you remain a disciple of the bright firmament sect. Spirit Shelter Island will naturally remain your cave abode. No one will encroach upon it. Zhang Yin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sect leader. In addition, this disciple wishes to travel afar, seeking opportunities to form my gold core. I request your permission. Qin Mabai produced a treasure and bestowed it upon him. You wounded that entity. Although it was through Uncle Northbright's intervention, I fear his disciples or descendants may seek retribution. I will impart to you a cultivation technique. Whether you can comprehend it depends entirely on your own abilities. However, you must never teach it to others. After the spirit tablet was handed over to him, Qin Mabai added, the rivers and mountains unified Qi fortune diagram is a genuine Qi artifact, capable of aiding your cultivation. I shall bestow it upon you. There's no need to delay your departure any longer. Embark on your journey swiftly. After leaving the floating abode, Heavenly Palace, be sure to avoid the Elixir Hall. It might save you from unforeseen trouble. Now go. Zhang Yin respectfully received the gift, bowing with hands clasped. This disciple thanks sect leader Qin Mabai. Zhang Yin was then escorted out. Qin Mabai reminded him once more to proceed with caution. At that moment, Northbright suddenly appeared, startling Zhang Yin. Northbright then imbued Zhang Yan's forehead with a stream of spiritual energy. Curious, Zhang Yin asked, Senior, what have you done to this disciple? Northbright retorted with a hint of annoyance. Watch your tongue. Seeing as we have some karmic connection, I've manifested 3 avatars within you. Use them to protect yourself in times of peril. For anyone else, I wouldn't bother. You know, back then, Qin Mabai pleaded with me outside my dwelling for an entire night before I reluctantly granted him a single avatar. Suddenly, Qin Mabai's voice echoed from within the palace, surprising them both. Uncle Northbright, Qin Mabai's voice resonated. Gossiping behind someone's back isn't befitting of a senior. With that, Northbright transformed into primordial energy and vanished. As Zhang Yin soared through the air, he pondered. By slaying Gui Songxiao and severely wounding that towering Dharma form, my reputation has soared within the sect, surpassing all others for now. Whether I desire it or not, remaining within the sect would inevitably place me at the center of a maelstrom. To achieve success and then retreat is the wisest course of action. Sect leader Qin Mabai's hasty summons and the bestowal of the Zhao, you heavenly pond, likely indicate his desire for my swift departure. He thought to himself, I had intended to meet Senior Brother Chu before leaving, but the sect leader's final words, what could have happened at the Elixir Hall? A frown creased his brow as suspicion bloomed. It must be Immortal Tan. Her actions are always tyrannical and unpredictable. He mused, not only did I survive this time, but I also accomplished a remarkable feat, essentially humiliating her. She might be waiting for me at the Elixir Hall right now. If I'm taken to the Langya Cave Heaven, she could easily fabricate a reason to slowly punish me, and even sect leader Qin Mabai might be unable to intervene. A sense of urgency gripped Zhang Yin. He accelerated his cloud-riding pace, thinking, it seems I absolutely cannot go to the Elixir Hall. I must return directly to Spirit Shelter Island. The scene shifted to Spirit Shelter Island. Servants and attendants were busily loading belongings onto the Zhao Yu heavenly pond boat. Luo Xiao remarked, "Even among our demon race, this is considered a blessed land." Gazing into the distance, she sighed to think it would ultimately belong to Master. Lost in reminiscence, Luo Xiao continued, "The memory of nearly being stewed in a snake soup by Master still feels vivid. This servant never imagined Master would achieve such a grand estate." Zhang Yin replied, "Fellow Taoist Luo, I'm embarking on a long journey to seek the opportunity for core formation. I entrust this new abode to your care." He instructed her, "Take everyone to the Zhao Yu heavenly pond and cultivate peacefully. Do not leave the heavenly pond for even a day before I return." Zhang Yin continued, "Also, I have a disciple named Lu Yin Yin, currently residing on a nearby mountain. I'll trouble you to make a trip and bring her to the heavenly pond for cultivation." Luo Xiao hesitated slightly, asking, "Is Master leaving today?" Zhang Yin smiled. Further delay might lead to unforeseen complications. Luo Xiao lowered her head silently. Sensing her mood, Zhang Yin couldn't help but offer her a gentle smile. At this moment, Luo Xiao took his hand, a hint of reluctance in her grip. "My lord," Zhang Yin placed a command talisman into her hand. "This is the restriction talisman for the Zhao Yu heavenly pond abode. I entrust it to your care." He explained, "The restrictions on the Zhao Yu heavenly pond were personally laid down by Mr. Gue. Even if several core formation true immortals attack together, they wouldn't be able to break through. For several months, at least, it will be as impregnable as a bronze fortress." Luo Xiao looked at the talisman, lost in thought for a moment, before finally breaking into a smile. Zhang Yin, seeing her smile, couldn't help but smile in return. Luo Xiao bowed respectfully. "Rest assured, Master, no matter how long you are gone, this servant will diligently care for this abode." Zhang Yin nodded sincerely. "I have always had the utmost confidence in fellow Taoist Luo." He then produced a scroll, saying, "There's one more thing before I depart." Unfurling the scroll, a painting was revealed. Zhang Yin continued, "I received a genuine qi artifact from the sect leader, capable of absorbing the 5 elements and traversing the world. But I need to see how this qi artifact differs from a spiritual artifact." Luo Xiao watched with curiosity. Qi artifacts also had varying levels of quality. For example, Zhang Yin explained, flying swords and mirrors are both considered qi artifacts. Their activation relies entirely on the cultivator's own power, without the aid of spiritual energy. They are like ordinary objects in that regard. However, items like the Fate Decree Brush, the Soul-Shaking Inkstone, the Golden Script Bell, the Wish-Granting Divine Hammer, and the Heart-Seeking Cloud are all high-grade spiritual artifacts. This is because they possess a degree of innate spirituality. After refining them with one's lifeblood, they can be activated with only a small amount of primordial true qi, enough to injure an enemy. Only when an artifact becomes a profound artifact does it develop its own consciousness, a nascent intelligence. If it can advance further and become a genuine qi artifact, it can transform into a being with its own ego, capable of cultivating the Tao, just like a cultivator. Beyond genuine qi artifacts, there exist even more mysterious Tao artifacts, their nature beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. A picturesque scene unfolded from the painting. Zhang Yin, witnessing the instantaneous transformation of his surroundings, exclaimed, "What a miraculous painting!" A pair of feet emerged from the mist within the painting, and a young boy materialized, bowing respectfully in response to Zhang Yan's praise. "This humble servant is unworthy of such praise." Zhang Yin calmly inquired, "Are you the spirit of this genuine diagram?" Luo Xiao spoke up. "This servant has heard that the spirits within genuine qi artifacts possess immense power. Even if the owner is blessed, the spirit remains deeply respectful." Zhang Yin then asked the boy, "Do you have a name?" The boy replied respectfully, "Master, this servant has no name." He continued earnestly, "This servant has served 12 masters thus far, but because I am not skilled in combat, most of them set this painting aside, having no time to pay me any attention. Only a few occasionally summon me for conversation to alleviate their boredom. This servant wouldn't dare to hope for a name." Zhang Yin felt a pang of sympathy. "So you've been a neglected treasure." He sighed. "I've heard the ancients say, a swift horse is common, but a bull is rare. I've always felt a kinship with that sentiment. Luo Xiao, after a moment of thought, suggested, in that case, why not take master surname, Zhang? You consider yourself a swift horse. So how about Zhang Qi? Finally given a name, Zhang Qi knelt gratefully. Thank you, madam, for bestowing this name upon me. Zhang Yin also praised Luo Xiao. An excellent name indeed. With that, the two departed, leaving Luo Xiao behind. They landed atop a mountain that pulsed with an unrelenting aura of killing intent. Zhang Yin called out, Zhang Qi, come with me and gather the killing aura. Zhang Qi immediately obeyed. The two of them slowly approached the summit of the mountain. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, drawing in the killing aura that permeated the mountain. He quickly absorbed a substantial amount. Zhang Yin thought to himself, this killing aura is enough for me to cultivate to the third level of profound illumination. Then, he placed a hand on Zhang Qi's shoulder and said, all right, Zhang Qi, let's go. The two of them then flew off. Luo Xiao turned her head, watching his receding figure. Before leaving, Zhang Yin hadn't forgotten to bid her farewell. Fellow Taoist Luo, he said, I'm going on a journey to wander the world. This time, if I don't refine a first-grade elixir, I absolutely will not return to the mountain. With that, he resolutely departed. Luo Xiao silently watched his form disappear. As she flew away, her mind remained lost in thought. Chaos makes no distinction between high and low, so how can one be called a divine being in the Golden Palace? If one possesses a sliver of true spiritual energy, one dares to compete with the sun, moon, and 9 heavens for brilliance. Luo Xiao couldn't help but furrow her brow as she thought of him. Afterward, she returned alone, a new resolve hardening in her heart. Meanwhile, a figure was hurrying through the air. Old Ghost Luo channeled his energy, a streak of spiritual light flashing across the sky. Old Ghost Luo suddenly sensed the aura swiftly passing by him. He frowned, appraising the phenomenon. This moving light, transformed from sword chi, must belong to a profound illumination cultivator. I wonder which sword sect he hails from. He shook his head and sighed. These people are all so arrogant. It's a good thing this old Taoist stopped. If I had recklessly bumped into him and been slain by a casual flick of his hand, I wouldn't even have grounds to complain. At that moment, a beam of light flashed. Zhang Yin appeared behind him, intending to ask for directions. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. He clasped his hands respectfully in greeting and continued. This humble one has a question to ask. Old Ghost Luo was taken aback. He then returned the gesture, a smile gracing his lips. Don't mention it, senior. What do you wish to ask? If this poor Taoist knows, I will certainly tell you. Zhang Yin asked directly. Fellow Taoist, may I ask how far this place is from the flying vermilion immortal market? Zhang Yan's journey had two purposes. First, to gather the 5 elements essence for cultivating the supreme, profound true light. Second, to find a transformation elixir. Since beginning his cultivation at the Bright Firmament sect, Zhang Yan's knowledge of the cultivation world remained limited. Finding these things on his own would be incredibly difficult. But by a fortunate coincidence, during his meridian opening, to conceal the origin of his meridian opening, he had befriended a disciple of the Northern Zenith sect. Through the introduction of Princess Lin Hai, he was now on his way to Danyang Mountain to visit a Northern Zenith disciple named Yin Manhwa. He couldn't visit empty-handed, so Zhang Yin intended to go to the immortal market to purchase some valuable items as gifts. Old Ghost Luo began to reply, reporting to Senior that Immortal Market is located. He didn't finish his sentence before a voice rang out. Old Ghost Luo hastily turned his head to look. Jiao Nyangzi appeared, confronting him. Old Ghost Luo, you really are here. See where you can run to now. Her furious shout caused Old Ghost Luo to involuntarily stumble back. Jiao Nyangzi grabbed him by the collar, demanding, hand over the secret manual you stole from the Deep Fragrance sect. Old Ghost Luo retorted, that manual is meant for those with the proper destiny. On what basis does it belong to your Deep Fragrance sect? Jiao Nyangzi couldn't help but clench her fist, her face a mask of disgust. The 5 degrees region is under our jurisdiction, she spat. The secret manual you obtained here likely belonged to a senior of our sect. I don't want to make things difficult for you, so just let me see the manual. Old Ghost Luo's face darkened considerably. Jiao Nyangzi pressed on. If it truly has nothing to do with the Deep Fragrance sect, I'll turn around and leave. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhang Yin made his excuses. If you two have important matters to discuss, he interjected smoothly, I won't impose. Farewell. Jiao Nyangzi, her attention finally drawn to him, snapped, don't go. But Zhang Yin had already vanished before their eyes. Zhao Nyangzi frowned, her eyes narrowing. Just then, a voice called out, "Martial Sister Jiao." Another group appeared on the scene. Old Ghost Luo's brow furrowed, his expression grim. He croaked, "Zhao Nyangzi, that minor clarity sect senior just took the manual. Don't bother me anymore. If you have the guts, go find him yourself." Inwardly, he preened. The minor clarity sect is the foremost of the 10 great sects of the Profound Gate. Each of their disciples is a prodigy. If I drop their name, what can they do to me? Then, a mysterious figure materialized behind Zhao Nyangzi. His voice was cold. "Do you know which senior brother from my minor clarity sect took it?" Panic seized Old Ghost Luo. The scene shifted to the Flying Vermilion Immortal Market. Without the old Taoist guidance, finding the Flying Vermilion Immortal Market hadn't been overly difficult for Zhang Yin, though it had taken a little extra effort. The scene within the city was somewhat desolate. Zhang Yin swept past the buildings, swift as the wind, startling those around him. Xiao Hong and Mi Qing were both taken aback. She pointed in the distance and asked Xiao Hong, "Senior brother, what kind of magical tool was that?" Xiao Hong explained, "That wasn't a magical tool, but sword-like flight, achieved by transforming a sword ring into light. That person's cultivation is at least on par with Master or the old ancestor." Mi Qing intrigued, asked, "Senior brother, why have I never seen Master or the old ancestor use sword flight?" Xiaoong smiled, "Junior sister, you haven't been cultivating for long, so you might not know. Sword rings are extremely rare. Even nascent soul cultivators need more than 15 years to refine one. They're rare, even in large sections." Mi Qing's interest peaked. "I wonder if there will be a sword ring among the treasures at the auction tomorrow. Let's buy one." Xiaoong spoke frankly. "Junior sister, even if there is a sword ring, unless you've inherited a sword scripture or possess profound light cultivation, you won't be able to activate its flight capabilities, let alone soaring through the heavens. It would just be an ornament." Mi Qing, undeterred, clung to Xiao Hong's arm, her voice pleading, "Come on, senior brother, I want a sword ring." Xiao Hong finally relented. All right. Meanwhile, at the rising auspicious tower in the Flying Vermilion Immortal Market, just in front of the sign of an inn, the innkeeper hastily opened the door, bowing deeply to Zhang Yin. "Honored immortal, you must be weary from your journey. Please, allow me to attend to you." Zhang Yin handed him a vial of pills, instructing, "Spread the word. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. Come back tomorrow. I have some questions for you." The innkeeper understood immediately. "Yes, as you command, honored immortal." Mu Hongchun and her maidservant were also there. As fragrant smoke curled upwards, Mu Hongchun addressed her maidservant directly. "Have you completed the tasks I assigned?" Reclining languidly in her chair, Mu Hongchun commanded, "No excuses. I must obtain the red horse fruit tomorrow." The maidservant, obedient to her mistress's every whim, replied, "Nyangzi, I have already paid my respects to all the wealthy guests who have arrived at the Immortal Market. However, I just noticed a guest in the West Wing. This person seems to have a rather mysterious background. We haven't greeted him yet." She continued, "Nyangzi, there are only a few who have the resources to compete with us. That person is alone, and the others are unfamiliar faces. They are likely disciples from some sect traveling abroad, seeking a bit of amusement. Don't pay them too much attention." Mu Hongchun closed her eyes upon hearing this, and calmly instructed, "You may all withdraw and make preparations. Later, when my fellow sect members arrive, I will also give them some instructions. There is also a distinguished guest from the Minor Clarity sect. We must not neglect them." They understood her meaning immediately. By now, night had fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky. In a corner on the west side of the rising, auspicious tower, Zhang Qi continuously breathed out flames. Zhang Yin cultivated within this blazing inferno. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Honored immortal, there is a treasure fair being held in the outer courtyard. Would you care to attend?" Zhang Yin was immediately intrigued. Zhang Qi, having finished preparing his transformation, heard Zhang Yin say, "Come in and speak." The door opened, and Jun Ling carefully bowed to him. "This servant, Jun Ling greets the honored immortal." Jun Ling spoke respectfully. "Honored immortal, as this is your first time here, and you may be unfamiliar with the layout, the boat master has specially arranged for me to attend to your needs. If you wish to acquire any treasures at the fair, please do not hesitate to instruct me. Zhang Yin listened intently and replied, "Lead the way." Now in the auction area of the rising, auspicious tower, Zhang Yin asked her curiously, "Tell me, how does one go about acquiring these treasures?" Junling Air, slightly surprised by the question, gestured in a particular direction and explained, "Honored immortal, if you find a rare item to your liking, simply place the appropriate number of golden beans into the pond. A golden toad will then leap out and swallow them." She continued, "It will then carry the lotus leaf on which the item rests and swim towards the bidders. The lotus leaf will drift towards whoever offers the highest price." Junling Air added, "Because of this, the golden toad has earned the nickname Money-Eyed. There are also quite a few larger golden toads in the pond," she explained further. "Only by offering over 1,000 golden beans at once can you lure them out. Hence, they have another nickname, 1,000 Gold Toss. If you're interested, honored immortal, you can give it a try." Intrigued, Zhang Yin inquired, "Quite interesting. Where does one obtain these golden beans?" Junling Air promptly replied, "If you have spirit stones, honored immortal, you can exchange them. 1 stone for 1 bean. If that's inconvenient at the moment, you can also use magical artifacts or Danyao pills/elixirs. We have appraisers in the tower who will assess their value based on the equivalent spirit stone price. You won't be cheated." Zhang Yin decisively placed a storage pouch on the table and stated, "In that case, exchange 5,000 golden beans for me first. There are 5,000 spirit stones here. You can take them to be verified." Junling Air was taken aback by his generosity. "Honored guest, you wish to exchange 5,000 golden beans?" Zhang Yin, noticing her surprise, turned and asked, "Is there a problem?" Junling Air stammered, "And no, this servant has misspoken. Please wait a moment, honored guest," Junling Air said, dipping her head in a respectful bow. "I shall return shortly." As Zhang Yin had opened his meridians, he had once acquired 40 to 50,000 spirit stones at the Yellow Cloudstone Field. This time, venturing out, he had brought all his current wealth. Even the sect leaders of smaller sects couldn't compare. He was truly brimming with confidence. Junling Air, having returned with the golden beans, announced cheerfully, "Honored guest, your spirit stones are all of the highest quality, surely originating from a place rich in spiritual energy. Compared to ordinary spirit stones, they can be exchanged at a rate of 3 to 1. Therefore, you have a total of 15,000 golden beans." Zhang Yin remained impassive, taking a slow sip of tea. The auction had already been underway for some time. Several magical artifacts continuously emerged from the lotus pond, quickly being snatched up by eager bidders. However, these were all low-grade spiritual artifacts, with none reaching mid-grade or higher. Not only Zhang Yin, but those in the upper levels of the surrounding towers also remained motionless, clearly disdainful of such common wares. Junling Air offered an explanation. "Honored guest, you've arrived a bit early. These are merely second-rate treasures, naturally not worthy of a discerning eye such as yours." Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Honored guest, please look. The item being presented now is a first-rate treasure from the boat master himself." A spiritual fruit was swiftly placed upon a lotus platform. He thought to himself, "Red horse fruit." Zhang Yin had seen mention of this fruit in the ancient texts of the Elixir Hall. The red horse fruit, while appearing as an ordinary fruit, contained a type of spiritual creature called an earth moleworm. The two existed in symbiosis. This worm typically fed on plants with and detoxifying properties, seeking the aura of ancient tombs and desolate lands deep underground. Thus, it was often used by those in the demonic Tao to search for demonic veins. Mu Hongchen's attention was also drawn to the spiritual fruit. A voice called out from the second floor, "I bid 500 golden beans." 5 golden toads promptly emerged from the pond, snatching up the offered beans. Water splashed as the 5 golden toads carried the lotus leaf towards the highest bidder. Zhang Yin pondered. Among the 5 types of refined qi he sought, one was called Restoration Water Qi, hidden deep within tranquil streams. If he possessed the red horse fruit, it might save him considerable effort. He then directly tossed 1,000 golden beans into the pond, making his bid. Junling Air gasped in surprise. Golden toads surfaced, eagerly collecting the beans. Then they submerged once more. The other bidders murmured in astonishment. Tossing out 1,000 golden beans at once was a display of significant wealth. Mu Hongchen frowned, barely suppressing her anger. The golden toads changed direction, carrying the lotus leaf towards Zhang Yin. An incense burner was overturned in a fit of pique. Mu Hongchun, pointing a furious finger at her maidservant, demanded, "Who is this person? Why didn't they keep their word?" The maidservant attempted to placate her. "My lady, we have never encountered this guest before." A piece of wood was flung at her. "How do you conduct yourselves?" Muhongchen. The maidservant hastily bowed, pleading, "My lady, it's not that we weren't diligent. This guest only arrived at the rising auspicious tower 2 days ago. It was reported to you then, my lady." Mu Hongchen's eyebrows shot up. Slamming her hand on the table, she exclaimed, "This is infuriating." Junling Heir presented the red horse fruit to Zhang Yin. "Congratulations, honored guest, on acquiring this treasure." Zhang Yin suddenly realized something. That woman. The auctioneer presented another item. "This is a sword ring, meticulously crafted by a nascent soul elder over 35 years. It was originally intended for use by one of our disciples," she continued, "but that disciple unfortunately passed away. Therefore, we wish to offer this treasure to another. If someone offers 5,000 golden beans, please accept it." The two brothers were astonished. 5,000 golden beans could likely buy more than half of the armor-type treasures. But the one beside him reminded, "This sword ring is of exceptional quality." Emi King Eva Stunt. Pointing downwards, she said to Xiao Hong, "Senior brother, look, it's a sword ring." Xiao Hong had already seen it, but could only offer a helpless explanation. "The golden beans we have are enough to buy this sword ring, but then we won't be able to purchase the cold leaf profound truth herb that master wants." He glanced at the sighing Mi Qing Heir. Finally, he relented. "If junior sister truly desires it, senior brother will find a way. This sword ring is of the highest quality, but even if you were to acquire it, you would still need to refine it for a dozen years or more before you could use it." Emi King Heir immediately vidlet. King Heir understands. "Senior brother is the best." Zhang Yin pondered. "I already have the Star Spirit sword ring, so I don't need this one. But I don't know if my disciple, Yin Yi, has the aptitude for sword cultivation. Sword rings are rare. Even in the Bright Firmament sect, I haven't seen many. Since I've encountered one, I might as well take it." He addressed Junling Heir. "I want this sword ring." Junling Heir accepted the sword ring from the maidservant, saying cheerfully, "Thank you." Turning to Zhang Yin, she said, "Honored guest, here is the sword ring." She placed it on the table beside the red horse fruit. Zhang Yin reached out and touched it, immediately sensing its potent life force. He considered that sword rings were incredibly loyal objects, serving only one master throughout their existence. This sword ring was completely free of impurities, clearly indicating that it had never been owned by anyone since its creation. Moreover, its quality was even better than he had initially anticipated, rivaling even his own Star Spirit sword ring. Golden beans could be earned again, but such a fine sword ring was a rare find. After all, most nascent soul cultivators focus solely on their own cultivation. To willingly spend several years, or even more than a decade, refining a sword ring they wouldn't use themselves was truly a rare occurrence. Junling Heir then began to introduce the next item. "Honored guest, please observe the next item, which is truly exceptional. Most of the people here today have come specifically for this," she surmised. "I believe the honored guest has likely heard of this item before. It is a cold leaf profound truth herb." Zhang Yan's brow furrowed. Cold leaf profound truth herb. Cultivators who reached the third level of profound illumination were required to attempt condensing a medicinal pellet. If this condensation failed, a small golden pellet would form within their bodies. Although their power would then surpass that of ordinary profound illumination cultivators, they would lose all hope of further advancement in the latter half of their lives. Using the cold leaf profound truth herb as the primary ingredient, combined with several other spiritual herbs, one could concoct a type of profound, net cleansing water. This water possessed miraculous properties, capable of completely dissolving the small golden pellet. This would allow them to rebuild their foundation, offering a new path for cultivators whose pellet condensation had failed. Pellet formation cultivators were the core strength of any sect. Even among the top 10 disciples of the Bright Firmament sect, only Qi Yuntian had reached nascent soul. This single spiritual herb could produce enough profound, net cleansing water for at least 3 people. It was truly invaluable. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed as a smile played on his lips. Only this is worthy of being called a true treasure, he thought. Looking down below, he made up his mind. No matter the cost, I must obtain it. At that moment, the maidservant brought out the spiritual herb. Junling Air was immediately taken aback. Everyone present gazed at the spiritual herb with undisguised avarice. At this moment, Xiao Hong stepped forward, introducing himself. I am Xiao Hong, chief disciple of the Lin Qingguan. I sincerely desire this item and offer 2,000 golden beans. Another elderly man immediately joined the bidding war. I'll add another 1,000. 3,000 golden beans. Young friend, there's no need to compete with me any further. Xiao Hong frowned, his voice resolute. My sect is in dire need of this item. Please forgive me, senior, but I, Song, will add another 1,000. Yet another guest offered a higher bid, 5,000 golden beans. Deng would like this item. A voice then echoed from the second floor of the Purple Tower. 5,000? Is that all you can muster? I offer 6,000. What do you say to that, Deng Xiang? Deng Xiang's eyes narrowed in anger upon hearing this. At this point, Jiao Kuan appeared, his voice booming. I am Jiao Kuan, a disciple of the Shaoqing sect. A senior brother in my sect requires this spiritual herb to refine medicine to eliminate a small golden pellet. Therefore, I offer 7,000 golden beans. Does anyone have any objections? A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. The Shaoqing sect. The voice from the second floor responded. Since a disciple of the Shaoqing sect desires this item, I shall withdraw. Jiao Kuan respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. Finally, the old Taoist declared, since you are a distinguished disciple of the Shaoqing sect, it is but a small spiritual herb. I willingly concede. Deng Xiang's face darkened with fury. In the end, he could only storm off, seething with resentment. The Shaoqing sect, ranked first among the 10 great profound sects, had garnered a notorious reputation over the past century. No fewer than a dozen sects have been annihilated simply for offending a Shaoqing sect disciple. Moreover, due to the peculiar cultivation methods practiced by Shaoqing sect disciples, they were prone to challenging others on the slightest provocation, even fabricating excuses for conflict. And once they engaged in combat, it was often a fight to the death. Furthermore, the Shaoqing sect fiercely protected its own, often resorting to slaughtering entire families in retaliation. Everyone present had fellow disciples and friends. Everyone had something to fear. Thus, they were all afraid of offending this Shaoqing sect disciple and inviting unwarranted disaster upon themselves. Xiao Hong, seeing the situation, reluctantly withdrew. Since this fellow Taoist of the Shaoqing sect has expressed interest, I, Xiao Hong, will naturally step aside. Mi Qing Air, witnessing this, exclaimed in surprise, Senior brother, how could you do this? She began to question him. Uncle Master is waiting for our news. What about the Shaoqing sect? Why are you so afraid? Where is your usual courage? Xiao Hong, unable to contain himself, snapped at her, silencing her. He immediately shifted his tone, warning her. Mi Qing Air, it's not your place to speak. If you utter another word, I will confine you for 35 days. Otherwise, get out of here. Mi Qing Air, stunned by his harsh words, stood frozen. Heartbroken, she ran off in tears. Senior brother, I hate you. Jiao Kuan, observing the scene, remarked, is that your junior sister? How innocent and naive. Xiao Hong, not daring to offend this powerful figure, offered an excuse. My junior sister is experiencing the outside world for the first time. Her words were unintentional. If she caused any offense, I hope fellow Taoist Jiao will forgive her. Jiao Kuan smiled in response. Fellow Taoist Song is too kind. Now that the matter is settled, Xiao Hong prepared to leave. I shall take my leave. Meanwhile, a woman was quietly observing Jiao Kuan's actions. She thought to herself, the Shaoqing sect truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 profound sect in the Eastern Huazhou. Their influence is astounding. Just a little display of a direct disciple's prestige, and no one dares to compete. Zhang Yin finally made his move. He spoke to Junling Air beside him. Only 7,000 golden beans? If no one else bids, I'll take this cold leaf, profound truth herb. Junling Air, hearing this, couldn't help but worry. She hastily advised him, honored guest, that's the Shaoqing sect you're dealing with. Zhang Yin strode forward. Then, with a wave of his hand, he appeared before the crowd and declared, 9,000 golden beans. I want this cold leaf profound truth herb. Gasps rippled through the room. 9,000 golden beans. The others were stunned. This man dared to openly defy a Shao Qing sect disciple in front of everyone. Was he tired of living? Junling Air was terrified by Zhang Yan's actions, but she didn't dare to speak. Jiao Kuen's face darkened. Zhang Yan remained composed, standing his ground. Jiao Kuen sighed. 9,000 golden beans. I cannot match that. It seems this item belongs to fellow Taoist. Zhang Yan gave a cold laugh. The two men, separated by 3 floors, locked eyes. Having achieved his goal, Zhang Yan turned and returned to his seat. Murmurs erupted amongst the onlookers. Is that really a Shaoqing sect disciple? Since when are they so agreeable? Unless he's an imposter. The young woman beside Jiao Kuen offered. If senior brother Jiao is short of funds, the Tranquil Fragrance sect is willing to assist. Jiao Kuen politely declined. I appreciate senior sister Fan's kind offer, but while this spiritual herb is rare, it's not worth 10,000 golden beans. This price is already exorbitant. Further bidding would be pointless. The woman frowned. Senior brother, you journeyed thousands of miles for this. Are you truly willing to just hand it over to him? Jiao Kuen gave a cold laugh. I intend to pay this fellow Taoist a visit. With that, he flew directly toward Zhang Yan. Hovering in midair, Jiao Kuen called out politely, fellow Taoist, Jiao Kuen has come to pay his respects. Not surprised in the least, Zhang Yan replied, please come in. Jiao Kuen landed and walked towards him. Junling Air trembled with fear, thinking, although the boatmaster has a powerful background and decent cultivation, he absolutely wouldn't dare offend the Shaoqing sect. If this Shaoqing sect disciple gets angry and kills this honored guest, he'll surely try to make me the scapegoat. Zhang Yan instructed her, you may leave. This fellow Taoist from the Shaoqing sect and I have matters to discuss. Junling Air quickly bowed and obeyed. She turned and left. Jiao Kuen introduced himself. Jiao Kuen, direct disciple of the Shaoqing sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I ask how I should address you? Zhang Yan, no longer concealing his identity, replied, I am Zhang Yan, direct disciple of the Bright Thuong sect. Recognition flashed across Jiao Kuen's face. So it's fellow Taoist from the Bright Thuong sect. Had I known senior brother was here, I wouldn't have competed for the spiritual herb. I apologize for the offense. Zhang Yan gestured towards the opposite floor. Are those on the other side friends of senior brother Jiao? The people he indicated noticed his gesture, and startled quickly covered their mouths. Jiao Kuen replied, senior brother knows that they and I are not the same kind of people. He continued frankly, my martial uncle, before ascending to godhood, once met Taoist master Te Van Thien of the Bright Thuong sect. During the 16-sect sword duel, although Taoist master Te wasn't a sword cultivator, he fought my martial uncle to a standstill. Whenever my martial uncle spoke of Taoist master Te, it was always with great admiration. I wonder if senior brother Zhang is acquainted with him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan answered honestly, I see senior brother Chief frequently, so naturally I know him. Observing Zhang Yan's demeanor, Jiao Kuen immediately recognized him as someone from a major sect. Only a large, influential sect could produce such a figure. Therefore, learning that he was a disciple of the Bright Thuong sect was not unexpected. He hadn't anticipated a connection to Qi Yuntian. Since they were acquainted, they were naturally from the same lineage, perhaps even disciples of one of the 4 great cave heaven true people of the Bright Thuong sect. Jiao Kuen's estimation of Zhang Yan rose considerably. He spoke politely, please forgive my junior's presumption. Seeing senior brother's extraordinary bearing, I'm certain your understanding of the Tao is profound. Spending such a large sum on this spiritual herb, you must not intend it for your own use. 8 or 9 times out of 10, like myself, it's for a fellow disciple. Zhang Yan thought to himself, this cold leaf profound truth herb is truly rare. Bringing it back for Zhu Chongju, and if he refines it into the Xian La clear water, it could be used to curry favor within the sect. Perhaps, by then, our branch will have 3 or 4 more core formation cultivators. He closed his eyes and thought. However, these words couldn't be spoken aloud to outsiders. He would have to improvise. Meanwhile, Jiao Kuen was also secretly assessing him. No wonder this senior brother Zhang is so generous. He's likely carrying out orders from his sect. Nearly 10,000 golden beans is no small sum. Without the support of several senior brothers or uncles, he definitely couldn't afford it. At this moment, Jiao Nyangzi froze, blurting out, then isn't he the one who? Jiao Kuen finally conceded. Since this spiritual herb now belongs to senior brother, I will go elsewhere to find another. Farewell. A single spiritual herb could be shared among several people, but having lost the bid at the auction, he wouldn't demand it back from Zhang Yin. This was the pride of the Shaoqing sect. Even if Jiao Kuan's martial uncle needed the herb, upon learning of this, he would only praise him for doing the right thing, for not losing face for the Shaoqing sect. Zhao Nyangzi appeared at that moment. She hurriedly said, "Senior brother Jiao, wait. That's the one who stole our secret manual. I told you that day." She pointed at Zhang Yin indignantly. However, Jiao Kuan simply stepped past her, saying coldly, "Is that so?" His sudden change in attitude left Zhao Nyangzi utterly astonished. "Senior brother Jiao Kuan then reminded her in a cold voice, "This senior brother Zhang is from the Bright Thuong sect. He has superior illusion techniques he doesn't even cultivate. Why would he covet one of your manuals? Don't overestimate yourselves." With that, he flew directly away. Jiao Kuan had already left, and when the Tranquil Fragrance sect disciples learned that Zhang Yin was a member of the Bright Thuong sect, they understood that even if he did have the manual, they wouldn't dare demand its return. These disciples of the great sects were not to be offended. Zhao Nyangzi couldn't contain her fury and cried out, "So what if he's from the Bright Thuong sect? Are disciples of the Bright Thuong sect above coveting my sect's manuals?" Upon hearing this, Mu Hong Tran rebuked her. "Junior sister Jiao, you absolutely mustn't speak such words outside. The Bright Thuong sect is also a major sect of the profound arts, no less than the Shaoqing sect. In fact, if we're talking about the vastness of their territory, they're at the very top of Eastern Hua." She couldn't help but sigh. Master once said, if it weren't for the current sect leader of the Bright Thuong sect's far-reaching ambitions, no longer concerned with Eastern Hua province, but focused on expanding northward, we small sects in the remote north would only be able to survive by relying on them. While Eastern Hua province boasts 10 great profound sects, there's still a hierarchy among them. Among these, the Shaoqing sect, the Jade Flute sect, and the Bright Thuong sect are the most powerful. The founding ancestor of the Bright Thuong sect, fearing complacency in his descendants, established the sect's gates at the Long Yuyan Great Marsh, bordering northern Ming province. Since the sect's founding, they have fought against the demon races of northern Ming province for nearly 10,000 years, standing firm as a bulwark protecting the northern border of Eastern Hua province. How could the Tranquil Fragrance sect possibly afford to offend such a formidable sect? Mu Hong Tran could only say, if he were an ordinary disciple, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this fellow Taoist Zhang is a direct disciple of the Bright Thuong sect, with a cultivation at the profound illumination realm. He's likely traveling to gather medicinal ingredients for refining pills. Such individuals have already laid their foundations and possess their own methods for ascending to the great Tao. They wouldn't switch to cultivating our sect's techniques midway. Therefore, Senior Brother Jiao's words upon leaving were quite reasonable. Most of the dozen or so female disciples were at the bright Qi cultivation level, their knowledge limited. They often projected their own perspectives onto others, assuming that if someone possessed this secret manual, they would naturally treasure it as much as they did. Mu Hong Tran was the eldest senior sister within the sect, and most of the disciples present had received their teachings from her in place of their master. Therefore, no one dared to disobey her words. She thought with vexation, it's a pity that this spiritual herb was bought by fellow Taoist Zhang of the Bright Thuong sect. My plans will inevitably involve him. I originally intended to spread news of the cold leaf profound truth herb and sell senior brother of the Shaoqing sect a favor, making it easier to ask him for help with that matter. Now that hope is lost, she furrowed her brow in thought. It seems that if I want this to succeed, I'll still have to appeal to fellow Taoist Zhang. But he's a disciple of a great sect. His standards are naturally high. If I want to move him, it will certainly cost a great deal. The next day, Mu Hong Tran meticulously applied her makeup, bathed, and changed her clothes before heading to the West Wing to request an audience with Zhang Yin. She addressed him respectfully. This humble one is Mu Hong Tran, a second-generation disciple of the Tranquil Fragrance sect. I request an audience with fellow Taoist Zhang of the Bright Thuong sect. A voice then came from within. Fellow Taoist Mu, please enter and speak. Mu Hong Tran slowly opened the door. Zhang Yin had already risen to greet her. He asked curiously, I wonder what guidance fellow Taoist Mu seeks. Mu Hongtran then took out a secret manual for his appraisal. Fellow Daoist Zhang, what do you think of these two cultivation techniques? Zhang Yin pondered. If I'm not mistaken, this is a demonic sect cultivation technique. While not particularly outstanding, it could be considered quite remarkable. If one were to cultivate it diligently and quickly grasp its essence, they would indeed surpass ordinary cultivators. Mu Hongtran, upon hearing this, praised him. Fellow Daoist Zhang is indeed a disciple of a great sect possessing a keen eye. She then took out another manual and said, please, fellow Daoist, take a look at this one as well. Zhang Yin carefully examined the object before him and commented with burgeoning interest. These techniques are quite unique, or perhaps peculiar. They offer swift attacks, but are somewhat lacking for direct combat against others. Furthermore, the incantations recorded in this volume seem to share a common origin with the previous one. Mu Hongtran then spoke frankly. Indeed, I obtained these two manuals, marked with the cyclical signs Runzi and Rinsu. After years of investigation, I discovered they originated from a demonic treasure hidden within a subterranean river. These so-called demonic treasures are remnants from the High Antiquity period, before certain demonic sect cultivators met their end, either through death or ascension. They would record all their knowledge into ancient texts, place them within magical artifacts, and then cast them into subterranean rivers, awaiting discovery by those with the proper fate. However, within the Ming Mountains, immortal caves are also quite common, so such occurrences are not particularly rare. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin curiously inquired, fellow Daoist, this secret concerning the manual should be kept hidden. Why are you revealing it to me? Mu Hongtran honestly replied, I originally didn't intend to speak of it, but the demonic treasure drifts unpredictably within the underworld river, making it extremely difficult to locate. I need to borrow fellow Daoist's compass fruit to find it. She continued, furthermore, there are quite a few formidable demonic beings within the underworld river. Within the Tranquil Fragrance sect, only myself and two junior sisters are at the profound illumination realm, and we lack protective magical artifacts. Success is far from guaranteed. I originally intended to invite senior brother Jiao of the Shaoqing sect, but he has already departed. After much deliberation, I realized that only fellow Daoist Zhang possesses the capability to assist me. Zhang Yin, however, seemed inclined to refuse, shaking his head. Seeing this, Mu Hongtran hastily tried to persuade him. If fellow Daoist Zhang agrees, once we locate the demonic treasure, not only will I allow you to peruse all the hidden treasures within, but you may also choose any rare and precious artifacts you desire. Zhang Yin frankly stated, my sect possesses superior profound arts. Why would I covet the techniques of others? Demonic sect cultivation methods are incompatible with the practices of the profound sect. To learn them, one must abandon their original cultivation, essentially starting anew, like a cicada shedding its skin. Mu Hongtran found herself in a difficult position. She thought to herself, indeed, only a disciple of a great sect could afford to be so unconcerned. Only they could disregard techniques of such questionable origins. If an ordinary sect cultivator were presented with this opportunity, they would likely be overjoyed. Still hoping to sway him, she offered another incentive. I implore senior brother Zhang to lend his aid. Naturally, reward is in order. I possess a considerable amount of netherworld stone milk, gathered by my master during her alchemical practices. If fellow Daoist agrees to help, I will present it to you as a gift. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's interest was piqued. Netherworld stone milk? He then questioned her. Acquiring netherworld stone milk is no easy feat. Are you certain you're willing to part with it? By now, Mu Hongtran had made up her mind. She resolutely replied, to gain something, one must be willing to sacrifice. Netherworld stone milk is one of the 3 essential external ingredients for alchemical refinement. The netherworld stone milk in Mu Hongtran's possession had been painstakingly gathered for her by her master, intended to aid her in successfully refining an elixir and thus securing her succession as sect leader. However, having witnessed her master's passing within the sect's caves, Mu Hongtran understood that without superior cultivation techniques, even a lifespan of several hundred years could not defy fate. She had clearly weighed her priorities. A moment of silence hung between them, each lost in their own calculations. Zhang Yin spoke first. I can agree to your request, fellow Daoist, but you must also agree to one condition of mine. He continued, if I assist you, you must give me the netherworld stone milk beforehand. Mu Hongtran remained silent upon hearing this. Finally, she conceded, very well. However, the Netherworld stone milk is currently at the Tranquil Fragrance sect. I cannot retrieve it immediately. I asked fellow Taoist to wait a few days. Zhang Yin was in no hurry. He replied, "There's no rush. I still have other matters to attend to elsewhere." Fellow Taoist, simply set a time, and we can meet again then. Thus, Mu Hongtran clasped her hands and proposed a meeting time. 2 months from now, I invite fellow Taoists to visit my 5 platforms mountain. At that time, I will personally welcome you. The scene shifts to the Watching Swallow Tower of Danyang Mountain. Fellow Taoists had gathered there in a lively assembly. At this moment, an immortal crane flew towards them, causing Yenda to express his surprise. He then respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. "So, it is a fellow Taoist from the 100 Arts Pavilion. Yenda has been awaiting your arrival." At that moment, Yen Jiyue gracefully descended from the immortal crane. She and her disciple clasped their hands in return greeting. "Yen Jiyue and my younger brother, Yen Xiaoyang, of the 100 Arts Pavilion, offer our congratulations on behalf of our mother." She then presented him with a gift, continuing, "We offer a 1,000-year-old tortoise, a pair of 500-year-old white deer, and 18 immortal cranes, including Qingyu, as a tribute for Elder Yan's 500th birthday celebration." Yenda politely replied, "So it is you two siblings. Please come in and be seated." Yen Xiaoyang, following behind the attendant, grumbled to Yen Jiyue, "This place is nothing special. It's not even as good as our own Water Moon Pavilion." Hearing this, she quickly corrected her brother, "Xiaoyang, mind your words. If you continue like this, I won't bring you out with me again." Yenda, remembering the other guests yet to arrive, mused aloud, "This time, the Azure Dawn sect has sent Xiao Huan and Mei Qinu, the daughter of their Grand Elder. And the 100 Arts Pavilion has sent the son and daughter of Pavilion Master Yin in his stead. He will be delighted to know this." He then turned to Yin Jinxiang with a curious look. "Jinxiang, didn't you mention another honored guest?" "Jinhua, the guests from the 100 Arts Pavilion and the Azure Dawn sect have all arrived. Where is this honored guest you invited?" Yin Jinhua looked troubled as he struggled to answer. Not wanting the joyous occasion to be spoiled, Yenda intervened. "Jinxiang, go and see to the arrangements for the feast." Yin Jinxiang immediately accepted the task. "Yes, father." Just then, a surge of spiritual energy swept through the air, startling the 3 members of the Yin family. Zhang Yin materialized before them, a smile playing on his lips. "I am Zhang Yin of the Bright Thuong sect, master of Pristine Spirit Island. I have been invited by fellow Taoist Yin Jinhua to offer my congratulations." Yin Jinhua, overjoyed to see him, rushed forward to greet him. "Senior brother Zhang, you've arrived. Please come in, come in." Zhang Yin responded courteously, "Brother Yin, it has been too long." Yenda, recognizing him now, offered his own greetings. "So it is Immortal Master Zhang of the Bright Thuong sect. Please forgive my lapse in etiquette." With a flourish, Zhang Yin gestured to the gifts he had brought, "A small token of my esteem. I hope you will accept it." Yin Jinhua then enthusiastically ushered Zhang Yin inside. Yin Jinxiang, however, was displeased. How did Jinhua manage to befriend a direct disciple of the Bright Thuong sect? He thought sourly. This has certainly given him something to boast about. The guests were now all seated. Xiao Huan's attention was drawn to Zhang Yin. "Isn't that?" Zhang Yin, however, seemed oblivious. Xiao Huan's mind raced. That day at the Shaoqing sect, Qiu Kuan was so arrogant and no one dared to challenge him. But this man showed no animosity. And later, not only did Qiu Kuan escape punishment from his master, but he even inquired about the cold leaf profound truth herb, enough to be divided amongst 3 people. "I wonder how much this brother Zhang needs. Perhaps I should try to befriend him. I might be able to obtain a portion to save my martial uncle." Suddenly, 2 figures were flung into the hall, their cries of pain echoing through the air. A furious voice roared through the main hall. "Yenda, get out here!" Xiao Huan and Mei Qinu exchanged startled glances. Even Zhang Yin and the Yin siblings couldn't help but turn their attention to the commotion. A stranger with a gruesome scar across his face stormed in, his rage palpable. "Let me ask you, how do you teach your descendants?" He hauled another figure by the scruff of their neck and threw them to the ground. Understanding dawned on Yenda, and he stepped forward to try and reason with the scarred man. "May I ask who you are, venerable one, and why you have taken my grandson?" The The scarred man let out a cold laugh. Just as I expected from the Yin family. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he pressed his foot down on the Yin grandson's chest. This little thief murdered my disciple without provocation. Yin family, you will give me an explanation for this, one way or another. Yin furrowed his brows. Yin Fong, he questioned sternly, is what he says true? Yin Fong, forced to admit the truth, mumbled, It is. Yin Da's face flushed with a mixture of fury and disbelief. How could you do such a thing? He roared. Yin Fong, defiant, retorted, It's your fault. Grandfather's birthday celebration, and you wouldn't let me attend. I'm his grandson too. I understand right from wrong. I didn't have a gift, so I went and got one myself to celebrate his birthday. Yinda, unable to contain his rage, spat. You disgrace. The Yin family has no place for descendants like you. The evidence is clear. The scarred man let out a chilling laugh. Since that's the case, he sneered, allow me to cleanse this stain from your Yin family. A life for a life. With that, he lunged towards Yin Fong, intent on delivering his brutal justice. Yinda, seeing his grandson in mortal danger, desperately threw himself forward to intervene. The scarred man, clearly prepared for this, produced a bronze mirror, a cold smile twisting his lips. He aimed the mirror directly at Yinda, caught in the mirror's strange power, felt himself being pulled inexorably towards it. No, he cried out, realizing the danger too late. Xiao Huan and Yin Jiyue, witnessing the unfolding horror, leaped to their feet, unleashing their spiritual energy in a combined attack against the scarred man. Stop, they shouted. But their spiritual attacks were swiftly consumed by a wall of searing flames conjured by the scarred man. Xiao Huan gasped, recognizing the power displayed. A core formation cultivator. The scarred man paused, his voice laced with a chilling warning. I had no wish to involve others, he declared, his gaze sweeping across the horrified guests. But if you insist on interfering, then you have only yourselves to blame. The bronze mirror in his hand pulsed with power, drawing the remaining guests into its depths. As the mirror's power reached toward Zhang Yin, he calmly sidestepped, then, with a flash of light, activated his sword flight and soared through the roof. The scarred man, glancing at the gaping hole in the roof, narrowed his eyes. That junior uses a sword for flight. Very well, let him go. I don't fear that old ghost Yin Jingding chasing me, he muttered to himself. But if I provoke the two nascent soul elders in seclusion at the Azure Dawn sect, I won't escape so easily. With that, he too activated his flight and vanished into the sky. But before he disappeared completely, his voice boomed through the air, a chilling promise echoing in its wake. Yin Jingding, if you want to find your son, come find me at the White Void Demon King's domain in the Eastern Sea. Zhang Yin, having circled back, landed discreetly nearby. He had intentionally damaged the building, hoping to create enough commotion to attract the attention of the Azure Dawn sect elders. The scarred man's thunderous declaration had certainly done that, yet the sect elders remained conspicuously absent. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. Fellow Taoist Zhang. It said, thank you for the warning. Zhang Yin spun around. And you are? Before him stood Yin Jingding, an elder of the Azure Dawn sect. I am Yin Jingding, he announced. I have my own plans for this matter. Let that rogue go. Inside a modest cottage within the Azure Dawn sect, Yin Jingding, seated with Zhang Yin and sharing a pot of tea, began to explain. Fellow Taoist, you must be wondering why I didn't pursue him. He paused, then continued. I'll be frank. That man, AI Daorin, is my 9th wife. Understanding dawned on Zhang Yin. Yin Jingding elaborated. My wife is a demon spirit from overseas, one of the 18 demon kings of the Eastern Sea. She took my son, most likely to force me to join her overseas. But I am a grand elder of the Azure Dawn sect. How can I abandon my duties and home to live in the Eastern Sea? So, today I let her have her way. The ones taken are also her descendants. She won't harm them. I apologize for the trouble this has caused you, fellow Taoist. I am truly sorry for the inconvenience. Zhang Yin pondered this new information. That red-haired man was also half-demon, he thought. This elder Yin and his son both married demon women. Like father, like son, it seems. Yin Jingding spoke frankly. This unfortunate incident has involved the Tranquil Fragrance sect and several fellow Taoists from the Azure Dawn sect. Although my beloved wife won't harm them, leaving them adrift isn't ideal. He continued, a hint of concern in his voice. After my birthday celebration, I must enter secluded cultivation to comprehend a profound mystery. mystical art. The two sect elders will undoubtedly try to prevent my departure. Finally, he laid his cards on the table. I need another Taoist friend to journey to the Eastern Sea and bring them back. Zhang Yin, finally grasping the elder's intent, thought, does he want me to go? Yin Jingding stroked his beard, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Astute, Taoist friend, that is precisely my intention. A subtle smile played on Zhang Yan's lips. Elder Yin wouldn't make such a request lightly, he mused. He must have something in mind to ensure my agreement. Let's see what else he has to say. Yin Jingding continued, his voice smooth and persuasive. Taoist Zhang, I perceive you are currently at the first level of profound illumination, traveling in search of external medicines for core formation. Am I right? Perhaps you even aspire to a position among the Bright Thuong sect's top 10 disciples. However, you must be aware that several powerful families within the sect consider you a rival. They are meticulously grooming select disciples, hoping to challenge your standing. To add weight to his words, he added, I know of a Shao clan member, Shao Han, already at the third level of profound illumination. He too is searching for medicines, much like yourself. My Yin clan has ties with the Shao clan. Shao Han visited me recently, inquiring about the whereabouts of first-grade violet essence water. I told him, violet essence water is one of the 3 types of core formation medicines, Zhang Yin thought. For Shao Han to specifically ask Elder Yin, this first-grade violet essence water must be exceptionally rare and valuable, beyond comparison to ordinary violet essence water. I wasn't aware of this first-grade variant, but now that I am, I can't let it slip by. Elder Yan's roundabout approach is clearly meant to put me in his debt. If that's the case, mere information about violet essence water isn't enough. Yin Jingding, seemingly sensing Zhang Yan's thoughts, offered further enticement. If Taoist Zhang doesn't mind staying a few more days, there's a blessed land behind Watching Immortal Peak, not far from here, suitable for secluded cultivation. Without much hesitation, Zhang Yin accepted. Then I thank Elder Yin for your generosity. At that moment, Yin Jingding's fellow sect brother from the Northern Star sect appeared. Curiosity evident in his voice, he asked, Senior brother, this person is but a profound illumination junior from the Bright Thuong sect. Why do you hold him in such high regard? Yin Jingding explained, Junior brother, you know that over 10 days ago, the 3 great white fox demons of the 6 Heron continents deployed the 4-symbol soul-severing formation, intending to battle the Bright Thuong sect. The Bright Thuong sect emerged victorious. In that battle, it was this Zhang Yin who severed Gue Songyao with his sword, causing the formation to collapse. The territories of the 3 great white fox demons subsequently fell into the hands of the Bright Thuong sect. The man gasped in astonishment. He slew Gue Songyao? Senior brother, are you jesting? Yin Jingding's brow furrowed slightly. Junior brother, there's something you don't know. He could slay Demon Lord Gue because he wielded the Northern Dark Heaven's splitting sword. The other cultivator's eyes widened. That's the former Bright Thuong sect master's treasured sword. It's said that even sect master Qin couldn't subdue it. Yin Jingding continued. With that sword's aid, Zhang Yin is virtually invincible within the sect. After breaking the formation, sect master Qin immediately issued a decree, offering him a position and establishing a Taoist sanctuary for him. It's also rumored he has close ties with Qi Yuntian. One can imagine that when Qi Yuntian becomes sect master, Zhang Yin will undoubtedly enter the Truth Attainment Hall and assume a position of authority. His influence as an elder will likely be immense. He settled into his seat and continued the conversation. Currently, in the Three Whites region, aside from Hu Yonglong's territory, which has been more than half seized by several powerful families, the remainder has fallen into the hands of the Bright Thuong sect's master and disciples. Sect Master Qin has always been a deep schemer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured the position of sect master in the first place. Now, with the Three Whites under his control, his final move will undoubtedly be launched soon. After speaking, he took a sip of tea and continued. For nearly 10,000 years, apart from the Shao Chung, Bright Thuong, and Jade Flute sects, whose roots are firm and unshakable, which sect has remained unchanged? Yin Jingding's following words gave the Northern Star sect expert a different perspective. Our Northern Star sect's founding ancestor wasn't without superior profound arts. Unfortunately, all the blessed lands under heaven have been occupied by the major sections. No matter how advanced our techniques, we can't ascend to the upper echelons. However, with the impending turmoil in the eastern Hua continent, the structure of the 10 sects and 6 clans is bound to be shattered. In the next few hundred years, there will surely be an opportunity for our Northern Star sect to rise again. He hesitated before continuing. This Zhang Yin comes from a major sect. He might have already discerned senior brother's intentions. I fear that the information about the violet essence water alone isn't enough to sway him. However, Yin Zhengding remained confident. Don't worry, this Taoist Zhang is a shrewd individual. His refusal to immediately agree simply means he believes one piece of information isn't sufficient. Let's offer him more incentives. Yin Zhengding then instructed, if that's the case, it's simple. I have another gift I wish to bestow. Although it's not a core formation material, it will undoubtedly convince him of my sincerity. Within Elder Yan's cave dwelling, known as the Left River Furnace Spirit, spiritual energy was abundant, making it a veritable small paradise. Zhang Yin, having entered this place, had already decided to stay a while longer before departing. Elder Yin wanted him indebted, but merely providing information about the violet essence water wasn't nearly enough. He needed to offer something more substantial. However, this couldn't be stated outright, lest he lose his leverage. Therefore, Zhang Yin readily used secluded cultivation as a pretext for delaying his departure. Every day, in addition to cultivating the golden fire profound light, he dedicated an hour to nurturing the jade token he had obtained from the carp demon's dwelling. As Zhang Yin focused on his cultivation, he contemplated his plans. In a few days, I'll head to the Tranquil Fragrance Sect on 5 Islands Mountain to search for the demonic repository within the Nether River. This is a perfect opportunity to further enhance my strength. He mused, initially, I wanted to take advantage of this leisure time to properly study the cultivation technique bestowed by the sect master. Unfortunately, although the technique is clearly imprinted in my consciousness, upon closer inspection, it remains vague and unclear. Perhaps the time is not yet right. A month later, the rain poured down. Zhang Yin strolled out, carefully observing his surroundings. Watching the relentless downpour outside, he remarked, "What a heavy rain." At that moment, the Northern Star sect disciples respectfully addressed him as honored guest. A female disciple timidly approached and said, "Master has instructed us to deliver this book to honored guest." 5 characters were inscribed on the cover. Northern Star Concentrated Heart Method. Zhang Yin immediately opened the book and examined its contents. It contained not secret techniques or profound arts, but the insights and experiences of Northern Star sect core formation cultivators accumulated over thousands of years. He realized that the book meticulously documented the types of external medicines used, their origins, their quality, and the resulting quality of the core after formation. He thought to himself, this is truly a significant gift. Elder Yin has shown considerable goodwill. The experiences of cultivators in breaking through realms were incredibly valuable, who would willingly offer them so freely. Even within the Bright Thuong sect, such a practice of meticulously recording core formation insights in written form was unheard of. This Taoist text, capable of ensuring the continued inheritance of the Northern Star sect, could only exist because the founding ancestor had mandated its creation within the sect's rules. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Zhang Yin thought to himself, from this alone, one can see the grand ambitions and deep machinations of the entire Northern Star sect. He mused, Elder Yin isn't just valuing me alone. He wants to establish a connection with the entire Bright Thuong sect. Or, to put it more broadly, he values the influence of the master-disciple lineage that holds the future of the Bright Thuong sect in its hands. Zhang Yin tucked the manual into his sleeve and instructed the 2 disciples, "Return and tell Elder Yin that I have received his book." He then turned to leave, adding, "Within 2 years at the latest, I will certainly settle this matter." With that, he channeled his spiritual energy and flew away. The 2 disciples bowed respectfully in unison. "Farewell, honored guest." In the pouring rain, Zhang Yan's figure gradually disappeared, soaring swiftly away on a stream of spiritual energy. He had now flown over a vast expanse of sea, dotted with small islands below. The heavy rain continued to lash against the ocean's surface. On the islands, the inhabitants struggled to repair their dilapidated homes amidst the downpour. Zhang Yin thought to himself, the long river is about to burst its banks again. If I hadn't entered the immortal path and drifted to this place, I would surely be like them, miserably waiting for the heavens to deliver them, unable to control their own fate. He observed a small family also struggling against the relentless rain. Zhang Yin made up his mind. Having witnessed their plight, he couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. He immediately summoned his spiritual energy, rescuing them from the small island that was about to be swallowed by the rising waters. Then he conjured a massive cloud, enveloping them within a protective barrier. The child stared, dumbfounded, then curiously examined the strange new surroundings. The child cautiously walked behind him. Zhang Yin maintained his aloof, otherworldly demeanor. The young boy suddenly exclaimed in awe, "An immortal! An immortal!" The surrounding mist began to dissipate, no longer as dense as before. Zhang Yin transported them to a vast plateau, instructing them, "This place is densely populated. Make your own living here." The rescued villagers looked at Zhang Yin with gratitude. "Many thanks, great immortal. Your kindness is immeasurable." Just as Zhang Yin was about to depart on his cloud, the child hurriedly called out to him, "Immortal, please wait." Zhang Yin turned to look, thinking to himself, "This young boy is quick-witted, with a bright and clear countenance. He is no ordinary child." The child then timidly asked, "May I ask which extraordinary immortal has graced us with their aid?" Zhang Yin waved his hand, forming a seal, and instantly imprinted it upon the boy. Zhang Yin silently turned and left, thinking, "Whether fate brings us together again is up to you." As Zhang Yan's figure receded into the distance, the child couldn't help but exclaim, "A mortal's life is short, confined to a humble hut with no worries." Suddenly, I hear of an immortal seated on the sands, seeking a celestial tower on Peng Lai's immortal isle. Then the boy bowed deeply, stating his name, "Disciple Jiang Zheng. I thank you, Master, for your guidance." A firm resolve had taken root within the young boy's heart. The Tranquil Fragrance Sect's headquarters were located on 5 Islands Mountain, deep within the forested borderlands of the Wei Kingdom, bordering the Roka tribe. This tribe occupied the fertile lands of the northwest, and every spring would encroach upon the Wei Kingdom's territory, plundering and abducting beautiful women. Consequently, the two nations were frequently at war. At the foot of 5 Islands Mountain lived over 10,000 people, mostly refugees, who made their living through animal husbandry. The Tranquil Fragrance Sect, established only a century ago, had shallow roots, and a majority of its disciples had already abandoned the sect. The Tranquil Fragrance Sect's founder shared ancestral ties with an elder of the Azure Dawn sect, and coupled with the treacherous terrain, few dared to cause trouble here. Outside the main hall, a seductive voice echoed, "From whence does the Taoist come?" Elder Ni Sam of the Tranquil Fragrance Sect, her voice dripping with suspicion, materialized and challenged the newcomer. "Are you unaware that this is the sacred ground of the Tranquil Fragrance Sect?" Slightly taken aback, Zhang Yin composed himself and replied, "This humble one is Zhang Yin of the Bright Thuong Sect, here at the invitation of Taoist Mu Hongchen." Ni Sam's voice turned frosty. "Invited by Hongchen, you say?" Her connections seemed to have broadened considerably. "Even a direct disciple of the Bright Thuong Sect graces us with their presence." Zhang Yin remained silent. Her condescending tone suggested a position of power within the Tranquil Fragrance Sect. He subtly assessed her cultivation. Her profound light coalesced without dispersing, solid and tangible, likely indicating the peak of the 3rd level of profound light realm. At that moment, Mu Hongchen appeared. She greeted Zhang Yin, "Taoist Zhang." Not forgetting propriety, she bowed respectfully to Ni Sam. "Hongchen congratulates Martial Ant on completing her seclusion." Ni Sam's voice remained cold. "Hongchen, you seem less than thrilled by my return." Mu Hongchen hastily replied, "Martial Ant tests." Ni Sam, seemingly satisfied, relented. "As this is an esteemed guest of the Bright Thuong Sect, ensure he is well received." Before departing, she added a final, disdainful remark. "This is, after all, the sacred ground of the Tranquil Fragrance Sect. As the current eldest senior sister, I must make certain prohibitions clear." A flicker of caution entered Zhang Yan's eyes. "Taoist Mu?" he inquired. "Might I ask who that was?" Mu Hongchen explained, "That was my martial aunt. She has always possessed a proud disposition. Please forgive any offense she may have caused." A smile touched her lips. "I hadn't expected you for several days. Your arrival is quite swift. Please follow me." At 5 Islands Mountain, Mu Hongchen led Zhang Yin onward. Zhang Yin spoke, a thoughtful expression on his face. I noticed your martial ant's cultivation methods seem quite different from your own. Mu Hongxuan didn't hesitate. Taoist Zhang is indeed perceptive. In truth, my martial ant possesses the greatest aptitude within the sect and is a direct descendant of our founder. Because of this, the founder granted her permission to deviate from the traditional profound arts of the Tranquil Fragrance sect, and she sought out a different cultivation method. 3 years ago, after taking my martial sister Pan as her disciple, she entered secluded cultivation. Your arrival coincides with her emergence. My eldest senior sister has just summoned me, saying there's a matter to discuss. They stopped before a cave dwelling. Awaiting them was another disciple, who bowed respectfully. Eldest senior sister, martial aunt and I request your presence. She says there is a matter requiring discussion. Mu Hongxuan gestured toward Zhang Yin, a puzzled frown creasing her brow. Didn't Martial Ann and I just see him? I've already received Taoist Zhang. Why send for me again? Return and inform her I will be there shortly. The disciple bowed again and withdrew. Mu Hongxuan turned to Zhang Yin, a flash of annoyance in her eyes. Before she could speak, Zhang Yin interjected. Our appointed meeting was not for another 2 months. I've arrived early. If you have sect matters to attend to, Taoist Mu, please see to them. There's no need to concern yourself with me. Mu Hongxuan offered a polite response. Then I shall excuse myself. Senior brother Zhang, please wait within the hall. Zhang Yin waved a dismissive hand. Mu Hongxuan then paused before a grand hall. She carefully bowed to the person inside. Hongxuan greets Martial Ant, and I Sam waved her hand dismissively. There's no need for such formalities, niece. See, Mu Hongxuan went straight to the point. May I ask why Martial Ant summoned me? Observing her demeanor, and I Sam chastised her with a hint of disgust. You are the future leader of this sect. You must learn to control your impatience. She continued, her voice cold. Hongxuan, as you are my junior, I will speak plainly. Since emerging from seclusion, I believe the time is ripe for me to condense my core. I recall that when your master passed, she left you a considerable amount of Brightstone milk. Perhaps you could lend it to me. I will, of course, return it once I have successfully condensed my core. What do you say? Mu Hongxuan's brow furrowed in suspicion. She thought to herself, this matter was known only to a select few. How did Martial Ant and I Sam learn of it? Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained a respectful facade. Martial Ant, I have already promised this item to Taoist Zhang of the Bright Thuong sect. I truly cannot offer it to you. And I Sam's displeasure was evident. Why? Mu Hongxuan explained. As you know, Master's dying wish was for me to locate the demonic repository hidden within the Nether River, so that it may one day serve as the foundation of our sect. However, to reach that place of extreme een, the scarlet horse fruit is essential. Taoist Zhang currently possesses this fruit. He is a disciple of the Bright Thuong sect, and few things within our sect would tempt him. Only the bright stone milk holds such sway. And I Sam immediately criticized her. Preposterous. Your master endured countless hardships to obtain that bright stone milk for your core condensation. Even if it were to be used, it should be for a disciple of our sect. How can you give it to an outsider? While the scarlet horse fruit is rare, with diligent searching, it is not impossible to find. Hongxuan, your actions are ill-considered. Mu Hongxuan, however, stood firm. Martial Ant, you are mistaken. Master gifted me the bright stone milk, which means the decision of its use rests with me. The opportunity to unlock the demonic repository is now before us. Why take a circuitous route? And I Sam, her lips pressed tight in anger, realized threats were ineffective. She shifted to a more conciliatory tone. Then how about this? I possess a superior profound art, a direct path to the great Tao. I will impart this method to you, and you can search for the scarlet horse fruit at your leisure. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Now, return and attend to your guest from the Bright Thuong sect. In a few days, subtly encourage him to depart. Mu Hongxuan remained unmoved. Martial Ant is generous, but in this matter, I cannot obey. And I Sam erupted in fury, her hands clenching. What? You dare disregard my words? Mu Hongxuan met her anger without flinching. I wouldn't dare. But Martial Ant, do not forget, Master's final decree was that I would lead the Tranquil Fragrance sect in her stead, and that all decisions rest with me. This silenced N.I. Sam. She let out a cold laugh, her voice dripping with mockery. Then you do not forget, your master also decreed that if you failed to reach the nascent soul realm by the age of 35, you would relinquish your position as sect leader. Indeed, 3 years prior, the previous sect leader of the Tranquil Fragrance sect, on her deathbed, had passed leadership to her direct disciple, Mu Hongshun, with this very stipulation. This was the reason an Sam had mentioned entering seclusion. Mu Hongshun replied without hesitation, "Then there is no need for Martial Ant to trouble herself. If there is nothing else, I have an esteemed guest to attend to. I will take my leave." At that moment, Xiao Nyanzi arrived. She hurriedly asked her martial aunt, "Are you just going to let her leave?" And Sam responded, frustration lacing her voice, "The path to the Nether River. My master only revealed it to her. I cannot truly force her hand. We will wait until she finds the demonic repository. Dealing with her then will not be too late." Xiao Nyangzi, after listening, hesitantly asked, "But Mu Hongshun possesses the Dongha Tram Hung Du passed down to her by master, which is our tranquil fragrant sex most treasured artifact. Martial Ant, are you truly confident?" And Sam, however, replied with complete confidence, "I have the 7 absolute formation diagram that senior sister Fan borrowed from fellow Taoist Chio of the Shaoqing sect, coupled with my lifetime of cultivation. Am I to fear Amir Jr.? It's just that matter with Zhang Yin that worries me slightly." She instructed, "That bright Thuong sect disciple is a bit troublesome, and it wouldn't be wise to offend him. However, judging from my probing today, that young man and Hongqin only have a relationship of mutual benefit, nothing particularly close. When the time comes, it will only cost a bit of wealth to persuade him to leave." Meanwhile, in the back mountains, Zhang Yin sat cultivating alone. He focused his energy, manipulating his spiritual root. Just as Zhang Yin was cultivating, Mu Hongshun waited patiently. Beside her, Hu Jiao also waited. Di Yilan then appeared, curiously asking Mu Hongshun, "Eldest senior sister, how much longer does that fellow Taoist Zhang want us to wait? Are we actually going to search for the demonic repository or not?" Upon hearing this, Mu Hongshun advised Di Yilan to be patient. "We've already waited 3 days. Are we afraid to wait a few more?" Even junior sister Hu Jiao can maintain her composure. "Why are you so impatient, junior sister Di?" At this moment, Zhang Yin withdrew his spiritual root. Then, the spiritual root shattered, and the nascent spirit flew out, completely entering Zhang Yan's consciousness. Having completed this, Zhang Yin withdrew his spiritual power, turning to Mu Hongshun and politely saying, "Fellow Taoist Mu, I apologize for the wait." Mu Hongshun also formally replied, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on obtaining a magical treasure. I wonder, what is the origin of this treasure?" Zhang Yin shook his head, indicating he couldn't say. Mu Hongshun didn't press the matter further, instead introducing her 2 junior sisters. "My 2 junior sisters, come and greet fellow Taoist Zhang." Di Yilan spoke first. Di Yilan greets fellow Taoist Zhang. Hu Jiao, unconcerned with formalities, directly tugged at his sleeve and exclaimed, "Finally, we can depart. Let's go." Mu Hongshun couldn't help but smile, quickly explaining, "Junior sister Hu Jiao hails from the Savage Wilds tribes and is unfamiliar with etiquette. Please don't mind her, fellow Taoist Zhang." Zhang Yin, slightly embarrassed, replied, "It is I who should apologize for keeping you waiting for so many days. Let us depart." The 4 now stood before the entrance to the Nether River. Mu Hongshun addressed him, "Fellow Taoist, please observe, this is the entrance to the Nether River." As their guide, Mu Hongshun carefully explained, "This Nether River lies deep within the Earth's veins, with gray netherworld chi constantly emanating outwards. This chi is divided into 9 layers, each progressively stronger than the last. My master, during her lifetime, ventured within many times and speculated that the Nether River's demonic repository likely lies between the 5th and 6th layers. She then took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Zhang Yin. This is for you, fellow Taoist." Mu Hongshun continued, "Although Master thoroughly explored the path through the first 4 layers, as we delve deeper, we will need fellow Taoist Zhang's scarlet horsefruit for assistance." Zhang Yin, now understanding, readily agreed, "Of course, it's no problem." Thus, Mu Hongshun began to lead the way into the Nether River. "Fellow Taoist Zhang and my 2 junior sisters, follow me. This gray netherworld chi is condensed from numerous impure energies within the Nether River. The first layer is the dust-removing black chi. Ordinary people, upon inhaling a single breath, would experience limb weakness and faint. For cultivators, of course, it's negligible. The second layer is called the Greater Eam Turbid Chi. Although slightly stronger than the first, it's still nothing to us. We easily pass through it in just half an hour. But from the third layer onwards, things become more complicated. This layer is called the penetrating black qi. Even cultivators, if they stay too long, will feel chest tightness and shortness of breath, their spiritual energy flow obstructed. There are many forks in the path here, and the entrance to the lower level is even harder to find. It took me years to painstakingly map out the route here bit by bit. Newcomers, without a guide, would certainly find it difficult to explore this place. The fourth layer's foul air is called rootless decaying qi. Ordinary cultivators, with just one breath, would feel dizzy and weak, their spiritual energy silently dissipating. If they're not careful, they'll lose their lives here. Di Lan, amongst the group, thought to herself, eldest senior sister's cultivation is becoming increasingly profound. It's a pity that only the sect leader's chief disciple can cultivate this tranquil fragrance profound art. After obtaining the demonic repository, I will certainly be able to cultivate even more advanced techniques. She then glanced at Zhang Yin, appraising him. What's so special about the Bright Thuong sect's techniques? Turns out, it's nothing more than this. By now, they had stopped in an open space. Mu Hongchun, at the front, warned the others. Ahead is the fifth layer, called the Severing Curse Qi. Everyone be careful. This Severing Curse Qi is not comparable to the previous 4 layers of foul air. It can seal the 7 apertures, severing yin and yang. Once touched, it's like maggots clinging to the bone, making one unable to see, hear, or smell. If a cultivator whose cultivation is insufficient comes here without a protective treasure, their soul will be instantly scattered. Mu Hongchen then set up a protective barrier around them. She explained, this protecting heart lantern was refined by Master during her lifetime. It can dispel darkness and is unafraid of evil. The black oil inside can burn for 3 days and 3 nights, so everyone can rest assured. However, she still reminded the others, but in this 5th layer, there are quite a few Yin demons roaming around. Fellow Taoist Zhang, my 2 junior sisters, you must be careful. Zhang Yin immediately took out some pills and handed them over. These are spirit-stabilizing pills. They can help you resist the demons. Mu Hongchun accepted them with gratitude. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Zhang. She thought to herself, indeed, I invited the right person. These spirit-stabilizing pills can resist heart demons. With these, I won't need to be distracted by looking after them. These pills were not easy to come by. Even for ordinary cultivators, taking out a single pill wasn't easy. Unexpectedly, this fellow Taoist Zhang took out 3 bottles, truly worthy of being a disciple of a great sect. These bottles of spirit-stabilizing pills weren't specially prepared by Zhang Yin, but were leftovers from his previous trip to the demonic abyss. For him, Myrian demons were naturally nothing to worry about. If it were a slightly stronger demon, these spirit-stabilizing pills wouldn't be of much use. So, it was just the right opportunity to offer them as a gesture of goodwill. At this point, Mu Hongchen stopped before a mechanism hidden within the cliff face. She signaled to them discreetly, this is the place. Last time, it was here that I saw the demonic repository floating within the foul air. Then, Mu Hongchen invited Zhang Yin forward. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please release the Scarlet Horse to see where the demonic repository currently is. Zhang Yin immediately took out the Scarlet Horse fruit. The spiritual fruit within transformed into a spiritual beast. As soon as it was summoned, the spiritual beast affectionately circled him. The Scarlet Horse, born from the verdant branches nourished by earthly energy, takes 1,000 years to manifest its form. Unlike ordinary spiritual creatures, in addition to absorbing various yin and demonic qi, its master must also feed it with their life essence monthly. Only after a long period can it become inseparable from its master, obeying their commands without hesitation. Seeing this, Mu Hongchun exclaimed, unexpectedly, fellow Taoist Zhang has already tamed this Scarlet Horse to such an extent. But Zhang Yin modestly replied, it was just luck. Mu Hongchun's reason for setting a 2-month agreement with Zhang Yin was precisely because she worried that he would need at least that much time to barely tame the Scarlet Horse. Meanwhile, Enai Sam and Xiao Nyangzi had also appeared outside the cave. She instructed Xiao Nyangzi, You stay here and keep watch. I need to go down there. If I can seize the demonic repository before that Mu Hongshun, it will be considered a great accomplishment. Xiao Nyangzi hesitated, then asked, Martial Ant, after you leave, the Tranquil Fragrance Palace will be unguarded. What if a powerful enemy attacks? And Sam responded coldly, the Tranquil Fragrance Palace has been undisturbed for 100 years. Who would pay attention to such a remote place? Besides, how can these meager possessions compare to the ancient demonic repository? A twisted, murderous look contorted in Sam's face. Once I obtain the repository, she hissed, if that wretch obediently relinquishes her position as sect leader, I might spare her life. Otherwise, I'll eliminate her right here. Meanwhile, the foul air of the fifth layer was extremely close to the nether river below. Cultivators at the profound light realm, with weaker cultivation, would find it difficult to endure prolonged exposure. Without the protecting heart lantern, aside from Zhang Yin and Mu Hongshun, the two remaining disciples of the Tranquil Fragrance sect wouldn't last much longer. The severing cursed chi of the sixth layer was even more potent. Just one breath could infiltrate muscles and corrode internal organs. Profound light cultivators, without protective treasures, couldn't remain there for long. Beyond that lay the seventh layer, the realm of unending hatred. It was a place beyond earthly realms, and whether even profound light cultivators could reach it remained a mystery. The demonic repository drifted along the Nine-Chi Nether River, its movements unpredictable. Although it was believed to mostly wander between the fifth and sixth layers, should it enter the seventh, even Mu Hongshun wouldn't know what to do. She could only wait for its return to the upper layers. Di Lan, observing Zhang Yin still calmly meditating, felt a flicker of doubt. Fellow Taoist Zhang, haven't you seen it yet? Could that scarlet horse have run off? Zhang Yin opened his eyes. I've found it, he stated gravely. Where? Mu Hongshun asked urgently. The repository is currently on the sixth layer, Zhang Yin replied frankly. Judging by its trajectory, if we wait for it to reach the fifth layer, it will likely take another 2 days. However, if we pursue it now, it will still take a day and a half. The decision rests with fellow Taoist Hongshun. Logically, waiting for the repository to drift to the fifth layer was the safest option, but there were no guarantees. Within the Nine-Chi Nether River, Mu Hongshun had descended numerous times. She knew that it contained not only returning darkness chi, but also earthly slaughter in winds. These winds carried droplets of Nether River water. Her master, sect leader Zhang, the previous head of the Tranquil Fragrance sect, had underestimated these winds. The Nether River water within had tainted her golden core, further eroding her already fading life force. She had passed away shortly after returning to the sect. Mu Hongshun understood that something, no matter how close, wasn't truly hers until it was within her grasp. She made her decision. My protecting heart lantern can last for 2 more days. Fellow Taoist Zhang, my 2 junior sisters, if we move quickly, we can still retrieve the repository and return in time. Di Lan stammered, eldest senior sister, my cultivation is not high. Perhaps I should stay here and provide support. Mu Hongshun frowned, reasoning with her junior sister. I've been here no less than 20 times, 7 of which reached this point. Each time, I was repelled by a demon whose cultivation was no lower than the profound light realm. If you encounter that demon alone, how will you cope? Hu Jiao agreed with Mu Hongshun, adding, indeed, senior sister D. We sisters should stay together for safety. Following eldest senior sister is undoubtedly the best course of action. Di Lan relented. Very well, very well. Zhang Yin listened quietly to their exchange. Then, he stepped forward to lead the way, instructing them. The Scarlet Horse has scouted the path ahead. Let's move quickly. Di Lan, gazing at his back, thought to herself, you've only just entered a great sect and learned superior techniques. Once I master the secrets within the demonic repository, I might not be weaker than you. After pressing forward continuously for a day, Zhang Yan's group finally reached the 6th layer of foul chi. Mu Hongshun couldn't help but sigh. I never imagined the severing cursed chi of the 6th layer would be so potent. In just one day, the lantern oil has been depleted by more than half. Slightly worried, she asked Zhang Yan, do you know how much further we have to go? Just then, the Scarlet Horse spirit beast suddenly flew back toward Zhang Yin. Seeing this, Zhang Yin surmised, our luck isn't bad. The demonic repository seems to be drifting towards us. He then pointed towards the distance and said, "Fellow Taoist Mu, look, that pagoda is the demonic repository we've been searching for." Mu Hongchun gasped. "Is that the demonic repository?" Inside the demonic repository, an old man sat leisurely fishing on a boat. Suddenly, his fishing rod twitched. Lu Gu stroked his long beard and exclaimed, "It's been a while since I've had a bite." "Excellent." He narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Dealing with those 3 women will be easy, but that young Taoist is a sword cultivator." Lu Gu squinted and thought, could he be a disciple of the Bright Thuong sect? "I'll test him." Immediately, 3 talismans appeared in his hand, which then flew in the direction he indicated. Meanwhile, at the location of the pagoda, the surrounding space was unusually quiet, the sound of approaching footsteps growing clearer. Mu Hongchun recalled her master's words. This demonic repository has drifted along the Nether River for countless years. Due to the collapse of its restrictions and the vulnerability of its entrance, the secrets within have been scattered. That's how I was able to obtain a portion. Mu Hongchun stepped closer, reaching out to touch the pagoda. She murmured, "Master, I have finally fulfilled your wish." Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared, followed by a sharp hidden weapon hurtling towards her. Mu Hongchun narrowly avoided it, but couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Mu Hongchun wore the Tranquil Fragrance sect's treasured artifact, the Tranquil Fragrance copper box, which offered protection. Without it, that attack would have certainly taken her life. Distracted, Mu Hongchun frowned and looked in a specific direction. A skeletal hand emerged from the ground, and the corpse demon guarding the demonic repository revealed its form. Seeing this, Mu Hongchun quickly said to Zhang Yin, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, that demon's manifested form has reached the void integration realm. He must be a manifest demon. Could he be a guardian left by the owner of the demonic repository?" Looking at the corpse demon, Zhang Yin had a different perspective. Not necessarily. Perhaps this demon found this place suitable for cultivation and occupied it. Mu Hongchun shouted, "Illuminate." The red lantern in her hand flared brightly. She raised the red lantern to get a clearer view of the corpse demon. At the same time, she requested Zhang Yan's assistance. "Fellow Taoist, your cultivation is profound. Could you set up a protective formation for us? I will take my 2 junior sisters to probe the situation." Then Mu Hongchun instructed, "Junior sisters, follow me and surround him." She immediately unleashed her spiritual power, attacking the corpse demon. However, the corpse demon seemed unfazed by the attack. A wave of dark chi gathered in his hand, and the corpse demon effortlessly dispelled Mu Hongchun's attack. The force of his counterattack pushed back against her power. Seeing this, she couldn't help but frown in surprise. Di Lan then launched her own attack. A giant lotus flower appeared above the corpse demon's head. Amidst the tremor, his spear suddenly shifted. The corpse demon seized the opportunity to counterattack. Di Lan was quickly struck by the backlash, crying out in pain. Seeing this, Hu Jiao bit her lip, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. She then began to manipulate her magical artifact, sending it hurtling towards the corpse demon. However, his spear effortlessly deflected the attack. The corpse demon swept his spear again, sending the artifact flying back. Hu Jiao cried out in dismay, "My artifact!" He slammed his foot into the ground, propelling himself forward in a furious charge towards Hu Jiao. Seeing the imminent attack, she cried out, "Eldest senior sister, save me!" Mu Hongchun, already rushing forward, moved to intercept the corpse demon's attack. As the spear lunged towards her, Mu Hongchun gritted her teeth, bracing herself to shield Hu Jiao. The impact sent them both tumbling to the ground. The corpse demon pressed his relentless assault, unleashing a savage blow. Just then, Zhang Yan's sword ring flashed out, intercepting the deadly strike. A brilliant golden light erupted, colliding in mid-air with a resounding crack. Lu Ji's talismans fluttered to the ground. Di Lan stared, wide-eyed with surprise. Then, one of the talismans transformed, streaking towards her, burrowing directly into her mind. Wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth, Mu Hongchun addressed Zhang Yin. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, could you lend us your aid?" Her voice held a new note, of seriousness. Zhang Yin nodded. Since fellow Taoist Mu has asked, I am obliged to assist. He surveyed the scene, assessing the situation. Aside from the demon's spear and the potent dark qi, the corpse demon didn't seem too difficult to handle. Zhang Yin frowned slightly and thought, with my current strength, I should be able to manage this. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the air above them. Golden light flared outwards. A long-sealed secret erupted into the open. Both Zhang Yin and Mu Hongchen stumbled back, shielding themselves from the sudden burst of energy. Mu Hongchen struggled to maintain her footing. The corpse demon roared, a chilling sound that echoed through the chamber. A wave of raw power ripped through the corpse demon's defenses. He staggered, unable to withstand the onslaught, taking the full force of the blow. The corpse demon's power dissipated within the golden light. A nascent spirit drifted towards the demonic repository. An Isam appeared, closing in on it. Mu Hongchen stared, bewildered. Martial ant. An Isam sneered. Mu Hongchen, surprised to see me? She strode towards the demonic repository, a triumphant glint in her eyes. After all your meticulous planning, you and your master never expected the demonic repository to fall into my hands. Having achieved her goal, Anai Sam continued to taunt Mu Hongchen. All your efforts, all your scheming, and for what? It was all for naught. Mu Hongchen's voice was thick with indignation. Martial ant you, Anai Sam, reveling in her victory, let out a cold laugh. The demonic repository is mine at last. Then she extended her spiritual power, probing the repository. A sudden jolt ran through her, her expression shifting to one of shock. Frozen in place, a wave of sinister energy enveloped Anai Sam, dragging her towards the repository. A scream echoed through the air. The sinister energy dissipated, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The sinister aura before Zhang Yin and the others intensified. Then it suddenly shot away. The malevolent energy coalesced in one direction. Lu Gu, with surprising ease, seized the demonic repository, quickly absorbing it into his body. Mu Hongchen watched, suspicion clouding her features. Where did this Taoist priest come from? She wondered aloud. Their boat finally bumped against the riverbank. Mu Hongchen's voice was ice. You Taoist, she demanded. Why have you stolen what is rightfully ours? Lu Gu responded with unsettling calm. This demonic repository has been in my possession for 32 years, far longer than you or your master have even known of its existence. A chilling smile stretched across his lips. And even if it weren't mine, he continued, it certainly doesn't belong to you. Sudden realization dawned on Mu Hongchen. Taoist priest, she asked urgently, did you know my master? Lu Ji's laughter boomed across the water. Know her? Of course, I knew her, he added, with a hint of dark amusement. Years ago, after obtaining this demonic repository, I used it as bait, hoping to lure in a few disciples. Imagine my surprise when I hooked your master, the Crimson Flower Fairy, such a prize catch. This humble Taoist felt himself unworthy to consume such a powerful being, and feared she might disrupt my grand plans, so I was forced to take action. Mu Hongchen's eyes widened in horror. The terrible truth crashed down upon her. You murdered my master. Lu Gu readily admitted it. Indeed, your master, the Crimson Flower Fairy, was a skilled alchemist. Had I completed my cultivation, I might have faced her in a fair fight. His brazenness was staggering. Unfortunately, her lifespan was nearing its end, and this humble one had not yet reached his full potential. I couldn't risk a direct confrontation, so I employed a small stratagem. I extracted her golden core, and well, let's just say I eased her passage to the next life. Fury boiled within Mu Hongchen. Evil Taoist, gathering her power, she roared, I will avenge my master. I will kill you. Instead of fleeing, Lu Gu calmly introduced himself. This humble Taoist is known as Lu Gu. He then chanted, Disciple, come to your master's side. Quickly, Di Lan, her eyes glazed over, moved to stand protectively before him, clearly no longer in control of her own actions. Mu Hongchen stopped, confusion replacing her rage. Junior Sister Di? She pressed. Junior Sister Di, what are you doing? Di Lan, equally bewildered, stammered. Eldest sister, I don't know. I didn't mean to. Understanding flooded Mu Hongchen. Evil Taoist, she accused Lu Ge. What have you done to my junior sister? Lu Ge raised a sardonic eyebrow. I've done nothing. Your junior sister possesses a weak temperament, plagued by deep-seated obsessions. Such flaws are a significant hindrance to cultivation. Then, he approached Yi Lan. But I do not shan Shi. I will take her as my disciple. I will guide her, nurture her, and impart upon her the supreme Dharma, the path to eternal life. Mu Hongchen backed away, her mind racing. Fellow Taoist Zhang, she urged, we must take junior sister Hu and leave. This Taoist priest's power was immense, far beyond her own. Both senior sister Nye and junior sister Di had fallen under his sway. If Hu Jiao and I are captured as well, she thought grimly, then the tranquil fragrance sect will be utterly destroyed. We must go, she repeated, her voice tight with desperation. Zhang Yin shook his head slowly. Fellow Taoist Mu, he said, if this man dared to reveal the truth about your master's murder, he must be confident in his ability to prevent our escape. Lu Ge beamed, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Astute observation, fellow Taoist. This sixth layer is protected by my guardian dragon formation. Even if you knew how to break it, which you don't, it would take you at least half an hour. And I won't give you that time. Mu Hongchen, upon hearing this, couldn't help but gasp in horror. Demon Taoist, what do you intend to do? But Lu Ji's next words filled Zhang Yin with suspicion. He spoke with arrogance. As long as you're willing to join my sect and cultivate my techniques, I won't harm you. Lu Ge continued. If you agree to let me place restrictions on you, I can even release you. My terms are quite generous. You should consider them carefully. Mu Hongchen, gathering her strength, rose onto the balls of her feet, then launched herself towards him with a furious cry. If you want to be my master, you'll have to see if you're capable. Two surges of potent energy erupted from her, hurtling directly towards him. Lu Ge simply chuckled, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, he channeled his spiritual power, a powerful surge of spiritual energy piercing straight through her attack. Mu Hongchen was instantly struck with terror and disbelief. Lu Ge laughed triumphantly. I'm not in a hurry to take you as my disciple. Stay here and think it over for a while. Another blast of energy slammed into her. Mu Hongchen couldn't defend herself, and a scream of pain echoed in the air. Hu Jiao, witnessing this, gritted her teeth in fury. Zhang Yin, understanding her feelings, raised a hand to stop her. Fellow Taoist who I'll handle this. Go and tend to your senior sister. Zhang Yin summoned his sword ring. He thought to himself, this Taoist managed to subdue Mu Hongchen with a single dispersed profound light. He must be at least at the third level of the profound light realm, perhaps even higher. He addressed Lu Ge. If Taoist priest, you wish to be my master, then you'll have to ask the sword in my hand first. His words were barely out before his sword intent surged forth. Lu Ge brought forth his staff, replying readily, I'm honored to witness your esteemed techniques, fellow Taoist. Zhang Yan's sword intent, directed towards him, was effortlessly parried by Lu Ge. Zhang Yin frowned slightly. Then he executed the linked separation sword scripture. Gripping his sword tightly, he shouted, Divide light, merge form. Lu Ge grew cautious, strengthening his defenses. Zhang Yin focused on the incantation. Then with a shout, he commanded his sword ring. Swiftly, his sword intent split into 6 shimmering lights that flew towards Lu Ge. Seeing this, Lu Ji's brow furrowed, and he poured all his strength into blocking the incoming sword intent. He thought to himself, controlling a sword ring is incredibly taxing on the spirit, especially a sword-splitting technique like this. To have fought for this long, with his breathing still even and his mind clear, without a hint of fatigue, Lu Ge observed Zhang Yin, assessing him. They had been fighting for at least half an hour, yet the young man remained calm and composed, showing no fear. I can't hold back any longer. The scar on his forehead began to glow. Zhang Yin roared. First chapter, Open Light. Sword intent immediately enveloped him. Lu Ge, seeing this, exclaimed in surprise, 6 swords every time? The sword intent shot towards him with blinding speed. Zhang Yin bellowed, Merge! The sword intent transformed, hurtling directly towards Lu Ge, who sat upon his boat. A look of shock crossed Lu Ji's face. Having fought countless sword cultivators in his lifetime, Lu Ge knew that without protective treasures, he absolutely couldn't allow his opponent to fully unleash their sword form. Once unleashed, this kind of sword form would engulf everything like a raging storm, unstoppable. He immediately poured all his strength into creating a powerful whirlwind. Facing the imminent sword storm, he furrowed his brow and warned, "Don't accuse this humble Taoist of bullying the young, using my cultivation realm to suppress you. It's just that the techniques of you sword cultivators are so troublesome, truly uncontrollable, that I'm forced to resort to this." Since Zhang Yin began fighting opponents of the profound light realm, he had to admit that, in terms of the subtle and profound use of profound light, this Taoist who called himself Lu Ge was truly the most skilled he'd encountered. He clearly manipulated his profound light with effortless control, dividing and merging it at will. Setting aside their adversarial positions, this skill alone was worthy of admiration. None of the direct disciples of the 6 rivers and 4 islands could compare. Like ordinary sword cultivators, when a sword ring forged by a Tao pill was deployed against all-encompassing profound light, it would be caught in a dilemma, forced to choose between offense and defense, inevitably sacrificing one for the other. But Zhang Yan's sword ring had been imbued with a deeper truth. With a mere shift in thought, he could wield it with practiced ease, without excessive focus. As long as his spirit remained strong, he could deploy the blazing golden profound light transformation, as if forging iron into bronze within himself. Zhang Yin now directly launched himself forward. 2 powerful forces clashed against each other. The profound light power unleashed by Zhang Yin gradually gained the upper hand. Lu Ge couldn't deny the sheer dominance of this profound light. A loud shout echoed as the profound light relentlessly attacked, seeking to create a breach in the whirlwind. Zhang Yin thought to himself that since he had cultivated the Tai Golden Fire profound light, he had yet to find a worthy opponent in this area. Today, he had finally met his match in profound light manipulation. Their powers were evenly matched, and it seemed neither could gain a decisive advantage. Zhang Yin then commanded his sword spirit, launching an attack toward Lu Ge within the barrier. Lu Ge watched the incoming sword intent with a wary eye. He hadn't expected that Zhang Yin could still control his sword ring while simultaneously engaging him in a profound light duel. This was proving to be a difficult opponent indeed. He then swiftly brandished 3 command talismans, thinking that he had no choice but to resort to other methods. These 3 talismans instantly expanded around him. Immediately afterward, the wind howled, and the sound of sword intent crashing against the barrier boomed. Each time Zhang Yan's sword ring struck, it was repelled by the talismans. Lu Ge, sitting within the protective layer, suddenly noticed something. Cracks were beginning to appear in his defenses. The pressure emanating from the 2 combatants filled both Mu Hongshun and Hu Jiao with awe. They couldn't help but feel apprehensive in the face of such immense power. Lu Ge thought to himself, although our profound light seems evenly matched, I have cultivated for hundreds of years and have already condensed a small golden core. My foundation is deep. A mere first-level profound light cultivator shouldn't be a match for me. No matter how troublesome you are, after a while, I only need to rely on my superior profound light and deep inner strength to defeat you. At this moment, Zhang Yin took out a medicinal pill. He thought to himself that he had ample pills and wasn't afraid to consume them. Yet this man, clearly seeing him swallow the pill, remained calm and unhurried. Either he had exhausted all his techniques and was determined to win through attrition, or he had other plans in mind. Lu Ge and Zhang Yan's fight had reached a critical juncture. Like a skilled Go player, Lu Ge seemed to have already calculated his escape route. One wrong move could be fatal. He had clearly fought sword cultivators before, and not just one at a time. Zhang Yin didn't believe his opponent had used all his tricks. By now, Lu Ge was showing signs of fatigue. A piercing cry echoed through the air. Both Hu Jiao and Mu Hongshun were startled by the cry. Lu Ge immediately glanced back at them. In contrast, Zhang Yin maintained his usual calm expression. Seeing this, Lu Ge frowned, thinking, this fellow doesn't seem to care about his companions at all. The lights had gone out, and the 2 women's cultivation levels couldn't withstand the encroaching yin qi. In a moment, they would surely perish. He mistakenly believes this humble Taoist went through great pains to lure these profound light cultivators here. They will be useful in the future. I can't afford to lose them here. At this moment, Zhang Yan's sword intent continued its relentless assault. Lu Ge could only reluctantly manipulate his spiritual weapon once more. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. If this sword ring lands, I'll be dismembered. Suddenly, Zhang Yan propelled himself into the air. He then began to intensify the sword intent within his profound light. Lu Ge continuously poured out spiritual power to resist. However, a sudden strike shattered his sex protective treasure. Lu Ge was shocked and dismayed. He dares to break through from the center. He immediately threw out a concealed hidden weapon. Lu Ge shouted, "Spin!" The hidden weapon whirled and flew outwards. Then Lu Ge commanded, "Disperse!" The sword intent halted. Lu Ge wiped the sweat from his brow, sighing, "Very well. Since I can't subdue you, I'll simply refine you instead." Suddenly, Zhang Yan sensed something. Blazing profound light enveloped him. Zhang Yan assessed his surroundings, guessing that this was some kind of void translocation technique. Suddenly, a silent whooshing sound approached him from behind. Zhang Yan swiftly turned to see the hidden weapon flying towards him at incredible speed. Zhang Yan reached out and caught it barehanded. He questioned coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" Zhang Yan gripped the object tightly, thinking, "This is the culprit that brought me here. Yet I detect no profound truths within it. This strange magical treasure is the first of its kind I've ever seen." He then stored it away, thinking, now is not the time for detailed study. This must still be within the 6th layer of Yin Qi. That fishhead magical treasure must have some limitations, or perhaps Lu Ge can't fully control it. Otherwise, with this method, he could directly transport us to the lower 3 layers of Yin Qi. Zhang Yan then produced 6 talismans. He sent them flying in different directions. Light flashed simultaneously from each direction. Zhang Yan closed his eyes, focusing his mind and connecting with the talismans. Then he let out a cold laugh. 5 paths to death, with only 1 gate remaining? So it's that fellow's trick again. 1 talisman continuously pierced through the Yin Qi, flying onward. Through his mental connection, Zhang Yan saw the layout within. He thought this is the Minghe River. Zhang Yan immediately opened his eyes, thinking Lu Ge mentioned that Mu Hongqin's master, the Crimson Flower Fairy, fell after her golden core was tainted by the Minghe River's water. Intentionally bringing me here today, he most likely wants to use the river water to kill me. The more Zhang Yan thought, the more he frowned. He mused, I possess the ability to regulate pure qi to protect myself. Even the yin qi of the lower 3 layers shouldn't be able to harm me. But on second thought, Zhang Yan surmised that the Minghe River's water was likely condensed yin essence, perhaps different from ordinary magical treasures. Once in contact, it could easily contaminate one's pure spiritual qi, ultimately rendering it mundane. For ordinary cultivators, contact with this water would, at best, result in the loss of their cultivation base, and at worst, death. Then, Zhang Yan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Right, the mountain and river boy. He has served many powerful cultivators and possesses a vast knowledge. Instead of racking my brains here, I might as well ask him. So, Zhang Yan called out to Zhang Qi. Boy, Zhang Qi, are you there? Zhang Qi immediately replied, Zhang Qi is present. Zhang Yan then asked him, his voice laced with doubt, there's a Minghe River down here. I came to ask you, do you know of any way to deal with its water? Zhang Qi respectfully replied, Master, this boy knows of a method. Master Supreme Profound Light is extremely powerful. If the amount of Minghe River water isn't substantial, it can be refined. Once this water is consumed, it will return to its primordial state. After being contaminated by external qi, it will soon transform into 9 layers of yin qi, which won't be difficult to deal with. After hearing this, Zhang Yan shook his head and said, this method is too passive. But for now, it's the only option. He then reminded Zhang Qi, let me examine the Minghe River first and make some calculations. If I truly can't think of a solution, I might have to call upon Senior Bei Ming's avatar to break this deadlock. Senior Bei Ming's Northern Dark Heaven Sword avatar can even put up a fight against a nascent soul cultivator. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, a matter of life and death, Zhang Yan would absolutely not resort to this. At this moment, Lu Ji's voice suddenly rang out. Fellow Daoist, we have been fighting for half a day now, and I am quite impressed with your methods. I have yet to ask for your esteemed name. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin immediately cupped his hands and replied, "This humble one is Zhang Yin." Lu Ge spoke again through voice transmission, "So it's fellow Taoist Zhang. I previously offered to take you as my disciple, but given your abilities, it seems I was boasting. However, I cannot allow you to escape and reveal the secrets of this place. This time, I must bury you here." Hearing this, Zhang Yin chuckled and replied, "We both understand this clearly in our hearts. Why bother with such meaningless words?" At this point, Lu Ge finally revealed himself. He couldn't help but say excitedly, "It was this poor Taoist who was being long-winded. Then, fellow Taoist, please experience my 7 severing yin devouring formation. This formation has a total of 7 layers of seals, with only one path of survival open below. However, every hour, this gate will draw in the yin qi from the 7 layers of the Ming-He River below, continuously surging into the formation. And that's not even the most formidable aspect. If the yin qi cannot harm the trapped individual, the formation will actively absorb it. Once the yin qi is removed, an evil wind will rise from the Ming-He River. As soon as this wind arises, it will carry the Ming-He River's water upwards. Even with protective magical treasures, sooner or later, they will be contaminated by the Ming-He River's water and become ordinary objects. When the magical treasures lose their power and can no longer offer protection, death within the formation is inevitable. Zhang Yin had already released his profound light spiritual weapon, pointing it directly at the Ming-He River. Lu Ge naturally wouldn't be outdone, as this level of yin qi couldn't harm Zhang Yin. He simply continued to activate the formation, drawing up the soul-corroding yin qi from the 7th layer. This qi was an invisible force, unrelated to the physical body, and only harmed the soul. Even the slightest touch would cause the victim to become delirious, eventually transforming into a yin ghost that craved human flesh and blood. Zhang Yin raised his hand and began to gather qi, then created a barrier, encasing himself and Zhang Qi within. The two then waited silently within the barrier. The yin qi from 7 hours had surrounded them on all sides. These yin qi seemed to possess a life of their own, constantly swirling around Zhang Yin. Zhang Qi, within the barrier, suddenly called out, "Master, Zhang Qi will help you by using the map to absorb the yin qi." The yin qi gradually began to be drawn into the map. Seeing this, Lu Ge praised, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, although I don't know what methods you're using, to be able to descend 3 layers into the yin qi in one go, I am truly impressed. But wait until the evil wind rises and the Ming-He River water surges up," Lu Ge taunted. "Even if you have protective magical treasures, how many days can they withstand it?" The dense yin qi continued to swirl before his eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Qi hastily warned him, "Master, be careful. The evil wind is coming. This boy can no longer be of assistance." At that moment, a fierce gust of wind slammed against Zhang Yan's barrier, causing it to tremble slightly. Zhang Yan began to assess the situation outside. "This evil wind appears ferocious, but it can't actually harm me. I'm only worried about the Ming-He River water being drawn up." Just as he predicted, a few droplets of water were swept upwards, splattering against his barrier. Zhang Yin immediately unleashed his profound light, pushing back the yin qi. Supreme profound wind. His profound light quickly forced the yin qi to recede. Having discovered the key, Zhang Yin intensified his profound light, and the yin qi before him gradually dissipated. This yin qi is formed from the earthly yin qi, and it specializes in contaminating other spiritual energies. Even the mountain and river boy doesn't dare absorb it, fearing that it would contaminate his own pure spiritual qi. He can only absorb it after it's been disturbed by external qi and transformed into one of the 9 types of yin qi. Clutching a medicinal pill in his hand, Zhang Yin thought, "Just a few drops of Ming-He River water are this potent. If I wait until the evil wind draws up a large amount, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it." Suddenly, Zhang Yin remembered something. "The unyielding yin heavy water in my qi sea." He immediately released 3 drops of the unyielding yin heavy water. As if coming to life, the 3 drops of unyielding yin heavy water began to devour the yin qi. Zhang Yin quickly retrieved the water, thinking to himself, according to the records in the Azure Cloud Secret Manual, this unyielding yin heavy water, if it can advance further, will transform into profound nether heavy water. I've discovered that although this water hasn't fully transformed yet, it has already undergone some changes. Zhang Qi, recognizing what was in his hand, exclaimed joyfully, "Master, unexpectedly, the unyielding Yin heavy water you just released can absorb the Yin Qi. It seems we no longer need to fear the Minghe River water." However, Zhang Qi continued with a hint of regret. "It's a pity there are only 3 drops. If there were a few hundred drops, perhaps we could use it to refine the Minghe River, break through this formation in one fell swoop, and find a way out." Zhang Yin replied, "My unyielding Yin heavy water was originally formed from the earth veins condensing Yin Qi, sharing the same origin as the Minghe River. It's not surprising that it can absorb the Yin Qi." Zhang Qi suddenly remembered something and hastily suggested, "But as you said, 100 drops could refine this Minghe River. That's an exaggeration." He then waved his hands dismissively. "Master, you mustn't be fooled by the name Minghe River. Although it's called a river, in Zhang Qi's opinion, it can't compare to the true Minghe River at all. The Yin Qi remnants here are thin and weak, at most just a puddle." Zhang Qi continued, "This place has neither demonic abysses nor spirit eyes. This Minghe River definitely wasn't born here. It's likely that some powerful cultivator moved it here from somewhere else." Hearing this, Zhang Yin became intrigued. "You're saying the Minghe River here was moved from elsewhere by a powerful cultivator, and that's why there isn't much of it?" Zhang Qi replied confidently, 8 or 9 times out of 10, that's the case. "Surely that's senior. When moving the Minghe River here, didn't bring only this much. It's just that this Minghe River has no roots, and over the years, it has gradually dissipated, naturally leaving very little behind." Zhang Yin pondered. Condensing the unyielding Yin heavy water had previously taken considerable effort. The problem was that he couldn't delve deep into the earth, lacking the necessary Yin Qi for cultivation. Thus, he only had 3 drops. This was a rare opportunity, and although the mountain and river boy had said that the Minghe River was essentially just a puddle, he knew that once the evil wind picked up, if even 100 drops of Minghe River water came at him at once, his current profound light cultivation might not be enough to withstand it, let alone refine the heavy water. Unless, of course, he could raise his cultivation level first. If he reached the 2nd level of supreme profound light, his profound light would naturally be able to shift between hard and soft, transforming at will. Then, with just a few transformed strands of profound light, he could capture and refine a drop of Minghe River water, increasing his speed several times over. Zhang Yin declared with newfound resolve, "Heaven gives and I don't take. It will surely become a calamity. This rare opportunity is before me. I want to see whether I refine the Minghe River first, or it refines me." To succeed in his cultivation, he naturally had to devote his full attention and couldn't be distracted by other matters. Although the Dragon Tooth airship's river calming formation was sufficient to temporarily resist the 9 layers of Yin Qi, under the constant erosion of the Yin Qi, it would be reduced to a mundane object within half a month. But Zhang Yan's pursuit was cultivation, and these things were of little concern to him. If spiritual treasures could be used to block the Yin Qi, he wouldn't hesitate to expend them all. Zhang Yin settled into his sea of consciousness and instructed Zhang Qi, "Release all the metal and fire-killing qi within the mountain and river diagram to aid my cultivation." 7 days later, under the cover of a gloomy night, the Dragon Tooth airship remained stationary. Lu Ge called out from afar, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, how are you faring?" Zhang Yin, deep in meditation, slowly replied, "I have wine and fine food here, so I'm not necessarily worse off than you, fellow Taoist." He placed particular emphasis on these last words. Is that so? The 7 severing Yin devouring formation is almost ready. Lu Ge knew that with Zhang Yan's cultivation, a mere wisp of the evil wind wouldn't be enough to destroy him. But fortunately, he had Zhang Yin trapped. He had patience. He would wait. If 1 or 2 attempts failed, he would try a 3rd. He was confident that no matter how skilled Zhang Yin was, he would eventually be worn down and perish here. Zhang Yin flew out from the Dragon Tooth airship, heading towards the Yin Qi beneath the earth. Having dealt with it 7 days prior, he was no longer a novice. He immediately activated his profound light ring, attacking with full force, unleashing his greatest power, dispelling the surrounding Yin Qi and destroying everything in its path. The Minghe River water was drawn towards him. He knew that a single drop touching him would not only pierce his body like tofu, but also contaminate the profound seed within, severing his cultivation foundation. Zhang Yin instantly summoned his protective profound light and began to channel his power. "Release the profound light," he commanded. He then released another wave of profound light, and his sword intent surged forth, dispersing the surrounding yin qi. His profound light then targeted a cluster of Ming He river water, causing it to transform. The profound light continued to emanate, and within the formation, Zhang Yin unleashed his full power, dispelling the yin qi around him. Breathing a sigh of relief, Zhang Yin thought, "Now I can release the unyielding yin heavy water to absorb the yin qi." He began to circulate his energy, calculating in his palm, but each drop of heavy water is too full now. That's not good. He maintained his power, reminding himself, "I must maintain this gap. It aligns with the great Tao." At that moment, the yin qi and the Ming He river water converged. Startled, Zhang Yin immediately released the yin water in his hand. Zhang Yin exclaimed with delight, "So that's how it is. The gloomy yin qi needed to condense the heavy water is actually the result of diluted yin qi. The two originate from the same source." He then sighed, "Comparing gloomy yin qi to true yin qi is like comparing heaven and earth. If I had enough pure yin qi, refining a drop of heavy water would be as easy as flipping my hand." Zhang Yan's resolve hardened. Now was not the time for hesitation. He then began to circulate his energy and release the heavy water, calculating that if he didn't hurry, the yin qi would be contaminated by impurities. The unyielding yin heavy water began to absorb the yin qi and immediately underwent a transformation. Zhang Yin intensified his spiritual power to assist the process, exclaiming, "Having found a new cultivation method, things are much easier now." The heavy water gradually absorbed almost all the yin qi in the area. Not only that, but the heavy water itself was also being tempered. Zhang Yin finally couldn't help but laugh with joy. This was a true blessing in disguise. He then circulated his energy and flew away, calculating that with his previous profound light cultivation, this was the furthest he could go. Refining the Minghe River was still a long way off. Returning to the airship, Zhang Yin said with relief, "Only by quickly cultivating my profound light to the second level can I thoroughly resolve this issue." Time flew by, and a month and a half later, Zhang Yan's airship began to show signs of decay. The airship then crumbled into sawdust and fell. Despite this, Zhang Yin remained seated in a corner, cultivating. He recalled that he had acquired a total of 9 airships that day. That bastard Lugu had spent money like water, ruining one along the way. Zhang Yin then pulled another airship from his sleeve, calculating that he now had 8 left. Although they weren't as good as the Dragon Tooth airship, he thought they would be acceptable for temporary protection. The decaying ship in the Yin Qi was thus repaired, 8 ships combined into one. Zhang Yin continued to cultivate within. He then exhaled a large plume of smoke, and his eyes flashed with profound light. Quickly, his entire body began to transform, emitting a beam of profound light that illuminated the entire space. Dazzling golden light radiated in all directions. The second level of profound light was truly brilliant. Lu Ge was cultivating on his boat. When he noticed the phenomenon, Lu Ge thought to himself, "It's been over half a year now, and although that Zhang Yin is still trapped in the formation, he hasn't died. I want to monopolize the supreme technique cultivated by the demonic monk, but it seems I'm truly facing a karmic obstacle." Lu Ge couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh. He immediately channeled his internal energy and shouted, "Zhang Yin, what are you shouting about?" Lu Ge couldn't help but warn him coldly, "You're a bird in a cage. Do you really think you can still get out? I don't believe it. Let's see how long you can hold on." Zhang Yin slowly opened his eyes. He began to chant an incantation, feeling the new source of power. Then Zhang Yin unleashed a multitude of profound lights. Suddenly, a gust of evil wind rushed towards him, quickly merging with his profound light. Seeing this, Zhang Yin knew who had arrived. Right on time, he thought. He then opened a sword-light formation, having reached the second level of the profound light realm. The profound light accumulated within Zhang Yin was not only twice as strong as before, but it could also shift between hardness and softness, transforming at will, controlled solely by his intent. This method of utilizing profound light, combining combining hardness and softness, left nothing wasted. Compared to the previous violent and forceful collisions, it was far more refined. Zhang Yin then began to refine the Minghe River water with his profound light. After expending several dozen drops of the river water, Zhang Yin used the 40 drops of heavy water he had refined over the past few days and released them. He let them absorb the gloomy qi before extracting its essence, circulating his energy to transform it. After countless repetitions, a large wave surged within the Minghe River, and countless droplets of water flew up. Zhang Yin quickly gathered them, obtaining 32 drops of gloomy yin heavy water. He then retrieved all the heavy water. Stopping in an open space, he declared, "You imprisoned me for 9 months, and now I will follow the current back to its source, to sever the root." As he spoke, Zhang Yin channeled his magical power. He then began to create a barrier. Within the barrier, Zhang Yin commanded, "Zhang Qi, follow me." Zhang Qi, now in a solemn form, obeyed his command. "Yes, master." The two descended within the barrier. Zhang Yin furrowed his brow and raised his hand, casting a spell. He then released his profound light to probe in one direction. Zhang Yin thought to himself, just as I suspected, this wall absorbing the Minghe River water is a piece of earthine stone, likely left behind by a senior cultivator who moved the Minghe River here. These two wondrous objects share the same origin, supporting each other, allowing them to exist for so long. Zhang Yin called out, "Zhang Qi." He immediately responded, "Present." The water and stone are gathered together. A single strand of my profound light won't be enough to handle this. Thinking this, Zhang Yin commanded Zhang Qi, "Help me absorb all the gloomy qi here. Do not stop unless I tell you to." Once the gloomy qi is absorbed, an evil wind will naturally arise, forcing some of the Minghe River water out of the dark stone. Zhang Qi was ready. "As you command, master." With that, Zhang Yin simply needed to repeat his previous tactic. Before, he relied on the formation to create the evil wind. Now, he would actively draw it out. Zhang Qi then opened the map and began absorbing the dark stone. Zhang Yin waited patiently within the barrier. As the dark stone was gradually absorbed, the wind began to rise. Zhang Yin immediately channeled all his energy. The evil winds then began to blow even more fiercely. They grew increasingly frantic, as if they had gained sentience. Zhang Yin immediately unleashed his profound light to repel them. The evil winds continued to swirl and shift. Zhang Yin remained safe within the barrier, while the evil wind grew even fiercer than before. Zhang Yin furrowed his brow and waved his hand, issuing a command. Countless heavy water rings were instantly activated. They then began to transform, absorbing the evil qi. Zhang Yin circulated his energy, patiently awaiting the results. The evil wind and the drops of heavy water swirled around his barrier. Then, the drops of heavy water began to contract, rushing together in one direction. Zhang Yin waved his hand, adjusting their trajectory. The heavy water droplets followed his gesture and rose upwards. The evil wind gradually dissipated, and the heavy water droplets continued to transform. In an instant, countless droplets of heavy water converged. Zhang Yin thought to himself, the Azure script tome mentioned, that if one possesses 100 drops of this water, even an army of 1,000 could be easily dispersed. Recalling this, Zhang Yin couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the tome wasn't exaggerating. The heavy water, like a swarm of locusts, filled the sky and rushed towards him. He mused that even he, without the Sword Sovereign, would have no choice but to evade such a force. Zhang Yin then began to chant an incantation, immediately commanding the droplets of heavy water to gather into a swirling mass. Instantly, the droplets of heavy water swirled and flew in a single direction. Zhang Yin adjusted their trajectory, inverting the flow of the river and establishing a heavenly might. Then, with a decisive gesture, he lowered his hand. The droplets of heavy water plummeted like a torrential downpour. The force of the impact was so intense that the earth and stone below trembled. Outside the cavern, Lu Gu sensed the disturbance. He furrowed his brow and muttered, "Could it be impossible?" He immediately took flight, leaving his boat behind. Lu Gu advanced aggressively. A crack appeared within the cliff face. The crack widened, and droplets of water sprayed out towards him. Lu Ge scowled, his voice laced with anger. Damnable! That little brat has actually escaped. From within the cliff face, a sword's aura erupted, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Lu Ge retrieved a magical treasure from his sleeve, seemingly even more potent than the one before. Knowing a direct confrontation was unwise, Lu Ge threw a piece of plaster forward. The plaster expanded as it flew towards the fissure. Lu Ge then channeled his magical power, attempting to seal the crack. He closed his eyes, focusing his power with intense concentration. A strange flag unfurled and fluttered in the air. Lu Ge gripped the flagpole tightly. Then, channeling his energy, he roared, "Mortal coil banner!" But the water's force was overwhelming, and the plaster began to crumble. Lu Ge frowned, intensifying his magical power. A strange phenomenon occurred within the fissure, right before his eyes. Lu Ge strained to resist. "Little brat, take this. Black wind divine sand." A bizarre gust of wind materialized, hurtling toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan's eyes turned cold. Without a word, he unleashed the full force of his counterattack. His profound light transformed into an arrow and shot forth. The two forces clashed violently. Lu Ji's black wind was swiftly neutralized by Zhang Yan's profound light. Lu Ji's face paled. Lu Ji's understanding of Zhang Yan's profound light was still based on their previous encounter. Powerful, but inflexible. Therefore, he was supremely confident that using the black wind divine sand, with its opportunistic nature, would catch Zhang Yan off guard. He believed Zhang Yan would be forced to resort to using a treasure or summoning his sword for protection. If that happened, this single attack could shift the balance of power, allowing him to seize control of the situation and turn the tide of the battle. Zhang Yan had now fully committed to his attack, but Lu Ge hadn't anticipated that Zhang Yan's cultivation had advanced, reaching the second level of profound light cultivation. This miscalculation had created an opening. Lu Ge immediately released the divine sand. He now intended to confront Zhang Yan with his full strength. Sword light flashed, swiftly destroying everything in its path. Lu Ge spat out a mouthful of blood, his thoughts racing. "This won't do," he realized grimly. "At this rate, I won't be able to withstand it." He then sprayed another mouthful of blood towards the swirling profound gates. Countless profound gates materialized, but a sharp sword intent pierced through a layer of his defenses. Zhang Yan had anticipated this. He knew that Lu Ge had many tricks up his sleeve and wouldn't be easily defeated, even with a successful strike. Zhang Yan withdrew his spiritual power and roared, "Scatter." He held the initiative. His swordsmanship, once unleashed, was a relentless torrent. As long as he maintained a ranged attack, Lu Ge, not a sword cultivator himself, wouldn't be able to catch him. Lu Ge could only rely on magical treasures for a desperate defense. The slightest opening would be exploited by Zhang Yan's countless sword lights. A sword cultivator's true power lay in this relentless pursuit. Unable to match the speed or evade the attacks, the opponent would become entangled, their defeat only a matter of time. Lu Ge, however, knew the power of the sword rings, their sharpness, agility, and sheer speed. If his cultivation level were higher than the sword cultivators, he could use his magical power to disrupt the sword rings, even if only temporarily. Lu Ge furrowed his brow, gathering his power. With a guttural shout, he caused the iron profound mechanisms to transform, swirling auras emanating from them. The four iron profound mechanisms converged, forming a protective layer around him. He then released his grip, adjusting his spiritual energy, while Zhang Yan seemed unconcerned with what was about to unfold. Lu Ge retrieved the demonic treasure he had acquired earlier, and a magnificent palace materialized before him. Lu Ge flew towards it, thinking, "Once I'm inside the demonic treasure, no matter what tricks you have, you won't be able to break its restrictions. You won't be able to touch me." Lu Ji's movements were fluid and precise, each action flawlessly executed, a testament to his experience. But Zhang Yan wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. He had held back the heavy water until this very moment. He unleashed the heavy water in a devastating attack. Lu Ge, startled, turned back in astonishment. A powerful combined attack of three different spiritual energies surged towards him. Lu Ge stared, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Yan continued to channel his profound light. As the profound light descended, Lu Gu desperately dodged. He knew he had miscalculated. His chance to escape into the demonic treasure was lost. If he lingered, even for a moment, he would be trapped. He abandoned the demonic treasure and fled, hoping that Zhang Yin would be distracted by it and give up the chase. Zhang Yin, however, leaped into the air, pursuing him relentlessly. Seeing that Zhang Yin hadn't even glanced at the demonic treasure, Lu Gu, in desperation, continued to throw out various pills and magical artifacts, hoping to pique Zhang Yan's interest. But no matter what he threw, Zhang Yin remained focused on the chase. There was no one else around. Once Lu Gu was dead, these treasures wouldn't be going anywhere. Driven to desperation, Lu Gu pleaded, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, spare me. Don't kill me. I have secrets to tell you." Zhang Yin ignored him, pressing his attack. Lu Gu, weakened from overusing the pill slaughter qi, was beginning to falter. He had reached the 5th layer of gloomy qi, but he estimated that Zhang Yin would catch him by the 3rd. His only hope was to keep talking, to distract his pursuer. Finally, with his back against the wall, Lu Gu blurted out, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, do you know why I've been hiding here? I was previously harmed by a disciple of the Shaoqing sect," he explained, his voice tinged with desperation. "My foundation was damaged and my core formation failed. I only managed to condense a minor gold core. Even the Han Yi Ju Chen grass couldn't save me. I thought I'd lost all hope of ever achieving the Tao, but then I heard rumors of a secret technique within this demonic treasure, a different method of core formation." He continued, his words gaining a persuasive edge. "I know fellow Taoist Zhang must hail from a great sect, possessing superior profound cultivation techniques. But the core formation method hidden within this demonic treasure is the power Tao core formation. Its cultivation progresses incredibly fast, and it possesses many wondrous uses. If fellow Taoists were to use this method as a supplement, you could guarantee a 4th grade core or higher in the future. I've been preparing for 35 years to cultivate this technique, and I'm willing to offer you everything I've gathered, if only you'll spare my life." Zhang Yin listened, then let out a cold laugh. "According to your words," he said, "if I were to accept your offer, wouldn't you lose all hope of forming your core?" Lu Ji's voice rose in urgency. "Methods of core formation can be sought out, but life is precious and fleeting." He couldn't contain his frustration. "I still have 100 years of lifespan left. I might still have a chance. Even if I don't, I can rely on my descendants. It's better than dying here and now." Lu Gu alternated between pleading and threatening. "If fellow Taoist refuses, then we can only fight to the death. And don't think you can just kill me and interrogate my primordial spirit. This place is overflowing with gloomy qi. The moment I die, my primordial spirit will dissipate and you'll gain nothing." Zhang Yin raised an eyebrow and sneered. "If you're so determined," he said, "then I'll send you on your way." Lu Gu was momentarily speechless, grinding his teeth in frustration. He then took a few steps back and with a decisive swing of his hand declared, "Fine, since you're forcing my hand, I won't let you have your way." With that, he struck his own temple, seemingly self-destructing. Lu Ji's body collapsed, and his primordial spirit emerged. Immediately, the gloomy qi of the place began to devour his spirit. Zhang Yin watched in silence. He slowly descended, landing not far from Lu Ji's body, and sighed. "Death is death," he murmured. "You were a true man, fellow Taoist." He continued, a touch of sympathy in his voice. "We're both cultivators. I can't bear to see you lying here exposed. I'll give you a proper burial." Having said this, a faint smile played on Zhang Yan's lips. He swiftly summoned his sword intent and unleashed a quick strike. The hair on the corpse was severed cleanly. Lu Ji's primordial spirit reappeared, roaring in indignation. "I thought my plan was flawless. How did you know I was feigning death?" Zhang Yin burst into laughter. "How could such a paltry trick fool me?" he retorted, his voice laced with amusement. "You wouldn't die anywhere else, but you just had to die on the 2nd level of gloomy qi. And before dying, you made sure to find a stable position, clearly afraid your body would be damaged if it fell. Please." Zhang Yin continued frankly, "Whether you were truly dead or faking it, one more sword strike wouldn't hurt." He added with a touch of sarcasm, "Confirming a kill is a good habit, fellow Taoist." Lu Gu sighed, his voice resigned. "I was gambling," he admitted. "I thought, since you come from a prestigious sect, you wouldn't desecrate my body. I didn't expect to encounter someone as suspicious as you. I can only blame my bad luck." Zhang Yin shook his head. "You left too many openings. and you lingered here for far too long. Lu Ge retorted angrily. I'm already dead. Stop humiliating me. I'm just a soul now. What do I have to fear? Zhang Yin chuckled coldly. Earlier, you were so tenacious, willing to abandon the demonic treasure rather than give up a chance at survival. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so it wouldn't be strange for you to fight me to the death when cornered. But if you were truly willing to die so easily, how could I not be suspicious? Zhang Yin then pointed out the crux of the matter. The way your primordial spirit dissipates looks the same, just a bit slower, like a soul being divided. I happen to know some demonic sect mental techniques that involve dividing the spirit, then reuniting it later using a specific cultivation method. He then directly exposed Lu Ji's scheme. I'm going to make a bold guess. You discarded quite a few magical artifacts earlier. Perhaps you've hidden fragments of your soul within them. Once I leave, those soul fragments will emerge from the artifacts, kill a few demonic creatures, devour them, and then converge with your main soul, replenishing your earlier losses. Cultivate in seclusion for a few years, and you might be able to fully recover. Seeing his meticulously crafted plan full of holes in Zhang Yan's eyes and his inner plot exposed, Lu Ge felt a heavy blow. However, Zhang Yan then said something that put him slightly at ease. Don't worry, I remember the locations of all the artifacts you threw around. Later, I'll find these artifacts and destroy them one by one. Only when I'm certain that not a single fragment of your soul remains in this world will I stop. Lu Ge couldn't help but feel regret for his fate. It seems I have no way of claiming these demonic treasures. I'm willing to tell you everything. I only hope fellow Taoists can spare my life. Is that possible? Zhang Yin replied with a smile. I won't promise you anything. If you want to talk, talk. If not, then don't. Lu Ge was momentarily speechless. Seeing that Zhang Yin still wouldn't let him off, Lu Ge had no other choice but to agree to let Zhang Yin enter. He consoled himself. Oh well, fellow Taoist Zhang surpasses me in wisdom, virtue, and cultivation. This is fake. He then chanted a series of incantations, piquing Zhang Yan's curiosity. The demonic treasure now fully revealed itself. Lu Ge, now a ghostly spirit, led the way, saying to Zhang Yan, "Follow me." The two then entered the demonic treasure. Looking at the secrets etched onto the relief sculptures, Zhang Yin thought to himself, so this is where that girl, and I, Sam, was tricked by Lu Ge and trapped within the demonic treasure. Thinking this, he looked around and asked curiously, I wonder what fellow Taoist Lu did to fellow Taoist Mu and the others. Lu Ge frowned upon hearing this, turned his head, and sighed. I thought fellow Taoist Zhang wouldn't ask about them anymore. Mu Hongchen was killed by me a few months ago. She was trapped in the Netherwater Gloom Formation at the time, because she didn't obey my instructions. As for the other 3 women, I released one. As for the remaining 2, Lu Ge didn't continue but pointed to a jade scroll and said, fellow Taoists can take a look at that jade scroll, and you'll know where they are. Zhang Yin immediately took the jade scroll. Then he suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Then Lu Ge suddenly pointed at the inscription on a stone tablet and prompted him, Hey, look at the words on this stone tablet. The inscription had now changed to the words, Heaven sent tribulation. This path of cultivation is false. Zhang Yin immediately fell into deep thought. A moment later, he suddenly laughed, causing Lu Ge to feel puzzled, and he hurriedly asked, What are you laughing at? Zhang Yin replied, I was wondering why fellow Taoist Lu was being so straightforward, telling me everything. So it's because of this. Lu Ge, astonished, asked, What else do you know? Zhang Yin directly exposed him. Fellow Taoist originally intended to cultivate here, but I killed you. So, you believe that if I were to cultivate here, I would certainly meet the same unfortunate end. Therefore, you might as well tell me everything frankly, but you're still not at ease. So you deliberately let me see this jade scroll, waited for me to become engrossed in it, and then called out loudly to draw my attention to this stone tablet. Then, you planted a demonic seed in my heart, didn't you? Lu Ge, now at his wit's end, roared indignantly. So what? Now that you've seen this cultivation method, can you resist its temptation? I don't believe you won't cultivate it. Having his vulnerabilities repeatedly exposed by Zhang Yin, Lu Ge was enraged to the extreme. However, Zhang Yin calmly replied, "This technique is a secret transmission from ancient times. Although it's considered a demonic cultivation method, it's quite beneficial to me. I will naturally cultivate it." Lu Ge sneered mockingly. "Then even if my soul is scattered and destroyed, I can rest easy. Sooner or later, you will encounter misfortune, just like me." After saying this, he laughed loudly and flew away. Zhang Yin laughed along with him. Lu Ge couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Yin then frankly said, "I'm laughing because, despite your cunning, you made one crucial mistake." He immediately pointed out the flaw in Lu Ge's reasoning. "Ask yourself, if you knew cultivating this technique would lead to disaster, how could you possibly carve it onto a stone tablet to warn future generations?" Lu Ge still didn't understand and laughed loudly. "Of course, I wouldn't write it down." Finally, after a moment of thought, he suddenly realized. Zhang Yin touched the stone tablet and sighed. The thoughts of ancient demonic cultivators are truly strange and difficult to predict. This so-called heaven-sent tribulation, how do you know it will befall the cultivator? Perhaps, for this world, the one who cultivates this technique is the one who truly enters the world. Zhang Yan's cultivation journey had always been full of twists and turns. Had he encountered few dangerous situations like this? Tribulations, disasters, he simply didn't care. But Lu Ge believed these words. He suddenly felt that the scheme he had laid out was nothing but a joke, both ashamed and angry. Zhang Yin looked at him coldly and finally said, "Ignorant and evil, convinced of your own righteousness. In the end, you are nothing but a frog in a well." Hearing this, Lu Ge roared, "I'll fight you to the death." However, Zhang Yin had already summoned a burst of flames towards him, sneering, "Useless wretch, shut up and be on your way." Lu Ge's soul was thus incinerated. He used his last bit of strength to shout, "Zhang Yin, cultivators who cultivate qi, if they want to condense their core, need a type of medicine called wulo. This thing comes and goes without a trace, spontaneously generated during core condensation. If a cultivator cannot retain it, after forming the core, its grade will decrease by 1 level. But qi cultivators' bodies are not robust, their forms are not stable, and their apertures are not sealed. Once it forms, it will inevitably escape through the pores and apertures. No matter how profound your cultivation technique or how exceptional your talent, you can do nothing about it. Only cultivators who encounter a great opportunity by chance can lock it in." Zhang Yin didn't want to place his hopes on such a vague opportunity. The jade slip that Lu Ge took from the demonic treasure recorded the cultivation technique, Ming Dao Tam, Shinju. This is a technique that achieves great power. Once comprehended, the entire body will become harder than metal, difficult for even divine weapons to injure. Just by cultivating to the 2nd level, the entire body will be forged into a single unit, and perhaps with 80 or 90% certainty, it can be locked in. Zhang Yin glanced at it, thinking to himself that he naturally couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Zhang Yin looked at the engravings, carefully assessing them. The engravings on the jade could be the original version of the Ming Dao Tam Shenju technique recorded in the jade slip. If he wanted to cultivate this technique, he first had to refine the 9-band subduing demon scroll hidden here. He furrowed his brow, calculating. Someone as cunning as Lu Ge would surely memorize the technique once he obtained it, and then find every way to destroy it. How could it possibly be left here safe and sound? Then, Zhang Yin immediately released his spiritual energy, directly targeting the words on the jade slip, seeking clues. Very quickly, Zhang Yin understood everything. So that's how it was. The original version of the technique couldn't be destroyed. It wasn't that Lu Ge didn't want to, but that he couldn't. At this moment, on the 2nd level, Zhang Yin couldn't help but sigh. This demonic treasure was originally a legacy artifact of a great power, so it's reasonable for it to possess such might. Next, he walked towards a place emitting a violet light in the center, thinking to himself, "I can now cultivate this technique with peace of mind." Looking at the secret manual suspended in midair, Zhang Yin guessed that this could be the 9-band subduing demon scroll. Zhang Yin immediately mobilized his spiritual water to investigate. As the spiritual water approached the manual, Zhang Yin noticed something unusual. Wondering suspiciously, is this a trace of a primordial spirit's obsession left behind by Lu Ge? When Zhang Yin infused his spiritual power into the demonic scroll, a wisp of thought emerged. Upon touching it, Zhang Yin immediately saw Lu Ji's train of thought from back when he refined the demonic scroll. It turned out that within this demonic scroll were 33 layers of restrictions. Lu Ge had refined it for 32 years, bathing it daily with the gloomy qi of the third layer of the underworld river. Although he hadn't yet broken through the final restriction, he could already utilize the demonic treasure in a simple manner. According to the records on the Jade Slip, when engaging an enemy and obtaining the demonic scroll, if the opponent had no power to resist, one only needed to approach and inhale to absorb all of their primordial spirit and vital essence. Afterward, every time a person was killed, the demonic scroll would release a small amount of vital essence to nourish its owner. Only when this pure vital essence circulated within the body could one continue cultivating the technique. The more cultivators killed, the greater the power of the demonic scroll, and the more vital essence it absorbed. Cultivating the Ming Dao Tam Shinju was best done using the vital essence of demonic sect cultivators. But recently, there were no demonic sect cultivators around, only the incense charm sect. Therefore, Lu Ge didn't hesitate to spread some simple techniques from the demonic treasure, solely to lure incense charm sect disciples here to harvest their vital essence. Initially, the incense charm sect had core formation cultivators guarding it, so Lu Ge remained cautious and didn't dare to act recklessly. Until the previous sect leader, Fairy Manhwa, was harmed by his schemes. Lu Ge grew increasingly bolder, wanting the entire incense charm sect to cultivate demonic techniques. He planned to wait until their cultivation reached completion, then capture them all in one fell swoop, using the Nine-Ben subduing demon scroll to absorb all their vital essence and primordial spirits to cultivate his technique. Zhang Yin shook his head and sighed. This technique was incredibly bloodthirsty, truly a secret transmission of the demonic sect. The warning of a heaven-sent tribulation on the stone tablet wasn't without reason. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel indignant towards Lu Ge. This Lu Ge was too narrow-minded. There were so many demonic cultivators in the world, yet he didn't seek them out, fixating only on the few hundred members of the incense charm sect. He truly didn't deserve to be called a tribulation. Zhang Yin frowned and continued. The sword of that Shaoqing sect disciple from back then not only severed his path of cultivation, but also cut down his fighting spirit. At this moment, Zhang Yin began to close his eyes and circulate his qi. If this demonic treasure falls into my hands, how could it be confined to just one place? Immediately afterward, two streams of spiritual energy appeared above the manual, clashing with each other. Seeing that the manual hadn't moved from its spot, Zhang Yin sighed. Not enough. How greedy. He immediately summoned the Copper Child Mountain diagram to assist him. All right, today I'll lend you a hand. Zhang Qiao, come forth. Zhang Qiao respectfully appeared at this moment, addressing him as Master twice. Zhang Yin then commanded, release the gloomy qi you've collected. Don't be stingy. Zhang Qiao immediately understood and replied, yes, Master. At this time, the manual began to tremble, and the lingering remnants of Lu Ji's soul gradually began to crack. Then, the manual was completely cleansed, and Zhang Yin directly used his magical power to retrieve it. He held the secret manual in his hand, his spirit probing within, but he felt a distinct difference between the demonic scroll's interior and exterior. From within emanated a boundless, murderous aura. It relentlessly bored into his mind, seemingly attempting to incite a thirst for blood, stirring up murderous intent, a desire to annihilate every successful cultivator under heaven. Zhang Yin now intended to seal it, saying coldly, silence. How I cultivate this technique is determined by my own will. How could I be controlled by a mere jade slip? Zhang Yin urged his thoughts to suppress this bloodthirsty desire, stating frankly, although this technique speaks of relying on plunder and slaughter, if I were to blindly follow its superficial instructions, I fear I wouldn't even grasp its essence before meeting my own demise. Afterward, he flew off on his sword, sighing, I've already been besieged and condemned by resentment. Furthermore, this technique only encompasses the first 3 levels. Perhaps there are even more profound methods waiting for me to discover on the upper levels of the demonic treasure. It's not yet time for reckless action. Zhang Yin furrowed his brow, his resolve hardening. At this point, Zhang Yin had reached the 3rd level of the demonic treasure. He looked around, assessing the area. This shape? I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Zhang Yin pondered with some doubt. This thing is probably used to transport people. No, to transport the demonic treasure itself. Zhang Yin didn't know that even with all his efforts, Lu Ge had only reached the second level of the demonic treasure. Now, as Zhang Yin channeled his spiritual power, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why didn't Lu Ge refine this? It took him nearly 18 years to recover his cultivation, and another 14 years to reach the third level. When Zhang Yin and the others arrived at Mu Hongchen's location, Lu Ge had only found this fish-shaped plank a few days prior, with no time at all to refine it. If this demonic treasure had the ability to traverse the void, Zhang Yin wouldn't stand on ceremony. He immediately sat down to begin the refinement process. This object resembled a profound artifact, but it didn't contain any true knowledge within, making the refinement process relatively effortless, allowing him to quickly complete it. Now, the fish-shaped plank was enveloped by Zhang Yan's spiritual energy, and immediately afterward, it began to transform. The fish-shaped plank now possessed life, swimming through the air. Zhang Yin immediately channeled his spiritual energy and shouted, "Rotate." At this moment, the demonic treasure suddenly shook violently. In this instant, in a desolate grassland, Zhang Yin emerged. He looked around, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. After being gone for a year, I finally get to see the sun again. Suddenly, Zhang Yin turned his head and looked in a certain direction. A strange feeling arose within him. He felt as if someone was lying in ambush, observing him nearby, but this feeling was fleeting and quickly disappeared. Zhang Yin muttered, "Within 1,000 miles, the only cultivation sect is the incense charm sect." Then, he furrowed his brow, speculating. Someone must be using a magical treasure to monitor this place from afar. Mu Hongchen has already been killed by Lu Ge, and he once admitted to releasing a woman to control the entire incense charm sect. Zhang Yin continued, his brow still furrowed. Then, he made the entire sect cultivate demonic techniques, conveniently absorbing their souls and vital essence. Although I don't know who this woman is, she must be the one who was just observing me. Suddenly, a bronze mirror fell. 1 month ago, Ai Qining suddenly felt the restrictive spell that Lu Ge had placed within her body dissipate. She was both surprised and overjoyed. However, she didn't dare to actively investigate further, pondering every possibility without knowing what the right course of action was. Coincidentally, when Lu Ge had taken her out, he had gifted her a 100-mile azure smoke mirror, an object capable of observing scenes dozens of miles away. Therefore, she observed the entrance to the underworld river every day, hoping to discover some clue. Unexpectedly, today she saw Zhang Yin, and her hand couldn't help but clench. Ai Qining thought to herself, I had assumed Zhang Yin had perished long ago in the underworld river, but unexpectedly, he has survived and emerged. This means Lu Ge either didn't die or has escaped. Just now, when I spied on Zhang Yin, it seemed he detected me. He wouldn't silence me, would he? At this moment, a disciple rushed in to report, "Sect Master, someone has barged into the main hall." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yin suddenly appeared, sighing, "So it's you." He then frowned and sneered. "You finally achieved your ambition of becoming Sect Master, I see." Hearing this, Ai Qining shouted, "You." In her heart, she couldn't help but feel both indignant and apprehensive. Then, Ai Qining struck first, accusing him. "You were the one who killed Marshall's sister Mu. Disciples, stop him with me." Taking advantage of the chaos, she fled. Seeing this, Zhang Yin furrowed his brow and channeled his spiritual energy. Immediately afterward, he controlled his sword inscription, sending it flying outwards. The sword light shot swiftly in one direction. Seeing the sword image approaching, Ai Qining's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Before she could react, she was struck by the sword intent. Ai Qining still attempted to escape. At this moment, Zhang Yin was surrounded by incense charm sect disciples who were still unaware of the situation. He immediately waved his sleeve, unable to contain his anger, and said, "You bunch of fools, I can't be bothered to explain to you." Then, he directly flew off on his sword, disappearing before their eyes. At this time, a golden bell was rung. Ni Qinying hurriedly ordered her people, "Disciples, a powerful enemy is before us. Quickly, follow me and activate the Chaotic Star Grand Formation." The Chaotic Star Grand Formation was originally a formation passed down within the Incense Charm sect. It only required 36 people to deploy. After Lu Gu subdued Ni Qinying, he hoped she would work for him, but he also worried about the Incense Charm sect's meager strength. Now, the disciples received the order and flew towards their positions. Ni Qinying shouted loudly, "Capture the murderer who killed Martial Sister Mu." Among those who flew to their positions, some remained behind. Lu Gu had worried about high-level demonic cultivators passing by and casually annihilating the sect. Therefore, he modified the formation once more, allowing every disciple of the Incense Charm sect to participate within the formation, specifically designed to deal with powerful enemies. And the one they faced now was the formidable Zhang Yin. At this moment, Zhang Yin calmly looked around. He discovered that all the disciples had vanished, and a lotus-shaped formation was now directed at him. Ni Qinying took the initiative to attack, shouting, "Villain, prepare to die." Immediately afterward, streams of spiritual energy surged towards him. Zhang Yin smiled faintly and said nothing. Then he single-handedly channeled profound light, breaking the illusionary formation before him. Next, a streak of profound light, sword intent condensed into form. Seeing this, Ni Qinying frowned, but she remained fearlessly in place. At this moment, she unleashed her killing move with all her might. Zhang Yin, noticing Ni Qinying's attack, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't that the magical tool of a disciple from the Tiger Horn branch of the Incense Charm sect? Zhang Yin remained silent, but suspicion arose in his heart. Unexpectedly, it fell into Ni Qinying's hands. At this moment, Zhang Yin immediately unleashed his sword intent to neutralize her attack. Ni Qinying had just used the silver ring, not aiming to injure the enemy, but only to delay him. Now, seeing a slight opening, she triumphantly called out, "Chaotic Star Grand Technique." All the disciples had arrived and automatically taken their positions. Ni Qinying immediately gave the command. Zhang Yin also activated his Sword Star Eye. As the Chaotic Star Grand Technique was deployed, anyone entering the formation could only see hundreds of thousands of starlight beams shooting out. Zhang Yin was no exception. Within the chaotic scene, it was fundamentally impossible to distinguish which beams were strong, which were weak, which were real, and which were illusory, while the true killing blow was hidden within. Moreover, this formation could also concentrate its power for a focused attack. Even a cultivator with profound cultivation could suffer significant damage if they were even slightly careless. Zhang Yin thought to himself, although this formation might not be able to injure me, once it's fully deployed, if I try to break it step by step, it will be difficult to achieve a swift victory. Therefore, he immediately launched a magical treasure. Quickly, a barrier formed, blocking the formation's attacks. Zhang Yin thought, it seems I'll have to follow Lu Ji's example today. Sheltered within the barrier, Zhang Yin planned to use brute force to break the formation. Then, Zhang Yin summoned a heavy object, calling out, "Nether heavy water." Next, Zhang Yin waved his hand, commanding it. Countless drops of heavy water rushed forward with a pitter-patter sound. Each drop of this nether heavy water weighed 1,000 pounds, and ordinary cultivators couldn't withstand a single blow. At this moment, hundreds of drops converged. Wherever it passed, it was like 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses sweeping through, unstoppable. Just like that, these drops of nether heavy water formed a gigantic vortex. It charged straight ahead, destroying everything in its path. Seeing this, Ni Qinying was utterly terrified. She hurriedly retreated, dodging the water's attack. However, at this moment, her shoulder was struck by the current. Ni Qinying couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of fresh blood. Despite being severely injured and sacrificing many disciples, Ni Qinying, using the formation as cover, successfully approached Zhang Yin within 20 meters. Then, she gathered her energy and shouted, "Seven Moons Ornament." As long as she used the 7 Moons Ornament borrowed from the Shaoqing sect, she was certain she could kill Zhang Yin on the spot. A golden light emitted from the 7 Moons Ornament, radiating a powerful pressure. Zhang Yin immediately waved his hand, manipulating the spiritual water behind him. Then, the nether heavy water surged forward with tremendous force. The seven moons ornament and the nether heavy water fiercely clashed. Quickly, the seven moons ornament was corroded into an ordinary piece of wood and fell to the ground. And Chinning stammered his name, Zhang Yin. Seeing Zhang Yin approaching her, she fell to the ground in terror, hastily making excuses. I have a connection with the disciples of the Shaoqing sect. However, her body quickly became immobilized, and Chinning furiously yelled, "If you dare kill me, they will definitely." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Yin decisively ended her life. Now, only a scene of devastation remained. Madame Qiao was fortunate enough to survive, and behind her was Xan Chanjin. Seeing the state of things, Madame Qiao couldn't help but cover her face with her hands and sob. "I was only gone for 2 months. How could the incense charm palace have become like this?" Seeing this, Xan Chanjin tried to comfort her. "Junior sister Qiao, I see the palaces on the other mountain peaks are still intact. Why don't we find your fellow disciples and ask them what happened?" Madame Qiao wiped away her tears and replied, "Senior sister Xan Chanjin is right." At this moment, a voice came from afar. "Senior sister Qiao has returned." The person then landed in an open space. Madame Qiao hurriedly asked the other person, "Junior sister D, quickly tell me, what exactly happened here?" Upon hearing this, tears streamed down her face like a river. "Senior sister Qiao," she sobbed. "That day, a villain entered the palace. Sect Master and I said he was the murderer of Senior Sister Hongqin. We don't know why he pursued us up the mountain, but Sect Master and I commanded us to fight him. Sadly, he was too ferocious. Even our chaotic star grand formation couldn't withstand him." Ekton Chanjun listened in horror, asking, "Wait, you said there was only one person?" The disciple replied, "Yes, senior sister. You haven't seen this Taoist." With a single wave of his hand, countless black jade waves surged forth, instantly shattering pillars and reducing buildings to rubble. He was utterly ruthless. Xan Chanjun furrowed her brow in thought. This truly doesn't resemble the traces left by a magical treasure. To level a palace here, with just one person's strength, could it be some divine ability? At this moment, Madame Qiao knelt on the ground, crying out in anguish, "Sect Master and I." Xan Chanjin pressed for more information. "Junior sister, do you know this person's background?" The disciple could only confess, "We don't know. It's said that a junior sister saw him talking and laughing with senior sister Hongqin. They must have been acquainted, but the senior sisters who knew the details all perished in the battle." Xan Chanjin then asked, "Where are the bodies?" The disciple answered honestly, "Although the remains of many of our fellow disciples were buried under the rubble, we've worked hard these past few days to recover and bury them. Though their physical bodies have perished, they can still be reincarnated. It's just a pity. Not even Sect Master Ni's primordial spirit escaped." Hearing this, Xan Chanjun grew suspicious. "Do you know where this person came from? Did you get a clear look at his appearance?" The surviving disciple recounted everything she knew. He seemed to come from the east. As for his appearance, when it came to Zhang Yan's appearance, junior sister D no longer held back. She described him in detail, even meticulously detailing his clothing. Xan Chanjun remained silent, then looked off in a specific direction. Madame Qiao spoke with a heavy heart. "Sect Master and I was killed by him. Even the 7 moons ornament was taken. It was originally lost to the scented incense sect. I should have retrieved it for senior sister." Wiping away her tears, she continued indignantly, "But senior sister, you see how our sect has been devastated. We're powerless. If another powerful enemy attacks, I don't know how we'll defend ourselves." Xan Chanjin could only offer a few words of comfort. "Junior sister, don't grieve too much. If you don't mind, I can give you a spirit talisman. You can bring any junior sisters willing to join my branch of the primordial Yang sect." Madame Qiao's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Join the primordial Yang sect?" Xan Chanjun clarified, "Not the main sect. I'm referring to an outer sect established by our primordial Yang disciples." Madame Qiao fell silent, disappointed it wasn't the main sect. Junior sister Qiao pondered for a moment. "While we can't become official primordial Yang disciples, if we can rely on them, it's like leaning against a giant tree. We won't have to worry about defending ourselves, and we can even call ourselves primordial Yang disciples when we're out and about. We won't be looked down upon." Drying her tears, Madame Qiao replied resolutely, "Thank you, senior sister Xan, for your help. I'm willing to go." Then, she bowed respectfully. "On behalf of my junior sisters here, I thank you, senior sister. Exan Chanjun replied politely, it's nothing. There's no need for such formality. She then produced a spirit talisman, instructing, with this you can go to the Jinyuan immortal abode on Five Peaks Mountain and find senior sister Boo. Just tell her that I, Exan Chanjun, recommended you. Madame Qiao accepted the talisman, surprised. Where are you going, senior sister? Aren't you returning to the sect? Exan Chanjun replied calmly. Our sect is holding a grand competition. I intended to borrow Ninth Senior Brother's Seven Wonders Terrace for it, and he agreed. Now that it's been stolen, I can't just stand idly by. I must personally retrieve it from him. Madame Qiao watched Exan Chanjun's receding figure, a worried frown creasing her brow. Senior Sister Exan, she called out, that man seems incredibly powerful. Please be careful. Exan Chanjun glanced back, but remained silent. Then, she summoned her chi and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, in a tranquil lake, the golden-robed demon swam beneath the surface. Within the bustling auction house of the Chi-Ti Tower, customers came and went in a steady stream. Zhang Yin sipped his tea leisurely, observing the scene below. Junling Air approached with a playful smile. I wondered which esteemed guest had requested my presence. To think it was an old acquaintance. Senior Zhang, I presume you've set your sights on another treasure aboard our vessel? Do tell me what catches your eye, and I shall ensure your satisfaction. Zhang Yin smiled. Since we're old friends, I'll be straightforward. I plan to journey across the sea and require a large ship. Do you have any means of acquiring one? Junling Air replied candidly. I must confess, Senior, we don't typically sell seafaring vessels. However, you've come to the right place. There's a prominent family in the Eastern Sea, the Yin clan, renowned shipbuilders. Their patriarch is a close friend of our ship's owner. I can arrange for a letter of introduction, saving you a potentially fruitless journey. Zhang Yin placed a box containing valuable treasures on the table. Excellent. Junling Air accepted the box with a knowing smile. Please wait a moment, Senior. I'll have our owner draft the letter immediately. Meanwhile, at the Yin clan's estate in the Three Suns territory on the eastern coast, within the Yin manor, Zhang Nanin, the second son of the Yin clan patriarch, greeted Zhang Yin warmly. So, fellow Taoist, you're in urgent need of a seafaring vessel? I have some blueprints here for your perusal. If any catch your eye, we can begin construction immediately. Zhang Yin glanced over the blueprints, a slight frown forming on his face. These designs, they aren't particularly aesthetically pleasing, are they? Zhang Nanin chuckled. You see, fellow Taoist, the sea teems with monstrous beasts and countless demonic cultivators. A ship's primary function is durability and resilience. An inconspicuous design is preferable. Extravagant vessels are reserved for demon kings and wealthy merchants who travel in large, protective fleets. They have little to fear from stray beasts. Understanding dawned on Zhang Yin as he returned the blueprints. I see, but how long does it take to construct such a vessel? Zhang Nanin replied, at most half a year. At the very least 3 months. Do you have any readily available ships? Zhang Yin inquired directly. While a cultivator's lifespan allowed for such waits, Zhang Yin lacked the patience. He sought the Jiaxisi Hoshui mentioned by Elder Yin. A year had already passed, and he feared missing its appearance. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Zhang Nanin hesitated. There is one, but are you certain you want it? His demeanor piqued Zhang Yan's curiosity. Is there something wrong with it? Zhang Nanin shook his head. Let me have someone bring the blueprint. You'll understand once you see it. A servant presented the blueprint to them. Zhang Nanin channeled his spiritual energy, guiding the blueprint toward Zhang Yin. Please take a look. At this moment, the blueprint of the ship slowly unfurled before Zhang Yin. As Zhang Nanin had described, the vessel measured a staggering 1,200 zhang in length and 900 zhang in width. The blueprint meticulously detailed its construction materials, the number of restrictive formations woven into its frame, and the precise number of decks rising from its hull. A wave of admiration washed over Zhang Yin. That the Yin clan could craft a seafaring vessel of such scale spoke volumes of their exquisite craftsmanship. However, a ship this colossal would be difficult to maneuver. Typical smaller vessels measured 20 or 30 zhang, while even the largest rarely exceeded 100. Compared to those, this Dragon Kingdom ship was truly gargantuan. Zhang Nanin gestured to one side. Fellow Taoist, please observe this. Zhang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the detail. Could this be a nascent ship? Zhang Nanin beamed. Your discerning eye is impressive, fellow Taoist. This is indeed the nascent form of this Dragon Kingdom vessel. A ship designed with a nascent form indicates it was crafted using the principles of magical artifact refinement. Just as a cultivator can manipulate the size of their flying vessel, this ship can expand and contract at will. Furthermore, with the right opportunity, it could even be refined into a true magical treasure. However, he continued, creating a nascent form for a ship of this magnitude is unprecedented. Magical artifacts require precise control over their size. Each component demands hundreds, even thousands, of restrictive formations and incantations, all fused within a single alchemical furnace. For artifacts exceeding 100 zhang, a standard furnace is insufficient. One must employ a heaven and earth crucible. Judging by this ship's dimensions, the Yin clan must have utilized a crucible at least 1,000 zhang in size during its construction. Zhang Yin knew that even the Mingshang sect possessed only one such colossal crucible. Zhang Nan Yin continued, fellow Taoist, this ship is layered with 3 restrictive qi barriers. Activating each barrier increases its weight and size. Should you purchase it, you needn't unlock all 3. Refining the first barrier alone will reduce its size to a more manageable 400 zhang. Intrigued, Zhang Yin asked, this ship appears to be quite a treasure. Why are you so willing to part with it? He thought to himself that 400 zhang still seemed rather small. Before he could voice his concern, however, he realized that this size was comparable to the great rock cloud chariots ridden by nascent soul grandmasters. Land-bound chariots, however, lacked the resilience to withstand the rigors of the open sea. Their materials were inferior, and they couldn't traverse vast oceans or navigate treacherous rivers. Therefore, even with similar dimensions, they couldn't compare to a true seafaring vessel. Finally, Zhang Nan Yin revealed the truth. To be frank, fellow Taoist, this vessel was originally commissioned as an immortal's flying ship. Its construction depleted a significant portion of my grandfather's resources and incurred considerable debts. However, the intended owner unexpectedly perished, leaving the ship in our possession for the past 55 years. This wasn't a secret. Anyone with the inclination could uncover this information, so Zhang Nan Yin saw no need for concealment. After the previous owner's demise, the Yin clan attempted to sell the ship, even at a loss. However, the initial investment was so substantial that even a discounted price remained exorbitant. Furthermore, potential buyers, aware of the previous owner's fate, were hesitant to purchase it, preferring to commission new vessels instead. Zhang Yin, unfazed by the ship's history, inquired directly, "What is the asking price?" The presence of the nascent ship confirmed that it hadn't been refined by another cultivator. Zhang Nan Yin raised 2 fingers. "If it pleases you, fellow Taoist, 10,000 spirit stones will secure its ownership. I'll even include 2 smaller vessels as a gesture of goodwill. While they lack the versatility of the larger ship and are unsuitable for long voyages, they can withstand ordinary storms." The original construction cost had been 20,000 spirit stones, not to mention the Yin clan's precious materials. However, the ship was proving useless in their possession, so a swift sale was preferable. Fearing a higher price might deter Zhang Yin, Zhang Nan Yin gritted his teeth and halved the cost. Zhang Yin readily agreed. "Very well, I'll take it. However, the ship is quite large. Refining it might prove troublesome. Do you have any solutions for that?" Zhang Nan Yin replied, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I do have a suggestion. Let me explain it to you first. Whether or not you agree is entirely up to you." Zhang Yin readily responded, "Please tell me." Zhang Nan Yin then laid out his proposal. "This ship is too large to be used near the shore. Reaching the open sea would take at least half a month. The coastal waters are rife with various factions, both large and small, as well as demons and rogue cultivators who prey on passing travelers. Without a pass, venturing into those waters would undoubtedly lead to trouble." He continued, "Under the Yin clan's banner, we operate several vessels that ply the coastal routes. I can arrange for one to transport you. This will not only prevent delays in your journey, but also give you ample time to refine the larger ship. Once you reach the open sea, you'll have the vast expanse of the ocean at your disposal. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" Zhang Yin, seeing the wisdom in this, requested Zhang Nanyin's assistance. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, fellow Taoist Yin, he said earnestly, but I cannot wait too long. Understanding the urgency, Zhang Nanyin immediately assured him, I'll arrange it today. You'll be able to depart within 3 days. With the spirit stones transferred and the transaction complete, Zhang Nanyin instructed a servant, go and summon Erlang. Zhang Nanyin's younger brother, Yinji Jun, soon arrived. He inquired curiously, Elder brother, you call for me? Zhang Nanyin spoke directly. Second brother, tell me, is the Three Sands Voyager still available? Yinji Jun stammered, yes, of course it is. Relieved, Zhang Nanyin said, good. Prepare it. Tomorrow, fly the Yin clan banner and escort a fellow Taoist to Chiefing Island. Yinji Jun's brow furrowed at this request. Seeing his hesitation, Zhang Nanyin scolded, what are you standing there for? Go and make the arrangements. Yinji Jun hastily accepted the order. Upon leaving, he immediately instructed a servant, go and fetch Steward Xiao. Tell him I need to see him urgently. Steward Xiao arrived promptly and bowed respectfully. Greetings, second young master. Yinji Jun grasped the steward's hand anxiously. Uncle Xiao, do you know who came to see elder brother today? Steward Xiao replied, second young master. It seemed to be an acquaintance of the shipwright from the immortal's abode. The master went out to meet him earlier. Yinji Jun paced back and forth, his anxiety growing. So it's someone from that place. This person must have a significant background. We can't afford to offend them. This is bad, very bad. Intrigued by Yinji Jun's distress, Steward Xiao inquired, I overheard the arrangements made by the first young master. What troubles you, second young master? Perhaps I can be of assistance. Yinji Jun confessed. To be honest, Uncle Xiao, a few days ago at the Flower Festival, Lady Ruanshan expressed her desire to visit a friend at the Qi Gui Palace on the sea. I boasted that I had a seafaring vessel, and she asked to borrow it. The Yin clan values its reputation, so I couldn't refuse. She's coming tomorrow to borrow the ship, but now elder brother has given me this task. What am I to do? Steward Xiao suggested. Perhaps Lady Shan could postpone her trip. Yinji Jun immediately rejected the idea. Nonsense. Lady Shan is a celestial being descended from the heavens. This is a rare opportunity to impress her. I can't possibly go back on my word. What would people think of me? They'd laugh me out of town. Steward Xiao calmly replied, don't be hasty, second young master. There might be a solution to this predicament. Overjoyed, Yinji Jun asked, Uncle Xiao, please tell me what I should do. The steward simply said, let them travel together on the same ship. Yinji Jun immediately balked. That's impossible. Knowing Lady Shan's temperament, she'd likely throw the other passenger overboard to the fishes. Steward Xiao stroked his beard thoughtfully. Second young master, he offered, I've been aboard that vessel. It's quite spacious, and a long sea voyage requires a suitable Yin clan escort. A discerning steward could be assigned to accompany them. With careful arrangements, the two passengers might not even cross paths. Yinji Jun's face brightened. Excellent idea, he exclaimed, clapping his hands together. 2 days later, the sails of the East Sea Red Peak, a ship from the Yin clan's fleet, billowed in the wind as it set out to sea. Zhang Yin stood quietly at the bow, gazing towards the horizon. The ship's steward approached him respectfully. Honored guest, he said, bowing slightly. You called for me. How may I be of service? Zhang Yin, puzzled by the ship's unexpected stop, inquired as to the reason for the delay. Honored guest, the steward hastily explained, some relatives of the old mistress wish to embark on a sea voyage, and they also wish to travel on this vessel. I humbly request your patience for half a day more. Steward Xiao had previously instructed him to invoke the old mistress's name. Even if the honored guest suspected some subterfuge, he wouldn't likely cause a scene. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yin agreed to wait, but only until the second watch. While this might offend the latecomers, Steward Xiao, unaware of Zhang Yan's true identity and connection to the Bright Firmament sect, hadn't considered the potential ramifications. Had he known, he certainly wouldn't have made such a casual arrangement. Relieved by Zhang Yan's acquiescence, the steward bowed deeply. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered to himself, neither of these are easy to please. This is exhausting. Lady Shan had better arrive soon. Just then, he spotted a group approaching from afar, riding on a cloud of crimson light. Lady Ruanshan, carried in a red palanquin and surrounded by attendants, drew closer. A disciple of the Peng Yuan sect, she wore an expression of cool arrogance. The steward, craning his neck to get a better look, couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. He'd heard tales of Lady Shan, the chief disciple of the Pengyuan sect, and her reputation clearly preceded her. As Lady Ruan Shan and her entourage reached the ship, the steward bowed deeply. "Lady Shan," he announced, "I am Chiu Shu, acting on second young Master Yin's orders. I have been awaiting your arrival." Here ends this chapter. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe for more exciting tales to come.